A tragic aviation disaster leaves programmer Fong Chung and his aloof female superior stranded on a desolate island, where the rules of civilized society become mere farce. Armed with survival skills gleaned from a reality show, he transforms from an office underachiever into the sovereign of the island, while the once imperious woman must now rely on his favor for survival. As they delve into the heart of the island, they uncover that it is no ordinary deserted land. The eerie ruins and cryptic symbols suggest a terrifying truth forgotten by time. Here, the law of the jungle reigns supreme, and the greatest peril is not from beasts, but from the human heart and the island itself. Chapter 1. The Haughty Superior. With a sharp slap, a stack of documents lands on the desk. Following this, a voice as frigid as winter's chill cuts through the air. Fong Chung, for 2 consecutive quarters, the annualized return on the funds you managed has only reached 3%. I've received numerous complaints from important clients. If this continues, our clients will lose faith in Shungen. Can you explain the situation to me? The demand sounds less like a request for clarification and more like an accusation. This woman, who goes by Li Qing Man, requires not explanations but solutions from the man before her. At just 25 years of age, she serves as the executive president of Huaxia Shingen Fund Company, Limited, a position that raises many eyebrows given her youth and remarkable pedigree. Li Qing Man, a graduate of a prestigious international university, possesses an illustrious resume and returned to her homeland to ascend to the pinnacle of the finance industry. Rumors abound regarding her rise. Some suggest she may have leveraged her physical allure to secure her position, while others whisper of extraordinary connections within the Shungen Group, the parent company of Shungen Fund. Regardless of the speculation, one truth remains. Li Qing Man is a breathtaking beauty, with a face sculpted to perfection, skin as smooth as jade, and eyes that resemble tranquil autumn waters impossible to forget after a mere glance. Dressed in a tailored black suit complemented by a crisp white blouse, her figure is accentuated by a fitted skirt that falls just above her knees, revealing her long, slender legs adorned in sheer black stockings and red stilettos. Her dark hair, styled elegantly behind her, adds an air of sophistication to her serious demeanor, blending maturity with an enticing allure. Li Qing Man stands with an air of superiority, her gaze never once acknowledging Fong Chung, the fund manager who has been summoned to her office for the 5th time this month. Madam President, given the nationwide economic downturn, market volatility, and the international financial crisis, achieving a 3% return is already a significant accomplishment, Fong Chung pleads. For other firms, a 3% yield is acceptable, but we are Shungando. You understand what that name signifies. It represents the pinnacle of the industry. Li Qing Man's expression remains as icy as ever. As the leading entity in the field, a 3% yield is utterly beneath our standards. Our stable funds must achieve an annualized return of at least 7% this year. Li Wingman asserts her expectations. Madam President, achieving 7% in the current environment is simply unrealistic, Fong Chung counters, shaking his head. Li Qing Man's tone is unwavering. If you cannot deliver, then perhaps someone else should take the reins. Her words leave no room for negotiation. The implication is unmistakable. If Fong Chung cannot meet her demands, he should pack his bags and leave. I can do it. In that moment, Li Qing Man's cold demeanor ignites a spark of defiance within Fong Chung. He has grown weary of her arrogance and is determined to prove his worth through action. For the first time since her arrival as executive president, he stands firm in his resolve, feeling a sense of manhood he had not experienced before. Unless there's anything else, I will take my leave. Wait a moment, Li Qing Man calls out, gesturing to a large bouquet of blue roses on her desk, accompanied by an unopened envelope. Take this out for me and dispose of it in a trash bin. Oh, the momentary bravado dissipates, and Fong Chung nods in compliance, approaching the desk to lift the bouquet with practiced ease, as this is not his first encounter with such a task. As a renowned beauty in the industry, Li Qing Man attracts numerous suitors, executives, wealthy heirs, and political figures all vie for her affection. Her office is often inundated with floral tributes, yet her attitude toward these gestures remains consistent. They are nothing more than refuse to be discarded. Additionally, I have arranged your schedule for an industry conference in Los Angeles on the 1st of next month. I hope you will manage your time accordingly. The 1st of next month? That's this weekend. Fong Chung is taken aback by the sudden news. I haven't had time to prepare. Li Qing Man, almost unreasonable in her insistence, replies, "This is your responsibility. The meeting is crucial, and I will be attending as well." With a resigned glance at Li Qing Man, Fong Chung grits his teeth and says, "I will prepare immediately." High in the sky, the steady flight lulls one into a drowsy stupor. Fong Chung reclines in his seat, pulling down the window shade to gaze outside at the endless expanse of clouds and the deep blue sky. 5 hours into the flight, they have barely crossed half the ocean. To his right sits a hefty man, snoring loudly and disrupting the tranquility of the cabin. One reason why Fong Chung remains awake. He had hoped to sit beside Li Ching Man, but she occupies the spacious and comfortable first-class section ahead, far removed from the discomfort of economy class. Suddenly, the aircraft jostles violently, waking many startled passengers. An announcement crackles over the intercom. Ladies and gentlemen, we are experiencing turbulence due to air currents. The restrooms are now closed. Please return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts. Meal service will be temporarily suspended. We apologize for the inconvenience. What's happening? Is the plane going down? The hefty man exclaims, wiping drool from his mouth in a panic. Fong Chung is about to mock his alarm when a sudden sensation of weightlessness nearly propels him from his seat. The cabin descends into chaos. Passengers thrown from their seats amidst cries of despair, a scene that could only be described as hell on earth. Fong Chang's heart sinks. He can feel the plane plummeting. This is a Turi going down. Chapter 2. Death seems unlikely. Before him lay an endless abyss of darkness, and Fong Chung felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. Suddenly, frigid seawater surged from all directions, flooding his ears, nose, eyes, and mouth. The terror of this sensation jolted him into consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a murky expanse. Yet above him, a radiant circle of sunlight shimmered, bending and twisting with the azure waves. It was not until a school of silver fish swam past that he realized he was submerged beneath the ocean's surface. The oxygen within his body was plummeting, and the seawater choking his throat and nostrils startled him awake. He understood that his life hung by a thread. The only chance he had was to swim desperately towards the surface. After a minute of excruciating struggle, Fong Chung finally emerged from the icy depths. He gasped for air at the ocean's surface. The damp, briny air, though unpleasant, was a precious lifeline. The sensation of oxygen deprivation had been utterly dreadful, and he had no desire to experience it again. Before him stretched an infinite expanse of sea, devoid of any visible boundaries. Adrift upon the deep blue waters, Fong Chung acutely felt the insignificance of humanity in the face of such vastness. Above him blazed the scorching sun, while below, the icy waters conspired to induce dizziness and rapid exhaustion. Having narrowly escaped death by drowning should have been a cause for celebration. Yet Fong Chung found no joy in his survival. Although he still clung to life, he was cold, hungry, and thirsty, surrounded by water that he could not drink. To him, the sea represented a deadly blue desert, and without rescue, he would soon succumb to its endless embrace. Why must I be caught in a 9 million plane crash? What have I done to deserve this? In solitude, despairing thoughts quickly overtook his mind. Adrift upon the currents for an indeterminate amount of time, Fong Chang's strength waned, leaving him barely able to stay afloat. He thought of his distant home and loved ones, and tears streamed down his face. The news of the disaster had likely reached his homeland. By now his family must be mourning the loss of him. He never imagined that at such a pivotal moment in his life, he would face such a tragic fate. Suddenly, just as his spirit began to crumble, he spotted a multitude of white objects drifting not far away. Though uncertain of their nature, intuition urged Fong Chung to believe that if these objects floated on the surface, he might cling to them and enhance his chances of survival. In a desperate gamble for life, he resolved to muster the last of his strength and swim toward the white fragments. Thus determined, Fong Chung began to stroke his arms through the water. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Gradually, he approached the white objects, and, at the brink of exhaustion, he finally managed to grasp one of the floating pieces. Only upon closer inspection did he realize that these white fragments were remnants of the disintegrated aircraft. The piece he clung to was roughly the size of a mattress, hollow in the center, allowing it to float. After a brief respite, he summoned his remaining strength to climb atop the wreckage. As he lifted himself from the frigid waters, the sun above felt warm and comforting, alleviating his fear of losing body heat to the cold. He closed his eyes, basking in the sunlight, and memories of the moments before the crash flooded his mind. Inside the cabin, a cacophony of wails filled the air, despair etched in every face. The cries of men, women, and children seemed to echo in his ears. The aircraft plummeted violently, the cabin a scene of chaos, and soon, Fong Chung was hurled from his seat, as if thrown into a turbulent washing machine, disoriented and helpless. After his head collided with the overhead compartment, he lost consciousness, and the events that followed remained a blur. When he awoke, he found himself in his current predicament. Right? Since the wreckage is here, there must be other survivors. Lying on the debris, a realization struck him. This was the site of the crash, and surely, there were others who had also fallen into the water. Having regained some strength after a brief rest, Fong Chung struggled to his feet, balancing precariously on the swaying wreckage, scanning the surrounding waters for any signs of life. Fortune favored the determined through his relentless searching. He discerned a figure floating nearby, and to his relief, the currents were guiding it toward him. As the figure drew closer, his heart sank, for he saw that the person lay motionless on the surface, seemingly devoid of life. Despite the grim likelihood that the individual was already dead, Fong Chung refused to lose hope. Seizing the opportunity as the figure drifted past the wreckage, he exerted every ounce of strength to pull them from the water. After a strenuous effort, he succeeded in getting the person onto the debris. Before him lay a flight attendant, still clad in her uniform. Yet her body was cold, her complexion alarmingly pale, her pulse absent, and breath non-existent. Dead. Gone. Though they had only exchanged a fleeting glance. Witnessing the extinguishing of a young life struck Fong Chung with profound devastation. The flight attendant had family and friends who must now be engulfed in grief. In contrast, his own survival, however tenuous, felt like a stroke of fortune amidst the tragedy. The sight of her lifeless form deeply moved him, and he shed tears for this stranger. In his heart, he vowed to fight for every additional day of life. A disaster of this magnitude would surely prompt a rescue operation. If he could hold on until help arrived, he might once again embrace his loved ones. As he drifted with the currents, numerous victims' bodies floated past him, and the sight of their suffering filled him with sorrow, prompting silent prayers for their souls. In a moment of clarity, he remembered his boss, the haughty and aloof Li Qing man, who was also likely among the casualties. A wave of melancholy washed over him despite her harshness at work. The thought of such a vibrant person being lost was a painful blow. Chapter 3. From now on, we are in this together. The temperature on the sea was sweltering, and under the relentless sun, the body of the flight attendant began to emit a faint odor of decay. Fong Chung understood that he could no longer allow her remains to linger among the wreckage of the aircraft. Under such dire circumstances, he had no choice but to cast the flight attendant's body into the ocean. He could not drift aimlessly with a corpse aboard. My apologies. Forgive me. He clasped his hands in prayer 3 times before her pale form, offering a final gesture of respect, before gently pushing her into the sea. Watching her body drift away, a profound sorrow washed over him. Previously, he had shared the wreck with another soul, but now he was left alone, isolated in the vast expanse of ocean and sky. The weight of solitude pressed heavily upon him, igniting a flurry of anxious thoughts. The relentless sun, coupled with hunger and dehydration, exacerbated his distress. At this moment, Fong Chung yearned for the night to fall, to escape the searing rays of the sun, which were nearly unbearable. He drifted aimlessly with the current, oblivious to time, until he succumbed to unconsciousness. When he awoke, the sun still hung high above. He realized that his previous lapse must have been a brief fainting spell, a physical response to the mounting stress. But it was also a warning from his body that he could not endure this state for much longer. The anguish of solitude continued to erode Fong Cheng's will. Just as he teetered on the brink of despair, he suddenly noticed a figure lying on a box not far from him, drifting toward his direction. Someone, he exclaimed, his cracked lips parting in excitement as he stood up. In this vast wilderness of the ocean, the presence of another survivor, akin to himself, would be a source of immense joy. It meant he would no longer face the sea alone. In a fervor to reach the floating box, Fong Chung paddled with his hands as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline, though he understood that his efforts were futile. The box's approach was dictated by the currents and waves. As he drew nearer, he recognized the person atop the box and gasped in astonishment. Li Qing Man. It's Li Qing Man. He could hardly fathom that this familiar figure would be Li Qing Man. To encounter an acquaintance in such an endless ocean was exhilarating. And in that moment, Fong Chung felt a rush of adrenaline, revitalizing his spirit. As Li Qing Man drifted closer, Fong Chung acted swiftly, pulling her in the silver box onto the remnants of the aircraft. Observing her disheveled hair, pallid complexion, and slightly swollen cheeks, a sense of dread gripped him. Could it be that Li Qing Man had perished as well? In a panic, he checked for her breath, but there was none. Its over his heart turned to ice in an instant. After enduring so much to find Li Qing Man, To discover her lifeless was devastating. Yet, Fang Cheng refused to accept this fate. He could not bear the thought of losing her. He felt her neck and, to his surprise, detected a faint pulse. There is still hope. In that moment, exhilaration surged within him. As long as she was alive, there remained a glimmer of hope. Upon examining her body, he noted the severe swelling of her abdomen, likely due to ingesting an excessive amount of seawater while drowning. Recalling the steps for rescuing a drowning victim, he was stripped of any romantic notions. He turned her over and pressed his knee against her abdomen to expel the accumulated water. As he did so, Li Qingman retched. But after that, she fell unconscious once more. Seeing no signs of her awakening, Fang Cheng, in desperation, commenced chest compressions, pressing his hands firmly against her chest in an effort to revive her. Time slipped away as he continued his relentless attempts, but Li Qingman remained unresponsive. Anxiety gnawed at Fang Cheng. He knew that every moment she lingered in unconsciousness increased her peril. Yet, apart from the relentless compressions, he had no alternatives. Don't die. Wake up. Li Qingman, you can't leave me like this. You who always held yourself so high, how can you so easily succumb to death? He continued the mechanical motions of resuscitation until despair overwhelmed him. Casting a sorrowful glance at Li Qingman's unchanged face, he feared she might never awaken. As tears streamed down his face, it was not merely her previous harshness that plagued him. Witnessing a familiar face fade away in such dire straits, while feeling utterly powerless, was a burden even the strongest heart could scarcely endure. After one final attempt at resuscitation, Fang Cheng ceased his efforts and slumped despondently atop the wreckage, his eyes devoid of light. Just as he grappled with the overwhelming grief of losing Li Qingman, her eyelids fluttered and slowly opened. Where am I? Am I dead? Li Qingman attempted to speak, but found herself too weak to utter a sound. Who is this? Is this a demon come to escort me to hell? To her astonishment, she realized there was indeed another person beside her. The sunlight was blinding, hindering her from discerning his features. After a moment of adjustment, she recognized that it was none other than Fang Cheng, the very man with whom she had flown to Los Angeles. Seeing Fang Cheng with red-rimmed eyes and tears streaming down his face, Li Qingman was filled with confusion. Is this man crying for me? Does he think I am dead? Despite her frail condition, she mustered the strength to poke Fang Cheng's leg with her finger to signal that she was alive. Sensing the slight movement on his calf, Fang Cheng instinctively turned to look at Li Qingman. In that instant, their eyes met, and an overwhelming joy surged through him. He laughed heartily, embracing her in a fervent hug. In the desolate expanse of the ocean, Fang Cheng was no longer alone. Thank heavens, you're alive. You're alive. His excitement was beyond words, the relief flooding him as he realized she had survived. Please let go. The weak Li Qingman could hardly withstand Fang Cheng's exuberance, clutching her head as the world spun around her. Realizing his overzealousness, Fang Cheng quickly released her, profusely apologizing. I'm sorry. I was just so overwhelmed with joy that you're alive. Once she regained her composure, Li Qingman noticed her clothing was disheveled, her face flushing crimson as she glared at Fang Cheng, demanding an explanation. I'm so sorry. I pulled you from the sea. You were unconscious, and I had no choice but to perform CPR. Fang Cheng hastily clarified, fearing she might misconstrue the situation. It was purely medical. I did not intend any inappropriate actions. Understanding that she owed her life to Fang Cheng, Li Qingman, though still irked by her state of undress, acknowledged his life-saving efforts and, blushing, murmured, Thank you. Chapter 4. To where shall we drift? Upon the vast and boundless ocean, Fang Cheng finally found companionship in Li Qingman, who bestowed upon him a newfound courage in the face of despair. Often, the reason a dire situation is deemed such is due to its capacity to obliterate the human spirit, capable of mercilessly ravaging a once normal life. Fortuitously, with Li Qingman by his side, this overwhelming sense of helplessness was quelled, rekindling Fang Cheng's resolve to persevere. The wreckage of the airplane was roughly the size of a bedboard, with Fang Cheng and Li Qingman seated at either end, ensuring the debris would not capsize. After a period of rest, Li Qingman's complexion regained a semblance of color, no longer bearing the ashen pallor it once had. Though her appearance remained disheveled, it did little to overshadow her striking beauty, which commanded attention. Perhaps accustomed to being treated with cold disdain by Li Qingman in their professional encounters, Fang Cheng now found himself slightly intimidated by her presence, as if she might chastise him at any moment. This made him uneasy, leaving his hands unsure of where to rest. Did you say anything while I was unconscious? Li Qingman queried, recalling a distant voice that seemed to berate her during her brief lapse in consciousness. No, nothing of the sort, Fang Cheng replied, his voice tinged with anxiety as he attempted to deflect her gaze. Li Qingman's penetrating eyes fixed upon him, as if she could see into the depths of his soul. Forget it, she finally murmured after a moment. Even if Fang Cheng had spoken harshly, she decided to overlook it, considering he had saved her life. As the two drifted along the current for a day, the sun descended below the horizon, leaving only the last vestiges of twilight in the sky. The crimson clouds blazed overhead, and the waves danced with a shimmering grace, a sight of exquisite beauty. Yet, for Fang Cheng and Li Qingman, there was no time to appreciate the panorama. Their minds were consumed by thoughts of survival amidst the harsh elements. Having endured a day under the relentless sun, both were utterly exhausted. Their remaining strength was devoted to resisting the urge to succumb to sleep, fearful that slumber would prove fatal. Eventually, they recalled the box that had been salvaged. Fang Cheng had exerted considerable effort to retrieve it, but in the subsequent chaos of rescuing Li Qingman, he had forgotten about it. Do you know what's inside? Fang Cheng's gaze settled upon the aluminum box. I have no idea, Li Qingman replied. When I was adrift on the surface, I was on the brink of exhaustion, ready to sink, when this box floated before me. I clung to it desperately, and then I lost consciousness. Regardless of its contents, we must open it, Fang Cheng said, as both were parched and famished, with no supplies to sustain them save for this very box. Li Qingman acquiesced. Then please, go ahead. Fang Cheng shifted closer to the box, noting its fine craftsmanship in the tightly fastened latches. After inspecting it thoroughly, he unfastened each latch, and the moment of truth arrived. What treasures might lie within? Li Qingman's eyes were fixed upon him, filled with anticipation, as this could determine their fate upon the open sea. Fang Cheng shut his eyes, uncertain whether fortune would bestow upon them a chance for life or condemn them to perish in the vastness of the ocean. With a decisive click, the box opened, prompting an ecstatic gasp from Li Qingman. Hearing her exclamation, Fang Cheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Her tone hinted at good fortune within. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld several trays of foil-wrapped meals and a few small bottles of water. This is airline food. In that moment, Li Qingman and Fang Cheng reveled in their discovery, laughter and joy replacing their previous despair. Indeed, life had not forsaken them, having survived the crash. They were destined to endure upon these waters, and the sight of food and water rekindled their hope for survival. After counting the contents of the box, they found 8 meals and 5 bottles of water. Though meager, it was a precious bounty for two who had exhausted all supplies. As Fang Cheng reached for the water, he noticed a sudden shift in Li Qingman's demeanor. The limited provisions, coupled with the uncertainty of how long they would drift, weighed heavily upon her. She realized that sharing would deplete their resources more quickly, and if Fang Cheng harbored ill intentions, she would need to prepare for her own defense. Please, go ahead and drink first, she suggested, still wary. However, Fang Cheng had already unscrewed a bottle and offered it to her, aware of his own parched condition. Seeing his sunburned face, Li Qingman recognized his thirst but felt a pang of guilt for her earlier suspicions. If he had wished her harm, it would have been simpler to let her perish without a second thought. Thank you, she said, nearly overwhelmed with thirst as she gulped down the entire bottle in one breath. After quenching her thirst, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief, yet her mouth remained parched. Embarrassment washed over her. Her cheeks flushed as she realized how far she had strayed from her usual poised demeanor. She wondered if Fang Cheng found her behavior laughable. Is that enough? Would you like another bottle? Fang Cheng inquired, noticing her extreme thirst. After drinking the first bottle, Li Qingman felt much better. Her mind cleared, and looking at the water he offered, she replied apologetically, No, you should drink. You are equally parched. Fang Cheng, indeed in desperate need of hydration, took her refusal as a cue and uncapped another bottle, drinking deeply. With 3 bottles remaining, he collected the empty ones and returned them to the box. In their precarious situation, every item could prove vital, and he was unwilling to discard even the empty containers. Having quenched his thirst, Fang Cheng retrieved the airline meals. After a day of hunger, he was eager to savor a proper meal, and fortunately, the aluminum container had preserved the food well. Previously, airline meals had seemed unremarkable, but now, they appeared to be the most delectable fare in the world. Li Qingman took only a modest portion, maintaining her refined demeanor as she savored one tray before declining any further. Won't you have more? Fang Cheng asked with concern. I'm full, she replied, shaking her head. Her appetite had always been modest, and finishing an entire tray was a feat in itself. Observing Fang Cheng devour his meal, she added, You exerted more energy. You should eat your fill. Then I shall not hold back, Fang Cheng declared, opening another tray. Chapter 5. The situation is worse than imagined. The meal shared by the two was undoubtedly the most delightful moment of the day. At that instant, Fang Cheng's mind was entirely devoid of thoughts regarding where the currents might carry them or whether they could survive in the vastness of the ocean. All that occupied his thoughts was the cold yet exquisitely delicious food before him. After their meal, they opened a bottle of water, each consuming half. Earlier, Li Chi-man had devoured 1 box, while Fong Chung had consumed 4. They still had 3 boxes of airline meals and 2 bottles of mineral water remaining. Having satisfied their hunger and thirst, Fong Chung took a stroll to the wreckage of the plane. Night had fallen, and the moonlight was splendid, casting a shimmering glow upon the water's surface. Occasionally, clouds would obscure the moon, causing its light to vanish entirely. The refreshing sea breeze dispelled the heat of the day, and the continuous sound of crashing waves filled the air. Perhaps due to a shift in his mindset, Fong Ching, who previously had no inclination to appreciate his surroundings, now found himself relishing the tranquility of the moment. Beside him sat Li Chi-man, her arms wrapped around her knees. Unlike Fong Ching, who lay back casually, she refrained from such a posture, perhaps deeming it too undignified for someone of her stature. The gentle sea breeze danced through her long hair, and under the moonlight, her beauty appeared ethereal, adorned with a delicate layer of frost that rendered her almost too breathtaking to behold. To claim that Fong Chung had never fantasized about his stunningly aloof superior would be unrealistic. He had, indeed, daydreamed about having someone like Li Chi-man as a girlfriend, believing it might be the pinnacle of happiness in his life. However, daydreams remained just that, fanciful thoughts that, over time, felt increasingly unattainable. With her illustrious qualifications, profound background, striking appearance, and extraordinary demeanor, she was a paragon of excellence, surrounded by an array of remarkable suitors. It seemed implausible that someone as ordinary as he, a mere office worker, could ever intersect with her world. Despite being relatively well off among his peers, having amassed a level of material comfort that surpassed most, when compared to true affluence, his status paled in significance. Over the past 2 years, the only exchanges between Li Chi-man and Fong Chung had revolved around work, with most interactions consisting of her unilateral reprimands directed at him. "We have only 2 bottles of water left," Li Chi-man remarked softly, her tone tinged with a hint of pessimism. It was understandable. As a woman, her psychological resilience in dire circumstances might not match Fong Cheng's fortitude. Initially, he had shared her despair, at times losing the will to survive. Yet, the thought of loved ones awaiting him at home reignited his determination to endure. "We still have 2 bottles of water," Fong Cheng replied, offering encouragement. Their words differed by a mere syllable, yet their attitudes were starkly contrasting. Li Chi-man gazed at him in surprise. Beneath the moonlight, her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, captivating and beautiful. She was taken aback by Fong Cheng's optimism and grateful for his subtle encouragement. Previously, in their professional encounters, Li Chi-man had deemed Fong Chung capable and responsible, yet often criticized him for lacking initiative and assertiveness. Her aloof demeanor was emblematic of her character. Her ascension to the position of CEO at Onqing Fund was not merely a result of temperament, but stemmed from her formidable capabilities that kept the firm at the forefront of the industry. 3 boxes of food and 2 bottles of water should last us at least 2 days, Fong Ching stated, unless we do not receive rescue within those 2 days. Li Chi-man countered. Fong Cheng's expression darkened as he replied, "We have been adrift for a day and night. We are now far from the crash site. Even if the search and rescue team has reached the area, they may not be able to locate us. Moreover, it is night, complicating the search efforts." As he spoke, he dipped his hand into the water to gauge the current speed. It was swift, though he could not ascertain its exact velocity. At our current drifting speed, it is uncertain where the currents may carry us by morning. Fong Chung, if we cannot survive, that will not happen. As long as we are alive, it means fate has not forsaken us. I will ensure we both survive. Fong Chung interrupted, his tone resolute. In the past, such an interruption would have earned him a reprimand from Li Chi-man. Yet this time, she remained silent, observing him. Perhaps, as he suggested, fate had not abandoned them, and they might survive in this vast ocean. Human emotions are ever-changing. Li Chi-man, who had been despondent, began to regain her faith in their survival, influenced by Fong Cheng's unwavering spirit. "Is it possible to ascertain our location?" she inquired. "The North Star is still visible, indicating we are in the Northern Hemisphere. The plane likely crashed over the Pacific, and since we were only halfway through our journey, we are most likely drifting in the Central Pacific Ocean," Fong Chung explained, endeavoring to recall his geographical knowledge. "The North Star is behind us, and we are currently drifting southward, with winds coming from the northeast. It is probable we are within the trade wind belt, roughly around latitude 25.5 N. Li Chi-man's eyes brightened as she exclaimed, "If we can estimate our latitude and longitude." Before she could finish, Fong Chung shook his head. "It is futile, even if we could determine our exact coordinates. We have no means to relay that information. My phone was lost to the sea during the crash. My phone was also damaged by the water," she admitted, recalling her desire to use it to send a distress message, only to find the screen dark and unresponsive. Without their phones, their hopes of sending a distress signal were dashed. Even if they could estimate coordinates, it would bear no tangible benefit for rescue. It matters not. As long as we persevere, we will surely find a way, Fong Qing reassured, striving to uplift both Li Qiman and himself. Li Qiman echoed his sentiment. Yes. We will survive. Suddenly, a splash broke the surface of the water, as something leapt from the depths, followed by a dark shape landing atop the wreckage where they sat. Ah! Li Qiman exclaimed, startled as the damp creature collided with her, eliciting an involuntary scream. Chapter 6. Uninvited Guest in the Darkness of the Night. Apart from the silhouettes nearby, neither Fong Qing nor Li Qiman could discern what the dark object truly was. The critical aspect was that the entity appeared to be alive. Upon colliding with Li Qiman, it left behind a slick, viscous residue. The object was thrashing about on the wreckage of the plane, producing a slapping sound. Li Qiman was so terrified that her mind went blank, and she could only scream. It was Fong Qing, with his quick reflexes, who swiftly restrained the uninvited guest beside Li Qiman's thigh. Concerned for her safety, Fong Qing acted without hesitation, grabbing the creature. When he held it in his palm, he found it damp and small, resembling a fish. However, beneath its head, he felt a pair of elongated fins. These fins were unlike typical fish fins, being much longer and capable of spreading wide, resembling delicate wings of a cicada. It was a flying fish. Fong Qing immediately recalled having seen a documentary about flying fish. These fish are distinctive, with their long pectoral fins extending to their tails, which, when unfurled, resemble the wings of birds. Flying fish are widely distributed in the warm seas of the world, and when threatened, they leap from the water, spreading their fins to glide through the air. They can soar high enough to land on the deck of boats, which is why vessels navigating tropical and subtropical waters often find fallen flying fish at dawn. Do not be afraid. It is merely a flying fish, Fong Qing reassured, having recognized the origins of their unexpected visitor. His next task was to calm the panicking Li Qiman. The abrupt encounter with the flying fish had indeed frightened her significantly. But Fong Qing patiently comforted her as she regained her composure. Under the dim moonlight, she observed the fish that Fong Qing held. And although she had heard stories about flying fish, witnessing one in person was a revelation. They truly existed. Perhaps we should toss it back into the sea, Li Qiman suggested, still somewhat apprehensive due to the earlier fright. However, Fong Qing shook his head in refusal. He explained that flying fish only leap out of the water when being pursued, and releasing it would only lead to its demise as prey for a larger predator. Predator? Li Qiman furrowed her brow. She had at least heard of flying fish, but what was this predator Fong Qing spoke of? He elaborated that it was a type of fish known as a devilfish, which inhabits tropical and subtropical waters. It was an unappealing creature, with a large head and elongated body, known for pursuing sardines and flying fish. Fong Qing continued, stating that these fish typically hunt in schools. And when a panicked swarm of flying fish leaps, it is likely that many more will follow. Li Qiman gazed at Fong Qing in astonishment, surprised by his extensive knowledge, which challenged her previous perception of him. How do you know all this? She inquired. With a wry smile, Fong Qing replied, I learned it all from documentaries. I never expected to find this knowledge useful one day. No sooner had he spoken than a sudden commotion erupted from the surface of the sea. Under the moonlight, another shadow breached the water, unfurling its delicate fins to glimmer in the silvery light. It was a natural hunting game unfolding before them, pitting the gluttonous devilfish against the frantic flying fish. Initially, they believed this spectacle had no bearing on them, but that assumption proved misguided. Moments later, more flying fish leaped from the water, darting past Fong Qing and Li Qiman like arrows. The gliding speed of the flying fish was remarkable. Though each fish was not particularly heavy, the rapid velocity could still inflict pain upon impact. Suddenly, one fish collided directly with Fong Qing's face, causing stars to dance before his eyes as he cried out in pain. Fong Qing, are you okay? Li Qiman exclaimed, equally startled by the chaotic scene. Beneath the white moonlight, the surface of the sea was alive with flying fish, gliding and leaping, as if navigating through a hail of bullets. She was deeply concerned for Fong Qing's well-being, her expression laden with anxiety, yet she dared not move too much, for the small wreckage could capsize with the slightest disturbance. I'm fine. You should hide behind the box, Fong Qing urged through gritted teeth, his cheek throbbing from the impact which had seemed to crack a bone. Fortunately, the sound he heard was likely from the fish itself, and he merely suffered a swelling bruise, though it was too dark to see clearly. As he observed the continual barrage of flying fish, Fong Qing's greatest fear was that Li Qiman might be injured. He was rugged enough to withstand the encounters, but he worried for her safety. Thankfully, the wreckage still had a large aluminum box, which became a vital shield for Li Qiman against the chaotic onslaught. Understanding the importance of remaining unscathed, Li Qiman knew she must not become a burden to Fong Qing, so she quickly positioned herself behind the box. curling her body to avoid being struck by the flying fish. "What about you, Fang Cheng?" she inquired from her sheltered spot, occasionally hearing a dull thud as fish collided with the box. "Don't worry about me. I have a plan," he replied. The space behind the box was barely enough for Li Chi-man to fit, and Fang Cheng had not even considered hiding there with her. At that moment, his only thought was to lie flat against the wreckage of the plane, minimizing his exposure to the flying fish in an effort to ensure his own safety. Thus, the two remained vigilant for an indeterminate length of time, until the current eventually carried the wreckage into a tranquil area of the sea, where the sounds of leaping fish fell silent. "Fang Cheng," Li Chi-man's anxious voice called from behind the box. "I'm fine," he assured her, having lain there for at least an hour and nearly succumbing to drowsiness. At last, he lifted his head and exhaled deeply. "I'm fine too," Li Chi-man responded softly. "Thank goodness. It's finally quiet," Fang Cheng said, sitting up. Perhaps due to the long period without food, combined with the exertion, his stomach grumbled audibly. "Are you hungry?" Li Chi-man asked. A bit Fang Cheng recalled the 3 boxes of airline meals still remaining in the box, which would serve to replenish their energy. He suggested, "Shall we eat something first?" Chapter 7. Conflicts arising from minor matters regarding Fang Cheng's proposal. Li Chi-man did not express any opposition. Their last meal had been consumed in the afternoon, and at least 7 or 8 hours had elapsed since then. It was high time to replenish their bodies with sustenance. As she opened the large aluminum box, a faint whiff of spoilage wafted out. "Oh no." Upon detecting the unpleasant odor, Fang Cheng could not help but lament loudly, realizing he had placed too much trust in the box's insulation capabilities. The day had been sweltering, and after being confined in the box for such an extended period, the remaining 3 boxes of airline meals had gone bad. Li Chi-man furrowed her delicate brows, as the scent of spoiled food was hardly pleasant. Though it was only a hint of it, it made her feel slightly nauseous. How could I have overlooked this? Fang Cheng slapped his forehead in frustration. Blinded by his trust in the box, he had neglected to consider that under such intense sunlight, the temperature inside would rise significantly, causing the high-caloric, nutritious meals to spoil quickly. What should we do now? They can't be eaten. Fang Cheng gazed longingly at the 3 remaining boxes of food. His stomach growled with hunger, and he could only imagine the delight of indulging in a hearty meal. Yet, contrary to his desires, he faced the dreadful dilemma of whether to eat or discard the spoiled food. Perhaps it would be best to endure the hunger and not eat. In contrast to Fang Cheng's inner turmoil, Li Chi-man approached the spoiled meals with a much more pragmatic attitude. Firstly, her consumption requirements were far less than his. Thus, she did not experience the same intense hunger. Secondly, having been raised in a life of comfort and privilege, she had never developed the habit of consuming leftovers, let alone spoiled food. She would rather endure hunger than resort to eating food that had gone bad. Fang Cheng, however, was occupied with another concern: survival. If the meals had merely just begun to spoil, perhaps consuming them could still provide some much-needed energy. Ultimately, the instinct for survival overrode rational thought. Under normal circumstances, he would never have considered eating such spoiled food, but now, in the interest of survival, he felt compelled to take the risk, even if it meant potentially facing the consequences of diarrhea and dehydration. After offering a brief warning, Li Chi-man observed him with a cold gaze, failing to comprehend his actions, and even feeling a hint of disdain. Fang Cheng paid no heed to her scrutiny as he reached into the box to retrieve the meals. When he held one of the boxes up, the scent was unmistakably more pungent than before. He thought to himself that if the smell was this strong, who knows what condition the food was in. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and opened one of the boxes. Oh no! The overwhelming stench hit him like a wave, and he was caught off guard, never anticipating it would be this foul. A sudden intake of air almost made him gag. Li Chi-man, upon catching a whiff of the odor, instinctively covered her mouth and nose, exclaiming in dismay, "What is that smell? It's absolutely revolting." No food left to eat. Even in his hunger, Fang Cheng now hesitated to consume the meals. If he were to eat them now, it would undoubtedly lead to severe dehydration. And in this vast ocean, suffering from diarrhea could very well mean death. At that moment, he felt a profound sense of disappointment, blaming himself for his negligence in wasting such precious survival resources. If only he had thought ahead, he might have managed to eat before the food spoiled. "Why are you putting it back? It's already so foul. You should get rid of it immediately." Li Chi-man, noticing that Fang Cheng had closed the box and returned it to the container, was visibly displeased. She assumed that his judgment was clouded due to the spoiled food. Fang Cheng snapped back to reality and attempted to stop her, but he was a moment too late. Li Chi-man had already tossed all 3 boxes into the sea. Plop, plop, plop. The sounds of the boxes hitting the water echoed, and Fang Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with anger as he stared at Li Chi-man. This was the first time he had ever yelled at her since they began working together. Li Chi-man stood there, stunned, clearly taken aback by his reaction. She had not expected to be glared at for discarding the spoiled meals. While surprised, she also felt a surge of anger and retorted, "Fang Cheng, who do you think you were to shout at me like that? Why did you throw them away? Those things are already spoiled and stinking. Don't you find it disgusting to keep them around?" She continued, "But you can't just throw them away like that. We are adrift at sea. Anything around us could potentially serve a vital purpose, even saving our lives at a critical moment. How can you casually discard those meals?" Their argument escalated, marking the first significant conflict after nearly 12 hours of solitude on the plane wreckage. One might have thought that in such dire circumstances, they would work together for survival. But that notion was perhaps too idealistic. Each person possesses their own character, and it is unreasonable to expect two vastly different personalities to seamlessly merge in such a brief period. You could get sick from eating that rotten food. It would only hasten your demise. You speak of the potential usefulness of keeping it. What exactly could it serve? Li Qingman felt her actions were for their mutual benefit, but found no understanding from Fang Cheng, leaving her feeling frustrated. Fang Cheng raised his voice. "Why must we eat it? If we reach a point of desperation, it could serve as bait. We could use it to fish." Li Qingman looked at him in astonishment, suddenly realizing this perspective had not crossed her mind. In this grim struggle for survival, it was Fang Cheng who had first adapted his thinking. He understood that to endure in such an environment, they must utilize everything available to them. Though Li Qingman was irritated with Fang Cheng, she secretly acknowledged the validity of his point. However, she was unwilling to concede to him. It was a complex feeling. She had always been in a position of authority over him, maintaining an image of unwavering dominance. To be lectured by him about spoiled food was an embarrassment she found difficult to accept. As she pondered how to navigate this awkward situation, Fang Cheng unexpectedly offered an apology. "I'm sorry, I was too hasty earlier and spoke too harshly. I hope you can forgive me. You really underestimate me. How could I possibly care about such trivial matters?" Chapter 8. Whose guidance to follow in moments of tension? Human emotions tend to become more volatile. The incident that transpired earlier truly did not warrant a quarrel between the two, yet within the charged atmosphere, even the slightest friction could ignite fierce conflict. Once they regained their composure, Fang Cheng was the first to extend an apology to Li Qingman, expressing regret for his earlier loss of control. Li Qingman cast a complex glance at Fang Cheng. Had they been at the office, she would have undoubtedly reprimanded him sharply, assigning him a slew of arduous tasks to ensure he regretted his behavior. However, now that they were huddled together on a fragment of airplane wreckage, desperately fighting for survival, she understood that this was not the moment to escalate their conflict, but rather to diffuse it, prioritizing their survival above all else. "Never mind. There is no need for you to apologize. I, too, was at fault earlier, failing to consider our current predicament," Li Qingman stated, her tone shifting from the usual icy aloofness to one of unprecedented humility as she acknowledged her own mistake. Fang Cheng gazed at her in disbelief. Throughout his time working under her, he had never witnessed the stunning beauty apologize for her errors. This was indeed a historic first. "Why are you staring at me? I have already apologized. Is there something unsatisfactory?" she questioned, her brows furrowing in irritation. "No, it's just, I never expected you to apologize," Fang Cheng replied. Li Qingman's brows knitted tightly, her eyes narrowing at him. "What do you mean by never expected me to apologize?" Fang Cheng offered an awkward chuckle. In the past, faced with Li Qingman's sharp tongue, he would have lowered his head in silence. Yet now, with only the two of them amidst the wreckage, devoid of their hierarchical relationship, he found that the fiery gaze of an angry Li Qingman was not as intimidating as he had once thought. It had a certain charm. "Isn't it true? In the office, you always exude an air of superiority, your demeanor as frosty as ice, perpetually keeping others at bay. Given the opportunity, I felt compelled to share what colleagues often say about you. They affectionately dubbed you the Ice Queen." "You are the Ice Queen," Li Qingman retorted, nearly choking on her indignation at the audacity of her colleagues to bestow such an unflattering nickname. She grasped Fang Cheng's arm and demanded, "Tell me, was it you who coined this?" "Ouch. Let go. I beg you," Fang Cheng pleaded, raising his hands in surrender. "I swear on the ocean, I did not create that nickname. If I am lying, may a wave cast me into the sea to be devoured by sharks." Li Qingman released her grip, still simmering with anger. "If I find out who is responsible for that nickname, they will not escape my wrath upon our return." At this proclamation, an unexpected silence enveloped them, and both Li Qingman and Fang Cheng fell into a contemplative hush. Yes, returning home was a distant thought at this moment. Their only refuge was this small fragment of wreckage. With the uncertainty of where the currents might carry them by dawn, the prospect of returning seemed utterly implausible. "Let us not dwell on those thoughts. As long as we survive, a way back will surely present itself," Fang Cheng asserted, striving to halt the spread of pessimism. He sensed that beneath Li Qiman's haughty exterior lay a vulnerability that resonated with the fragility inherent in all humanity when faced with disaster. After a brief pause, Li Qiman spoke again. Fang Cheng, let us discuss matters of survival. Certainly. What do you wish to address? He replied. Li Qiman continued. In any partnership, there will inevitably be various conflicts and disagreements. I am aware of that, Fang Cheng acknowledged. Thus, I believe we both must remind ourselves to maintain composure and rationality at all times. Li Qiman shifted slightly, allowing Fang Cheng to lean against a large crate, a gesture intended to ease their discomfort. The causes of their disagreements were manifold and had become inconsequential. What mattered now was that they refrain from quarreling, avoid the Cold War of silence, and communicate openly. Can you manage that? Reclining on the wreckage, Fang Cheng clasped his hands behind his head, gazing at the brilliant stars overhead. Of course I can. The real question is whether you can do the same. Li Qiman felt a flush of warmth creep to her cheeks, fortunately concealed by the night. Do not underestimate me, if you can manage it. What reason do I have to falter? Very well, I shall remember your words. No arguing, no cold wars, and timely communication. These principles were essential for ensuring their survival. As a small team, they needed a leader to make decisive judgments in critical moments. Fang Cheng turned to look at Li Qiman beside him and inquired, what is your stance on this? With a serious demeanor, Li Qiman replied, in terms of planning, management, command, and leadership, I excel beyond you. Moreover, I have always been your superior, so I believe it is fitting that I assume the role of leader. Fang Cheng could not help but chuckle at her assertion, dismissing it with a wave. What are you laughing at? Is this amusing to you? Li Qiman asked, her expression turning stern. It's not that. I simply wanted to ask, with just the two of us here, is it necessary to cling to all those corporate formalities? Fang Cheng questioned, sensing that the ideological rift between them, which had deepened after their recent rescue, had finally surfaced. Such entrenched beliefs were ingrained in their very being, and once removed from the brink of death, they naturally emerged. Li Qiman initially wished to argue, yet recalling her own recent stipulations, she swallowed her retort. She could not propose expectations she herself could not meet. Doing so would undermine her credibility as a leader. So, based on your current behavior, do you still think my points are unnecessary? If our future actions or decisions are to be marred by incessant disputes, then survival will become an absurd notion. How should I address you in the future, then? President, Director Li, Boss, or simply Boss? Fang Cheng teased. Li Qiman ignored him, her tone icy as she replied. No need for those titles. They belong to the past. Our previous social hierarchies have dissolved. It is just you and me now. Please, call me by my name. Very well, Qing. Man. Is that how it feels? He stumbled, the name feeling strange on his tongue. It is Li Qiman, she asserted. Chapter 9. Eating flying fish, they swayed on the wreckage of the plane throughout the entire night, unaware of how they managed to endure until the dawn broke on the eastern horizon. For Fang Cheng and Li Qiman, it was a night of torment. In the cold darkness, they dared not move, fearful that a great wave would overturn the wreckage or that they might fall into the sea while asleep. This night was truly a harrowing ordeal for both of them. As the sun rose above the horizon, it appeared as a fiery orb of crimson, its light not blinding but rather imbued with a gentle warmth. Soon, the surface of the sea was bathed in this radiant morning glow, and both Fang Cheng and Li Qiman gradually opened their eyes. How did you sleep last night? Fang Cheng stretched lazily and yawned widely. Not well at all. Li Qiman replied, her eyes red-rimmed. She had been unable to sleep a wink, terrified of falling into the ocean, reliant solely on the large box for support. This posture was exceedingly uncomfortable, leaving her spine feeling rigid. Why don't you rest a little longer? I'll keep watch, Fang Cheng offered. Thank you, but no. Li Qiman appreciated his kindness, yet she felt awkward about having a man watch her sleep. As time slowly passed, they remained seated on the wreckage, gazing out at the endless horizon, yearning to catch a glimpse of land or an island. While no land or island appeared, hunger began to gnaw at both of their stomachs. It had been over 15 hours since their last meal, and Fang Cheng, having expended considerable energy, was on the verge of madness from hunger. Fang Cheng opened the large box, which contained some seawater and housed 3 flying fish, the unexpected guest from the previous night. Countless flying fish had zipped past them, many colliding with the wreckage. After realizing that they could no longer consume the in-flight meals, Fang Cheng hastily gathered all the flying fish he could catch into the box. The fish did not appear to be in good condition, some seeming to be on the brink of death. If they didn't do something soon, they would only meet their demise. Are we really going to eat these flying fish? Li Qiman looked at Fang Cheng in disbelief. She had eaten salmon and tuna sashimi before, but the thought of consuming these unprocessed live fish was a hurdle too great for her to overcome. Fang Cheng understood that forcing Li Qiman would be futile. The only course of action was to set an example, demonstrating that in their current predicament, survival necessitated consuming the flying fish. To be honest, Fang Chung himself was unsure if the fish were edible, but he was so dizzy from hunger, with his stomach in painful knots, that he had to ingest something. Maybe we should skip it. Li Qingman shook her head repeatedly. It's fine, watch me eat. In an effort to demonstrate to Li Qingman, Fang Chung decided to take the plunge. He recalled the survival documentaries he had watched, where people consumed anything when on the verge of starvation. Today, he would do the same. With that thought, Fang Chung steeled himself, grasped a flying fish from the box, and bit down hard on its head and body. Ugh! As he broke the skin, a metallic taste mixed with the fish's slime flooded his mouth, nearly causing him to retch. Li Qingman watched in horror as Fang Chung gnawed on the flying fish, feeling as if she were witnessing a primitive human devouring its prey, instinctively shifting away from him. It was no easy feat to bite through the fish's head with just his teeth. Fang Chung had to exert considerable effort, tearing and pulling with his hands. With each bite, the fishy odor filled his mouth until, after some struggle, he finally tore the fish in half, with blood covering his mouth. Fang Chung noticed Li Qingman's eyes welling with tears. She couldn't bear to imagine having to bite into a fish like he just had. Fang Chung grimaced, and honestly, the experience of biting into a live fish was far from pleasant. He had to force himself to try to consume the flying fish, knowing that only by doing so could he sustain his life. Fang Chung, you. Li Qingman covered her mouth, captivated by his actions. It's not bad. The taste is better than I expected. Despite the unpleasant flavor, Fang Chung managed a strained smile, but the sight of his blood-stained mouth was quite alarming. He had no intention of consuming the fish's head, placing it aside for potential future use. Then, he inserted his fingers into the fish's belly, cleaning out the entrails in the seawater. After meticulous preparation, a clean fish lay before him. Would you like to try a bite? Fang Chung offered the prepared flying fish to Li Qingman. No, please take it away. She quickly waved her hands, her expression filled with fear at the thought of touching the cleaned fish. Fine, I'll eat it first. Seeing Li Qingman's reluctance, Fang Chung had no choice but to consume it himself. Though he knew eating raw food in the wild could be perilous, potentially leading to diarrhea or parasitic infections, he reasoned that fish meat was relatively safer compared to shellfish, which should never be consumed raw due to higher risks of parasites. He glanced at Li Qingman again. Her fearful demeanor persisted. Fang Chung could not afford to dwell on her reaction any longer. His body was sending urgent signals. He was on the brink of collapse from hunger and needed to eat quickly. Hiss. Fang Chung bit into the flying fish, tearing off a chunk of raw flesh and chewing with his eyes closed. Initially, the fish's fishy taste was unpleasant, almost suffocating, nearly causing him to vomit. However, after enduring the initial assault on his taste buds, he discovered that aside from a slight sourness, the fish was actually quite palatable. Perhaps his hunger had dulled his sensitivity to flavors, leading him to be less discerning about food. Once he found it acceptable, he continued to consume the flying fish, swallowing it down until only the fins and tail remained. Burp. After finishing the fish, he belched, his mouth still filled with the fishy taste. Thankfully, the fish had provided a significant amount of energy, alleviating some of his ravenous hunger. Would you like some? Fang Chung reached for a second flying fish, preparing to repeat the process. I'll pass. You go ahead and eat it. Although Li Qingman was also hungry, she found it impossible to overcome the psychological barrier. Watching the fish struggle in Fang Cheng's hands made it even harder for her to force herself to eat. This time, Fang Chung skillfully prepared the second flying fish, and after cleaning it, he took large bites. Despite the lingering unpleasant fishy taste, he found it surprisingly flavorful. Watching him chew, Li Qingman could no longer resist swallowing hard, her cheeks flushing as she quietly scolded, "You can eat, but why do you have to chew so loudly?" Chapter 10. The Freshwater Crisis under Li Qingman's complaints. Fang Chung dispatched the second flying fish. Observing Fang Chung relishing the fish as if savoring a gourmet dish, the ravenous Li Qingman felt a fleeting desire to partake. Perhaps this flying fish indeed possessed a delightful flavor. Fang Chung, is it truly edible? Li Qingman inquired softly. It's tolerable, a notch below salmon, Fang Chung replied. Would you care to try? I can prepare one for you. This time, Li Qingman nodded, driven not by any other reason but her overwhelming hunger. A sensation potent enough to overshadow her pride and decorum. Noticing her willingness, Fang Chung beamed with satisfaction, skillfully preparing the final flying fish and presenting it to her. However, the moment Li Qingman grasped the fish, regret washed over her. The slimy texture felt unsettling, resembling pink raw meat, and the fishy odor that wafted to her nose was nauseating. Could such a thing truly be consumed raw? Several times, she brought the fish to her lips, only to retreat in hesitation. She simply could not bring herself to eat it. Just take a bite. It will provide some energy, Fang Chung urged. his tone tinged with a hint of schadenfreude, eager to witness the proud female superior eat raw fish. Fully aware of the dire circumstances, Li Qingman recognized that survival necessitated desperate measures. She promptly shut her eyes and shoved the flying fish into her mouth, biting down with determination. Ugh! The reaction was immediate and intense. She retched violently. The overpowering fishy taste made her stomach churn, and she leaned over the remnants of the aircraft, expelling her stomach's contents in a chaotic eruption. Witnessing her distress, Fang Cheng, who had initially anticipated amusement, now harbored concerns about her mental state crumbling. After a prolonged period of heaving, Li Qingman finally returned to a sitting position. Her pallid complexion indicated that this attempt at consuming raw fish had not invigorated her, but rather left her feeling weaker. "I'm sorry. I didn't expect your reaction to be so severe," Fang Cheng murmured. "There is no need for apologies. In this environment, every action taken to survive is a necessity." Li Qingman replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears from her earlier retching. However, she was not one to display weakness. Once she resolved to persevere, she would not allow herself to show vulnerability. Fang Cheng, feeling a pang of sympathy for her, suggested, "Why don't you let me have the flying fish? If you truly cannot eat it, I shall consume it for you." Li Qingman's eyes sparkled with determination. "I can do this. If you can, so can I." With that declaration, she rinsed the prepared fish in seawater and resolutely returned it to her mouth. This time, rather than retching at the mere touch of the fish, Li Qingman closed her eyes, her expression one of agony yet fierce determination as she chewed vigorously, forcing the fish down her throat. Witnessing her struggle to swallow the flying fish, Fang Cheng's perception of his superior transformed dramatically. Such an endeavor might be beyond the capabilities of most women. Yet Li Qingman achieved it, her resolve truly admirable. After consuming the fish, a heavy silence enveloped them. Li Qingman remained in a daze from her raw fish ordeal, while Fang Cheng quietly awaited the repercussions within his stomach. Truth be told, consuming raw fish posed significant risks without medical assistance. A parasitic infection could equate to a death sentence. Yet, at that moment, both Fang Cheng and Li Qingman stood on the precipice of danger, compelled to take such risks. As noon approached, several hours passed without any signs of nausea or gastrointestinal distress from either of them, a small blessing amidst their misfortunes, allowing Fang Cheng to finally ease his anxious heart. The path to survival was fraught with challenges, even though they had avoided immediate repercussions from the raw fish. The relentless sun would soon take its toll. After an entire day of exposure, their exposed skin had turned a furious red, their hands, feet, and faces scorched as if roasted. In more severe areas, such as the nape of their necks, the sunburned skin had begun to peel, revealing fresh skin beneath, which became increasingly sensitive under the blistering sun. The sensation of their newly exposed skin being scorched was unbearable, and when sweat trickled onto it, it provoked involuntary grimaces. "I feel like I'm dying of thirst. Let us drink water," Li Qingman said, clutching her parched throat. The last 2 bottles of water in the box becoming her lifeline. Fang Cheng, equally parched, hesitated. Those 2 bottles represented their only freshwater supply. Consuming them now would mean they would face a dire absence of hydration later, rendering them completely at fate's mercy. Noticing Fang Cheng's silence, Li Qingman's impatience flared. "How long do you plan to save this water?" Fang Cheng replied, "I just think this is our last freshwater supply. I'd prefer not to touch it unless absolutely necessary. If we can't make it through now, what future are we even discussing?" Li Qingman asserted. "You make a valid point. In extreme conditions, without sustenance, one could survive 4 or 5 days. However, exposed to the sun, their bodily fluids were evaporating rapidly. If they did not replenish their fluids promptly, they might struggle to last even a single day." Understanding this, Fang Cheng ultimately acquiesced to Li Qingman's suggestion. They decided to open only 1 bottle, each consuming half, while reserving the final bottle. However, it soon became evident that they had underestimated the efficacy of that remaining half bottle. The relentless heat mercilessly baked the ocean's surface, and sweat poured from their bodies. After several hours, Li Qingman began exhibiting signs of heat stroke. Leaning against the box, she suddenly swayed, perilously close to toppling into the sea. Fortunately, Fang Cheng reacted swiftly, pulling her back from the edge. Seeing her face pale as a ghost, devoid of color, her lips frighteningly white, and her body burning with fever, Fang Cheng panicked. Li Qingman, I feel so dizzy," she murmured, clutching her forehead. "Do not speak. This must be heat stroke," Fang Cheng replied, quickly removing his shirt and draping it over the box to create a small patch of shade for her head, shielding it from the sun's direct rays. He then retrieved their last bottle of water, attempting to coax her to drink. "That is our last water. You should keep it for yourself." Li Qingman struggled to open her eyes, glancing at the bottle in Fang Cheng's hand, her voice weak. I might not last much longer. Don't waste water on me. Stop saying that. Just open your mouth. At that moment, Fangqing had no thoughts of the dwindling water supply. His only focus was on saving Li Qingman at all costs. Chapter 11, A Life-Saving Rain Gurgle. Gurgle. Fangqingman rested her head on Li Qingman's lap, as Fangqingman gently poured drinking water into her mouth, drop by drop, in addition to hydrating her. He unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of her shirt and fanned her with his hand, hoping to lower her body temperature quickly. After a tense rescue, Li Qingman's complexion finally returned to a less alarming shade. Her cheeks regained some color, and her eyes slowly fluttered open. This must be our last bottle of water. The first words that escaped Li Qingman's lips upon opening her eyes were about the drinking water, her expression filled with regret and helplessness. Even perceiving the use of this precious water on herself as a waste. Don't think about that. I will absolutely not let anything happen to you. Fangqingman felt a jolt of alarm at the despair in Li Qingman's tone, realizing she had lost the will to continue living. In a state of physical weakness, a person's resolve can become exceedingly fragile. At this moment, Fangqingman needed to be a steadfast support for Li Qingman, ensuring she did not lose hope. To help her recover swiftly, he fed her the remaining water in the bottle. After consuming an entire bottle of water and with Fangqingman's attentive care by her side, Li Qingman finally returned to a semblance of normalcy. However, even so, her breath remained ragged, and her strength was still lacking. She could only lean against the large box. Fangqingman, thank you for saving me once again. In this critical moment of life and death, Li Qingman understood the immense selflessness in Fangqingman's decision to share the last bottle of water with her. And she was profoundly moved by his act. Without him, she might have succumbed to despair multiple times by now. Saving you is also saving myself. There's no need to dwell on it. I believe you would have done the same. Fangqingman didn't wish to portray himself as noble. He simply could not bear to witness a life flicker out before his eyes. Moreover, in this vast ocean, having Li Qingman for companionship was a solace. If she were to vanish, he might well lose the will to persevere. Fangqingman, I think perhaps I had some misunderstandings about you in the past. Those misunderstandings are now behind us. What matters for us now is simply how to survive. Fangqingman shook his head. No matter what conflicts and grudges existed between him and Li Qingman, they were all relics of the past. The relentless sun blazed overhead, causing both of them to sweat profusely. The evaporation of sweat exacerbated their dehydration, and the situation grew increasingly dire. Fangqingman had given all the last bottle of water to Li Qingman, leaving him parched and feeling the torment of extreme thirst. It felt as if smoke was rising in his throat, and his lips were cracked and peeling. Li Qingman noticed Fangqingman's plight and felt a deep sense of guilt. If this continues, we might not survive. You shouldn't have saved me. Stop thinking like that. We will endure this together. Despite his words of encouragement, Fangqingman's gaze drifted toward the sea beside them. The shimmering water looked so tempting. He longed to lean down and take a sip. Of course, he knew how salty the seawater was, and that drinking it would lead to his demise more swiftly. Do you feel the wind turning cooler? Li Qingman's long hair danced in the sea breeze, and suddenly, she seemed to sense something. The incoming sea breeze carried a hint of chill. Upon hearing this, Fangqingman immediately sat up straight, closing his eyes to absorb the refreshing gust. Indeed, a coolness was present. Before long, a thick layer of clouds loomed ahead, gathering to block the blinding sunlight. The sea grew dim, and waves surged, resembling great white fish leaping from the water. It's going to rain, Fangqingman exclaimed with excitement. Li Qingman, disregarding her usual demure demeanor, burst into joyous laughter. A drop of cold rainwater landed on Li Qingman's face, followed by a torrential downpour that stirred a mist upon the sea's surface. The two were enveloped in the rain, overwhelmed with joy, as this life-saving rain felt like a much-awaited blessing after a prolonged drought, reviving the nearly lifeless pair. While rainwater is generally considered unclean and unsuitable for direct consumption, who would care about such matters at this moment? No matter how contaminated, rainwater was still fresh water, capable of saving their lives in dire circumstances. Fangqingman tilted his head back, opening his mouth wide, eager to catch as much rainwater as possible. Li Qingman mimicked his actions, also attempting to catch the rain. Seeing each other in such a disheveled state, they both spontaneously burst into laughter. Initially, Fangqingman had not noticed the scene before him, but when he locked eyes with Li Qingman, he observed that the rain had soaked her shirt, rendering the once opaque white fabric translucent, revealing a blurred yet alluring silhouette beneath. This sight was more direct than any other. Li Qingman's alluring figure was laid bare before him, captivating his gaze. What are you waiting for? Hurry and collect the rainwater. Li Qingman, lost in her elation, remained oblivious to Fangqingman's stare. Fortunately, this allowed him to save face. as he promptly opened the aluminum box, along with the remaining empty bottles, aiming to gather as much rainwater as possible. Rain on the sea comes swiftly and departs just as quickly. Within half an hour, this timely downpour ceased, and sunlight once again broke through the thick clouds, restoring the sea to its previously clear and bright state. Fong Qingman and Li Qingman felt somewhat unfulfilled as the rain came to an end. They sat around the box, pouring the collected rainwater into the bottles, saving the remainder in the box. This rain has saved our lives. Fong Qingman reclined against the wreckage of the plane, relieved that they would not have to fear dying of thirst for the time being. After the downpour, Li Qingman encountered a troublesome situation. Her clothes were drenched, clinging uncomfortably to her skin. Unlike Fong Qingman, she could not simply remove her shirt and lay it out on the plane wreckage to dry. Under the scorching sun, the wet fabric began to evaporate, creating a sauna-like environment that was both hot and sticky, an unbearable sensation compounded by the embarrassment of her predicament. What's wrong? Fong Qingman noticed Li Qingman's discomfort. Li Qingman blushed, shaking her head. It's nothing. Just ignore me. Is it the wet clothes making you uncomfortable? Why don't you take them off? Fong Qingman raised his hand in a vow. I promise to turn around and not look. Li Qingman's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shouted, It's none of your business. Chapter 12. Tropical storm. The climate over the vast sea is fickle, transforming from brilliant sunshine to torrential rain in the blink of an eye. For Fong Chung and Li Qingman, this rain is akin to life-giving nectar. They race against time to collect every drop. Fortunately, they have a well-sealed large box at their disposal, perfect for storing the precious rainwater. However, the capricious weather is not entirely a blessing. While they are momentarily relieved from the worry of thirst, the relentless cycle of heavy rain followed by scorching sun has left them utterly exhausted. Li Qingman's complexion has soured, the downpour has drained her strength, and as her damp clothes cling to her skin under the oppressive heat, she is perilously close to succumbing to illness. Fong Chung watches her condition with concern but feels helpless, unable to alter the tempestuous weather at sea. Are we at the equator? Li Qingman asks weakly. Without any landmarks, it's impossible to determine our position. Given the intermittent showers we've experienced, it is quite likely we've entered tropical waters, Fong Chung replies. Li Qingman gazes at him in surprise and offers a faint smile of approval. You seem to know quite a bit. Fong Chung chuckles heartily. It's all from books. Who would have thought it would actually come in handy one day? Are we really drifting towards the southern hemisphere? She muses. Who knows? Perhaps we are, he responds. They engage in casual conversation to keep the atmosphere light. After about an hour, the weather finally stabilizes, no longer alternating between sudden downpours and bright sunshine. With her energy depleted by the rain and heat, Li Qingman exhales a sigh of relief, declaring, at last, it seems the rain has ceased. Fong Chung, lying back with his hands behind his head, agrees. Yes, we can finally enjoy a moment of calm. The sea breeze tousles Li Qingman's long hair, which dances in the wind, while the sun sets gracefully behind her. For Fong Chung, this scene is enchanting, after all. Being stranded in dire circumstances alongside such a strikingly beautiful woman, his superior, no less, feels like a whimsical compensation from fate. Why do you keep staring at me? Li Qingman notices his gaze and shoots him a piercing look, a retort for his impolite behavior. Caught off guard, Fong Chung quickly averts his eyes, lowering his head to explain in a hushed tone, and no, it's nothing. I was merely observing the wind direction. Oh, really? Li Qingman raises an eyebrow, a hint of a smile playing at her lips, clearly unconvinced by his clumsy excuse. Of course, knowing our direction is crucial, he insists nervously. Li Qingman inquires, so? What have you observed? Not much yet. In their exchange, Fong Chung finds himself quickly outmatched, as usual. He feels timid and somewhat anxious in her presence, a sentiment that many single men can relate to when faced with a captivating woman. A flicker of satisfaction crosses Li Qingman's face, for once again, she has rendered Fong Chung speechless, reminiscent of their past arguments. Something seems off, Fong Chung suddenly remarks. What do you mean? What seems off? Li Qingman asks, puzzled. I mean the wind speed appears to be unusually high. As he speaks, he dips his hand into the water to gauge the current's velocity, frowning as he adds, it must be the influence of strong winds. The current is significantly faster than usual. Li Qingman, confused, presses, but what exactly is off about it? Fong Chung explains. The recent rain and the current strong winds are likely indicative of a tropical depression. Could you simplify that? She requests. In simpler terms, we have entered the realm of a tropical depression, and if it intensifies, we may be facing a tropical storm, he states with a grave expression. His words carry no hint of jest. Should they encounter a tropical storm, their chances of survival with nothing but the remnants of the aircraft would be, to put it bluntly, non-existent. Tropical storm? Li Qingman realizes the weight of his words, sensing his genuine concern. Though her knowledge of meteorology is limited, she understands that a tropical storm can escalate into a severe tropical storm and further into a typhoon. As they converse, the wind intensifies, and the speed of their drift increases. The gusts tangle Li Qingman's hair, stirring a sense of unease within both of them. Suddenly, Fang Cheng removes his shirt, revealing skin burned by the sun. "What are you doing?" Li Qingman instinctively turns her head, hesitant to look at him. Without responding, Fang Cheng tears his shirt with force, carefully ripping it into several long strips. "If we are indeed faced with a tropical storm, this aircraft debris won't withstand the assault. To prevent us from becoming separated in the tempest, we should bind ourselves together." He explains his actions, unsure of what a storm might entail, but knowing he must ensure Li Qingman stays close. In this vast ocean, separation would only spell doom. "Now, let me tie us together," he states. "No, I refuse." Li Qingman, unaccustomed to physical contact with men, instinctively pushes his hand away as he reaches for her wrist. Fang Cheng's hand is forcefully repelled, and Li Qingman looks at him in confusion. "I don't think this is a wise course of action. I understand this may feel strange to you. Let me clarify. I have no ulterior motives. I only wish to ensure we do not get separated in the storm. This is an extraordinary situation that calls for extraordinary measures. I'm sorry, but I'm just not comfortable being tied to a man," Li Qingman firmly insists, resisting Fang Cheng's plan. Just as they continue their conversation, a sudden wave crashes against the wreckage of the plane, causing it to jolt violently. "Help!" The word barely escapes Li Qingman's lips before she is thrown overboard. Seeing her fall into the turbulent waters, Fang Cheng's heart races with fear. With the winds howling and the currents surging, she may never resurface again. Chapter 13. The Island on the Horizon. Li Qingman. Fang Cheng lay atop the wreckage of the airplane, buffeted by the tumultuous waves, the danger of being swept into the sea looming large. Panic gripped his heart as he witnessed Li Qingman, who had been engaged in a spirited debate with him mere moments ago, vanish without a trace. Beneath the surface, treacherous currents roiled, and he knew he must find and rescue her without delay. A towering wave surged forth, and within it, a shadow emerged, undoubtedly Li Qingman, ensnared in the depths. Each second of hesitation increased her peril. Despite the inherent dangers of plunging into such treacherous waters, Fang Cheng had no alternative. He had to save her. A pressing dilemma confronted him. Should he leap into the water? What would become of them both if the wreckage were carried away by the waves, leaving them to fend for themselves? Fortuitously, he had prepared a strip of cloth beforehand. He swiftly connected it, securing one end to the wreckage and the other to his wrist. After making these preparations, he took a deep breath before plunging into the water. Splash! He dove beneath the surface, immediately caught in a powerful undercurrent that nearly swept him away. Thankfully, the cloth secured to his wrist allowed him to stabilize his position after a brief struggle. In the dim, cold depths, the evening light was dim, and he strained to open his eyes, searching for Li Qingman's whereabouts. Suddenly, a figure drifted past him. With quick reflexes, he reached out and grasped it firmly. As he focused, relief washed over him. It was indeed Li Qingman, engulfed in her struggle, her face a canvas of terror and despair. The abrupt plunge had terrified her to the core. Just as she reached her nadir of hopelessness, Fang Cheng appeared before her, his hands gripping her tightly, pulling her back from the brink of oblivion. Underwater, speech was futile. Fang Cheng had no time for reassurances. He needed to swim to the surface with her, returning to the wreckage that was their only hope for survival. With little sustenance left in his body, exerting himself in the water was a daunting challenge, especially with the added weight of an adult woman to contend with. After several failed attempts to hoist himself onto the wreckage, despair began to creep into Fang Cheng's heart. Perhaps meeting his fate in the depths was his destined end. "Fang Cheng, let me go." Li Qingman's voice was laced with regret and self-reproach, lamenting that had she heeded his warnings earlier, this calamity might have been avoided. "Silence!" Fang Cheng snapped, his mood far from buoyant. He did not wish to hear her words of despondency. "I will not release you, even if it means we perish together." His voice resonated with thunderous resolve, penetrating Li Qingman's ears. She gazed at the unassuming man before her, realizing that throughout their professional encounters, she had never afforded him a second glance. In her eyes, he was merely an ordinary man, overshadowed by the affluent suitors and powerful figures who often pursued her. Yet in that moment, as he uttered those words, her heart fluttered unexpectedly. Though she could not articulate the feeling, she no longer regarded him as an ordinary man. Perhaps he was indeed different from the rest. Submerged in the sea, one arm tightly encircled Li Qingman's waist while the other clawed at the wreckage. Fang Cheng nearly surrendered to despair. Yet just then, a wave surged, lifting him high enough to seize the opportunity to scramble atop the wreckage, exerting all his strength to pull Li Qingman from the water. Having returned to the wreckage, the two lay exhausted, having narrowly escaped death. After what felt like an eternity, they regained some strength. Li Qingman, struggling to sit up, expressed her gratitude to Fang Cheng and offered her apologies. I should have listened to you sooner. Perhaps we could have avoided this ordeal. Enough, let us secure ourselves, Fang Cheng replied, too fatigued to dwell on the past. The only imperative now was to rest and regain their strength before the impending storm struck. This time, it was Li Qingman who bound their hands together with the cloth. What of the box? Fang Cheng suddenly sat up, a chilling realization dawning upon him. The box? The box. Li Qingman glanced around the wreckage, only to find the aluminum box had vanished. Bang! Fang Cheng's fist struck the wreckage in frustration, startling Li Qingman. In his desperate bid to save her, he had neglected the box, likely swept away by the surging waves. Inside lay the precious fresh water they had painstakingly collected, their sole hope for survival on this vast ocean. Now, with the box lost, despair loomed larger than ever. I'm so sorry. Li Qingman finally lowered her pride, apologizing with genuine remorse. Fang Cheng stared skyward, grappling with feelings of frustration towards her for the loss. Yet at this critical juncture, his thoughts were consumed with how to endure. It cannot be helped. The box is gone, but thankfully you are safe. Indeed. But let us not dwell on this. For now, we are not yet at our final end. We must conserve our strength and prepare for the tropical storm ahead. The skies darkened, winds howled, and the waves roared as the wreckage began to sway precariously. Fang Cheng furrowed his brow, aware that the tropical storm was intensifying and they were being drawn closer to the cyclone's center, a perilous path ahead. Look! Suddenly, Li Qingman's excited voice rang out, her finger pointing eagerly toward the horizon. Fang Cheng followed her gaze, spotting a thick, dark mass on the horizon, a sight that sparked a flicker of hope within him. What is that? An island? Li Qingman exclaimed with anticipation. It's highly probable. If it is indeed an island, we may yet find salvation. Fang Cheng's eyes sparkled with the light of hope. Chapter 14. The leap between life and death. Fang Zheng and Li Qingman could hardly contain their overwhelming joy as they embraced amidst the remnants of the aircraft, tears of elation streaming down their faces. It was a moment marked by profound despair, a time when hope seemed utterly extinguished, only to be illuminated once more by the radiant sun breaking through the dense clouds, an island that had drawn them from the depths of hopelessness. The distant isle became their lifeline, and fortuitously, their drift was aligned towards it. The wind picked up, and the tattered remnants of the small aircraft felt as though they might be overturned at any moment. Fang Zheng and Li Qingman clung to either end, using their weight to anchor the wreckage. As they drew closer to the island, they erupted into joyous cheers once again. It was indeed an island, a fact that relieved Fang Zheng's anxious heart. For moments ago it had merely appeared as a distant shadow on the horizon, possibly a mere illusion. Now confirmed as an island, it signified the end of their aimless drift upon the sea. We're picking up speed, Li Qingman exclaimed, her hands braced against the wreckage, her expression betraying the struggle to maintain her balance amidst the tumultuous waves. But the course was right. The island lay directly ahead. Fang Zheng, too, found little respite, adjusting his center of gravity in harmony with the undulating waves to ensure the wreckage remained stable. As dusk descended, the sky was shrouded in a gray haze, with only the relentless wind howling around them. Thus far, everything seemed to be unfolding favorably. They were nearing the island, its distinct silhouette becoming increasingly visible. Fang Zheng. We're getting closer. Li Qingman's voice rang with uncontainable delight. The distance was now approximately 1,000 meters. Despite the proximity to the island, Fang Zheng dared not relax. This distance could not be traversed by swimming alone. Any unforeseen occurrence could shatter their hopes, and they might ultimately succumb to the depths of the ocean. His expression was grave, brows furrowed as he remained vigilant to the shifting winds and currents. 800 meters, 600 meters, 500 meters, 400 meters. The two of them held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on the island, wishing the waves would propel them faster towards their salvation. Suddenly, Fang Zheng's face paled. He noticed a shift in the wind's direction, which had previously pushed them directly towards the island, but was now veering off to the northwest. Our course has deviated, he shouted in despair. What do we do now? Li Qingman's eyes dulled, losing their spark. The drastic highs and lows of life struck too suddenly. One moment they were filled with hope, and the next, that hope was cruelly crushed. The deviation was palpable, and the distance to the island was gradually increasing. It felt as if fate were playing a cruel jest on Fang Zheng and Li Qingman. As the wreckage began to drift away from the island's periphery, overwhelmed by despair, Li Qingman broke into tears. If this island had never appeared, she might have resigned herself to her fate. But having been so close, only to be blown away by the wind, was a blow she could scarcely endure. I don't want to die. I don't want to perish like this. We want to die? Fang Zheng grasped Li Qingman's hand, the warmth of his palm offering her a flicker of hope. The sea breeze continued to push them away from the island, and at this rate, they would soon miss it entirely. Look over there. Fang Zheng suddenly pointed ahead, where a stretch of beach jutted into the sea at an angle. This patch of sand, resembling a small tail of the island, offered them a renewed opportunity for survival. At that moment, Fang Zheng profoundly grasped the meaning of perseverance. As long as one refuses to give up, fate would not abandon them. They were now approximately 300 meters from the island. And with the beach extending into the sea, it meant that they needed to swim only about 50 meters to reach safety. We have to jump. What? Jump? Fang Zheng replied, indeed. Our only path to survival is to leap into the water and swim. Li Qiman glanced down at the churning waves, the sun nearing the horizon, casting the final remnants of twilight. The sky was quickly darkening, and the depths of the ocean concealed unknown terrors. Do we really have to jump? She hesitated, uncertainty clouding her gaze. Remaining on the wreckage felt safer, yet plunging into the water might spell instant doom. Standing at the crossroads of fate, any further hesitation would mean losing their chance at survival. Without delay, Fang Zheng took hold of Li Qingman's hand and leapt into the sea. The icy water enveloped them immediately. Fang Zheng had lost track of how many times he had fallen into the ocean. The sensation of being submerged was truly unbearable. The turbulent undercurrents swiftly separated them, but fortunately, the cloth strips tied around their wrists prevented them from losing one another in the churning waters. After a struggle, Fang Zheng finally managed to grasp Li Qingman, lifting her as they surged toward the surface. Gasping for air, they broke the surface, releasing long-held breaths. Yet, there was no time to relax. Jumping into the sea was merely the first step. Next, they had to swim towards the island. Can you swim? Yes, she affirmed. Just follow my lead. Don't be afraid. Okay. They were now roughly 50 meters from the island. In such tumultuous conditions, swimming even 10 meters would test their endurance. But with the wreckage lost to the waves, they had no option but to swim with all their might towards the island. Suddenly, as they strained forward, Li Qingman let out a terrified scream. Fang Zheng, alarmed, shouted, "What's wrong?" Trembling, she stammered, "I think something just brushed against me." Chapter 15. Upon landing, Li Qingman's harrowing experience left Fang Zheng drenched in cold sweat. The inky depths of the frigid sea harbored unknown perils, and the mere thought of sharks lurking beneath the surface was a devastating prospect for both of them. Yet, amidst the terror and apprehension, they found themselves utterly powerless against whatever lay beneath the water. Their immediate concern was survival. A moment's distraction could see them swept away by the waves. So they resolved to swim with unwavering focus toward the island. "Do not fear, we shall be safe," Fang Zheng reassured Li Qingman, a sentiment that also served to soothe his own fraying nerves. Typically, sharks do not engage humans unless provoked by the scent of blood. At this moment, his only hope was that fate would spare him from a gruesome fate, and he fervently wished to evade being torn to shreds by a predator. Surrounded by darkness, the truth of the water's contents was a mystery, and Fang Zheng chose to believe that whatever lurked beneath did not exist at all. The only reality was the silhouette of the island ahead. Everything else had faded into insignificance. Suddenly, he felt the tips of his toes brush against the sandy shore. This revelation filled him with ecstatic joy. If his toes could touch the sand, he could walk upon it. To verify his discovery, he propelled himself forward with all his might for an additional 2 meters, stretching his toes to make contact once more. Indeed, he had found soft, yielding sand beneath his feet. "I've reached the shore. I've reached the shore. We are saved," Fang Zheng cried out in a frenzy of exhilaration. Never before had he felt such elation in his life. After drifting upon the ocean for countless days, to feel solid ground beneath him once again was a transcendent experience, overwhelming him with emotion and bringing forth tears. He advanced eagerly onto the sand, quickly pulling Li Qingman alongside him. Fang Zheng's height allowed him to keep his head above water, while Li Qingman had to tilt her head back to keep her face above the surface. Although the position appeared somewhat awkward, it did not diminish her joy at being reborn. Like Fang Zheng, she too could not contain her tears, weeping unabashedly. Who could fathom the immense pressure they had endured until the very moment their feet touched the sand, repeatedly clawing their way back from the brink of death? At this moment, their struggles had finally borne fruit. Not daring to linger in the water, they pressed onward onto the beach, their upper bodies emerging from the waves. And that moment heralded their true liberation. "Ah, ah, ah," Fang Zheng exclaimed like a wild man, flailing his arms and shouting as he pulled Li Qingman toward the shore. The distance from the shallows to the beach was a mere 10 meters, yet it felt interminably long. They were bidding farewell to their days of drifting aimlessly upon the sea. The feeling of solid ground was incomparable. No longer would they be huddled on that small wreckage of an aircraft, for before them lay an island brimming with hope. Exhausted, they collapsed onto the sand, devoid of any remaining strength. Li Qingman, typically conscious of her image, no longer cared about maintaining a ladylike demeanor. She lay sprawled on the beach, much like Feng Cheng, wishing to remain there without a care in the world. "We have survived," Liqiman said, turning her head to meet Feng Cheng's gaze, her eyes shimmering with relief. She was fortunate. Had Feng Cheng not rescued her that day, and had he not provided care and encouragement throughout their ordeal, it was unimaginable how she would have persevered. Any one of their many trials could have claimed her life. "Yes, we have survived," Feng Cheng echoed, sharing in her joy as he lay sprawled on the beach, reveling in the solid ground beneath him. This moment was exquisite. At least for now, the struggle for survival was momentarily suspended. However, despite their desire to remain in repose, reality dictated otherwise. The tropical storm raged on. The tide rose, steadily encroaching upon the beach, compelling Feng Cheng and Liqiman to retreat further inland. After traversing approximately 100 meters, they crossed the sandy expanse and entered the island's underbrush. The sea breeze howled, causing the trees to sway and creak. The wind intensified. Feng Cheng's expression tightened. Should a storm strike now, it would spell disaster. "We must quickly find shelter from the storm," he urged. Liqiman, laboring to keep pace behind him, understood the precariousness of their situation. If the tempest arrived, it would be a dire calamity for the two of them without any refuge. Despite their exhaustion, both pressed deeper into the island, hoping to discover a haven from the impending storm. The beach and the forest were two disparate worlds. The beach was clean and flat, inviting one to recline comfortably upon the sand, while the forest was dense, humid, and teeming with relentless mosquitoes, bloodsuckers eager to feast upon the enticing scent of Feng Cheng and Liqiman. Before long, Liqiman could no longer bear it. Clad in a short skirt, her exposed legs became prime targets for the voracious insects. She could be heard slapping her hands against her legs in a futile attempt to ward them off. Her efforts were in vain, and her legs were soon covered in welts. "Feng Cheng, I can't take it anymore. I'm so itchy." Liqiman's voice betrayed her discomfort as she scratched at the swollen bites. Feng Cheng, too, was not spared. His bare torso was marred by the insect's relentless assault, leaving him with a constellation of itchy welts upon his neck, arms, and back. "Perhaps we ought not to venture further into the island at this hour," he finally declared, halting his advance. It was night, shrouded in darkness, devoid of moonlight. Continuing toward the thicker foliage would expose them to unforeseen dangers, venomous creatures lurking in the underbrush, wild beasts concealed in the shadows, and treacherous terrain, all of which posed a lethal threat. Saturated by the dampness of the jungle and besieged by the incessant mosquitoes, Liqiman was quick to suggest, "Let us retreat. Surely we can find shelter along the shore." "I'll lead the way. You follow closely behind me," Feng Cheng replied, turning back toward the path they had taken. Their initial foray into the heart of the island had ended in failure, a consequence of their underestimation of the ferocity of the tiny bloodsuckers, forcing them to retreat once more to the safety of the beach. Chapter 16. Watch How I Handle You. Survival is thus. Having traversed the first of the many trials ahead, there remain 99 more to confront. The Na'vi belief that reaching the island would usher in tranquility led Feng Cheng and Liqiman to a significant misstep. The consequences of the island's venomous insects proved far graver than anticipated, leaving both of them in a state of relentless itching, scratching until their skin broke. Indeed, venturing to the center of the island was not a prudent choice. Feng Cheng could only bitterly chuckle at his own folly, lamenting how his carelessness had inadvertently brought Liqiman to share in his suffering. Liqiman, clad in a short skirt, revealed legs now adorned with numerous red welts. Struggling to devise a remedy for the bothersome rashes, the pair made their way to the shore, attempting to cleanse the afflicted areas with seawater. Whether or not it was effective was uncertain, but it seemed that the salt water did alleviate the intense burning and itching sensations. Thus, they settled on the beach, leaning against the lapping waves to wash away the discomfort. Who could have anticipated such terror from the insects in the woods? As Liqiman sat on the sand, the cleansing sea water rendered her discomfort considerably less unbearable. Feng Cheng mused aloud. These creatures must have awaited our arrival for 500 years on this desolate island, eager for a feast. A casual remark that elicited a laugh from Liqiman, who covered her mouth with her hand and teased, "Do you take them for Sun Wukong? Trapped on this small island for 5 centuries? Perhaps I am their Tang Sung, come to rescue them," Feng Cheng replied, mimicking a gesture of prayer, embellishing the jest. Liqiman could no longer contain herself, bursting into laughter, a sound that had been absent since the plane crash. Perhaps it was the release of tension from arriving on the island or Feng Cheng's humor that had brought forth her laughter. But it was evident that the ice-cold demeanor she typically maintained before him had melted away, as he beheld the enchanting beauty of her radiant smile. Feng Cheng found himself momentarily entranced. He had never dared to openly admire Liqiman's beauty before. It was the kind that captured one's attention at first glance. yet felt as distant as the frigid ice atop a snow-capped mountain, chilling to the touch before one could fully grasp it. This was precisely why he had always avoided meeting her gaze. A single glance from her cold, frosty eyes sent shivers down his spine. Yet, this impression began to shift at that moment. Fang Cheng gazed at Li Qingman's beaming smile, utterly entranced. Fang Cheng. Li Qingman suddenly resumed her frigid demeanor, her tone now icy enough to deter intimacy. However, a subtle blush graced her cheeks, betraying a hint of warmth. Startled by her call, reminiscent of her formal address in the office, Fang Cheng instinctively turned away, averting his gaze and pretending he hadn't been looking at her. "Were you just looking at me?" Li Qingman pressed. "And no, not at all." With a slight smile, she replied, "Is it so difficult to admit?" Lowering his head, Fang Cheng conceded, "Yes, I was looking." Seeing his embarrassment brought a flicker of satisfaction to Li Qingman. Her perspective of him had shifted through their shared ordeal. Previously, she would never have engaged in conversation with him beyond work, yet today she found herself deliberately seeking to tease him, relishing his flustered reaction. "I truly do not understand," she remarked. "Oh, that you smile so beautifully. Why do you always don a cold facade at the office?" Receiving a compliment about her smile lightened her mood, though she maintained an air of indifference, retorting coolly, "That is my business, and you need not concern yourself with it." Fang Cheng responded with a subdued "oh" and fell silent, the atmosphere growing heavy. Noticing his silence, Li Qingman realized her earlier assertiveness may have been too strong. A habit that had surfaced. To ease the awkward tension, she decided to initiate a new topic. "As the employee I have reprimanded most frequently at work, you must have spoken ill of me behind my back to your colleagues, right?" While the tone suggested an accusation, her inflection bore no hint of reproach, even carrying a playful undertone, clearly an attempt to diffuse the earlier moment. Fang Cheng, not oblivious, recognized the underlying meaning. As a man, he couldn't possibly hold a grudge against her. Besides, this was not the first time he had faced her sharp tongue. He had long since grown accustomed to it. "No, absolutely not. I assure you, the nickname Demoness was not coined by me," he chuckled quietly. "Demoness." Li Qingman's eyes widened in indignation, reaching to tug his ear. "So you choose to bring up that topic, do you? Let us see how I deal with you. Spare me, Demoness, spare me." Fang Cheng was already prepared, swiftly rising to flee as Li Qingman pursued him relentlessly. Their chase appeared playful, more akin to a jest than a serious pursuit, their spirits lifted by the island's allure. After only a few strides, Li Qingman bent over, catching her breath and gasping, "I can't run anymore. I'm spent." Fang Cheng was not in much better shape. His exertion had depleted his strength, and he collapsed back onto the sand, adopting a posture of mock surrender, allowing Li Qingman to have her way. Yet, she had no intention of truly punishing him. Upon seeing him recline, she settled beside him, their proximity betraying an intimacy. The beach, originally stretching over 50 meters, was now reduced to less than 5 as the tide rose, leaving only the edge visible. Beyond lay the woods, but thankfully the water ceased its ascent, sparing them the need to retreat into the forest, a place they both associated with dreadful memories of mosquitoes. "Shall we spend the night on the beach?" Li Qingman proposed wearily. "Absolutely not. We cannot sleep on the sand," Fang Cheng promptly countered, explaining. "The rate of heat loss from the body on sand is 3 times that on solid ground, which could lead to hypothermia. We are already exhausted and cannot afford such reckless behavior." "What then?" "The woods are full of insects, and entering is out of the question." Li Qingman awaited his solution. Fang Cheng stood up, gesturing towards the distance. "Let us continue to search along the island. Perhaps we can find a shelter from the wind and rain." Chapter 17. Shelter. The night enveloped the surroundings in darkness, and the sea breeze howled fiercely as the two figures advanced along the edge of the island. Li Qingman's long hair was tousled by the wind, which showed no signs of abating. A storm was imminent. A drop of rain struck Fang Cheng's face, prompting a surge of concern. If they did not find refuge soon, both he and Li Qingman would be exposed to the tempest. Until they discovered a shelter from the elements, neither dared to relax their pace. After approximately half an hour of relentless walking, the sandy beach came to an end, giving way to rugged rocks and sheer cliffs. Navigating the rocky terrain posed far greater risks than traversing the beach, yet retreat was no longer an option. Fang Cheng fervently hoped to find a cave within the cliffs where they could take cover. "Stay here and wait for me," Fang Cheng instructed, glancing back. "And you?" Li Qingman inquired. "I will scout ahead to see if there is a place for us to hide." "No, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. I will accompany you," she insisted, and despite his reservations, she followed him onto the rocky shore. The uneven stones beneath their feet made each step precarious, with treacherous dips and rises, compelling them to tread cautiously. An injury here would spell disaster. After proceeding roughly 200 meters along the rocky expanse, they stumbled upon a dark recess in the stone wall. This discovery filled them with joy. If the hollow posed no danger, it would be the perfect sanctuary. The cavity was situated about a meter above the ground. Fang Cheng effortlessly scaled it, and then helped Li Qingman up. Initially, they had envisioned a deep cave, but upon entering, they found it was merely a shallow pit, likely eroded over the years by relentless waves and winds. The space was cramped, just sufficient to accommodate both of them, and the uneven ground made it difficult to find a comfortable spot to sit. Nevertheless, they were relieved to have found a refuge from the wind and rain. At that moment, the sound of rain began to drum against the entrance. The long-anticipated downpour had finally arrived, and it fell with a ferocity that drowned out all conversation between them. Accompanied by the torrential rain was a chilling wind, sweeping through the air and sending raindrops swirling violently. What a torrential rain, Li Qingman remarked, a shiver of anxiety coursing through her. Had they delayed even a moment longer, they would have been forced to endure the night in the storm. The storm is upon us, Fang Cheng sighed, leaning against the earthen wall of the cave, allowing his body to relax completely. Their eyes met, and an unspoken understanding passed between them, amidst the vast ocean and on this unfamiliar island. Having found such a small refuge was a rare stroke of fortune. When will this rain cease? Li Qingman questioned. It's difficult to say. It may last a night, perhaps a week. Fang Cheng shook his head. Presently, they were only facing a tropical storm. Should the winds strengthen, it could escalate into a typhoon. Their only hope was that the eye of the storm would not pass over the island. Li Qingman appeared troubled. If the tempest persisted, they would be confined to this small pit. Both had gone a considerable time without food or water if they could not venture out to seek sustenance. They risked succumbing to starvation. As the storm raged outside, they sat in silence within the cave, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken concerns. Time slipped away, the night remaining pitch black, and the downpour continued unabated. Li Qingman stifled a yawn, her eyelids heavy with fatigue. I'm feeling tired. I want to sleep, she said, covering her mouth. Wait, Fang Cheng interjected. What is it? She asked, puzzled. We should inspect the cave to ensure there are no lurking dangers, he suggested. It was imperative that if they were to spend the night here, they ensured the space was free from threats, such as snakes, venomous insects, or other island creatures. With Fang Cheng's proposal, they carefully conducted a cursory examination of the small hollow, finding nothing but the damp earthen walls. The absence of any threats was reassuring. It meant their current haven was, at least for the moment, safe. Li Qingman could no longer keep her eyes open. Her eyelids fluttered shut as she leaned against the wall and drifted into sleep. Finally, she could enjoy a peaceful slumber, free from the anxieties that had plagued her during their time in the wreckage of the plane. Despite the cacophony of wind and rain outside, those sounds became a soothing lullaby for her weary mind. In contrast, Fang Cheng remained wide awake. He had much to ponder, primarily how to ensure their survival on this island with Li Qingman. Hearing her steady breathing beside him filled him with a sense of relief. Saving her had been his most prudent decision thus far. Regardless of his motivations, whether self-serving or altruistic, he was no longer alone in facing the wilderness, no longer shouldering the weight of all the pressures by himself. Having a companion, even one as proud and often cold as Li Qingman, was a comfort in such dire circumstances. How strange life could be. Perhaps this was fate. In the office, the person he least desired to encounter was Li Qingman, for her summons invariably led to a torrent of criticism. It was not that Fang Cheng lacked competence. Rather, her standards were exceedingly high, bordering on the unreasonable. Few in the industry could meet her expectations. In the corporate world, she was a formidable ice queen. Yet now he found himself in a position where they must collaborate for survival on this desolate island. After what felt like an eternity in the darkness, Fang Cheng suddenly rose and approached Li Qingman, waving a hand in front of her face. Seeing no response, he surmised she was truly exhausted and had succumbed to slumber. He then bent down and exited the cave, just barely taller than the entrance. While Li Qingman could rest, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Chapter 18. The shadow intruding into the cave. The relentless winds howled into the cave, mingling with the torrential rain that swept inside. The already diminutive cave was nearly engulfed by the incoming deluge. However, compared to the unprotected expanse outside, finding refuge within the cave was a stroke of fortune. In the early hours before dawn, as the world outside remained shrouded in darkness, Li Qingman awakened, her garments soaked by the frigid rainwater. The fierce gusts chilled her to the bone, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. Having been disturbed from a deep slumber by the tempest, she reluctantly opened her eyes. Realizing she was clad only in a flimsy white shirt and a knee-length skirt, her belongings lost to the earlier mishap. Despite feeling the biting cold, she had no means to procure additional clothing or to change out of her damp attire. Fang Cheng, Li Qingman called softly. Having grown accustomed to his presence over the past few days, the first thing she did upon waking was utter his name. This unexpected change surprised even her. The once proud and aloof woman found herself instinctively reaching out for another. Yet, this time was different, as the cave remained silent, devoid of Feng Qing's response. Feng Qing? Feng Qing? She called out again, but still received no reply. The darkness enveloping the cave was profound, rendering visibility non-existent. Could something have happened? This was the first thought that crossed her mind, as they had both slept in the pitch-black cave. Was it possible that a wild beast or serpent had snatched Feng Qing away? Perhaps it was even the cannibals rumored to inhabit the island. In moments of panic, one's thoughts can spiral, and Li Qiman was no exception. The realization of Feng Qing's absence ignited a cascade of fears within her. Just as her anxiety reached its peak, she heard a sound at the cave entrance, which startled her into a frantic scream. What is it? Stay away. Do not come closer. It's me, Feng Qing. His voice emerged from the entrance, followed by his figure crawling in from the outside. Li Qiman, still trembling with fear, fell silent. Embarrassment washed over her. Her earlier outburst had been utterly undignified, and she felt humiliated that Feng Qing had witnessed it. What vexed her further was his silent return from outside. Where have you been? Her tone carried an edge of reproach, for he had truly frightened her. The sudden appearance of a figure at the cave entrance was enough to send her heart racing. Feng Qing positioned himself beside her, finding a spot to sit. He was drenched, water dripping from his hair, yet the cave was no drier, as it too was soaked through. Drink some water. With a flourish, he produced a plastic bottle filled with water. Li Qiman stared in disbelief at Feng Qing and the water he held. How was it possible to find water on this desolate island? Where did you get this? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. After you fell asleep. I ventured out to the rocky shore, Feng Qing explained. I wasn't sure if fresh water existed on this island, so I thought to collect some rainwater while I had the chance. But where did the plastic bottle come from? There are plenty of these bottles scattered on the rocky shore, remnants of human debris washed ashore by the tides and currents. As he spoke, his expression was a mix of incredulity and reflection. On one hand, he lamented the pervasive impact of human pollution, even reaching this remote island. On the other, he felt grateful for the very existence of these bottles, as they had made collecting rainwater a feasible endeavor. Without them, he would have been utterly at a loss on this barren island. Li Qiman felt a surge of conflicting emotions as she processed his words. Who would have thought that such seemingly insignificant refuse would become a vital resource for their survival? You should drink first. She handed the water back to Feng Qing, a silent apology for her earlier demeanor. Witnessing him, drenched and steadfast, she felt a rush of gratitude. He had ventured out to gather fresh water while she slept. I've had enough outside. You should drink, he indicated, having already quenched his thirst. Li Qiman, her throat parched, accepted the bottle and drank eagerly. The moment the cool rainwater touched her lips, tears nearly sprang to her eyes. Having been accustomed to a life of comfort, even the taste of plain tap water had become a rarity. Now, drinking rainwater felt like an exquisite blessing. Perhaps this was the hand of fate. At that moment, she could hardly concern herself with the cleanliness of the water. The immediate priority was to satiate her thirst. Take your time. There's plenty more, Feng Qing cautioned, watching her with concern as she drank. Once she emptied the bottle, Li Qiman felt revitalized, her complexion returning with a hint of color. You mentioned there is more? Indeed. There are several bottles outside, all filled with rainwater. Clutching the empty bottle as if it were a priceless artifact, she exclaimed, we must fill this one as well. Those who have experienced extreme thirst understand the value of water. In the midst of the tempest, she wished to utilize every possible vessel to gather it. As dawn broke, though the sun remained hidden, the world outside became visible. The sky was a dull gray, and the rain continued to pour. Li Qiman followed Feng Qing outside the cave, where she spotted the several plastic bottles he had mentioned, 7 in total, in a rainbow of colors, all filled with rainwater, meticulously cleaned by Feng Qing. The sight of those bottles brought her a profound sense of reassurance. Possessing this water provided a sense of security. Feng Qing observed Li Qiman with concern. Now that it's light, I'll see if I can find more bottles on the shore. It's best you return to the cave and stay sheltered from the storm. Li Qiman retorted, do not underestimate me. I am not as fragile as you think. Chapter 19. Coconut juice to drink. The sky was overcast, thick clouds hung low, and the rain fell incessantly, as if it would never cease. Li Qiman followed Feng Qing along the rocky beach of the island, searching for anything of use amidst the debris. Occasionally, they stumbled upon some litter, and both were eager to find something valuable. However, the tempestuous winds and relentless rain posed a significant threat, often nearly toppling them with fierce gusts. Feng Qing approached Li Qiman, noticing her clothes completely soaked by the downpour. The white shirt clung to her form, revealing an enchanting sight that made him instinctively avert his gaze. You should head back. The rain is too heavy, and I fear for your health, he urged. I'm fine. I can endure, Li Qingman replied through gritted teeth. Don't push yourself too hard. I can manage here. If you fall ill, it would be perilous on this desolate island. Fang Cheng's words were grounded in reality. Rather than succumbing to fleeting bravado, the priority was to ensure survival, which fundamentally hinged on avoiding illness. Neither he nor Li Qingman were physicians, nor did they have any medicine at hand. Facing any ailment would render them helpless. Thus, he insisted she return from the stormy turmoil. Please, go back, he reiterated. All right, she finally conceded, breaking her stubbornness for the first time. Acknowledging their dire circumstances where every step could mean life or death, she dared not take further risks. Be careful, and don't wander too far. I understand. Their meager findings amounted to only 3 plastic bottles, 2 of which were decayed, leaving just 1 usable. They also discovered a blue plastic barrel, once likely used for chemical materials, now washed ashore. For Li Qingman and Fang Cheng, this barrel was an excellent water storage solution, disregarding its previous contents. Li Qingman returned to the cave in the cliff with their findings, while Fang Cheng ventured further afield. For now, they needn't worry about water. The pressing concern was finding food, as it had been nearly 2 days without sustenance, and their bodies could not withstand this depletion for much longer. The tumultuous waves made fishing impossible, leaving them with no choice but to search the land for provisions. Navigating through dense underbrush, the damp leaves and vines brushed against them, an unpleasant sensation of cold and wetness. Fortunately, it was daytime, and the absence of the evening's swarming insects offered some relief, allowing for clear visibility without the fear of venomous snakes or wild beasts. What edible resources might exist on this barren island was Fang Cheng's greatest concern. Without food, their survival was in jeopardy. After traversing about 100 meters into the island's depths, a tall, robust tree obstructed his path. The sight of this bare-trunked tree caused his eyes to gleam with hope. A coconut tree. In that moment, he exhaled in relief. The presence of this coconut tree signified that more might be found on the island. Before discovering other food sources, coconuts undoubtedly represented the optimal supply. However, his joy quickly transformed into anxiety, for the tree towered at least 10 meters high, with coconuts nestled at its summit, utterly beyond reach. Under normal circumstances, he might have attempted to climb the tree for coconuts, but with the raging storm, the slick trunk rendered such an endeavor exceedingly dangerous. In the face of hunger, Fang Cheng maintained his composure. Acquiring food was crucial, yet ensuring his safety was paramount. Reluctantly, he abandoned the coconut tree, determined to search elsewhere. Just as he prepared to leave, he stumbled over a hard object beneath his feet, nearly losing his balance, but he swiftly regained his footing. Glancing down, he discovered a coconut, distinct from the green ones on the tree. This one had fallen and was a hairy coconut. Overjoyed, Fang Cheng crouched down, inspecting the coconut from every angle, confirming it was intact and unopened, which further delighted him. Fortune seemed to favor him, for while he examined the ground, he noticed several more hairy coconuts scattered about. Ecstatic, Fang Cheng plopped down and laughed heartily. These precious provisions could sustain both him and Li Qingman for several days. After counting, he estimated there were about 10 coconuts. Yet this abundance also posed a dilemma. How could he transport them all back to the cave? With only 2 hands, even attempting to carry them would prove impossible. He was reluctant to return again, as the rain intensified, making it perilous to venture out in the storm. In a moment of desperation, he glanced down at his long pants, suddenly realizing their potential. The 2 pant legs could conveniently hold several coconuts. In the name of survival, there was no room for embarrassment. Fang Cheng swiftly removed his pants, leaving only his underwear, and stuffed 2 large coconuts into the pant legs. With a triumphant grin, he found they fit snugly, preventing them from falling out. He chuckled as he quickly filled both legs with the coconuts. Meanwhile, Li Qingman anxiously awaited Fang Cheng's return in the cave, her gaze fixed on the tempest outside. The storm showed no signs of abating, and her heart raced with worry. He had been gone for quite some time, and her unease grew with each passing moment. Where could he be? She murmured softly, fearing for his safety. If he did not return soon, she would have no choice but to leave the cave in search of him. Just as she approached the cave entrance, ready to leap into the rain, she spotted a figure emerging through the downpour, unmistakably Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng, over here, she called out, waving her arms to catch his attention. In the torrential rain, Fang Cheng could hardly hear her cries. He merely saw her gesturing from the cave's mouth. In that instant, a thought struck him. If he were to return home each day to find a wife like Li Qingman waiting for him, how splendid that would be. Chapter 28 Hearty Meal. Upon returning to the cave entrance, Fang Cheng was greeted by Li Qingman's bashful voice. Why are you dressed like this? Where are your pants? Li Qingman turned her head away, unable to meet Fang Cheng's gaze. This was the first time in her memory that a man stood before her clad only in his undergarments. She felt an urge to scold him for his rudeness and recklessness, yet ultimately refrained. Fong Cheng's face flushed with embarrassment, at a loss for words. He tossed the coconut he had dragged back into the cave. "What is this?" Li Qiman asked, noticing a pair of pants that Fong Cheng had thrown in. Heavy with some contents, piquing her curiosity. With both hands braced against the rocky entrance, Fong Cheng kicked off with his feet and successfully climbed up. His bare appearance looking rather awkward, yet it did nothing to dampen his exhilaration. Let us see. Once inside the cave, Fong Cheng was as joyful as a child. His smile unwavering as he eagerly urged Li Qingman to empty the contents of the pants. Seeing Fong Cheng so animated, Li Qingman reluctantly approached, shaking out the pants. And one by one, coconuts tumbled out, littering the cave floor with hairy shells. "My goodness!" Li Qingman exclaimed, covering her mouth, speechless with excitement. She had assumed Fong Cheng's venture was merely to bring back some debris washed ashore, never expecting he would return with such a treasure trove of coconuts. With these coconuts, they could enjoy a substantial meal. "Are these all edible?" Li Qingman could hardly believe it, her expression seeking confirmation from Fong Cheng. He nodded, smiling, "Of course. They're all from the coconut grove I gathered." Gazing at the hairy coconuts, Li Qingman's mouth watered. After such a long period without food, her body craved it instinctively. "Let us eat." Noticing Li Qingman's impatience, Fong Cheng cheerfully handed her the largest coconut. However, as she cradled it in her hands, Li Qingman was bewildered. How was she supposed to consume it? In the past, she would simply have it opened for her and drink through a straw. But now she held a round and hard coconut, wondering how to crack it open. "How do I eat this?" She looked helplessly at Fong Cheng. "This." Fong Cheng scratched the back of his head, having only thought of bringing the coconuts back, not how to open them. "Wait a moment. I'll find a stone outside." With that, he dashed out into the rain, bare and unencumbered, to the rocky shore, where he picked up a sufficiently large and heavy black stone. Upon returning to the cave, Li Qingman reproached him. "Why didn't you say anything before rushing out? The wind is so strong. What if something happened?" Fong Cheng chuckled sheepishly, suddenly feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. He thought he must have been hearing things when Li Qingman, usually so aloof, actually expressed concern for him. The idea of being cared for by this cold and proud female superior was something he had never even dared to dream about. "What are you grinning at?" Li Qingman frowned, still appearing vexed by the earlier incident. Fong Cheng, at a loss for words, chose silence and set about opening the coconut. Previously, he had never realized how difficult it could be to open a coconut. Only now did he understand the challenge of doing it by hand. After trying several methods, the coconut remained stubbornly intact. With hunger gnawing at him, Fong Cheng grew increasingly frustrated, and in a moment of exasperation, he hurled the coconut against the stone. Uttering a curse, Li Qingman was taken aback by Fong Cheng's sudden outburst. She hadn't anticipated he would become so irritable. It was evident that opening coconuts was no easy task, and if they were to survive on this island, mastering the technique was essential. "Why don't you take a break? Let me try." Understanding that Fong Cheng needed to calm down, Li Qingman offered to take a turn. "No, let me do it. I was too hasty before. I won TB this time." Her words quickly soothed Fong Cheng, making him realize that his earlier frustration had been unwarranted. He began to adjust his mindset, striving for tranquility. "Are you sure? It's fine. Let me handle it." Fong Cheng gave Li Qingman an encouraging look, reminiscent of their dynamic at work, where he always assured her of his capability to meet her stringent demands. This time, instead of hastily smashing the coconut against the stone, he turned the rock over, positioning a sharp edge upward. He then firmly grasped the coconut and struck it against the protruding point. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of coconut cracking echoed within the small cave. After several strikes, he felt a different texture in his hands, followed by the sound of the hard shell splitting open, revealing glistening coconut water flowing from the crack. "Hurry, drink," Fong Cheng exclaimed, overjoyed. After much effort, he had finally opened his very first coconut. Fearing the precious liquid would spill, he quickly handed it to Li Qingman, urging her to drink. For both of them, who had experienced profound thirst and hunger, the value of sustenance in the wilderness was immeasurable. Li Qingman took the hairy coconut, positioned her mouth against the fissure, and greedily drank every last drop of the coconut water. As Li Qingman savored the refreshing liquid, Fong Cheng seemed to have discovered the method for opening coconuts. The second one broke open easily, and like Li Qingman, he ensured not a single drop was wasted, drinking every bit from the crack. The salty sweet coconut water felt like a life-giving elixir, replenishing their energy as they drank. "Should we have another?" Fong Cheng, having finished his coconut, turned to Li Qingman, who had long since emptied hers. Li Qingman nodded shyly, still hungry. Fong Cheng swiftly struck the remaining coconut against the stone, cracking it open, and handed it to Li Qingman before taking another for himself. Burp. After such a hearty drink, Fong Chung couldn't suppress a burp, patting his belly and remarking, "That's enough. We can't just drink coconut water. We need to crack open these shells. The coconut meat will fill our stomachs." Chapter 21. Exploring the island for the ensuing 3 days, the two individuals found solace in a modest cave. Despite the shelter it provided, conditions remained dire. Relentless winds and torrential rains assailed them daily, with water seeping into the cave, rendering it damp and uncomfortable. In a bid to shield themselves from the elements, Fong Chung seized every opportunity to venture into the surrounding woods, gathering fallen coconut and palm leaves to create a barrier at the cave's entrance. This not only mitigated the intrusion of wind and rain, but also transformed the cave into a relatively enclosed environment, alleviating the chill that had previously pervaded their refuge. These 3 days proved to be quite challenging for Fong Chung and Li Chi-man. Sustaining themselves on coconuts, they persevered through the ordeal. With the remnants of shattered coconut shells strewn about the cave, the flesh consumed entirely. It was not until the 4th day that the ferocious typhoon subsided, allowing the island they inhabited to emerge from the storm's grasp and bask in the rare gift of clear skies. As dawn broke, the warm sunlight cascaded onto the island, illuminating its beauty. The aftermath of several days of rain left the terrain sodden, and the air was thick with humidity, shimmering in the sunlight. Within the cave, Fong Chung and Li Chi-man awoke in succession, and upon witnessing the bright daylight outside, they were overcome with joy, eagerly leaping from the cave to revel in the morning sun. Finally, they could bask in its warmth. Li Chi-man spread her arms wide, tilting her face toward the sun as its radiant beams kissed her somewhat pallid complexion. The day spent confined in the dark, damp cave had taken a toll on her appearance, but with the sun now shining, the island's weather had returned to normal. Indeed, they had nearly succumbed to mildew. Fong Chung chuckled with relief. After being cooped up for so long, his limbs felt as if they had been submerged in water, now imbued with a sense of swelling. "We must have eaten nearly all our coconuts by now. Perhaps, taking advantage of this fine weather, we should gather more coconuts," suggested Li Chi-man. "Certainly. That was my intention as well," Fong Chung responded. "But before we procure coconuts, we must first accomplish another task." "What task?" she inquired. "Let us traverse the island first. While securing a water source is essential, understanding the island's basic geography is of greater urgency. We must ascertain the island's size, its shape, and the differences between the northern and southern regions. These are all crucial pieces of information." Li Chi-man did not oppose Fong Cheng's plan. Instead, she acquiesced to his decision and prepared to accompany him as they walked along the island's periphery. As they transitioned from rocky shores to soft sandy beaches, the stark contrast in environments became evident. The cave, situated in the island's northern region, was subject to the harsher elements of sea winds and waves, rendering it much more humid than the southern beach. Upon reaching the sand, Li Chi-man could not suppress her exclamation, had they not been desperately seeking refuge from the typhoon. She would never have chosen to hide in that cold, damp cave. "This place is far more pleasant. Should we not relocate from the cave to here?" Li Chi-man suggested, thoroughly captivated by the allure of the sun-drenched beach. Indeed, from a living environment standpoint, residing in the comfortable, dry southern region is preferable to the cold, damp northern area. Fong Chung concurred, harboring little fondness for the cave. It was tolerable merely as a temporary shelter from the storm, but long-term habitation would surely prove unbearable. Li Chi-man beamed. "Then let us make this our home." Fong Chung surveyed their surroundings. The expansive stretch of white sand was not conducive to habitation. Should another storm arise, they would have no protection, and living on the beach would expose them to the daily disturbances of tidal changes. However, he did not outright reject Li Chi-man's proposal, saying, "We have yet to explore the entirety of the island. Let us proceed further. Perhaps we will discover a more suitable location ahead." Thus, they temporarily traversed the white sands, continuing their circumnavigation of the island. As the journey unfolded, a sense of monotony naturally led to idle conversation. Their shared experiences of sheltering in the cave from the tempest had significantly deepened their bond. No longer were they merely superior and subordinate, although neither had articulated it. An undeniable connection forged through shared adversity had taken root. Li Chi-man's demeanor toward Fong Chung became less domineering, occasionally gracing him with a smile. "Have you ever contemplated the possibility of being stranded on a deserted island?" she queried. Who among sane individuals would entertain such thoughts? Fong Chung replied with a wry smile. "The odds of landing in such a predicament are akin to winning a lottery of 5 million. I share your sentiment. Thankfully, you are here. Otherwise, I fear I would not have endured those days adrift at sea," Li Chi-man remarked, her gaze lowering. "Were it not for your encouragement and assistance, I might not have survived the plane crash. I owe you my life several times over." Fong Chung waved his hand dismissively. "You owe me nothing. We are in this together, surviving on this island, supporting one another with the singular aim of persevering until rescue arrives. As they spoke of rescue, both felt a wave of despondency. Days had passed since the plane crash, and given the elapsed time, hope for salvation began to wane. The atmosphere grew somber, prompting Li Qi-man to shift the conversation. Do you suppose this island harbors any indigenous tribes apart from ourselves? That seems improbable, Fang Cheng replied. We have traversed nearly half the island, and it appears rather small. Walking from one end to the other takes approximately an hour and a half at most. So it is unlikely that such a small island could support a communal population. As they conversed, Li Qi-man suddenly pointed excitedly toward the horizon, exclaiming, "Look over there." Following her gesture, Fang Cheng's gaze was drawn to a large three-masted sailing ship, reminiscent of the 17th century, approximately 200 to 300 meters away on the water's surface. "Look, it's a ship," Li Qi-man exclaimed, nearly leaping with joy. The sight of such a vessel on the horizon signified a promising chance for both her and Fang Cheng to secure their rescue. Chapter 22. The ancient shipwreck. Do not rejoice too soon. Fang Cheng doused Li Qi-man with a splash of cold water. Li Qi-man gazed at Fang Cheng with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Why?" "Take a closer look at that ship." The vessel was approximately 200 meters away from the island. It was perfectly understandable that Li Qi-man, overwhelmed with excitement, failed to notice its details at first glance. Upon squinting to examine it more carefully, she discovered that the ship emerging from the sea was an exceedingly old sailboat. One so antiquated that it could easily be considered a relic worthy of a museum. Due to the distance, it was impossible to discern intricate details. Yet it was evident that the ship was in a state of disrepair, resembling a dilapidated old house filled with gaping holes. The deck was strewn with remnants long past their prime, and the bare mast was adorned with thick strands of seaweed. This vessel was substantial. Though only half of it was visible above the water's surface, the exposed portion appeared akin to a massive rock jutting from the ocean. How peculiar it was for such a ship to appear here. Li Qi-man furrowed her brow, incredulous at the sight of an ancient shipwreck seemingly dredged from the depths of the sea. Had we encountered this sailboat before arriving on the island? No. Perhaps the recent typhoon dislodged it from its submerged resting place. The sudden appearance of this ancient vessel captivated both their attentions. Even though there remained a considerable distance of over 200 meters between the island and the shipwreck, their curiosity was insatiable. Faced with such a mysterious phenomenon, both felt compelled to investigate, hoping to uncover useful artifacts from the wreck. However, given their current circumstances, it was merely a fleeting thought. The most perilous aspect of survival on a deserted island was recklessly venturing into the water, which harbored countless unpredictable dangers. A single mishap could lead to dire consequences. And without complete assurance, they would not dare to risk approaching the shipwreck. It was somewhat regrettable. Yet the ship would have to remain where it was for the time being. Fang Cheng cast a wistful glance at the vessel before continuing on his way. He did not wish to disregard the ship, but at this juncture, he lacked the means to explore it further and resolved to treat the shipwreck as though it were non-existent. As noon approached, the sun bore down from directly overhead. After a morning of navigating around the island, they found themselves once again at the cave where they had sought refuge from the typhoon. The cave was unchanged, and a damp, briny scent wafted from within, causing Li Qi-man to wrinkle her nose in distaste. It was hard to fathom how she had managed to endure 3 entire days in such a cramped and humid space. Back to square one. Fang Cheng spread his hands, frustrated that his original plan to circumnavigate the island in search of a more suitable dwelling had yielded no fruitful results. Li Qi-man was unwilling to linger any longer in the cave and insisted, "Let us move on to the beach ahead." The beach offered no shelter, making it challenging to cope with rain and tides. Fang Cheng voiced his concerns. "What then? We cannot remain here indefinitely. Our bodies will not withstand it." Li Qi-man was resolute, refusing to stay in the cave any longer. She suggested, "Why don't we construct a shelter on the southern part of the island?" Building a shelter is indeed a viable option. Fang Cheng considered her proposal, acknowledging the impracticality of erecting a full house, but deemed that a simple structure for resting could certainly be achievable. Abundant trees and foliage on the island would provide ample materials for a makeshift shelter. "Then it is settled. We shall head to the southern beach to construct a shelter. First, let us enjoy some coconut water after circling the island. We are both parched and overheated." Li Qi-man beamed at Fang Cheng, her spirits lifted simply because he had acquiesced to her request. They entered the cave, where the remaining coconuts were few. Fang Cheng skillfully opened the coconuts, and they savored the sweet and salty delight of coconut water. After indulging in a feast of coconut flesh, the last of their coconuts were consumed, allowing them to depart from the unsatisfactory cave without a backward glance. In truth, residing on the beach was not out of the question. Compared to the previous cave, the beach offered numerous advantages: a more beautiful view, better air quality, and abundant sunlight. Additionally, Being on a tropical island meant that living in such an environment would undoubtedly be more comfortable than hiding away in a cave. However, establishing a shelter on the beach necessitated addressing the issue of tides. To prevent being inundated by rising waters, Fang Chung designated a spot further back from the shore for their shelter. Upon reaching the southern beach, the sun had already begun its descent in the western sky. We must work swiftly. It would be best to erect the framework of the shelter before sunset. Fang Chung recognized that constructing a shelter by hand without any tools would be a formidable challenge. It was likely that he and Li Qingman would have to spend the night on the beach. Thus, it was imperative to maximize their efforts while there was still light. Let us venture into the woods. I will search for wood, and you can gather coconuts. All right, Li Qingman nodded in agreement. Fang Chung removed his long pants, revealing the undergarment beneath. Upon witnessing this sudden act, Li Qingman's face flushed with embarrassment, and she exclaimed, "Didn't we say we were going to the woods? What are you doing?" Fang Chung replied, "You should put on long pants. There are many mosquitoes in the woods, and your bare legs will attract them." Ah. I see. Li Qingman sighed with relief, initially fearing he was about to do something else. Learning he was concerned about her being bitten by insects warmed her heart in an indescribable way. This is a pair of men's trousers. A notion Li Qingman had never entertained before, wearing a man's pants. Glancing at the black skirt she had worn since the plane crash, she felt a flush of color rise to her cheeks. She commanded Fang Chung, "You turn around." "What? Turn around?" Fang Chung was momentarily bewildered, not grasping her intent. "I said turn around, do you hear me? I need to change my pants. You want to see, don't you?" "I know, I don't want to." Fang Chung realized he had nearly misstepped, and he quickly shook his head in denial, turning his back to Li Qingman. Chapter 23. Seaside Cottage. The two ventured into the woods, beginning their search for usable materials. Their primary objective was to locate branches and leaves torn from trees by the recent typhoon. The large palm leaves, measuring several meters in length, resembled enormous fans and were perfect for constructing a makeshift roof. While it was relatively easy to find roofing materials, sourcing suitable timber proved considerably more challenging. Although the ground was littered with branches and trunks uprooted by the storm, they were either too slender or crooked, rendering them unsuitable for the framework of a shelter. Eventually, they discovered several straight, robust trees of the ideal size, yet they were utterly unyielding. Initially, Fang Chung attempted to use his body weight to break one of the trees, but its hardness far exceeded his expectations. Rather than snapping, his efforts made him appear rather comical, akin to a large sloth clinging to a tree. Li Qingman, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but chuckle. After laughing, she approached him, eager to assist in breaking the tree, yet even their combined strength proved futile. "Forget it. I give up." Exhausted after a lengthy struggle, Fang Chung leaned against the trunk, his expression betraying his frustration. A wave of defeat washed over him, leading him to question whether he had grown too weak to even contend with a mere tree. Beyond his self-disappointment, he began to appreciate the vital role tools play in survival. If only he had a knife, even a dull one. It would be far preferable to floundering like a gorilla against the tree. Ultimately, they decided to abandon their lumberjack ambitions. The weather had improved, making their stay in the cave less arduous than before. Li Qingman, though equally disheartened, sought to comfort Fang Chung. "It's all right, let us keep searching. We will surely find something suitable." Once he calmed down, Fang Chung realized that without tools, it was unwise to dwell on perfection. It sufficed to find some branches and trunks broken by the typhoon that could serve their purpose. Thus, they temporarily relinquished the idea of felling trees and began collecting wood in the forest. "Look over here." Not far along, Li Qingman pointed to the base of a large tree where a cluster of mushrooms had sprouted. The island's hot climate, coupled with the recent storms, had created a humid environment conducive to mushroom growth. Having subsisted solely on coconuts for the past few days, they were weary of the monotony. The sight of the mushrooms ignited a longing to harvest them, but Fang Chung quickly interjected. "Mushrooms in the wild can be perilous. If we can't distinguish between the toxic and the edible, we should treat them all as poisonous." "All right." Li Qingman reluctantly withdrew her hand, aware of the dangers posed by wild mushrooms. The pristine appearance of the mushrooms, combined with their extended period without diverse sustenance, had tempted her. Fang Chung was unwilling to take risks with food. Mushrooms were not to be trifled with, as the consequences of poisoning could be dire. They circumvented the profusion of mushrooms and continued their search through the woods, lacking a means to tell time. They relied on the sun's position in the sky as a rough guide. As the sun shifted further west, they managed to locate several fallen trees. Upon returning to the beach, it was time to commence construction. Lacking experience in building, Fang Chung had to rely solely on his imagination. His plan was to erect the simplest of shelters, 2 vertical posts at either end, a horizontal beam in the middle, and the palm leaves draped on top to provide basic shelter from the sun and sea breeze. After several unsuccessful attempts, it became apparent that constructing a shelter was far more complex than he had anticipated. Frustrated, he tossed the fallen logs onto the ground. Prolonged reliance on coconuts had depleted his stamina, and he was soon panting heavily. "Perhaps I should take over," Li Qingman proposed, stepping forward to offer her assistance. Fang Cheng could hardly believe it. If he, a grown man, struggled with the task, how could she manage it? "You want to?" "Of course. I mean, I'll direct while you handle the heavy lifting." With her arms crossed, Li Qingman fixed a determined gaze on Fang Cheng, clearly conveying that he would still be the one doing the manual labor while she oversaw the operation. Seeing no harm in trying, Fang Cheng stood up, brushed off the sand from his rear, and assumed a posture of compliance. Under Li Qingman's guidance, they began constructing the shelter. To his surprise, she directed with remarkable precision, indicating where each piece of wood should be placed and how to create a sturdy structure. Fang Cheng was intrigued. He had not expected Li Qingman to possess knowledge of such practical skills. Indeed, one should not judge a person by appearances. The seemingly pampered young lady was evidently resourceful. Li Qingman, meanwhile, was not idle, using ropes salvaged from the beach to secure the wooden frame. These ropes were discovered during their daily scavenging along the tidal flats, where human debris and fishing nets had washed ashore since Fang Cheng found plastic bottles on the island. After roughly 2 hours of labor, they had constructed a rudimentary framework. The next step was to layer the collected palm leaves atop the structure. They covered the roof with several layers of leaves and created a bed of leaves on the sandy floor, resulting in a makeshift seaside cottage resembling a triangular tent. As they finished, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a crimson hue across the sky, a scene that seemed to belong in a photograph. Exhausted, the two sat before their shelter, the sunset painting the sea and sky in stunning harmony, with frigate birds soaring overhead and fish occasionally leaping from the water. In that moment, even the most restless hearts could find tranquility. What could surpass the beauty before them? Why not pause to savor it? Fang Cheng turned his head slightly, stealing a glance at Li Qingman. The red sunset illuminated her lovely face, enhancing her allure. The thought of sitting side by side with her as they watched the sun sink was a romantic notion he had never dared to entertain. Suddenly, Li Qingman shifted her gaze, seemingly sensing his lingering look and preparing to turn towards him. At that moment, Fang Cheng blushed and quickly diverted his gaze, pretending as if nothing had occurred, whistling nonchalantly. However, Li Qingman noticed everything. She found his clumsy attempt at concealment amusing. This time, she refrained from calling him out, no longer repulsed by his gaze. Instead, she felt a slight sense of pride, her lips curving into a gentle smile as she turned her gaze back to the horizon. Chapter 24. Conversations beneath the starry sky. As twilight approached, Li Qingman cast a glance at the humble shelter behind her, her heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. This was a structure she had participated in building, and tonight would mark her first night within it. Fang Cheng stood up and declared, "I will make a trip to the cave and fetch some water. Perhaps it would be best to forego that. It will soon be too dark to see." Li Qingman replied with concern, "Fear not. I shall be quick and return shortly. Stay here and do not wander far." Fang Cheng reassured her before heading toward the cave. When they had vacated the cave, they had left behind all the plastic bottles and buckets, treating the cave as a reservoir for their water supply. This had been Fang Cheng's suggestion. He had reasoned that the beach might present numerous uncertainties, and to preserve their precious water resources for unforeseen circumstances, the cave would serve as a storage facility. Now that the shelter on the beach was complete, it was only natural for Fang Cheng to retrieve some drinking water and check on the supplies stored in the cave. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, he found the sun had already dipped below the horizon, and darkness was imminent, with the interior of the cave enveloped in pitch black. Familiar with the cave's layout, Fang Cheng quickly located the stored water in a corner, relieved to find the supplies intact. He counted 12 plastic bottles and a large container filled with rainwater collected over the past few days. After some deliberation, he decided to take 4 bottles, leaving the rest securely tucked away. Before departing, he felt a twinge of anxiety about the possibility of animals discovering their stash. So he gathered some stones to cover the water, ensuring it was well concealed before returning to the beach and the shelter he had built with Li Qingman. As he arrived back at the beach, a brisk sea breeze greeted him. Li Qingman had settled inside the shelter, and upon seeing Fang Cheng return, her tense demeanor relaxed. "Everything went smoothly?" she inquired. "Yes, the water is here. Please have a drink," he offered, handing her a bottle. Li Qingman accepted the water and took a few sips before saying, "While you were gone, there was an unsettling noise coming from the woods behind us." Fang Cheng chuckled. "It must have been the birds or small creatures in the forest. There's nothing to worry about. Come in and sit with me," Li Qingman invited, gesturing for him to join her in the shelter. "I think I'll stay outside," Fang Cheng replied, glancing at the makeshift shelter, which was simply designed with a pointed triangular roof covered in leaves to shield them from the night wind. If both of them squeezed inside, it would feel quite cramped. Seeing Fang Cheng's reluctance, Li Qiman exclaimed, "If I say come in, then come in. Why are you being more stubborn than a woman? Can the wind blow all night long?" Left without a retort, Fang Cheng, who had merely been concerned about the potential awkwardness of their close quarters, found himself bending down to enter the shelter. Once inside, he felt an immediate sense of relief. Even in the tropics, the relentless sea breeze could be quite chilling, especially at night, rapidly sapping body heat. Noticing his comfort, Li Qingman shot him a teasing glance. "I told you to come in earlier, now you see." Having grown accustomed to her playful reprimands, Fang Cheng merely chuckled sheepishly. Initially sitting, they soon reclined on the ground, the shelter S-shape allowing for ample space, with at least half a meter separating them. This distance proved fortuitous, allowing Fang Cheng to mask his nervousness. For this was a scene he had never dared to dream of, lying beside Li Qingman on the beach. The mere thought of the stunning Li Qiman being so close evoked a happiness that left him somewhat disoriented. As the night deepened, with the gentle lapping of waves and the breeze caressing them, the vision of beauty beside him was a scene many a man would yearn for. Yet Fang Cheng found himself wide awake. How could a normal, youthful man possibly sleep with Li Qiman beside him? "Li Qiman," he whispered softly, hoping to ascertain if she was asleep, only to discover that, like him, she lay awake, her eyes wide open. Turning her head, she met his gaze, their eyes locking in the darkness. "What is it?" she asked quietly. "Nothing. I thought you were asleep," he replied awkwardly. "I'm not. I can't seem to sleep." "Then let us converse," he suggested. "About what?" Reclining in the shelter, the two gazed up at the dazzling expanse of the night sky through the gaps in the roof. Fang Cheng, taking the initiative, pondered how to engage the captivating Li Qingman without being too forward or causing her to feel bored. "I never expected to witness such a beautiful starry sky on this island," he remarked, cursing himself internally for such a mundane opening line in the face of such a splendid opportunity. "Indeed," Li Qiman responded. "The last time I beheld such a pure and breathtaking night sky was nearly 20 years ago." 20 years ago? You must have been 5 years old? Fang Cheng observed earnestly. Li Qingman chuckled lightly. "You are the first to inquire about a lady's age. You are truly not like most." Fang Cheng scratched the back of his head, awkwardly laughing. "I merely asked out of curiosity." "Yes, I was 5 years old 20 years ago." She did not shy away from her age, admitting it with grace. "At what age did you leave the country?" he inquired. 6. After that, I followed my father to America. Fang Cheng mused that this might explain why Li Qingman possessed a demeanor that diverged from traditional femininity, having lived abroad from a young age. It was remarkable how, after so many years, her Mandarin remained impeccable, devoid of any accent. "Did you continue learning Chinese while in America?" "My family employed Chinese servants, and my father had high expectations of me. He insisted I dedicate substantial time each day to studying Chinese, insisting it was essential to remain connected to my roots." "Your father seems quite strict," Fang Cheng noted. Li Qiman chuckled. "He has always been that way. I have long since grown accustomed to it. It's no wonder you exhibit such diligence in your work." "What do you mean?" She shot back, her gaze piercing. "So meticulous." He laughed. "It appears the apple does not fall far from the tree. You have certainly inherited your family's admirable traits." Chapter 25. Reminiscences. Having discussed some matters concerning Li Qiman in America, Fang Cheng inquired, "What was it that you mentioned about the last time you saw such a night sky?" "Nothing much, just a literal interpretation. That year, I accompanied my grandfather back to the village where he grew up to pay homage to our ancestors." A flicker of memory crossed Li Qingman's eyes as she began to recollect her childhood, though the years had dulled many of those memories to mere fragments. She recalled that year when, as a kindergartner, she had returned to her grandfather's hometown, a small mountainous village in the central region. Upon their arrival, the family first visited the ancestral home, which had long fallen into disrepair and was in a state of ruin. After viewing the ancestral house, they proceeded to the family grave, where they honored their forebears. Although many details had faded from her mind, she vividly remembered her grandfather weeping sorrowfully before a gravestone, nearly collapsing from grief. She later learned from her father that the grave belonged to her grandfather's elder brother. Following that ancestral pilgrimage, the family relocated to America, marking the beginning of their life in a foreign land. "Your grandfather?" Fang Cheng appeared hesitant, as if struggling to articulate his thoughts. "What is it you wish to say?" Li Qiman guessed his intentions and encouraged him. "Why the hesitation? Speak freely." Reluctantly, Fang Cheng pressed on. "I've heard rumors that you have an extraordinary connection with the upper echelons of the Schengen Group. Who told you that?" "Colleagues, they mentioned it. And I was simply curious. They were not mistaken." "And not mistaken? Li Shaoan is my great-uncle." Li Shaoan is your great-uncle?" Li Qingman openly disclosed her lineage without reservation. Having endured trials of life and death together, she felt Fang Cheng had earned her trust. Given their current predicament on the deserted island, revealing her identity seemed inconsequential. Fang Cheng's mouth fell agape, astonishment rendering him speechless. Previously, he had overheard colleagues speculating about Li Qingman's background, with myriad fanciful versions circulating, which he had dismissed as mere folly. Yet, upon hearing her confirm the relationship with Li Xiaoan, he finally grasped the truth, how a young woman like Li Qingman could return from abroad to assume such a significant position as the executive president of Shengen Fund. Li Xiaoan, the renowned overseas Chinese who founded Shengen Group, had a life story filled with dramatic highs and lows that could fill a grand novel. In those tumultuous times, he devoted his life to establishing what would become a globally formidable enterprise. Shengen Group's ventures spanned investments, capital, real estate, finance, property management, commerce, culture, tourism, and agriculture, epitomizing comprehensive industry standards. The founder and chairman, Li Xiaoan, resided abroad, and his family was a frequent feature on wealth rankings, both domestically and internationally. However, to safeguard his family members, he rarely disclosed personal information, leaving the public with scant knowledge, and many key positions within Shengen Group were not occupied by family members. Actually, I shouldn't have shared this with you, but now that I have, it's of little consequence, Li Qingman smiled. Wait, I'm still processing this, Fang Cheng said, holding his forehead. So, the Li Xiaoan on the Forbes list of top Chinese billionaires is your great-uncle? Indeed. Do you have any further questions? You mentioned that Li Xiaoan has brothers, yet my research revealed no such information. Fang Cheng's expression was one of disbelief. My great-uncle values family privacy greatly and invests significantly to maintain it, Li Qingman explained. My grandfather, Li Xiaoman, is his biological brother. My great-uncle was very fond of me during my childhood, but after he moved to America, we seldom met. And where is Li Xiaoan now? I'm afraid I cannot divulge that. He and his wife live happily, wishing to remain undisturbed. The whereabouts of Li Xiaoan had always been a mystery, known only to the family, and Fang Cheng was no exception to this ignorance. I see. You have a great-uncle who cares deeply for you, which is why you chose to return to China after graduation to lead his Shengen Fund. This was a promise made with my great-uncle during my childhood. I am determined to make him proud. As she spoke, Li Qingman shook her head regretfully. Unfortunately, now that I find myself stranded on this deserted island, I fear I may not fulfill his expectations. Do not despair. As long as we are alive, there will be an opportunity for us to leave this place. Fang Cheng reassured her. Moreover, your great-uncle is such a formidable figure. Once he learns of your flight's misfortune, he will surely send someone to search for you. Li Qingman had once shared this hope, but with so many days having passed since the accident, she feared that hope had grown dim. Glancing at Fang Cheng, this man whom she found reliable, she realized that he was her sole source of solace. At least she was not alone on this desolate island, which allowed her to retain a flicker of hope within her heart. Let us do this, Fang Cheng proposed. Tomorrow morning, we will create an SOS signal on the beach. If any searchers happen to see it, they may come to our rescue. Let us give it a try, Li Qingman replied, though her confidence wavered. Yet, there was no harm in attempting something that could lead to her salvation. It's getting late. Let us rest, she yawned, fatigue overtaking her. Yes, sleep well, Fang Cheng said, his hands clasped behind his head, lost in thought and unable to find tranquility. He had never anticipated that Li Qingman possessed such an illustrious background. And in that moment, he felt an unbridgeable distance between them. The esteemed daughter of a prominent family seemed worlds apart from his own ordinary existence. A myriad of thoughts flooded Fang Cheng's mind, but he shook his head, casting them aside. Their immediate concern was survival on this deserted island. And everything else could wait. Lying back beneath the shelter, he gazed at the unfamiliar stars in the night sky, suddenly struck by the realization that these constellations seemed foreign, unlike any he had previously encountered. Chapter 26. The strange starry sky. The vast expanse of the night sky glittered with countless stars. However, Fang Cheng suddenly jolted awake, gripped by a sense of dread. The previous nights had been spent seeking refuge in a cave due to the storm, obscuring any view of the stars. The once familiar night sky now appeared utterly alien to him. The Big Dipper, Polaris, Ursa Major, and Ursa Minor were all absent. This realization left Fang Cheng astounded. How could such a phenomenon occur? Why had all the constellations visible in the northern hemisphere vanished? Could it be that this small island was situated in the southern hemisphere? The island they found themselves on, with its tropical vegetation and climate, should have allowed visibility of most constellations from both hemispheres, and even Orion, typically seen near the equator, was nowhere to be found. Gazing at this strange yet familiar sky, Fang Cheng felt lost. Where was this place? Why did the night sky here differ so drastically from what he had known? What kind of miraculous location existed on Earth? Just as Fong Chung was drenched in cold sweat over the celestial mystery, he heard Li Qingman's voice from behind. She had awoken, initially confused to find him missing, and upon spotting him deep in thought outside the pavilion, her curiosity was piqued. Fong Cheng hesitated to share his discovery with Li Qingman, at least for now. She held on to a glimmer of hope for survival. If this were a regular island, with the Li family's resources tirelessly searching the Pacific, they would surely find where the two had met with misfortune. But now, everything was different. Fong Cheng's revelation confirmed that this island was anything but ordinary, and it was likely impossible to be located. It's nothing, just couldn't sleep. I came out for some fresh air, Fong Cheng replied, turning back to her. Oh. Don't stay out too late, Li Qingman murmured, still heavy with sleep, before drifting off once more. With Li Qingman asleep, Fong Cheng found himself unable to rest, his mind racing with the questions that had just surfaced. They were on such a peculiar deserted island. What secrets did it hold? Why were the celestial phenomena so extraordinary? The next morning, the island basked in a pristine clarity as sunlight filtered through the leaves above, casting gentle rays upon Li Qingman's face. Blinking against the bright light, she slowly opened her eyes, reflecting on how wonderfully restful her sleep had been. Compared to curling up in that damp, cold cave, this soft sandy beach felt like paradise. Where's Fong Chung? She noticed the space beside her was empty and recalled that he had been sitting outside late into the night. Surprised that he had risen earlier than her, stretching and crawling out of the pavilion, Li Qingman began to loosen her limbs, invigorated by a night of comfortable slumber. You're awake, she heard Fong Chung call from a distance. Following his voice, she saw that he had arranged a large SOS signal out of stones on the smooth white sand. Is this your doing? As she approached him, her heart swelled with gratitude upon seeing the large letters formed by the stones. It must have taken quite a while to gather so many rocks. And she felt deeply touched to realize that Fong Chung had risen early to undertake this task. Fong Chung flashed a bright smile and replied, yes, I couldn't sleep. So I decided to do something productive. As he spoke, he endeavored to maintain a cheerful demeanor, concealing any trace of his waning hope. After the previous night, he had lost faith in the possibility of rescue. If he couldn't even ascertain the island's location, how could anyone possibly find them? He simply wanted to preserve a flicker of hope for Li Qingman in her heart. Seeing Fong Chung's efforts uplifted Li Qingman's spirits, and she beamed at him, asking, what should we do today? Now that we have a temporary shelter and can sustain ourselves with coconuts, our most pressing concern is finding a water source. The rainwater we collected after the storm won't last long, and we have no idea when the next storm will come, Fong Cheng explained. After a brief rest, the two set off again towards the island's interior, hoping to locate potable water. As the days passed, both Fong Chung and Li Qingman gradually adapted to maneuvering through the forest, their pace quickening significantly. Yet, for Fong Chung, traversing the woods while bare-bodied often led to painful encounters with thorns and prickles. The pain was tolerable, but some plants emitted a toxic reaction upon contact, causing an unbearable itch that was difficult to resist. From an outside perspective, the forest seemed small, but once within, its vastness became apparent. The dense foliage made it easy to lose track of the path they had taken. Fortunately, Fong Chung had been prudent, marking their route as they walked. Finding a water source on a desolate island was no simple task. Often, it relied on luck. First, the island needed to possess a water source in the first place. For if there was none, no amount of searching would yield results. Fortunately, after a morning spent navigating through the jungle, they finally made a discovery. At the base of a cliff, they found the ground damp, though not yet pooling into a small puddle. Water steadily seeped down from the bare rock face. The cliff, about 2 meters high and composed of shale, allowed a trickle of water to emerge from the crevices of the stones. Given the surrounding environment, this appeared to be a stable water source, as the rock face was coated in a layer of moss nourished by the persistent dripping. As Fong Cheng leaned in closer to inspect the trickling water, he extended his tongue to taste it. What are you doing? Li Qingman exclaimed, her voice laced with anxiety. Fong Chung licked the dampness from the stone, and, upon tasting it, his expression transformed into one of joyous elation. It's fresh water. This is fresh water. Li Qingman sighed in relief, having worried for nothing. He had simply been testing the water's quality. Upon realizing the water was indeed fresh, her spirits soared as they jumped around in excitement. As long as there was a water source on the island, they need not fear the issue of hydration. However, after their excitement waned, a practical problem loomed before them. Li Qingman furrowed her brow and asked, but how do we collect this water? Chapter 27. Tarzan of the Apes. The discovery of fresh water on the island was indeed a cause for celebration. However, amidst their joy, they had to confront another reality. Although water seeped from the cliff face, its quantity was exceedingly meager, merely a thin trickle that made collection exceedingly challenging. It was implausible for the two to remain beside the cliff, relying solely on licking the surface for hydration. What were they to do? The discovery of a water source was certainly uplifting, but if it could not be utilized, it would ultimately amount to nothing more than an empty delight. As both of them wore expressions of despair, a thought suddenly flickered in Fong Cheng's mind. Perhaps there was a way to collect the fresh water. Eureka! He exclaimed with excitement. Have you thought of a solution? Li Qimin asked, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Let us give it a try. Without further ado, Fong Cheng removed his shoes, leaving him clad only in his undergarments. He proceeded to untie the shoelaces and pulled them free. What do you need the shoelaces for? Li Qimin inquired, puzzled. You'll see shortly, Fong Cheng replied, not elaborating further as he began his task. He inserted one end of the shoelace into a crevice in the rock where water was seeping, then let it hang vertically against the cliff, its length just reaching the ground. He then stuffed the other end into a plastic bottle and secured it with a few stones. In this manner, a rudimentary water collection device was fashioned. Fong Cheng's ingenious idea was to use the shoelaces as siphons, guiding the scant fresh water from the cliff into the plastic bottle. Can this really work? Li Qingman questioned, her skepticism palpable, doubting the reliability of the method. It will definitely work, Fong Cheng assured her confidently, proceeding to replicate the process with a second shoelace and another plastic bottle. With everything set, they waited to see if the water would flow smoothly into the bottles. They remained by the cliff, observing intently. After a few minutes, they were rewarded as droplets began to trickle down the shoelaces into the bottles. Seeing their method prove effective, Fong Cheng and Li Qingman exchanged jubilant high fives. In that moment, their faces radiated joy. As long as this method worked, they would no longer need to worry about drinking water. However, for Fong Cheng, his only remaining shoelace was now sacrificed, leaving him resembling a primitive being, entirely bare except for his undergarment. Walking barefoot through the jungle was not an easy task. One misstep could lead to injury. Just as he began to fret over this predicament, Li Qiman devised a solution. She instructed Fong Cheng to wait in place, while she ventured to a nearby tree to retrieve a slender vine. After measuring it against the shoelace holes, she found it slightly thicker but manageable. I'll take care of it, she declared, surprising Fong Cheng with her initiative. Just stay still, it will be done shortly, she assured him. After a brief wait, Li Qingman successfully tied the new shoelaces for Fong Cheng. Though they were merely tightened, they were a far cry from the original fit. Nonetheless, being able to wear shoes again was a significant improvement. Now that they had fresh water, their next task was to monitor how long it would take to fill the bottles. Fong Cheng needed to estimate the time required to ensure they could return promptly to collect the water and replace the bottles, thus preventing the waste of their precious resource. Shall we head back to the beach? Li Qiman asked, having slowly come to rely on Fong Cheng's judgment in many matters during their time together. Perhaps even a woman of her stature, faced with such dire circumstances, experienced moments of vulnerability, and Fong Cheng's presence offered her reassurance. Let us venture further ahead and explore the center of the island, he suggested. All right, let's go, she replied. Following Fong Cheng's plan, they made their way to the island's heart before returning to the water source to check their collection. They departed from the water source and began traversing toward the center of the small island. At the island's core stood a small rocky hill, sparsely adorned with vegetation. Only a few scattered plants growing in the crevices of the stones. The wind howled atop the rocky mound, likely due to the absence of tall trees. From this vantage point, the entire shape of the island was laid bare before them. Viewed from the rocky hill, the island resembled a colossal sea turtle, with a circular central landmass resembling the turtle's body, and a long tail extending into the sea. This was where Fong Cheng and Li Qingman had landed during their life and death moment on that sandy beach submerged in water. Had it not been for that long tail, they would have missed this island entirely, facing a tragic fate in the depths of the ocean. At the center of this rocky hill stood a towering stone, approximately 4 to 5 meters high. One side was steep and jagged, while the other sloped gently. Fong Cheng, eager to ascend the stone, gestured for Li Qiman to join him. Though Li Qiman considered the endeavor somewhat perilous, she acquiesced to his enthusiasm and insisted on accompanying him. Climbing up the steep side, with Fong Cheng providing support, they managed to scale the great stone with relative ease. Upon reaching the summit, their view expanded dramatically. Gazing out, they were surrounded by endless ocean, the sky a brilliant blue, the sands shimmering silver, and the white waves crashing in a breathtaking tableau. At that moment, Fong Cheng could not contain his exuberance. He spread his arms wide and let out a triumphant shout. I'm the king of the world. Li Qiman, standing behind him, was amused by his antics and laughed heartily, remarking, You look more like Tarzan at this moment. Fong Cheng glanced at his own bare form, clad only in his modest undergarment, and indeed, he bore a resemblance to the legendary figure. Embarrassed yet amused, he chuckled and mimicked Tarzan's iconic call. cupping his hands around his mouth and bellowing. "Oh, phew." Li Qingman burst into uncontrollable laughter at his antics, and seeing her joy, Fang Cheng joined in the mirth. After they had laughed to their heart's content, they settled atop the great stone, basking in the radiant sunshine and refreshing sea breeze, an idyllic scene beyond compare. Chapter 28. The Mountain Goat. Without a doubt, this large boulder at the summit offers the finest vantage point on the entire island, allowing a panoramic view of its entirety. With nothing pressing upon them, the two began to meticulously observe the island's topography. At the heart of the island lies the rocky mountain where they now find themselves. Surrounded by a tropical rainforest composed of coconut palms and shrubs, leading outward to the beaches, sandy shores to the south and rocky shores to the north. From this vantage point, they could discern the cave where they had previously taken refuge, as well as the makeshift shelter they had erected, along with the approximate location of the water source. It could be said that from here, the entire island's situation is laid bare before them. Gazing further, beyond the beach, a magnificent ring of coral reefs emerges, thriving beneath the water's surface, invisible from the shore. It is only from such a height that one might behold the sea's hidden wonders. These coral reefs, though appearing as shallow banks from a distance, are, in truth, quite deep, extending several hundred meters into the depths of the ocean. Beyond, they could also spot a three-masted sailboat, marooned upon the reefs due to a tempest. Surrounding the reefs, the two noticed several black-shaded sharks gliding through the water. Seeing these formidable creatures sent a chill down their spines, they were fortunate indeed to have landed on the island without being attacked by such predators. For the alternative would have been grim. "It seems we were truly lucky that day," Li Qingman remarked, her voice trembling, clearly shaken by the sight of the sharks. Fang Cheng, too, felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. However, amidst his fear, an unexpected thought occurred to him. Perhaps it was the long absence of meat that led him to ponder the idea of hunting for some. "Shark meat must be quite delectable, don't you think?" he mused. "Fang Cheng, you?" Li Qingman exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Ha ha, I'm merely jesting. Unless they swim ashore to me, I would be akin to courting death by diving in after them," Fang Cheng replied with a chuckle, albeit with a hint of regret. The two continued to chat leisurely atop the stone, their conversation meandering through various topics, including some anecdotes from Fang Cheng's childhood, thus deepening their mutual understanding. In contrast to Li Qingman's illustrious background, Fang Cheng's origins were far more ordinary, lacking in any particular boastfulness. Yet, it seemed Li Qingman paid little heed to such distinctions. Her demeanor remained devoid of any condescension toward him. "That's enough for now. Let us go check the water source," Fang Cheng suggested. Glancing at the sun's position in the sky, he estimated that they had been away from the water source for nearly 2 hours and was eager to see how much water they had collected. The prolonged sea breeze was making them both somewhat dizzy, and Li Qingman felt it was time to seek shelter from it. Thus, they descended from the boulder and made their way towards the water source where they had left the plastic bottles. As they walked, their spirits were buoyant, each anticipating that the plastic bottles would have collected a substantial amount of water. Fang Cheng even began to whistle. Indeed, discovering a water source on this small island signified a vital means of survival, a fact that could not fail to elate them. Just as they were nearing the water source, Fang Cheng abruptly halted his whistling and gestured for Li Qingman to remain silent. "What is it?" she whispered, puzzled. "Look." He pointed to some marks on the ground. These appear to be animal tracks. Indeed, Fang Cheng's keen observation revealed scattered imprints on the ground, likely left by some creature. Instantly, he felt a surge of caution. Judging by the size of the tracks, the animal in question was likely not small, and encountering wildlife in the wilderness could prove perilous. Without weapons, overcoming wild animals would be exceedingly difficult. Even if one managed to prevail, injury could lead to dire consequences, as there were no antibiotics in the wild, and an infected wound would spell certain doom. To ensure their safety, Fang Cheng picked up a broken branch and handed it to Li Qingman for protection, instructing her to follow closely behind and keep her head down. He then gathered a couple of stones in his hands, ready to use them to deter any potential threat. The two approached the water source with utmost caution, striving to minimize noise. Upon reaching the rock face, Fang Cheng peeked around the corner and was astonished to see a black mountain goat licking the stone wall. To his dismay, the goat had knocked over one of their plastic bottles, spilling the precious water onto the ground. Fang Cheng, incensed at the sight of their hard-won water supply being wasted, leapt into view and shouted at the goat in an attempt to drive it away. However, the goat seemed unfazed by his presence. Having lived in isolation on the island, it had likely never encountered a human before. Unaware of Fang Cheng's intentions, the imposing ram raised its impressive horns, preparing to charge. At that moment, Fang Cheng felt a pang of trepidation. The ram was sizable, its long, sharp horns a formidable weapon. Yet, a confrontation did not unfold so easily, as both parties were wary of one another. The ram, proud and defiant, raised its head and bleated loudly in an attempt to assert dominance and intimidate Fang Cheng. "I love you, you goat," Fang Cheng exclaimed, hurling a stone at the ground near the goat's feet. The startled creature promptly turned and bolted into the nearby woods, with the mountain goat fleeing. Li Qingman dared to approach Fang Cheng, her palms slick with sweat from the tension of their earlier standoff, fearing for his safety. "Are you all right?" she asked anxiously. "I'm fine. It just needed a little scare to send it running," he replied nonchalantly, albeit frustrated that their water supply had been upended by the beast. "What matters most is that you're unharmed. Water can be replenished," Li Qingman reassured him. Upon reaching the rock face, they discovered that one of their 2 plastic bottles had indeed been toppled by the mountain goat, and not only that, but the bottle had also been punctured, leaving them with not a single drop of water. This revelation infuriated Fang Cheng. Fortunately, the creature had not completely obliterated their efforts and had left one bottle intact, perhaps a small mercy that would allow for future encounters. Chapter 29. Contending for water sources. The broken plastic bottle was utterly beyond use, which was truly regrettable. Nevertheless, Fang Cheng was reluctant to leave its remains exposed in the wilderness, hoping to take it back in case it might prove useful. Upon examining another plastic bottle, he noted that it contained approximately 1/10 of its capacity, which was around 500 milliliters. Given that it took nearly 2 hours to collect this modest amount, it would require approximately 20 hours to fill the bottle entirely, with only 2 shoelaces available for drainage and the limited water seeping from the cliff. No amount of additional plastic bottles would yield more water. Calculating their meager gains, the 2 could extract roughly 1 liter of fresh water daily from this source, a precious resource for their survival on the deserted island. However, an urgent issue loomed ahead: the wild goat they had previously spotted. If left unaddressed, it might disrupt their water collection efforts every time they came here. It was impractical for both of them to remain on guard at all times. Faced with this dilemma, they found themselves at a loss, as the goat had vanished, and it was likely to return the moment they departed. "Perhaps we should drink some water first," suggested Fang Cheng, handing the remaining plastic bottle to Li Qingman, concerned that she might become too thirsty on their way back. Li Qingman hesitated, saying, "You consume more than I do. You should drink it." Fang Cheng replied, "It's all right. I'll drink from the stored water later. You should have the fresh water." Touched by his kindness, Li Qingman accepted the bottle, not wishing to refuse his good intentions. She drank the water in one gulp, and indeed, it was refreshingly cool, far more pleasant than the rainwater they had previously consumed. This water, seeping from the ground, carried a hint of chill, providing a delightful relief in the sweltering heat. Once she had finished, Fang Cheng carefully refilled the bottle as it had been. "Do you think it's possible for goats to appear on this deserted island? Could there be someone who grazes them here?" Li Qingman pondered, intrigued by their earlier discovery. How could a remote island, isolated in the vast ocean, host goats? Was it possible that there existed a native tribe? Fang Cheng shook his head. "That seems unlikely. We have been on this island for several days and have found no signs of human activity." Li Qingman inquired, "Then where do these goats come from?" During the age of exploration, ships traversing the oceans often carried various animals, and many islands today are home to feral livestock left behind by sailors who abandoned them during their voyages. If that were the case, it would indeed explain the presence of goats here, indicating that ships must have passed by this island in the past. The ancient shipwreck visible just offshore served as evidence of this, suggesting that it had not drifted far from the island, for a storm would not have carried it here otherwise. Thus, it seemed that the goats were remnants of those bygone vessels. These were merely Fang Cheng's musings, somewhat audacious, yet self-consistent. His understanding of the presence of mammals on islands stemmed from documentaries he had watched and was only a general overview. However, for both Fang Cheng and Li Qingman, delving into the deeper reasons behind it was unnecessary. Their primary concern was survival, not scientific exploration. Currently, they were sharing this island with one or several wild goats, which frequently visited the water source they relied upon. To secure their water supply, they would need to devise a strategy to deter these goats from intruding. Eliminating the goat was the most straightforward solution that first came to Fang Cheng's mind. Yet, he quickly dismissed the idea. Without a knife, the task would not be simple. Engaging in a confrontation with a full-grown goat was hardly a prudent choice. The question of whether he could defeat it was one thing. The matter of how to consume and preserve the meat was another. Consuming it raw posed significant risks, especially when coconuts could suffice for sustenance. Moreover, preserving such a large goat, likely weighing dozens of pounds, would be impractical, as he and Li Qingman could not possibly finish it in one sitting. In the humid, tropical climate, if they did not consume the meat rapidly, it would spoil, resulting in the waste of a delectable goat. "What a pity we have no fire. It would certainly make things easier," Fang Cheng sighed. Despite the island's abundant resources allowing them to survive for a time without fire, the longer they were in this predicament, The more he longed for the benefits fire could provide: cooked meals, boiled water, and illumination at night to ward off venomous insects and lurking beasts. Setting aside the issue of fire, Fangcheng resolved to address the water source problem first, as it was essential for sustaining life. How about we build a fence around the water source? Li Qingman suggested. Since it was currently unwise to confront the wild goats directly, they should find a way to keep them away from the water. Fangcheng's eyes brightened at the prospect. This indeed was a sound idea. With so many branches and vines in the forest, constructing a fence around the water source would not be a considerable challenge. Without further ado, they commenced their task, gathering as many usable materials as they could carry to the base of the cliff. Once they had sufficient supplies, Fangcheng found a suitably sized stone, and with Li Qingman's assistance, they drove the wooden stakes into the ground. After laboring tirelessly for most of the day, they finally erected a simple fence around the water source. To fortify it, Fangcheng collected numerous stones to place on either side, preventing wild goats from damaging their makeshift barrier. Exhausted but fulfilled, they hoped their efforts would prove effective, alleviating their worries about fresh water in the future. Let us head back now. Fangcheng wiped the sweat from his brow, slightly out of breath. I'll return with another plastic bottle, and we can check again in the morning. All right, let us go, Li Qingman replied, following Fangcheng as they left the thicket. Chapter 30. The Dilemma of Fire Under the Refreshing Sea Breeze at Night. Fangcheng and Li Qingman sat in the pavilion, each gazing at the starry sky in a daze. Indeed, the celestial phenomena they observed yesterday were real. Tonight's sky mirrored the previous evenings, both familiar and foreign, filled with stars they did not recognize. It was almost certain now that this island was shrouded in mystery, leaving them utterly uncertain of its location. As for rescue, that was a thought best abandoned. They needed to contemplate how to survive on this island. Since their arrival, their sustenance had solely relied on coconuts. At this moment, Fangcheng felt acutely aware of his weakening body, compounded by the day's labor of building a fence. He found himself devoid of energy, longing only to remain still and quiet. Gurgle. In the stillness of the night, a distinct sound emanated from Fangcheng's stomach. Are you hungry? Li Qingman inquired, approaching him. Hungry? Fangcheng's face flushed as he scratched the back of his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed under her gaze. Li Qingman did not mock him. She understood that Fangcheng's physical exertion far surpassed her own. Living together, he bore the brunt of their labor, and thus she empathized with his plight. Feeling a sense of compassion and regret for him, it was clear that subsisting solely on coconuts was untenable. They needed to devise a plan. During the day, I spotted that goat, and now I can't shake the thought of mutton from my mind. Every time I close my eyes, it appears before me, he confessed, nearly drooling at the thought. In the past, he had not been fond of mutton, always detecting an unpleasant odor, yet now he yearned to savor a bite. I feel the same. Li Qingman's cheeks flushed. Like Fangcheng, she had not tasted cooked food in quite some time, and the mere mention of meat made their mouths water. Once they began discussing it, it was as if a dam had burst. They could not stop, both salivating at the thought. Fangcheng pressed his stomach, gritting his teeth. I can't take it anymore. I need to open a coconut to calm myself. Li Qingman, concerned, asked, Can you still eat coconuts? Those words struck a chord with Fangcheng. His stomach still churned with coconut water, and the mere sight of a coconut made him feel nauseous. Never mind, I can't eat anymore. He shoved the coconut into a corner and stood up to leave the pavilion. Li Qingman, anxious, called after him. Where are you going? I need to find something to start a fire. He strode into the woods without looking back, determined to kindle a flame. Having watched countless videos on fire-starting techniques, he was resolute that if others could ignite a fire in the wilderness, so could he. Fueled by his hunger for the goat, he was oblivious to everything else. Hey, it's late. You shouldn't go into the woods. Li Qingman shouted nervously from behind. I can't stand it. Fangcheng shouted to the sky in frustration. TCH. Li Qingman clicked her tongue, feeling a mix of sympathy and helplessness at Fangcheng's obstinate demeanor. She decided to follow him into the woods. Why did you come too? It's dangerous in the woods. You should stay in the pavilion, Fangcheng said when he noticed her footsteps trailing behind him. You know it's dangerous? Li Qingman retorted, and yet you dare to go alone? Fangcheng blushed. I'm just so hungry. Li Qingman shook her head. I can't do anything with you. Despite her words, she followed him into the woods. Compared to their initial reckless foray into the forest, this time was significantly better. The ground was less damp, making their passage easier, perhaps due to the elements toughening him up. Fangcheng no longer seemed as bothered by the mosquitoes, even when bitten, as he had been before. After searching the woods, he gathered some dry wood, logs, and sticks, returning to the pavilion somewhat satisfied. Fire would not ignite itself. The next step was to create a spark. He found a sturdy wooden board to use as a base and selected a stick of appropriate size. He then prepared a pile of dry coconut husk fibers, With everything in place, Fong Cheng began to rub the stick between his hands, employing the method he had learned from television. After several attempts, he realized the problem. As he rubbed the stick, it naturally slipped down, and even when starting from the top, he could barely maintain the friction for long before his hands fell to the bottom, resulting in a pause each time. Despite numerous attempts, the end of the stick only grew warm, without a hint of smoke. When hunger and fatigue set in, it was easy to become stubborn. And Fong Cheng was no exception. He was determined to succeed in lighting a fire that night. His mounting frustration led to increasingly vigorous movements, and he muttered curses under his breath. Finally, his emotions erupted. He angrily tossed the stick aside, cradling his face in his hands, overwhelmed by a profound sense of defeat. It seemed so simple when he watched others start fires, yet his own attempts were fraught with difficulty. Seeing Fong Cheng's dejected expression, Li Qiman felt a twinge of sympathy for him. Perhaps he had placed too much pressure on himself. Or perhaps there was something she could do to assist. She retrieved the discarded stick and sat across from him. "Let us try together." Her simple statement jolted Fong Cheng from his self-imposed struggle. Regaining his composure, he nodded at Li Qiman. Thus, they began to work together, alternating their hands as one would drop away, allowing the other to take over. Before long, they achieved unexpected results. The scent of smoke began to waft through the air, heightening their excitement. With smoke now present, they only needed to hasten their efforts to create an ember. Fong Cheng, eager, poured all his energy into rubbing the stick faster. Yet despite their combined efforts, they could not break through the final barrier. The smoke remained just that, smoke, with no spark igniting. After 3 attempts, Li Qiman's arms grew weary, and they faced yet another failure. "It's still not working." Fong Cheng sighed, dejected. "Is there perhaps some condition we haven't met?" Li Qiman suggested. Fong Cheng shook his head. "It seems today we'll have to call it quits. Let us not push it further. We should get some rest." Chapter 31. Li Qiman fell ill as dawn broke. The sun shone brightly, illuminating the azure sea and sky in a splendid display. Upon awakening, Fong Cheng felt an overwhelming fatigue washing over him. He lazily stretched, acutely aware that his prolonged abstinence from starch and protein had rendered his body increasingly frail. Li Qiman, nearby, fared little better, although her consumption had not matched Fong Cheng's. Her inherent constitution was not as resilient, and she now exhibited signs of malnutrition. Fong Cheng was acutely aware of the situation and understood the urgency of resolving the issue of fire. Only with fire could they prepare cooked food, which was their immediate priority. "I'm so tired," Li Qiman murmured, her eyes still heavy with sleep, her breath shallow. Noticing her pallor, Fong Cheng gently suggested, "You should rest here while I check the water source from yesterday." This time, Li Qiman did not insist on accompanying him, and Fong Cheng ventured alone to the site of the water discovery. Upon reaching the base of the towering cliff, he found the fence intact, which eased his mind, evidently. The troublesome ram had not returned since yesterday. Stepping outside the fence, he saw that the 2 plastic bottles had collected nearly a full bottle of water. His spirits lifted at this sight, and he eagerly drank from one of the bottles. The water, which had seeped from the rock crevices, was far superior to rainwater, both in taste and temperature, imparting a refreshing coolness that invigorated him. After retrieving the filled bottle, Fong Cheng replaced it with 2 new ones to continue collecting water, taking the remaining bottle back to the beach. Upon arriving, he was met with an unsettling sight. Li Qiman was absent. Typically, she would be strolling along the shore at this hour, yet today there was no trace of her. This struck Fong Cheng as odd. His round trip had taken nearly an hour, and Li Qiman rarely lingered in bed. A sense of foreboding crept over him. What if something had happened? Fong Cheng, feeling a surge of anxiety, hurried towards the shelter. Peering inside, he found Li Qiman still asleep, which alleviated some of his worries. But he soon realized that something was amiss. "Li Qiman? Li Qiman?" He called out, his voice laced with urgency, but there was no response. Rushing to her side, he was struck by the heat radiating from her flushed face. When he touched her forehead, the fever was alarming, nearly causing him to gasp. Li Qiman was burning with fever, high fever. This sudden turn of events shattered Fong Cheng's composure. Faced with such a dire situation, he felt utterly helpless, uncertain of how to proceed. If they were in the city, he would have rushed her to the hospital without hesitation. Yet here, on this desolate island, devoid of any medical supplies, let alone a hospital, he felt the weight of despair. He touched her forehead again. The temperature was unrelenting, akin to a searing fireball. Fong Cheng's heart raced as he sought ways to alleviate her suffering. Water. Yes, she could drink water. He gently propped her up and offered her the water he had brought back. Li Qiman, weakly raising herself, parted her chapped lips to sip the water. But the coolness provoked a fit of harsh coughing. "No, it's too cold," she struggled to articulate, trembling intermittently. Frustration surged within Fong Cheng as he thumped his head in dismay. If only he had a way to heat the water, it would surely help her condition. Just wait. I'll start a fire, he exclaimed. Don't bother. Just leave me, Li Qingman replied, her expression one of profound discomfort. Her physical state dismantling her mental resilience. When one is ill, they often become vulnerable and prone to despair. She appeared pessimistic, despondent, and sensitive, even contemplating surrender. What are you saying? I promised we would survive together. How could I possibly abandon you? Fong Cheng replied passionately. We cannot continue like this on the island. If we keep dragging on, we will inevitably fail, Li Qingman stated, her eyes vacant as she shook her head. So what if we might fail? Fong Cheng's demeanor shifted. A resolute determination emerged that had never been seen before. Fong Cheng. Li Qingman averted her gaze, almost unable to meet his eyes. Perhaps we will fail, but it will not be today, he declared with a conviction that resonated deeply within him, a resolute moment unlike any he had experienced before. Li Qingman stared at him in astonishment, as if she were seeing a new side of him. Rest easy, I will definitely start a fire today, Fong Cheng vowed. His manhood and dignity at stake. He would find a way, as it represented their hope for survival. Determined to ignite a fire. Fong Cheng refrained from the reckless attempts of the previous day. With Li Qingman's assistance, he had failed to spark a fire, and today, relying solely on his own hands, it seemed even less likely. He needed to devise a different approach. Noting that Li Qingman was barely hanging on, he temporarily departed the beach and ventured into the woods to seek materials conducive to igniting a fire. He contemplated crafting a fire bow, wedging a stick against the bowstring and rapidly drawing it to create friction between the wood. The hope was that this method would yield success. The bow required sturdy wood, preferably curved for binding the string, and he recalled some rope he had salvaged from the beach that would serve perfectly as the bowstring. Finding suitable would prove challenging. Either it was too long, too short, too straight, or too brittle. Fortunately, the island's forests were abundant with timber. After numerous attempts, Fong Cheng finally discovered a piece of wood that, though slightly misshapen, possessed the ideal length, size, and resilience. With the materials for the fire bow in hand, he next sought dry, soft leaves and slender twigs, ideal kindling that would ignite easily. Having prepared everything, he hurried back to the shelter without pause, anxious about Li Qingman's safety alone. Upon his return, he found her sitting in the shelter, leaning against a post, her eyes gently closed. Her expression one of evident pain. Chapter 32. A despairing downpour. All preparations were complete, and the necessary materials for kindling a fire were at hand. It was time for Fong Cheng to fulfill his promise. He was about to embark on a desperate attempt, determined to ignite a flame with all his might, disregarding everything else for the day. After a simple assembly, he secured a rope at both ends of a wooden stick to create a fire bow. Following his design, he positioned the stick against the bowstring and began to rotate it against the wood. This method proved far easier than rubbing with his hands. By swiftly pulling the fire bow, the stick spun rapidly against the wood below, quickly boring a small hole. Before long, wisps of white smoke began to rise from the wood. Seeing the smoke, Fong Cheng accelerated his efforts, pulling the bow with increasing vigor. Drawing upon the experience of his previous failed attempt, he understood that the appearance of smoke signified he was nearing success. He gritted his teeth and exerted every ounce of strength in a frenzied motion, focused solely on successfully igniting the ember. Li Qingman, despite her severe illness, watched intently. Seeing Fong Cheng pour all his energy into this endeavor, she felt her eyes moisten unexpectedly. The man she had previously overlooked suddenly appeared quite handsome in his earnestness. And in that moment, she found it hard to distinguish whether the fluttering in her heart was what they called infatuation. At last, after a grueling effort, Fong Cheng let out a triumphant shout as he withdrew the stick, revealing glowing embers within the hole. However, before he could celebrate, fearing they might extinguish, he hastily transferred the precious embers into a pile of dry leaves. If all went well, this time the ignition would succeed. Yet, how could it be so simple? Nature would not be so easily conquered by Fong Cheng. The embers flickered and extinguished at a visible pace, failing to ignite the leaves. Witnessing the fruits of his labor vanish, Fong Cheng felt an indescribable sense of despondency. Yet, with Li Qingman beside him in a fragile state, he admonished himself not to complain and continued his efforts. Taking a deep breath and shaking out his weary arms, he resumed turning the fire bow. The temperature on the island was high, and it was midday. Even under the shade, the heat was oppressive, making Li Qingman uncomfortable and causing beads of sweat to pour from Fong Cheng. The sweat dripping down was not a favorable sign for his endeavor. Indeed, as he once again produced embers, a single drop of sweat extinguished yet another chance at ignition. Damn it, he cursed silently within his mind. Despite 2 consecutive failures, Fong Cheng refused to yield, plunging directly into a third attempt without rest. Li Qingman, observing him, felt an inexplicable ache in her heart, a blend of admiration and guilt. Fangqing, take a break. It's fine. I've found the method, he replied with a reassuring smile, offering her a comforting glance. After the previous failures, he had gradually honed his technique for fire drilling, realizing he need not exert excessive force during the initial rotations. When the smoke began to rise, he needed to accelerate his motions, thus making it easier to produce sparks. The most challenging part for him now was not generating the sparks, but rather igniting the leaves with them. Too forceful a breath would extinguish the sparks, while too gentle would fail to ignite the leaves. For someone who had never kindled a fire before, mastering the art of coaxing flames was an urgent necessity. Fortuitously, the high temperatures, while exhausting, also facilitated the process of ignition, allowing Fangqing the stamina to continue his attempts. As he remained focused on his task, thick clouds began to gather in the sky, unnoticed by him. His eyes were solely fixed on the firebow in his hands. Once more, smoke billowed as he quickened his arms' movements. The sparks tumbled from the drilled wooden hole onto the prepared coconut fibers below. Cradling the sparks as if they were the most precious jewels, he carefully enveloped them in the fibers and blew gently, shielding them from the wind. Terrified that they might extinguish again. Come on, ignite. He urged silently within himself, feeling fatigue wash over him and his patience wearing thin. If this attempt failed, he might truly have to concede defeat. Suddenly, the dry coconut fibers erupted into a vivid yellow flame. Overwhelmed with joy, Fangqing cried tears of relief. Feeling like a child weighing over 100 pounds, never having imagined how arduous the task of igniting a fire in the wild could be. Fortunately, the flame had caught. The days without fire were finally coming to an end, and all his efforts proved worthwhile. I did it. I succeeded. Fangqing exclaimed in ecstatic disbelief. This is wonderful. We finally have fire. Li Qingman echoed his joy. As he placed the burning coconut fibers into a prepared pile of dry wood, the flames began to grow steadily, and everything seemed to be unfolding favorably. Li Qingman felt a wave of relief, glad that she no longer had to witness Fangqing laboring to the point of exhaustion. However, just as they began to revel in their success, a fierce gust of wind swept through. The force of the wind nearly uprooted their makeshift shelter, sending Fangqing's heart racing as he instinctively shielded the flames. Once the wind subsided, the fire remained alight. Thank goodness it didn't go out, he thought. But his relief lasted barely 3 seconds before an unexpected torrential downpour began. As the large raindrops pounded against the roof of their shelter, they seeped through the cracks, extinguishing the flames that had only just begun to thrive. In that moment, Fangqing truly understood what it meant to feel one's heart turn to ash. Just a second ago, he had been elated. Now, he found himself bereft of tears to shed. The ember he had struggled so hard to ignite was so easily extinguished by nature's fury, shattering all hope in an instant. The two sat in stunned silence, at a loss for how to respond to their misfortune. Li Qingman sat dazed on the ground, while Fangqing tossed aside his tools, wanting nothing more than to curse the heavens. Such is the nature of the tropics. One moment the sky may be clear and bright, and the next, a storm can strike without warning. Chapter 33, a flicker of hope and despair. The torrential rain cascaded down, leaving chaos in its wake. There are always matters of greater significance than venting one's fury. Foremost among them is the urgent necessity of finding shelter for Li Qingman. She was burning with fever, and exposure to the rain would only exacerbate her condition. In desperation, Fangqing tore off the roof of the awning, layering the palm leaves to fashion a makeshift umbrella, and set off to locate a refuge. Let's go. I'll carry you, he insisted. No, please. Just leave me here and find a place to hide from the rain, she replied weakly. Witnessing Fangqing's repeated failures plunged Li Qingman's spirits into the depths of despair. She cursed the wretched weather, lamenting its cruel timing. What a joke. This is no laughing matter. Fangqing glanced at the frail Li Qingman. There was no way he could abandon her in such dire circumstances. Apologizing softly, he hoisted her onto his back and hurried towards shelter. The deluge was relentless and overwhelming. At a loss for alternative havens, Fangqing retraced their steps back to the cave where they had previously sought refuge. Where are we going? Li Qingman inquired. Nestled against his back. To a safe place. Close your eyes and rest. We'll be there soon, he urged, his pace unyielding as he sprinted toward the cave. Returning to the familiar cave felt ominous. When they first arrived on the island, they had weathered a typhoon within its confines. At that time, their health had been relatively intact, and the young couple had braved the dampness with relative ease. However, now, deprived of adequate nourishment, their bodies were rapidly deteriorating, a dire threat to their survival. Li Qingman's immunity had waned, and she had succumbed to fever. Upon reaching the cave, Fangqing found its cramped space unsuitable for even a single individual to lie flat. Li Qingman had to sit uncomfortably, the dampness of the surroundings exacerbating her discomfort. The rain-soaked clothes clung to her, hastening her descent into chill. Huddled in a corner, she trembled violently. Fire! 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 In that moment, Fangqing was consumed by a singular thought: fire. It would banish the dampness and cold, warm Li Qi-man, and most crucially, allow them to boil water and consume cooked food, essential for her recovery. What other means could he employ to create fire in the wild? Fangqing racked his mind for every scrap of knowledge he had on fire-making in the wilderness. Suddenly, as if divinely inspired, an idea struck him: the use of a lithium battery to ignite a flame. Indeed, lithium batteries could serve as an excellent source of ignition. Many survival guides extolled this method. In modern times, a mobile phone was an item most people would carry, and when damaged or submerged in water, the lithium battery inside could be a lifesaver. The process was simple: striking or puncturing the battery would short-circuit it, igniting a flame. While this method was costly and only usable once, at this critical juncture, the expense was inconsequential compared to the urgency of saving lives. Fangqing recalled that his own phone had sunk to the depths of the sea during the crash, but he remembered that Li Qi-man still had hers. "Qi-man, where's your phone?" he asked urgently. "Huh, I thought it was broken. Why do you need it?" she replied, her brow furrowed in confusion. "There's no time to explain. Hand me your phone. I need it to start a fire," he implored, anxiety evident in his voice. Li Qi-man was taken aback, astonished that a phone could be used to create fire. However, seeing Fangqing's desperation, she reluctantly searched for her bag. Typically, she would carry it. But today it was not with her. "My bag should still be at the awning. The phone is inside," she said weakly. "Wait here, I'll be back immediately." With that, Fangqing dashed out into the torrential rain toward the awning. Fortune favored him. Beneath the awning, he discovered Li Qingman's red bag. He opened it to find the most crucial item, the phone. Elated, he sprinted back to the cave without hesitation. "You're back so soon?" Li Qi-man exclaimed, astonished at his rapid return. "Yes," he replied, beaming with joy as he held up the life-saving device. To facilitate the fire-starting process, Fangqing selected a relatively dry spot within the cave and piled it high with coconut shells and core. He then retrieved Li Qingman's red phone, its black screen reflecting his anxious face, evidence of the island's hardships etched upon him. But there was no time for sentiment. Igniting a fire was paramount. "Qi-man, I'm going to dismantle your phone now." "Dismantle my phone?" Li Qi-man gasped in shock, incredulous that Fangqing would take such a drastic measure, even if it had become little more than a brick. "The lithium battery inside is essential for starting the fire. We have no other option," he stated resolutely. "Then do it," she conceded, understanding the gravity of their situation. Fangqing quickly disassembled the phone, extracting the lithium battery. Holding the small, dark object, he felt as though he was clutching their very lives in his hands, his palms trembling slightly. He had never attempted anything like this before, regardless of the outcome. They had to take a chance. He found a stone and struck the lithium battery forcefully. It began to swell, and soon the air was filled with the acrid scent of burning. Within moments, thick white smoke began to rise. Seeing the smoke, Fangqing felt a wave of relief wash over him as he prepared the kindling. The battery's temperature skyrocketed, suddenly erupting into fierce flames. Fangqing, who had been anxiously waiting, promptly ignited the coconut core and shells. Under the fierce blaze of the lithium battery, he finally succeeded in kindling a fire. Chapter 34. The Warm Cave. I did it. I succeeded. The fire was ignited, and Fangqing collapsed to the ground, laughing heartily without a care in the world. One cannot help but marvel at the exhilarating highs and lows of life. After enduring numerous setbacks, the two finally obtained fire, transforming their world instantly. In the midst of laughter, Fangqing unexpectedly broke into tears, a surprising display of vulnerability from a man, revealing the immense pressure he had just endured. After countless failures, he had gritted his teeth and persevered, refusing to give up. In this moment, all previous disappointments and frustrations evaporated into thin air. "You did it." Li Qi-man gently wiped her tears, deeply moved by Fangqing's efforts. At that moment, a bright and warm flame flickered in the previously cold cave, illuminating the darkness that had enveloped it. The small cave soon became cozy, and the once shivering Li Qi-man felt the warmth radiating from the fire, akin to stumbling upon a hot spring in the midst of a frigid winter. The comforting sensation coursed through her body, gradually dispelling the chill within. The two huddled closely around the fire, steam rising from their drenched clothes, while Li Qingman's wet garments slowly dried in the warmth. Words were scarce. Joy was written across both their faces, and their occasional exchanged smiles carried a weight of unspoken emotions. "How do you feel?" "Much better," although she still had a fever. The presence of fire brought Li Qi-man considerable relief. Fangqing instinctively reached to check her forehead, a casual gesture laden with concern. Li Qi-man did not resist or pull back, allowing him to touch her brow. "Your temperature is still quite high. You should rest in the cave while I go find a container to boil some water." "Don't go just yet." The warmth from the fire is already quite comforting. And you must be tired. Please rest well. The coconut shells in the cave wouldn't last long. He needed to fetch some firewood. Fang Cheng's worry was not unfounded. There were plenty of coconut shells left from their previous stay in the cave. These shells would not sustain a fire for long, and he had to find some wood before they burned out. The precious flame they had fought so hard to obtain must be protected at all costs. Li Qiman nodded. Although she felt Fang Cheng was exhausted and wished for him to rest a little longer. However, she recognized the validity of his words. He still had much to accomplish. Be careful out there. I will, he replied before braving the rain and leaving the cave. Shortly after Fang Cheng ventured outside, the torrential downpour ceased. A characteristic of the tropical island climate where rain could arrive unannounced, as it had just moments ago. Fortunately, the worst had passed. Fire now blazed in the cave, and sunlight once again graced the island. Fang Cheng's task was to gather as much dry wood as possible from the woods to bring back to the cave. After the previous downpour, everything in the woods was damp, including the wood he collected. He piled this wood beside the fire to dry it out first before tossing it into the flames. After approximately 2 hours of diligent work, Fang Cheng finally stacked a considerable amount of wood in the cave, enough to last them through the night. Meanwhile, Li Qiman leaned against the wall, her eyes closed, silently gathering her strength. Her clothes had dried significantly, making her feel much more comfortable. At this moment, her only goal was to endure and overcome the fever. With the firewood prepared, Fang Cheng added more wood to the fire, ensuring it continued to burn brightly. This time, he headed to the rocky beach, hoping to find some useful tools. The terrain there was treacherous, riddled with pits and slick with seawater, while sharp stones were scattered throughout. Such an environment had allowed debris to accumulate, left behind by the waves. As he traversed the rocky shore, Fang Cheng's eyes scanned every crevice like a radar, missing no stone in his search. Suddenly, a dazzling glimmer caught his attention, causing him to squint in delight. Anything that shone so brightly must be metal. He promptly began to investigate the source of the light. Indeed, he soon discovered a metal can wedged in a rock crevice. It appeared to be a milk powder can. Half buried in mud, its surface rusted, yet the rim retained a hint of shine, suggesting it had washed ashore not long ago. Seeing this filled Fang Cheng with joy. With it, he could boil water for Li Qiman. Without hesitation, he extracted the can from the mud. At that moment, a shadow darted out from the muddy pit, a palm-sized crab. Startled by its home being disturbed, it attempted to flee, but Fang Cheng was quick to act. He deftly caught the crab, securing it with his foot before grabbing it with his hands. After cleaning the can, he placed the large crab inside and resumed searching along the rocky beach. The presence of this crab indicated that others might be lurking about as well. Previously, he had avoided eating crabs due to concerns about parasites from raw consumption, but now, with fire in the cave, they could be cooked. Furthermore, with Li Qiman unwell, it was essential for her to replenish her strength with nutritious food. Thus, Fang Cheng embarked on his quest for seafood. Growing up away from the coast, he was not well versed in this endeavor. His attempts to catch crabs, small fish, and shrimp often ended in frustration, watching them slip away as he fumbled. Luckily, amidst the fast-moving creatures, there were also plenty of slower-moving shellfish and sea snails to collect, and he gathered a considerable number. When it was time to return to the cave, his can held a large crab and numerous sea snails. Though they appeared somewhat unsightly, they were a feast for someone who hadn't eaten meat in nearly half a month. Fang Cheng's mouth watered at the thought of cooking these delicacies over the fire. Well, my friends, today you'll have to endure a little for my and Qingman's sake. Chapter 35. Delicious crab meat. Upon returning to the cave, a gentle warmth enveloped me. The previously damp cave, now transformed by the presence of fire, had its moisture evaporated, rendering it remarkably comfortable. I was back. As Fang Cheng climbed into the cave, he was taken aback to find Li Qiman collapsed on the ground. This sight filled him with alarm, prompting him to rush to her side, feeling her forehead, which was indeed warmer than before. Li Qiman struggled to open her eyes, murmuring incoherently, yet Fang Cheng could discern nothing. Her elevated temperature had begun to impair her consciousness, and if no measures were taken to cool her down, her condition could become dire. Qingman, wake up. Look what I brought back. Seeing her unresponsive state, Fang Cheng's heart raced. He knew he had to physically cool her down without delay. Glancing around the small cave, he noted the stifling heat caused by the fire, with only the entrance offering a refreshing sea breeze. Thus, he carried Li Qiman to the cave's mouth. It was insufficient to rely solely on the wind. He needed to help her body dissipate heat. In a moment of desperation, Fang Cheng muttered an apology and proceeded to unbutton her shirt. The urgency of the situation rendered conventionality irrelevant. His sole focus was to save Li Qiman. And as he unfastened her buttons, his mind was devoid of any other thoughts. Having done this, he returned to the cave, racing against time to construct a cooking rack from the gathered wood above the fire. He emptied the contents of a tin can into it, placing the can on the rack and adding rainwater stored in the cave to boil for Li Qi-man. Once the rainwater reached a boil, Fang Cheng carefully used 2 sticks to maneuver the scalding tin can to the entrance, where the sea breeze would cool the boiling water more quickly. When it had cooled to a drinkable temperature, he supported Li Qi-man and gently fed her. "This is hot water. Drink plenty." As the warm liquid entered her, Li Qi-man felt a significant alleviation of her discomfort. Having not tasted warm water in a long time, it was akin to a soothing spring flowing through her, bringing her considerable relief. Li Qi-man remained silent, focusing on drinking as much as she could. After finishing 1 can of hot water and observing her complexion improve considerably, Fang Cheng resumed boiling water and cooking the food he had hastily brought back from the shore, keen to replenish the essential proteins her body craved. Just wait a moment. There will be delicious food soon. Inside the cave, Fang Cheng was industriously occupied as the water began to boil. He tossed the large, dark crab into the tin can. Within seconds, the crab changed color, rapidly transforming into an enticing red. Unable to resist the sight of such tender and delectable crab, Fang Cheng found himself salivating. It had been half a month since he last tasted meat, and his eyes were fixated on the crimson crab. The thought of that succulent white crab meat compelled him to consider devouring it without hesitation. Yet, despite the temptation, he refrained. This crab was for Li Qi-man, whose body required the nourishment far more than his own. Using a stick, he extracted the crab and hurried to the entrance, eager to prepare it for Li Qi-man. With a hint of clarity returning, Li Qi-man gazed at the red crab, astonishment in her eyes as she softly inquired, "Did you catch a crab?" Fang Cheng chuckled. "This fellow came right to me." He deftly broke off a large claw, cracked the shell, and extracted the tender crab meat to feed Li Qi-man. As she beheld the translucent, quivering flesh of the crab, the unique, enticing aroma wafted to her senses before it even reached her lips, triggering an instinctual reaction that compelled her to eagerly consume it. The crab meat was exceptionally sweet, melting in her mouth. Tears welled in the corners of her eyes. It was the first cooked food she had tasted since the plane crash, the first morsel of meat, and nothing in the world could compare to this crab meat. Even the grandest king crabs paled in comparison. This was undoubtedly the most delicious crab she had ever savored. Observing her enjoyment, Fang Cheng felt an immense sense of joy. As if her satisfaction surpassed his own, he continued to break off another claw to feed her. "Please, you eat too." Having relished the crab meat, Li Qi-man glanced at Fang Cheng, touched by the care he had shown since her illness. Fang Cheng smiled. "You should eat. Your body is weak and needs the nourishment from the crab meat." Fang Cheng. Li Qi-man shook her head, unwilling to eat any further. The kindness he showed her filled her with guilt. She did not wish to consume the crab alone. "Rest assured and eat. I discovered many crabs on the tidal flats today. I will catch a few more later, and I still have some sea snails." The meat from snails and shellfish was not as safe and easily digestible as crab meat, and some snails could even be toxic. Therefore, Fang Cheng chose to let Li Qi-man have the crab while he opted for snails and shellfish. After much persuasion, he finally convinced Li Qi-man to continue eating. Although the crab meat was delicious, shelling it was somewhat inconvenient. Since he was not eating for himself, he could not simply use his hands. So he found a thinner stick to serve as chopsticks, extracting all the crab meat and feeding it to her. Initially, Li Qi-man felt a bit shy. Aside from her father and grandfather, this was the first time another man had fed her. However, given the circumstances, she set aside her reservations and gradually accepted the situation, allowing Fang Cheng to feed her with ease. Once they finished the first crab, Fang Cheng collected the shells and tossed them into the fire. This not only resolved the issue of waste in the cave, but also provided fuel. Anything that could burn was tossed into the flames. The shells crackled in the fire, releasing a delightful aroma that stirred his appetite. Fortunately, the tin can still held the sea snails and shellfish he had brought back, after boiling for so long. They were thoroughly cooked. Fang Cheng could confidently extract these snails and shellfish for consumption. The shellfish were straightforward. Once cooked, their shells opened automatically, allowing him to extract the sweet and fresh meat, albeit in small portions that he swallowed almost whole without savoring. The snails posed more of a challenge. He had to find a stone to break them open before extracting the meat. The snail meat was remarkably tender, deliciously sweet without any seasoning, surpassing any seafood he had previously enjoyed at bustling seafood stalls. The only downside was the scarcity of snails, leaving him craving more. Chapter 36, Nesting Plan as time passed. Darkness enveloped the outside world, while within the cave, the flickering flames danced, becoming the sole beacon of light on the island at night. A solitary lantern amidst the vast ocean. The fire dispelled the endless shadows of the night and chased away the pervasive chill. The flames cast shadows of Fang Cheng and Li Qi-man upon the cave walls. Sitting closely beside Fang Cheng, Li Qingman's psychological distance from him had notably diminished, suggesting a growing intimacy between them. The proximity they unconsciously maintained during their idle moments spoke volumes about the nature of their relationship, a testament to what is known as psychological distance. After the nourishment they had received earlier, Li Qingman's condition had improved considerably, though her body still radiated heat. Her mind was remarkably clear, a promising sign that her immune system would aid her recovery if she persevered. "That crab we had tonight was the most delectable I've ever tasted," Li Qingman remarked, her once icy eyes now shimmering with warmth, although she struggled with expressing gratitude. This statement was her unspoken way of thanking Fangcheng. "I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'll catch more crabs at the beach tomorrow," Fangcheng replied, flustered by the softness in her gaze. A mere glance made his cheeks flush crimson, prompting him to quickly avert his eyes. Witnessing his bashful response, Li Qingman felt a surge of triumph and playfully teased, "Why is your face so red?" "It's just the reflection of the fire," Fangcheng retorted, attempting to maintain his composure, while Li Qingman simply smiled, leaving him feeling embarrassed. After a moment of silence, both became lost in thought, gazing into the fire. "Fangcheng," Li Qingman began, "this has been the happiest day since I arrived on the island. Now that we have fire, our days will surely improve." She rested her chin on her hands, her eyes sparkling with hope. "Sometimes I think, perhaps it wouldn't be so bad to spend our lives here on this island." "That won't happen. We will be rescued," Fangcheng assured her, though he hesitated to divulge the truth about the island. He understood that Li Qingman's musings were fleeting. A woman of her stature could hardly wish to remain on this island indefinitely. The reality of their situation, including the uncertainty of their location and the dream of returning home, loomed heavily over him. He feared that such truths would be too much for her frail condition to bear. Their conversation meandered through various topics, from their past jobs and lives to amusing anecdotes from their childhood, eventually returning to the pressing matter of survival on the island. With a water source established and fire at their disposal, what they needed most was a secure shelter. "Should we move back to the cave?" Fangcheng suggested. "Back to the cave?" Li Qingman frowned slightly, seemingly reluctant. Her memories of the cave were not particularly fond. Fangcheng understood her feelings, but, after much deliberation, had made this decision. This tropical island was subject to unpredictable weather, as evidenced by the day's sudden downpour following moments of sunshine. Living outdoors posed a significant risk of their fire being extinguished by rain, whereas residing in the cave would afford them some protection. Li Qingman's aversion to the cave stemmed from its darkness and dampness, yet with the fire, the conditions had improved considerably. The cave was no longer dim and cold but had become a more suitable dwelling. Gradually, she began to accept Fangcheng's proposal, realizing that compared to the outside, the cave was indeed a safer refuge. "But it's a bit cramped. We'll feel crowded," she pointed out, adding, "I mean, no offense, it just feels small." "I've considered that too. We could expand the cave a little," Fangcheng proposed. "Expand the cave?" Li Qingman pondered, this idea having previously eluded her. Starved of energy, they had not even considered such an endeavor before. Now, with fire and the prospect of cooked food, Fangcheng's imagination began to flourish. If they dug deeper into the cave and flattened the interior for habitation, adding a drainage channel and proper coverings at the entrance, it could transform into a comfortable haven. As Fangcheng described his vision, Li Qingman felt increasingly intrigued. A stable dwelling, even if merely a cave, would offer her psychological comfort in such dire circumstances. "What do you think? If it's feasible, I could start digging tomorrow," he suggested. "Since we can dig a cave, why not choose a more suitable location rather than excavating here?" Li Qingman enlightened him. Fangcheng's initial plan to expand the existing cave, while practical, failed to consider that the northern location had its drawbacks, particularly the rocky beach below. "Of course. How did I not think of that?" Fangcheng exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. As long as there were suitable conditions on the island's southern side, he could carve out a new dwelling, which would undoubtedly be superior to settling in the current cave. Ultimately, after their discussion, they resolved to seek a suitable location on the southern part of the island, where they would dig into the hillside and create a small abode for themselves. This plan invigorated Fangcheng, who could hardly contain his eagerness to begin the search at first light. Li Qingman, however, still suffered from fever and fatigue, unlike Fangcheng's exuberance. After a while, she yawned. "I'm feeling a bit tired. Rest early. I'll stay up a while longer," he replied. Li Qingman leaned against the wall, closed her eyes, and soon drifted into sleep. Observing the once radiant beauty now worn by hardship, Fangcheng felt a pang of sorrow. The challenges of island life had taken a toll on her. "Sleep well, dear Li Qingman. Rest assured, everything will improve," he silently hoped, praying for her swift recovery by dawn. Chapter 37. Improvement in condition. With the warmth of the fire, the two of them slept soundly that night. No longer burdened by the lurking dangers of the surrounding darkness, nor tormented by the penetrating chill of the cave's damp air. They found solace in their rest. The combination of quality sleep and nourishment allowed Li Qingman to recuperate significantly. Upon waking in the morning, her body temperature had dropped considerably, and her strength had begun to return. Beside her, Fang Cheng was diligently stirring the ashes covering the embers, revealing the glowing coals beneath. Li Qingman had fallen asleep first the previous night, while Fang Cheng remained by the fire, adding fuel and tending to the flames. As the night wore on, exhaustion overtook him, yet he feared that he might extinguish the fire if he succumbed to sleep. Recalling a method from his childhood, how his parents used ashes to cover burning charcoal, allowing it to smolder slowly, he decided to employ this technique, hoping to rekindle the flames upon waking. Throughout the night, Fang Cheng had slept restlessly, his mind preoccupied with the fire. At first light, he awoke, and the very first thing he did was to sift through the ashes to check for embers. Only when he saw the glowing sparks still alive did he breathe a sigh of relief and promptly gathered the prepared leaves and twigs to reignite the fire. "You're awake?" he exclaimed, having blown on the embers for a while, dust from the ashes covering his nose. It was then that he noticed Li Qingman had opened her eyes. She chuckled softly at his comical appearance, saying, "You've worked so hard. How can I justify sleeping in? It's different. You're the patient and need your rest." Fang Cheng replied with a grin. "Stay here in the cave. I will venture outside to find some food." With the fire now burning, Fang Cheng had accomplished the first major task of the day, and it was time for him to seek sustenance. Upon hearing that he was going out, Li Qingman wished to accompany him. However, when she attempted to rise, she discovered her legs felt weak and heavy, devoid of strength. Fortunately, Fang Cheng was quick to support her, advising, "Your health is still fragile. It would be best not to move around. Rest here and recover." Embarrassed, Li Qingman chuckled softly. "I feel like I'm holding you back. You are the patient. It is only natural for me to care for you." Fang Cheng reassured her. "Do not overthink it. I shall return shortly." He helped her settle back comfortably before hastily departing the cave and making his way to the rocky beach outside, determined to return laden with provisions. Drawing from his encounter with the crabs the previous day, Fang Cheng understood that these creatures preferred to hide in crevices and would burrow into the mud if startled. Once they muddied the water, retrieving them became a challenge, and reaching out to touch them might lead to being pinched by their formidable claws. To tackle this predicament, Fang Cheng had brought along a tool, half a coconut shell. The shell served as a scoop. If he encountered crabs on the shore, he would not need it. But if they fled into the water, he could use it to scoop them out. After more than an hour of searching, Fang Cheng's efforts bore fruit, yielding 5 crabs, each as large as the one caught the previous day, perfectly filling his tin. Admittedly, the coconut shell had limited utility, as he had captured 4 of the crabs directly from the shore without needing it. Nevertheless, having crabs to eat was a fortunate outcome, and Fang Cheng returned to the cave in high spirits. Inside, Li Qingman sat by the fire, lost in thought, patiently awaiting his return. Upon seeing the 5 crabs Fang Cheng brought back, her face lit up with joy. "So many?" she exclaimed. "Hiki, I suspect these fellows were still dreaming. I seized the opportunity to bring them back," Fang Cheng joked. Li Qingman swallowed hard, the delectable taste of the previous day's crab still fresh in her memory. The prospect of enjoying fresh, succulent crabs once more filled her with happiness. Fang Cheng moved swiftly, pouring water and preparing to cook the crabs. While doing so, he noticed that their rainwater supply was nearly depleted, with only a large blue plastic barrel remaining, containing just 1 bucket of water. "Should we check the water source?" Li Qingman suggested. "Let us eat first. After we finish, I will go," Fang Cheng replied, his own hunger peaked, having missed out on crab the day before. He was eager to indulge at last, prioritizing the meal over everything else. Cooking the crabs did not take long, once they turned a vibrant red. A brief additional boiling ensured their safety for consumption. Fang Cheng carefully removed the tin from the fire with 2 sticks, and the water ceased to bubble, releasing an enticing aroma from the crabs. "How delicious!" Li Qingman inhaled deeply, already salivating. Fang Cheng had never seen her so eagerly anticipating food before, and he couldn't help but smile. The moment Li Qingman caught his smile, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, she realized he had witnessed her impatience. "Fang Cheng," she feigned sternness. "Nothing, I won't smile anymore. I promise," he replied, attempting to suppress his amusement. "Then hurry and shell the crabs for me," she insisted, her face still flushed. What do you mean?" Fang Cheng stammered, taken aback. He had perceived her tone as playful, akin to a gentle command, rather than an order, and it struck him as endearing. Feeling a rush of happiness, Fang Cheng found himself momentarily at a loss. He had never expected Li Qingman to act so playfully towards him, and her adorable, puffed-up expression sent his heart racing. "I heard you. I will shell them right away." He eagerly accepted the task, feeling elated at the prospect of providing for her. There was nothing more fulfilling than seeing the goddess savoring what he had offered. Observing Fang Cheng's flustered haste, Li Qiman couldn't help but laugh, teasing, "Why the rush? Take your time." Fang Cheng chuckled sheepishly, "The crab shells are a bit hot." The atmosphere during breakfast was delightful, filled with laughter as they devoured the 5 crabs together. Li Qiman enjoyed 2, while Fang Cheng relished 3, marking the most satisfying meal they had experienced since arriving on the island. As before, he disposed of the crab shells in the fire, effectively managing their food waste. "I plan to check the water source soon. You should rest in the cave," he informed her. "But I want to go too," Li Qingman responded, her tone reminiscent of a child pleading for attention. Faced with her charming demeanor, Fang Cheng found it hard to resist. But he understood her frail condition and knew it was unwise for her to venture outside. He resolutely replied, "You need to recover. You must stay in the cave for now. I will return very soon." Li Qingman's eyes betrayed her displeasure, and she reluctantly acquiesced. "Very well." Chapter 38. The threat from behind. Fang Cheng ventured outside, his first destination being the water source. After a day had passed, he sought to inspect the collection of fresh water. Upon reaching the base of the cliff, he noted that the soil was soft and damp due to a recent downpour, revealing distinct animal tracks scattered around. A plethora of them. Fang Cheng attempted to discern these prints, recognizing a particularly large set that likely belonged to the male goat he had encountered previously, alongside several smaller tracks resembling those of young goats. It appeared that the patriarch goat had brought its offspring to this spot for a drink. In addition to the goat tracks, numerous other prints remained unidentifiable to him, hinting at a diverse array of wildlife on the island, a sign of its vibrant ecosystem. This was indeed a positive indication, if such a variety of animals could thrive here. It suggested that both Fang Cheng and Li Qiman might have a realistic chance of enduring their stay. After surveying the perimeter fence, Fang Cheng discovered a wooden post that had been broken, and it was evident that only the formidable male goat could have wrought such damage. "What strength?" he muttered to himself, recognizing that the post was nearly as thick as a human arm. Reflecting on his earlier confrontation with the goat, he felt a wave of relief that it had not charged at him. Otherwise, he would have had to protect Li Qingman while contending with the goat, an overwhelming prospect. To prevent further damage to the fence, Fang Cheng ventured into the nearby woods and procured a thicker piece of wood to replace the broken post. With the fence repaired, he still felt uneasy, worried that the male goat might return to wreak havoc. Thus, he gathered several stones and piled them against the base of the fence for added security. The freshwater supply on the island was limited, and to ensure he and Li Qingman had ample drinking water, he deemed this precaution necessary. As for the animals, they could survive on grass and leaves without needing to drink. Moreover, in Fang Cheng's eyes, these creatures had now become potential food reserves. He refrained from hunting them for the time being, but once he acquired the means to catch them, he would savor the taste of that male goat. The mere thought of it conjured an image of a whole roasted goat, causing his mouth to water uncontrollably. It was undeniable that the crabs he had consumed recently had awakened his suppressed carnivorous instincts. After subsisting on coconuts for so long, he had grown accustomed to that monotonous diet. However, once he indulged in meat, the insatiable craving for it became overwhelming. "I must not dwell on this," he chastised himself, shaking his head to dispel the thoughts of roasted goat, realizing that he needed to focus on other tasks. Presently, he lacked the means to hunt the goats, and his priority was to care for the ailing Li Qiman. Just as he prepared to leave the water source with 2 bottles of water in hand, a sudden shadow shot towards him from behind a large tree, moving with the speed of a striking serpent. The unexpectedness of the situation rendered him momentarily bewildered, and he could not discern what was approaching until instinctively he attempted to evade it. Unfortunately, his foot caught on a vine, causing him to lose his balance and fall heavily to the ground. Before he could even utter a cry of pain, the shadow landed beside him. It was then that he realized the creature that had attacked him was a long black snake, its triangular head indicating its venomous nature. Its sinister eyes fixated on him while it flicked its tongue menacingly, producing a chilling hiss. Overcome with dread, Fang Cheng scrambled to his feet, backing away cautiously from the snake. The notion of bravely confronting such a creature on a deserted island had never crossed his mind. Being bitten would be the end of him. Thus, in this moment of peril, he resolved to flee. Yet, the black snake was not inclined to let him escape easily. Perhaps Fang Cheng had encroached upon its territory, igniting its wrath. The audacious intruder dared to tread upon its domain, and as the island's most ruthless predator, it was determined to teach him a bloody lesson. The snake hissed threateningly, coiling its body before launching itself at Fang Cheng like an arrow. A chill gripped his heart as he felt every hair on his body stand on end. If it struck, he would surely perish. With nowhere left to run, Fang Cheng found an unexpected calm amid his terror. In that moment, life and death hinged on a fleeting instant. He steeled himself, abandoning thoughts of retreat. and faced the snake with a resolve to confront his fate. In a moment of desperation, he recalled the water bottles in his hands. Though they lacked lethal force, they were certainly better than facing the serpent empty-handed. Swinging it like a bat, he brought the bottle down upon the approaching snake's head. With a satisfying thud, fortune favored him as the bottle struck true, sending the snake reeling. Although the plastic bottle, filled with water, had a certain weight, it lacked the rigidity to deliver a fatal blow. Fang Cheng had merely bought himself a moment of respite. The true danger had not yet abated. Fully aware of his precarious situation, he resolved to take a gamble, lunging at the dazed snake. Seizing its head while it was still disoriented, Fang Cheng clutched tightly. The snake thrashed violently, attempting to wriggle free from his grasp. Although not particularly robust, it possessed considerable strength, and its thrashing nearly wrested free from his hold. In this life-or-death struggle, hesitation was not an option. Fang Cheng seized a nearby stone and struck the snake's head with relentless ferocity. He struck several times, and soon the snake's earlier vigor waned. Fearing a counterattack, he continued to pound the creature mercilessly, striking it dozens of times until its head was reduced to a pulp, finally allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 39. A bite of snake meat. Gazing at the lifeless serpent, its head crushed into a pulp beneath his strike, Fang Cheng sank onto the ground, exhaling a long sigh of relief. The audacity that had propelled him to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the creature had relied solely on sheer willpower, and now that the snake lay defeated, his strength had dissipated. In the aftermath of the chaos, a sense of disarray enveloped him. The sight of the black snake's corpse sent shivers down his spine, and he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude that he had emerged victorious. Had fate turned the other way, it would have been him lying there instead. This encounter served as a stark reminder for Fang Cheng. He had been excessively optimistic about the circumstances on the island, neglecting the myriad dangers that lurked in the shadows. The venomous snake he had faced was a poignant illustration of this peril. One moment of carelessness could have cost him his life. It became evident that he needed to remain vigilant and attentive to the often overlooked corners of their environment if he and Li Qiman were to thrive on this island for the long haul. After sitting for a while to regain his composure, he realized he could not simply abandon the snake. In a survival environment where every morsel of food was invaluable, there was no justification for discarding it. Thus, Fang Cheng returned to the cave, carrying 2 bottles of water and the snake. As he approached the cave, he spotted Li Qiman seated at the entrance, their distance roughly 30 meters apart. He could see the sea breeze tousling her long hair as she rested peacefully against the wall. The scene was so picturesque it resembled a painting, with the island, sky, and ocean harmonizing with her presence, an image Fang Cheng could gaze upon indefinitely. Li Qiman turned her head slightly in his direction, her eyes meeting his, and she offered him a gentle smile. This dreamlike moment, however, shattered upon Fang Cheng's arrival at the cave. As he presented the decapitated snake to her, she was instantly taken aback, her complexion paling in horror. Fang Cheng, what are you holding? The sight of the reptile, its scales glistening ominously, sent a chill through Li Qiman's body, compelling her to shut her eyes in dread. Don't be afraid. It's a dead snake, already lifeless, Fang Cheng hastily reassured her. But Li Qiman vehemently shook her head, exclaiming, it's dead already, so why bring it back? It's essential. This snake weighs at least 7 or 8 pounds. Enough for several meals for us. As he spoke, Fang Cheng's enthusiasm was palpable, adding that the snake's skin could be utilized in the future. Are you serious? We're going to eat it? And skin it? Li Qiman nearly lost her composure. The mere thought of consuming the cold-blooded creature sent tremors through her, making it unfathomable to even consider eating snake meat. Fang Cheng gently implored, I understand your fear, but the situation is dire. It will serve as vital sustenance for us. In this crucial moment, his words resonated with her, addressing the stark reality they faced. To survive on this desolate island, sacrifices were necessary. Remember when you ate the first raw flying fish from the plane wreckage? Enough, don't remind me. Li Qiman covered her mouth. While the thought of fish didn't provoke such a visceral reaction, the idea of consuming snake meat triggered an instinctive discomfort in her stomach. Nevertheless, she nodded in agreement with Fang Cheng's proposal, recognizing that survival required adaptation. The island's high temperatures meant that animals decomposed rapidly after death. Thus, they needed to process the black snake without delay. The first step was to skin it, and Fang Cheng was determined to preserve the integrity of the snake's skin, knowing it might be of great use later. If only he had a small knife, he mused, the task would become significantly easier. Where to procure a knife was the pressing issue at hand. Fang Cheng first considered scouring the rocky shore for a flat stone to sharpen into a makeshift blade. Remember when you dismantled my phone? Where did you throw the phone case? Li Qiman promptly offered an alternative solution. Her phone case was metallic and would serve far better as a cutting tool than a stone. Her suggestion sparked a moment of enlightenment in Fang Cheng, who, overjoyed, smacked his forehead and exclaimed, it's in the cave. I'll retrieve it immediately. He dashed back to the cave and unearthed the red metallic phone case from a corner. The case was lightweight and easy to grip by sharpening one edge. It could be transformed into an effective small knife. Without hesitation, Fong Qing set about sharpening the case on a large rock at the cave entrance. And soon he had fashioned the most rudimentary of knives. This will do, he declared, holding the improvised blade aloft, grinning with delight. Though small, it would solve many inconveniences in the future. Look at you, grinning like a fool, Li Qingman observed, her heart lifting at Fong Qing's evident joy. With a knife now in hand, the next step was to skin the snake. To avoid staining the cave with blood and to spare Li Qingman from witnessing the gruesome process, Fong Qing took the serpent to a rocky shore, where he found a small pool of water to complete the task. The skinning was swift. He made an incision beneath the snake's severed neck, peeling back a section of skin before tearing it off with a swift motion. During the process, some blood and entrails fell into the water, attracting a flurry of small fish and shrimp. An idea struck Fong Qing. These entrails could serve as excellent bait for fishing. However, without any tools at his disposal, capturing fish and shrimp proved too complex for the moment. Reluctantly, he set that thought aside, focusing instead on the pressing task of preparing the snake meat. Once he had cleaned and processed the snake, Fong Qing returned to the cave, carrying the freshly skinned serpent. Li Qingman grimaced at the sight of the snake's bare flesh, quickly averting her gaze. Fong Qing chuckled softly, choosing not to comment as he approached the fire pit in the cave. He found a long stick, skewered the snake onto it, and began to roast it over the flames. Before long, a tantalizing aroma of grilled meat wafted through the cave, the snake sizzling to a golden hue, its juices bubbling enticingly. Just one glance at the delicacy made one's mouth water, igniting an irresistible urge to take a bite. Qingman, the snake meat is ready. Come and have a taste, Fong Qing called out. You go ahead. I'm not very hungry, Li Qingman replied, seated at the cave entrance, inhaling the delicious scent. Internally, a battle raged between her brain and stomach. Her mind resisted, while her stomach growled in hunger. The aroma was simply too alluring to endure. What are you thinking? Come and eat a bit, Fong Qing encouraged as he tore off a piece of snake meat and approached her with a grin. Chapter 40. Setting the trap. This marked Li Qingman's inaugural experience with snake meat, a concept she had never contemplated prior. Upon the first morsel entering her mouth, an intense and savory aroma enveloped her senses. The tender flesh of the snake was rich and sweet, its texture delicate, reminiscent of both fish and chicken, far surpassing her previous imaginings of its flavor. After initially resisting, Li Qingman ultimately succumbed to the irresistible allure of the dish, relishing in the meal alongside Fong Qing, consuming the snake with gusto. The protein intake revitalized her weakened body, gradually restoring her vitality with each moment. Following the feast, there remained the matter of the snake's skin to attend to. Upon seeing the dark, glistening hide again, her previous trepidation dissipated, and her innate fear of this cold-blooded creature began to fade. What do you intend to do with it? She inquired. Let it dry for now, and we can use it when necessary, Fong Qing responded, procuring several slender twigs which he snapped into manageable lengths. He then spread the snake's skin out at the cave's entrance to air dry. Once the skin was dealt with, he turned his attention to the snake's entrails, which he had left behind with the intention of capturing small fish and shrimp from the tidal flats. However, he now faced the challenge of devising an effective method. The first idea that came to mind was to set a trap, but how to construct it? How could they lure in their quarry and ensure it could not escape once inside? He shared his thoughts with Li Qingman, hoping she might offer some insightful suggestions. After a moment of contemplation, she proposed, what if we built a small dam on the tidal flats? The tides rise and fall daily. If we could trap the prey during high tide, we should be able to catch it successfully. Though this method seemed somewhat unreliable at first, it sparked an epiphany for Fong Qing. Indeed, the ebb and flow of the tides could be utilized to ensnare their quarry. With the abundance of stones and mud on the rocky shore, they could create an artificial pond at a higher elevation on the tidal flats, using the snake's entrails as bait to attract the fish and shrimp. Once everything was in place, they would simply need to wait for the tide to rise, bringing greedy fish from the ocean into the pond. After the tide receded, these careless fish would likely be left stranded in the pool. Without delay, Fong Qing set out to prepare the trap at the rocky shore, keen to commence the task after their meal. Li Qingman, eager to join him, declared, I want to come with you. Observing the improvement in her condition, Fong Qing felt she was still not ready to partake in labor, as she remained in the recovery phase and would be better off resting in the cave. I've recovered from my fever, she insisted, seemingly anxious that he would deny her request. I understand, but you are still quite weak, having just overcome your fever. The sun is intense outside, and the sea breeze is strong. It is not the right time for you to venture out, he replied, firmly but kindly refusing her. Disappointed, Li Qingman fell silent, recognizing his concern for her well-being. Thus, Fang Cheng departed the cave and made his way to the rocky shore to set up the fishing trap, leaving Li Qingman seated at the cave's entrance, her feet dangling in the air as she quietly observed him at work. This serene moment felt blissful, evoking a sense of domesticity between them. He was like a devoted husband, toiling daily to provide for their life while caring for her illness. Oh my, how could I think such thoughts? She suddenly blushed, feeling a wave of shyness wash over her at the absurdity of her musings. Fortunately, Fang Cheng was preoccupied with moving stones and did not see her flustered expression. On the tidal flats, Fang Cheng diligently followed his plan, first locating a relatively elevated area that remained above the water's surface before the tide rose. It was time to act. He gathered various stones from the surrounding area and formed an oval-shaped dam approximately 3 meters in diameter. Once the dam was complete, he cast the snake's entrails into the enclosure, marking the end of his task, and all that remained was to leave and await the tide's return. Aside from setting the fishing trap, Fang Cheng had numerous other responsibilities, each crucial to both his and Li Qingman's survival, making it impossible for him to evade them. Departing the tidal flats, he arrived at the beach, passing by the remnants of the shelter they had constructed, which was now reduced to a few skeletal remains after a storm. Amused by the sight, he reflected on how impulsive they had been at the time. The cave felt stifling, and they had envisioned a lovely beach shelter with sunshine, waves, and sand. Yet, in nature, beauty often conceals peril, and they had overlooked the potential dangers which had led to their downfall during the storm. Recalling their experiences since arriving on this island, Fang Cheng recognized that neither the initially cold cave nor the makeshift beach shelter had been ideal living quarters. He understood the challenge of finding a suitable habitation on a deserted island, and he resolved to seek out such a place. Crossing the stretch of white sand, he ventured into the woods, moving southward on the island. Having been ambushed by the black snake the previous day, he tread cautiously through the underbrush, wielding a stick to beat the bushes before passing through, hoping to scare away any hidden serpents. The journey through the woods was slow. After nearly half an hour, he finally emerged from the dense vegetation onto a gentle slope on the island's southern side. Here, the thorny thickets gave way to a few solitary coconut trees standing tall. The terrain was notably flatter compared to the rest of the island, sloping down from the southern peak to the beach. From this vantage point, the expansive white beach stretched out before him, with the distant coral reefs clearly visible. In that moment, Fang Cheng pondered why he shouldn't establish their new home here. The thought ignited a surge of excitement within him. Indeed, why not settle in this location? Chapter 41. The Skull Terminator. Having resolved to establish their home on the southern side of the island, Fang Cheng was filled with excitement. His next task was to meticulously select the most suitable location on the southern expanse of the island and commence the excavation. The first step was to determine the site. He traversed the gentle slope back and forth a couple of times, gaining a general impression of the terrain. The southern side of the island featured a wide, gentle slope, predominantly covered with grass and coconut trees. In contrast to the rocky cliffs of the northern side, this area boasted a thick layer of soil, characterized by a slightly acidic red loam. Finding an appropriate spot for excavation was no simple endeavor. A crucial consideration when digging a cave was to avoid low-lying areas. Otherwise, heavy rain could lead to flooding, resulting in a dire predicament. Beyond elevation, the terrain also mattered. A cave must have a solid backing, rather than being haphazardly excavated on an incline, which would render it uninhabitable. Fang Cheng spent half the afternoon searching for a suitable location. But fortune smiled upon him as he eventually discovered a promising site, justifying his considerable efforts. The chosen spot was slightly elevated on the hillside, characterized by a gentle slope that resembled a flat expanse. Notably, it had a slight incline, facilitating natural drainage. Rainwater would flow downhill without concern, provided it was not a torrential downpour. In addition to its drainage capabilities, this location offered the foundational conditions necessary for excavation. Behind this flat area lay a sudden fault line, exposing fractured rock and soil, ideal for digging inward. Fang Cheng found a stone to sit on and rested, casting a glance at the setting sun in the west, his eyes betraying a profound sense of despair. Ever since he had noticed the peculiarities of the night sky on the island, he had been attentive to the movements of celestial bodies. The sun rose precisely in the east and set in the west each day, and nearly a month had passed since he and Li Qingman arrived on the island, with the sun's trajectory showing no deviation whatsoever. This was undeniably abnormal. Even if the island were situated on the equator, the sun's path would shift between the tropics, making it impossible for it to rise and set exactly in the east and west every single day. Fang Cheng was acutely aware that the small island where he and Li Qingman found themselves was shrouded in mystery, possibly concealing many unknown secrets. Yet, He had no time to indulge in such explorations. His sole focus was on survival. After resting for a while, the sun descended further towards the horizon. And as dusk approached, Fang Cheng had to hurry to the tidal flats to check on the traps, postponing the excavation until the following day. The descent from the hillside to the beach was convenient. A quick jog down the gentle slope took only a few minutes. As he bounded along, occasionally emitting a long whistle, his bare skin, bronzed from the sun, made him resemble a wild man. Crossing the soft, fine white sand, he arrived at the muddy tidal flats, timing his arrival perfectly as the tide had just receded. Eagerly, he made his way to the water dam he had constructed, curious about which gluttonous creatures might be trapped within. Upon witnessing the scene at the dam, Fang Cheng could not contain his laughter. He had not anticipated that the dam would actually catch something. Inside, a black eel over a meter long was swimming about, resembling a serpent at first glance, startling Fang Cheng into thinking he had disturbed a snake's den. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was merely an eel, which relieved him. The eel was sizable, about the thickness of Fang Cheng's arm, and appeared agitated by its confinement, swimming restlessly in the water. Since it was already there, fleeing was not an option. In good spirits, Fang Cheng began to jest with the eel. Catching an eel was no trivial task, as they possess hundreds of backward-facing teeth, sharp enough to inflict severe injuries as they roll and thrash when caught. Adhering to the principle of using tools rather than bare hands when facing such a perilous opponent, Fang Cheng resorted to hurling stones at the eel. Despite the eel's remarkable agility as it evaded his thrown boulders, the confined space offered little escape. Ultimately, when one of Fang Cheng's large stones struck, the startled eel was rendered momentarily disoriented, floating helplessly on the water's surface. Quick to act, Fang Cheng seized the opportunity, grasping the eel and pressing it firmly against the stone. Just as he had dealt with the black serpent, he wielded the stone with precision, delivering several crushing blows to the eel's head, ensuring it was thoroughly incapacitated. Returning to the cave with the slippery eel in hand, he found Li Qingman sitting by the fire, weaving palm leaves. "I'm back," he exclaimed cheerfully, tossing the eel onto the ground before sitting beside her. Startled by the sight of the eel, Li Qingman jumped up, initially mistaking it for a snake and preparing to scold him, only to see Fang Cheng grinning slyly. "Fang Cheng, are you trying to scare me on purpose?" she said, her face shifting from pale to red, a mix of irritation and embarrassment evident, as she realized her earlier display had not gone unnoticed. Fang Cheng hastily clarified, "This is not a snake. Take a closer look. Eel. This is the one I caught in the dam you suggested I build. It must have been so engrossed in foraging that it didn't notice the tide receding. And now it finds itself ensnared." Li Qingman, amused by Fang Cheng's humorous explanation, could not help but chuckle. "Fang Cheng, I've noticed you've changed over the past few days." "Really? How so?" he replied. "You've become more talkative and often share amusing stories," she observed. Fang Cheng smiled wryly. As the saying goes, one cannot change their environment but can alter their mindset. To survive on this deserted island, we must learn to find joy amidst adversity. Li Qingman gazed at him with gentle eyes, softly saying, "With you by my side, perhaps it is not so burdensome after all." Caught by the intensity of her gaze and the almost confessional tone of her words, Fang Cheng felt his cheeks flush crimson, akin to a ripe fruit, and he quickly lowered his head, unable to meet her eyes. Chapter 42. Relationship heating up much like the unfortunate snake. This eel too was destined to meet its end upon the grill. Due to the scarcity of freshwater resources, grilling emerged as the most water-efficient method of food preparation. Once cooked, it could be consumed directly, leaving no room for waste. In terms of flavor, the eel paled in comparison to the snake savored the previous day. Its skin was unappealingly slimy, persistently coated with a viscous layer that proved impossible to clean thoroughly. Even when grilled, the skin retained an unpleasant stickiness. As for the taste, it possessed a strong earthy odor that would likely deter those unaccustomed to it. The only redeeming quality was the tenderness of the eel's flesh. While the two had devoured the snake meat eagerly, they approached the eel with a more tempered appetite. "Do you enjoy eating eel?" Fang Cheng casually inquired. "Generally, I am not particularly fond of it," Li Qingman replied. Fang Cheng jested. "It seems we've indulged in too many delightful dishes these past few days, spoiling our palates." Li Qingman laughed in agreement. "Well, that's all you're doing." Seeing that Li Qingman's complexion had improved significantly, Fang Cheng finally felt a weight lift from his heart. For days, he had been deeply troubled by her illness and fever, with no remedies available on the island. All they could do was rely on her immune system to recover. Now, everything appeared to be progressing positively, with her health gradually returning, and he believed she would soon be back to her former self. After dinner, as darkness enveloped the island, the surroundings fell into utter blackness. Save for the flickering light of the fire in the cave, the two sat around the fire, engaging in a cozy evening conversation, with the night being so dreary. This was their sole means of passing the time. I saw you weaving palm fronds when I returned, Fong Chung remarked. Didn't you go outside? I found it rather dull, so I gathered some palm leaves to weave, Li Chi-man replied softly. Fong Chang's tone took on a reproachful edge as he admonished. Didn't I tell you that your body is still weak and that you shouldn't wander outside? The island harbors many unpredictable dangers. What if? Li Chi-man playfully stuck out her tongue. Defending herself, you mentioned what if. I simply felt that staying in the cave all day was making my joints rust. I only wandered a bit on the beach and collected some palm leaves. Fong Chung stood there momentarily stunned, as if petrified. Goodness, is this really the Li Chi-man I know? In his memory, she always bore an expression so frigid it could send shivers down one's spine. Particularly her icy gaze capable of making anyone keep their distance. Recalling past encounters at the office, where she frequently chastised him without mercy for work-related matters, he now witnessed a side of her that was unexpectedly gentle, even playfully coy in his presence. Could he truly believe this transformation? Are you even Li Chi-man? Fong Chung foolishly reached out to pinch her cheek. In an instant, the charming demeanor she had just displayed vanished, reverting to the haughty superior he was accustomed to. As she coldly reprimanded, Fong Chung, what do you think you're doing? Startled by her glare, Fong Chung recoiled as if struck by lightning, his hand retracting before it could touch her cheek. What were you trying to do just now? Li Chi-man pressed, her tone assertive. And nothing, he stammered, awkwardly smiling. Seeing Fong Chung so thoroughly flustered brought Li Chi-man a sense of triumph, but she was not ready to relent, continuing to question, what did your earlier question mean? Fong Chung felt his cheeks flush as he stuttered, I just thought. You think I am not strict enough with you, don't you? Oh, right. Fong Chung suddenly adopted a playful expression, laughing heartily at Li Chi-man. Fuming, she huffed lightly through her nose and reached to pinch him, exclaiming, you cheeky Fong Chung. I see you've grown too complacent. A little kindness from me and you feel too comfortable. Fong Chung nimbly dodged away, responding, you might be right. You've always been spoiled, and this sudden sweetness has thrown me off. You're incorrigible, Li Chi-man retorted, her anger both charming and fierce. The confines of the cave were tight, leaving them little space to maneuver. Eventually, Fong Chung had to surrender, submitting to Li Chi-man's playful antics. Her brows furrowed in indignation, she puffed her cheeks and glared at him, declaring, let us see if you dare to do that again. Fong Chung, now thoroughly cowed, quickly shook his head in surrender, insisting, I won't. I absolutely won't. Look at that scared expression. Unable to resist Fong Chung's teasing demeanor, Li Chi-man's stern facade finally cracked, erupting into laughter. As their playful banter subsided, they returned to their places by the fire. The cave, already warm, became even more stifling after their playful scuffle, and while Fong Chung remained unbothered, Li Chi-man's shirt clung to her, revealing a beautiful silhouette that left little to the imagination. As a man, Fong Chung found it challenging to maintain his composure, especially since Li Chi-man seemed blissfully unaware of the effect she had on him. Sometimes, when she casually moved, it was almost unbearable for him. The cave is too hot. I think I shall sit at the entrance, Fong Chung nervously suggested, seeking an escape route, determined not to remain in the cave any longer. Li Chi-man wore a barely perceptible smile. She had noticed the way Fong Chung's eyes flickered with a mixture of longing and restraint, which filled her with pride. With her charm, capturing a man's attention was an effortless task. When she wished to allure, she would reveal her gentle and alluring side. Otherwise, she would maintain an icy demeanor, repelling any advances. With a hint of smugness, she stated, I feel the same. The cave is too hot. Let us take a stroll outside together. Fong Chung expressed concern. The sea breeze is quite strong. Given your recent illness, it might be best to avoid the wind. Li Chi-man approached the cave entrance and sat beside him. Slightly annoyed as she countered, I am not as fragile as you think. Have you forgotten the half-marathon organized by the company? I was the first to finish, while you didn't even complete the race. Chapter 43, Quarreling Rivals. It has been over a month since I arrived on this small island. If it weren't for Fong Chung diligently etching the date on the stone walls of the cave each day, I might have lost track of time entirely. To this day, Fong Chung vividly remembers that the plane crash occurred on August 22nd. The inscriptions on the stone wall may have minor discrepancies with the actual date, but one can reasonably infer that it is now October. Logically, the weather should have turned cooler by October. However, being situated in the tropics, the island remains unbearably hot, devoid of autumn or winter. It is precisely due to this tropical setting that the island boasts such abundant resources, enabling Fong Chung and Li Chi-man to sustain themselves. At the cave's entrance, Li Chi-man sat on a stone with some palm fronds beside her, intently weaving them into a palm mat. Not far off, Fong Chung returned from foraging along the shore, holding a battered plastic bucket containing their breakfast. This bucket was found yesterday while they strolled along the beach. Upon seeing a red object, they approached to discover it was a damaged water bucket. Fang Cheng was overjoyed, although it had a hole. It could still hold water and serve as a valuable tool for them. Curiously, despite the island's isolation in the vast ocean, various pieces of human debris frequently wash ashore. However, Fang Cheng had no inclination to ponder such mysteries. His only concern was survival. After cleaning the red bucket in the seawater, Fang Cheng eagerly carried it back to the cave. "What did you catch?" Li Qingman asked, setting aside her work to greet him. Fang Cheng smirked, presenting the bucket to her, revealing 2 pitiful little crabs. "Is that all?" she inquired. "Today, it seems these creatures have vanished. I flipped over many stones, only managing to catch these 2 unfortunate souls." Li Qingman teased, "Well, at least we have something to eat. Perhaps they are frightened of you and scurry away at the sight of you." Fang Cheng jokingly made a grimace and retorted, "Am I that terrifying? Who knows?" Li Qingman replied with a dismissive glance. Shortly, Fang Cheng entered the cave, expertly tossed the crabs into the ashes to roll them about, and then placed them by the fire to cook using the heat from the flames. The crabs were small, but it wasn't long before they were thoroughly cooked. Although they were diminutive, the flavor was delightful. Fang Cheng brought the crabs to the cave's entrance, where he sat beside Li Qingman, sharing one with her. They skillfully cracked open the shells, savoring the rich roe, and consumed every last morsel of crab meat. "How are you feeling? Are you better now?" "I've been fine for a while. It's you who insisted I stay in the cave." Li Qingman seemed to express some annoyance. Fang Cheng replied, "I was worried about you. There are dangers all around the island. The cave is much safer by comparison." "Well, you have a point," she conceded. Taken aback by her retort, Fang Cheng found himself at a loss for words. He thought he was acting in her best interest by keeping her safe in the cave, yet somehow it had made her unhappy. Surely, the thoughts of a woman are unfathomable. It was wiser to keep silent. In truth, Li Qingman simply enjoyed playfully sparring with Fang Cheng. Had she truly wanted to leave the cave, he could not have restrained her. The 2 sat in silence at the cave's entrance, the only sound being the wind whispering past their ears. Fang Cheng felt the atmosphere was somewhat stifling. As a man, it was his responsibility to lighten the mood. Seeking a topic of conversation, he noticed the item Li Qingman was weaving and praised her efforts. "Qingman, I must say, I never expected you to possess such skills." He smiled broadly. "Is it difficult?" she replied, crossing her arms and rolling her eyes. "Of course it's difficult. If you asked me to weave, I would surely fail," Fang Cheng admitted, eliciting a light scoff from her. "That's just because you're clumsy." "Indeed, I am rather clumsy. I was merely trying to show concern for you, yet I ended up making you upset." He feigned innocence. "Humph. Who was upset with you?" "I'm just annoyed with never mind." Li Qingman glared at Fang Cheng's grinning face, finding it hard to remain angry, and nearly burst into laughter instead. Seeing her reaction, Fang Cheng realized there was an opportunity here, so he pressed on, "What exactly are you making?" Li Qingman held the item up to her eyes and asked, "Can't you tell?" "No, I can't," he replied, shaking his head. "I intend to weave a mat. Since we've been on this island, we've slept on the ground. I want to create a mat from these palm fronds, so we won't have to sleep directly on the floor anymore." Upon hearing her explanation, Fang Cheng examined the item again. It indeed resembled a mat. He was astonished that this pampered young lady would engage in such labor. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Li Qingman. "Why are you staring at me like that?" she asked, somewhat irritated. "You're incredibly talented. You can even weave a mat," Fang Cheng exclaimed, seizing the moment to lavish her with compliments. "I only thought of doing something because I was stuck in the cave for several days due to my illness, with nowhere else to go," she explained, her gaze fixed on him. During her illness, Fang Cheng had borne the burden of caring for both of them on this deserted island, which was undoubtedly a tremendous strain. Feeling both moved and guilty, Li Qingman wished to contribute in any way she could, if it weren't for her illness. Fang Cheng wouldn't have had to endure such hardship alone. "It's my first attempt at weaving, so it's not perfect," she admitted shyly. "No, it's great. With this mat, we won't have to sleep on the ground anymore." Fang Cheng beamed, unable to contain his joy. Though Li Qingman recognized that Fang Cheng was merely flattering her, his praise brought her genuine happiness. At least her efforts were acknowledged, and she felt she was not wasting her time. Chapter 44. Life on the island from the moment Li Qingman fell ill until her recovery. A span of 7 days elapsed. This incident significantly deepened the bond between Li Qingman and Fang Cheng. Their interactions became markedly more relaxed. Fang Cheng no longer exhibited the previous restraint and tension in his demeanor. He no longer regarded Li Qingman as the aloof female superior she once was, and instead, they resembled comrades sharing trials, united by a profound friendship. Occasionally, Li Qingman would still adopt a stern expression, lightly reprimanding Fang Cheng whenever he intentionally provoked her annoyance. In the cave, Fang Cheng constructed a fire pit from stones, which allowed for the collection of ashes after burning. The stones effectively retained heat, enhancing combustion efficiency and conserving firewood. Each morning, Fang Cheng would ignite the fire before embarking on his daily tasks, fetching fresh water from the source, gathering seafood at the shore, and occasionally bringing back coconuts. This was the rhythm of his everyday life. The tranquility of the island allowed Fang Cheng to gradually adapt. Aside from the somewhat monotonous leisure activities, everything else seemed rather splendid. With sunlight, sandy beaches, the vast ocean, and pristine air. He thought that if he could shift his mindset, it would feel akin to a vacation. While Fang Cheng toiled outside, Li Qingnan sat in the cave weaving her mat. Her crafting skills were limited to braiding hair, but under the present circumstances, any ability to weave palm fronds was commendable. Throughout her illness, Li Qingnan had fashioned a mat that resembled a miniature mattress, approximately 8 meters long and 50 centimeters wide, sufficient for a single person to lie upon. Given that the mat was made from fresh palm leaves, its edges were somewhat prickly, necessitating drying by the fire before use. Currently, the first mat was being roasted while Li Qingnan hurried to complete a second, enabling both her and Fang Cheng to bid farewell to the ground and enjoy a more comfortable sleep. As Li Qingnan concentrated on her weaving, Fang Cheng returned to the cave. "Let us take a break and have some water." He had brought back the most precious fresh water, filling a plastic bottle after a night of collection. Feeling parched, Li Qingnan accepted the water from Fang Cheng, taking a small sip to moisten her throat before pouring the remainder into a versatile tin can for boiling. In the wild, whenever conditions permitted, it was essential to drink boiled water, for health was paramount. Having experienced illness, Li Qingnan understood this all too well. Her greatest fear was falling ill again. If either of them were to succumb to sickness, their survival on the island would become immensely more challenging. How's the water source? With the water in the tin can quietly awaiting its boil, it would take a while to heat. Li Qingnan sat by the fire, hugging her knees. Those creatures had likely grown impatient. They had broken 2 fence posts last night. Upon arriving at the water source that morning, Fang Cheng was taken aback by the sight before him. Footprints littered the ground outside the fence, suggesting a chaotic gathering of animals, evidently drawn by the enclosed water source, which had left them without a place to drink. Hearing that the fence had been breached, Li Qingnan asked anxiously, "What is the situation now?" Fang Cheng reassured her. "It's fine. I've replaced the broken posts with thicker branches and reinforced them with more stones. We are in a protracted battle with these creatures. The water source is a vital resource, and we cannot yield an inch." Li Qingnan expressed her concern. "I worry those animals might become frantic and continue to damage the fence." Fang Cheng made a gesture across his throat, saying, "If it comes to that, we'll have to engage in a life-or-death struggle. We'll start by taking down that large ram as a warning to the others." "Sounds rather ominous." "I see you've had your eyes on that ram for some time now," Li Qingnan remarked with a playful glance, stifling a laugh. "Hey, I've grown tired of crabs and conchs. Occasionally, a change in flavor is desirable," Fang Cheng admitted, his intentions revealed. He continued, "Just imagine boiled lamb, roasted whole lamb. Lamb soup, just the thought makes my mouth water. Don't you want some?" Li Qingnan, tempted by his words, unconsciously swallowed. Hearing Fang Cheng speak of such delicacies, she longed for a hearty meal. With a playful glare, she chided, "You shouldn't speak of things that aren't here. It only makes me hungrier." Fang Cheng, with a triumphant grin, replied, "Just because we don't have it now doesn't mean we won't in the future. I've decided, if that ram breaks through the fence again, I'll have to cook a lamb feast." Li Qingnan frowned, shaking her head. "Didn't you say it's dangerous to confront that ram? It's best to avoid provoking it. We were once defenseless, but that is not the case anymore. We have fire and a spear. If I encounter it again, it won't escape," Fang Cheng explained, referring to a spear he had fashioned from a sturdy branch he found in the woods. After retrieving the branch, he had spent time sharpening it against the stones at the cave entrance, creating a pointed spear. While its combat effectiveness remained uncertain, Fang Cheng believed that having it would make confronting the ram significantly easier, ensuring he was no longer unarmed. Li Qingnan, however, was not as optimistic. She worried about any potential mishaps befalling Fang Cheng. She had come to realize how dependent she was on him. The water in the tin can began to boil, releasing steam. Fang Cheng skillfully used 2 sticks to lift the can and set it at the cave entrance to cool. Once the water reached a drinkable temperature, he allowed Li Qingnan to drink first, then finished off the remainder himself. Though Li Qingnan was a formidable woman in her professional life, exhibiting a strong personality, in the island-esque context, particularly in Fang Cheng's presence, she revealed a more vulnerable side. Fortunately, Fang Cheng's attentive care had enabled her to navigate numerous hardships, allowing her to persevere thus far. Consequently, he had secured an irreplaceable position in her heart. "I've been cooped up in this cave for far too long. When will you take me out for a walk?" Li Qingman, shedding her usual demeanor, adopted a delicate expression. Fang Cheng smiled. All right. I was just about to take you to a special place. Chapter 45. A gentle kiss. Upon hearing that Fang Cheng had consented to leave the cave, Li Qingman was overjoyed. After spending such a long time in the cave, she was finally able to venture outside and explore the island. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Li Qingman exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement as she set down the mat in her hands. Fang Cheng gestured for her to be patient, saying, Wait a moment, I need to tend to the fire first. As they prepared to leave the cave, anticipating that their journey would take several hours, Fang Cheng knew it was essential to extinguish the fire properly. He buried the embers with ash to ensure that they would have smoldering coals to return to later. With the fire safely extinguished and armed with a newly crafted spear, Fang Cheng led Li Qingman out of the cave towards the promising area he had discovered on the southern part of the island. This time, Fang Cheng chose a route that bypassed the woods, opting instead to follow the beach. Compared to the treacherous forest, the beach offered a sense of safety. The open space allowed for easier detection of any anomalies. Haunted by the shadow of the previous attack from the black snake, Fang Cheng approached the woods with heightened caution, especially since he was accompanied by Li Qingman. He could not afford any missteps. Li Qingman observed Fang Cheng's subtle movements, feeling a mix of gratitude and sweetness in her heart. Throughout their journey, she remained silent, walking quietly beside him. After half an hour of navigating around the island, they arrived at the location Fang Cheng had previously scouted, a site deemed the most suitable for carving out a dwelling. As they ascended the gentle slope, Li Qingman began to breathe heavily. Having recently recovered from illness and not having engaged in such strenuous activity for some time, she found herself slightly overwhelmed. Are you all right? Do you want some water? Fang Cheng asked, having anticipated such a scenario and brought a bottle with him when they left the cave. Li Qingman placed her hands on her knees, bending slightly at the waist, her face flushed and beads of sweat trickling down her neck. To make matters worse, her shirt was unbuttoned at 2 points, revealing glimpses of her form as she bent over. Fang Cheng had intended only to express concern for her well-being. But at that moment, he found himself captivated by an unexpected sight. All he could think was, so fair, truly so fair. Realizing his gaze lingered too long, Fang Cheng quickly averted his eyes, attempting to maintain his composure and feign nonchalance. Fortunately, Li Qingman seemed oblivious to his momentary lapse, focusing instead on regulating her breathing and acclimating to the demands of their exertion. Is this the place you mentioned? She asked, wiping the sweat from her forehead and tugging at her shirt to create some airflow. Indeed, this is it. What do you think? Fang Cheng replied, his anticipation palpable as he looked at her. This was the culmination of his explorations across the island, and now it hinged on her approval. After a few moments of catching her breath, Li Qingman's breathing steadied, and the color in her face began to recede. She was finally able to take a moment to appreciate their surroundings. Before them lay a gently sloping expanse leading to the beach, where white waves kissed the shore against a backdrop of azure sea and sky. The breathtaking view instantly lifted their spirits, as if their hearts expanded to match the vastness of the ocean. Beyond lay the mountain's peak, a rocky summit that both Fang Cheng and Li Qingman had ascended before, from which they had surveyed the entire island. Bathed in sunlight and caressed by the southern sea breeze, their spirits were undeniably uplifted. Li Qingman beamed with satisfaction, declaring, "This is undoubtedly the finest spot on the island." Hearing her approval filled Fang Cheng with a sense of validation for all his efforts, and he smiled. "I'm glad you like it." The atmosphere shifted, becoming charged with an unspoken tension. Li Qingman's eyes sparkled, and she noticed Fang Cheng's flushed cheeks, which made her feel a twinge of nervousness. "You've worked hard. How do you intend to thank me?" she teased, her demeanor transforming from icy to playful, shattering any preconceived notions of her character. "What would you like?" she continued, stepping closer, her words laced with flirtation. Fang Cheng, caught off guard by such a bold display from a woman as stunning as Li Qingman, found himself at a loss. Having never received such attention from a woman before, he felt unprepared for her playful advances. "What do I want?" he thought, stealing a glance at her enchanting figure, his mind racing with playful fantasies. "What are you thinking about?" Li Qingman suddenly shifted from her flirtatious demeanor to one of mock reproach. Nothing at all," Fang Cheng stammered, his mind momentarily distracted by alluring thoughts before being interrupted. The intensity of her gaze sent a shiver down his spine, and he questioned whether he had betrayed his thoughts with an inappropriate expression. Just then, as he wrestled with his emotions, he felt a gentle touch against his left cheek. The soft caress sent a jolt through him, leaving his mind blank, echoing a singular thought. She kissed me. Li Qingman kissed me. "Qingman," Fang Cheng exclaimed, turning in astonishment to find her standing there like a shy lotus, her cheeks flushed with radiant beauty. "This is your reward. Remember." If you dare to indulge in such thoughts again, I won't let you off easily. Her bashful expression contrasted sharply with the playful allure from moments before. In truth, this was her authentic self. Her previous demeanor had merely been a playful attempt to elicit a flustered reaction from Fong Qing. Though one might assume a woman of her caliber would have no shortage of admirers, Li Qingman's romantic history was, in fact, quite barren. Despite being pursued by many wealthy heirs, corporate executives, celebrities, and influential figures, she saw no distinction among them, feeling entirely justified in dismissing their advances without hesitation. Chapter 46. Embrace the present. Happiness arrived unexpectedly for Fong Qing, who found himself unprepared for the affection expressed by Li Qingman. The goddess-like figure had kissed him, nearly sending him into a state of exhilaration. Ecstatically, he danced with a spear in hand, resembling a native of the island. Yet regretting that the kiss had been so fleeting, leaving him unable to fully appreciate the moment's beauty. Li Qingman was amused by Fong Qing's exuberance and, covering her mouth with a laugh, said, "All right, stop jumping around. Let's discuss your plans moving forward." Fong Qing quickly composed himself, adopting a serious demeanor. Though internally, he was bursting with joy. He knew he had to maintain a semblance of composure. On this island, the most stable dwelling was a cave. Fong Qing pointed to the cliff behind him, stating, "I intend to excavate a cave here, so we can reside within it. I'll gather some flowers to plant at the entrance," Li Qingman replied, her eyes sparkling with happiness. After more than a month on the island, the reality of their rescue had begun to fade for both of them. Fong Qing understood that this island was shrouded in secrets, and with its elusive location, the prospects for rescue seemed bleak. Li Qingman, unaware of these thoughts, felt her perspective shifting as the days passed. Perhaps everyone had forgotten them. Fong Qing considered. "If we never return, that won't happen. We will go back," he asserted, shaking his head. "I mean, if we don't," Li Qingman replied earnestly, gazing at him with a determined smile. "Living here like this, leaving everything behind, focusing only on the present and tomorrow, doesn't seem so bad." As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and a single warm tear escaped the corner of her eye. She had not wept in moments of crisis or during illness, yet at that moment, her emotions overwhelmed her, and tears flowed freely. Indeed, the thought of never returning seemed so easy to voice. Yet to accept such a reality wholeheartedly required immense courage. Even someone as resilient as Li Qingman could feel sorrow. At that moment, Fong Qing felt helpless, unsure of what to say or do. He could only gaze at her tear-stained eyes, his heart aching for her. In the past, he might have merely cast a glance her way and walked away, but now he knew he could not stand idly by. She needed a sturdy shoulder to lean on. "I will be with you, no matter how long it takes," Fong Qing mustered the courage to say, wrapping his arm around her shoulders, allowing her to lean against him. His words, akin to a confession, poured into Li Qingman's heart like a refreshing spring, evoking a torrent of tears that fell like pearls from a broken string. As she wept in his embrace, Fong Qing's heart ached alongside her, and in that moment, he silently vowed that even if they could never leave the island, he would create the most beautiful garden on this oceanic paradise for her. Under Fong Qing's patient comfort, Li Qingman gradually ceased her tears, tucking away her sorrow. She recognized the stark reality. The hope of leaving the island was dim, yet this realization would not deter her from living with a positive attitude. Next, Fong Qing began outlining his plans for their new home. He had chosen a relatively elevated site. As long as proper drainage was established, flooding would be no concern. The drainage system was paramount. It had to be implemented before any excavation began, with provisions for rainwater collection, as the island's freshwater barely sufficed for their needs. With the drainage system in place, they would then begin tunneling into the cliff, and the depth and size would depend on their requirements at the time. Once the cave was excavated, they would build a shelter at the entrance for shade and protection from the rain, and finally, tidy the surrounding area, ideally creating a space for Li Qingman to plant flowers and greenery. As he spoke of his vision, Fong Qing became increasingly enchanted, envisioning the transformation of their surroundings. However, Li Qingman interrupted his daydream, drawing him back to reality. "Master designer, shall we commence now?" she asked, her smile radiant. The sun had begun its descent, and Fong Qing estimated it was around 3 in the afternoon. With darkness falling around 6, they still had time to start work. "How about we give it a try today and return to the cave later?" he proposed. Li Qingman was eager, even more excited than Fong Qing about their new abode. Just the thought of living there brightened her spirits. Yet, when the time came to excavate, they discovered the disparity between imagination and reality was vast. Lacking tools, they could only use wooden sticks to chip away at the cliff. The fragile and insufficiently sturdy sticks proved ineffective. Bits of earth and small stones fell like snowflakes. And even the simplest task of creating a hole would take an entire day, let alone carving out a space the size of a house. This was all without encountering large stones. Should they find any, their excavation plans would inevitably be thwarted. Despite the arduous process, Fang Cheng and Li Qingman remained spirited, understanding they were building their new home. The thought of their future dwelling made the current hardships feel trivial. On the hillside, the two of them toiled, sweat cascading down their faces. Unbeknownst to them, the sun had dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the sea and painting the clouds with hues of crimson. Their shadows stretched long as, amidst their fatigue, Li Qingman playfully teased Fang Cheng's shadow, and he playfully retaliated, both of them engaging in a childlike game. "How much have we dug today?" Li Qingman panted. "Not much, just a little," Fang Cheng replied, glancing at the barely altered cliff. "Really? How long will this take?" She lamented, her spirit dampened. Fang Cheng smiled gently and reassured, "There's no rush, we'll take our time." Chapter 47. The Stone Age having made up his mind. Fang Cheng resolved to reside on the island with tranquility, his mindset evolving into one of ease. After enduring so much, he no longer reacted to difficulties and troubles with anger, frustration, or self-reproach as he once did. Instead, he learned to face challenges with a smile. For instance, at the precipice before him, he and Li Qingman had spent most of the afternoon, yet they had only managed to carve a shallow indentation into the cliff face. This should have been a source of vexation, but Fang Cheng remained indifferent, knowing he was bound to this island. There would be ample time ahead. And what was there to quarrel about in a day or two? "You have an admirable attitude," Li Qingman remarked, somewhat surprised. Typically, it was she who consoled Fang Cheng in such situations, yet this time it was he who offered her comfort. "There is plenty of time ahead, is there not?" Fang Cheng replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips, embodying a sense of calm and openness. Rather than dwelling on irritation, why not alter one's mindset and savor the journey? "Indeed, you are right," Li Qingman responded, her expression softening upon grasping Fang Cheng's intent. The golden sun had dipped halfway below the horizon, the sky ablaze with crimson clouds, and seabirds soared in the distance, the scenery invigorating their spirits. After a long day, the two found a place to sit, their unfinished new home behind them, quietly admiring the splendid ocean view, time slipping away unnoticed. "My arms are quite sore," Li Qingman said, playfully shaking her arms. "Shall I give you a massage?" Fang Cheng offered with a chuckle. "Absolutely not," she retorted, casting a haughty glance at him before expressing her frustration. "I thought digging would be easy, but it's all rocks, making it exceedingly difficult." Li Qingman's seemingly casual remark inadvertently sparked great inspiration in Fang Cheng. Rocks? Yes, it was the rocks. While digging that afternoon, he had observed numerous large stones embedded in the cliff soil, which he had overlooked and piled aside. With a sense of discovery, he approached the black stones and crouched down to examine them closely. "What is it?" Li Qingman inquired with curiosity. "These are basalt," Fang Cheng exclaimed with excitement. Li Qingman, still puzzled, asked, "What of basalt?" "Tools are what we lack the most right now, and basalt is an excellent material for making tools," he explained joyfully. Rocks on Earth are primarily classified into three types: igneous, metamorphic, and sedimentary. Basalt is an igneous rock formed from the cooling and solidification of magma from volcanic eruptions. Its hardness makes it suitable for carving and polishing into tools, as evidenced by many ancient civilizations that utilized basalt for stone knives and axes. The prospect of using basalt for tool-making elated Fang Cheng, causing him to leap and shout with joy. Observing his exuberance, Li Qingman covered her eyes, shyly remarking, "Look at how happy you are." Fang Cheng laughed heartily, saying, "Our ancestors were able to craft tools from these stones. Surely, we can do the same. With these stones, we need never worry about tools again." "And what do you plan to do? Take all these stones with you?" Li Qingman asked, glancing at the sizable pile of basalt on the ground. Fang Cheng shook his head. Although the basalt pieces were not overly large, each weighed at least 10 pounds, making it impractical to carry them all back to the cave. Moreover, not all basalt was suitable for toolmaking. The best course of action would be to select a few manageable pieces to take back for crafting. "Let us find a few that we can use," he said, bending down to sift through the stone pile. "Okay," Li Qingman replied, also crouching down to join him. They carefully examined nearly all the stones, selecting a few that were appropriately shaped and sized. Li Qingman chose several pieces that were regular in shape, with a thickness suitable for crafting stone knives and axes. In contrast, Fang Cheng's selections were either long and slender or flat and broad. "Why do you only pick those?" Li Qingman asked, puzzled. "The easiest tool to make is a chisel," Fang Cheng explained, holding up a long, slender piece of basalt. "See this stone? It's wide at one end and narrow at the other. If we sharpen the narrow end, it can become a chisel." Li Qingman recalled a faint memory of chisels from her childhood, having seen one in her grandfather's woodworking box, a tool commonly used by traditional carpenters for boring holes in wood. Fangqing then picked up another flat piece of basalt, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Look at this stone. It's big and round. No, wait. Li Qiman could not help but laugh, teasing, are you about to break into a freestyle? Fangqing chuckled, playfully smacking his lips. A slip of the tongue. Look at this stone. Doesn't it resemble a hoe? We just need to attach a handle. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, he demonstrated digging motions. Li Qiman, still chuckling, found herself doubled over with laughter, clutching her stomach and gasping. Are you trying to make me die of laughter? How come I never noticed how funny you are before? Fangqing suddenly grew serious, saying, were it not for the pressures of life, who would want to dress in suits and ties, pretending to be something they are not? Oh? Li Qiman raised an eyebrow, smirking. From your tone, it seems you were quite dissatisfied with your previous job. No. I swear to heaven I was, he quickly denied. Just then, a strong wind whipped through, and being halfway up the mountain, they felt it acutely, nearly being knocked off balance. Li Qiman rolled her eyes, scoffing, see? With your contradictory words, how can you dare swear? You should be more cautious before making such oaths next time. Fangqing shrugged off her playful admonishment. They had grown accustomed to each other's banter. However, the sudden shift in weather troubled him. The tranquil night had turned tempestuous, the moon obscured by thick clouds. Gazing upwards, he noticed the clouds thickening ominously, plunging the island into darkness. A fierce wind roared, rustling the trees. This is not good, a storm is brewing. Fangqing's expression shifted drastically, recognizing the signs of an impending tempest. He hurriedly grabbed Li Qiman's hand, urging her to head towards the cave. Chapter 48. A heavy rain. The night was dark and tumultuous, with the wind howling through the swaying coconut palms. On the hillside, Fangqing urged Li Qiman onward as they sprinted, hoping to reach the cave before the impending storm unleashed its fury. Having crossed the white sandy beach, they soon encountered the rocky shore, and relief washed over Fangqing as they drew closer to the cave, where they could find shelter from the elements. Just as he began to feel a sense of triumph, droplets resembling the size of broad beans struck his face, sharp and stinging. In an instant, a long-anticipated torrential downpour cascaded from the heavens. Amidst the deluge, Li Qiman cried out in panic, stumbling over a jagged stone, and fell to the ground. Within moments, the curtain of rain obscured their vision. Everything beyond a meter was shrouded in a murky haze. Are you all right? Fangqing turned back to see Li Qiman sprawled on the ground and rushed to assist her. I'm fine, she gritted her teeth, stubbornly rising to her feet. Follow me. At that moment, a strong hand grasped Li Qiman's, its warmth offering a profound sense of comfort amidst the chaos. In that small island, nothing felt more reassuring than having Fangqing by her side. The two figures darted through the rain, and soon, drenched to the bone, they finally reached the tiny cave. In the pitch-black interior, listening to the howling wind and the relentless patter of rain outside, despite being completely soaked and in disarray, they exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter. Given the events of the afternoon, their spirits had lifted remarkably, accepting their predicament. They realized it was better to embrace the island life than to pine for the slim chance of rescue. Why is it that others find romance in the rain, yet we are met with such misfortune? That is for you to ponder. Me? It's all because of your reckless vows. All right, fine, I'll take the blame. Li Qiman playfully retorted, of course, who else would bear the brunt? Fangqing chuckled, I must, as my wife has declared. Wife? Who is your wife? Li Qiman exclaimed, her eyes widening in indignation, a mix of anger and embarrassment flooding her face as she pinched his arm. Speak another word, and you'll regret it. I want tea. I want tea. Fangqing cried out, tears welling in his eyes from the unexpected pain, wondering how such delicate fingers could possess such strength. Having learned his lesson, Fangqing refrained from teasing Li Qiman further, knowing well that her playful ire was not to be taken lightly. As the rain continued to drum against the cave, silence enveloped them, allowing their minds to clear. Suddenly, Fangqing recalled the fire pit they had buried before leaving. And panic surged within him. Oh no, what's wrong? In the darkness, Li Qiman, startled by his alarmed voice, felt a wave of concern wash over her. Fangqing rushed to the fire pit, only to find it devoid of any warmth. He sifted through the ashes, discovering that the embers had long since died, leaving only a cold heap of ash. With a thud, his fist struck the ground in frustration, echoing in the stillness and causing Li Qiman's heart to race. In that moment, Fangqing was consumed by regret, berating himself for being so careless as to extinguish their most precious source of heat. Although he had covered the fire pit with ashes, they had lingered outside too long, neglecting their duty to safeguard the flame. This was a significant oversight for two souls striving to survive on a deserted island. Li Qiman lowered her gaze. It's all my fault. No, it's my negligence. I should have remembered the fire pit, Fangqing replied, his voice laced with deep remorse. Having once led teams, Li Qingman understood that blaming one another would yield no solutions. They needed to focus on remedying the situation at hand. Now is not the time to dwell on blame. Let us reignite the fire. Reignite the fire, but we have no lithium batteries left. Feng Chen gritted his teeth. The pain of remembering their previous success with a lithium battery weighing heavily on him. But we still have the fire bow, Li Qingman offered. Yes, the fire bow. We still have it. With her reminder, Feng Qing recalled the makeshift fire bow he had crafted, chastising himself for forgetting such an essential tool. In the darkness, he eagerly rummaged through the corner of the cave until he found the crooked fire bow, gazing at it. His emotions mirrored its uneven shape. He had once successfully ignited a fire using it, but external circumstances had thwarted those efforts, leaving him with bittersweet memories. This time, the cave was filled with dry wood, coconut husks, branches, and leaves. Everything needed for ignition was at hand. With his prior experience, Feng Cheng felt a surge of confidence. Is there anything I can do to help? Li Qingman quietly inquired as she watched him intently focus on the fire bow. No need, just watch closely. Feng Cheng concentrated, determined to showcase his fire-starting prowess to Li Qingman. As time ticked away, his movements became fluid, and soon the air was filled with the acrid scent of smoke. Recognizing the moment had come, he quickened his pace, pulling the bow with urgency. Instantly, fiery sparks landed in the coconut husk. He set the bow aside, cradling the smoldering husk as if it were a newborn, gently blowing on it. The sparks flickered and danced, and after a tense wait, the husk erupted in a plume of thick white smoke, followed by the emergence of flames. Yes, it worked, Feng Qing exclaimed, bursting with excitement as he danced joyfully in the cave, celebrating his genuine success in utilizing the fire bow technique. This achievement meant that igniting a fire would no longer be a daunting challenge for the two stranded souls. Don't just celebrate, add more fuel, Li Qingman urged. Right. Fuel. Feng Qing quickly composed himself, adding the prepared twigs to the blazing coconut husk. The flames roared to life, illuminating the cave and enveloping them in warmth, providing a sanctuary amidst the stormy night. Chapter 49. A thoughtful gesture within the cave. The fire blazed brightly while the rain poured relentlessly outside. In stark contrast to the cacophony of the storm, the interior of the cave exuded an air of tranquility. The two individuals did not succumb to slumber. Instead, they sat quietly around the fire. The flames provided not only warmth but also a sense of security amidst the tempest, offering solace after being drenched to the bone. Under the heat, white vapor began to rise from Li Qingman's body, and the dampness of her clothing clung uncomfortably to her skin. At this juncture, her only recourse was to wait for the flames to dry her garments. Feng Qing, observing her discomfort, found his situation somewhat different. Shortly after arriving on the island, he had been left with nothing but a pair of shoes, having grown accustomed to being bare. Even the rain could not hinder his ability to dry off quickly, unlike Li Qingman, who still bore her wet clothing, a predicament that rendered her quite uncomfortable. I'll step out for a moment, Feng Cheng announced. In such heavy rain, where are you going? Li Qingman's eyes widened in surprise, for the outside world was shrouded in darkness and drenched in downpour. She could not fathom his intention. Feng Cheng intended to provide her with the opportunity to remove her wet clothes and dry them, thus ensuring her comfort. However, Li Qingman was evidently reluctant to let him venture into the storm. She pressed him. Is there anything that cannot wait until tomorrow? I need to collect rainwater while it's pouring, he replied, fabricating a plausible excuse. Our freshwater supply is dwindling, and we must seize this chance to replenish it. Faced with the necessity of fresh water, Li Qingman had no choice but to acquiesce to Feng Cheng's departure. Thus, he took the various containers from the cave, including the large blue plastic barrel, and braved the torrential rain. Before leaving, he turned to Li Qingman, saying, I will also check the water source. I may take a little longer to return. If you feel tired, you may rest. Oh, all right, Li Qingman responded absent-mindedly, not giving it much thought. Once he had departed, she reflected on their earlier exchange, feeling an inexplicable sensation. Their dialogue bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a long-married couple, with the husband offering tender reassurances before stepping out, while the wife awaited his return. What is wrong with me? Li Qingman mused, cupping her face, feeling a slight flush. She quietly scolded herself for such thoughts. How could her mind wander to such matters? Fortunately, Feng Cheng was not there to witness her flustered demeanor, which would surely have invited his teasing. A quarter of an hour passed, yet Feng Cheng had not returned. The relentless rain outside continued to roar, and though she had been assured of his intent to check the water source, Li Qingman could not quell her concern. After all, it typically took over 10 minutes to traverse from the cave to the water source, and with the rain, it would likely take even longer. As she waited, boredom began to set in. Feng Cheng's presence had provided her with companionship, and now, left alone, she found herself in a state of idle contemplation. Suddenly, A thought struck her. Since Fangqing would be away for some time, and her wet clothes were clinging uncomfortably to her skin, why not remove them to dry? It was a sound plan, yet an unsettling question arose. What if he returned midway through? Li Qiman felt her cheeks flush at the thought. That was her chief concern. This presented her with a dilemma. Should she indeed remove her damp garments? Ultimately, after much internal conflict, Li Qiman resolved to shed her wet shirt and skirt, seizing the moment before Fangqing's return to wash and dry her clothes. Under normal circumstances, she would never have considered such an act, however. The dire nature of their survival situation had compelled her to undertake many actions she had previously deemed unthinkable. Stripping off her clothing seemed to rank among the simplest challenges she had encountered thus far. Having made her decision, she swiftly removed her shirt, followed by deftly unbuttoning her skirt. In mere moments, her fair skin was exposed to the air. The sensation of being unclothed made her feel bashful. Despite being alone in the cave, she was keenly aware of her vulnerability and strained to listen for any sound that might herald Fangqing's return. In a flurry, Li Qiman carried her garments to the cave entrance and began to wash them with the rainwater. She dared not linger too long, hastily rinsing her clothing before retreating back into the cave, where she fashioned a makeshift drying rack with branches to hang her clothes over the fire. As time passed slowly, the heat of the flames quickly dried her freshly washed garments. Anxious that Fangqing might return unexpectedly, she hurriedly dressed once more in her now dry and comfortable attire. The relief of putting on warm clothing was a stark contrast to the discomfort of damp fabric, and in that moment, Li Qiman felt grateful for her decision. Evidently, it had been worth it. However, amid her relief, a new concern arose. Fangqing had been gone for an extended duration, and his absence began to weigh on her mind. What if he had encountered danger? The tempest outside raged on, and the darkness was impenetrable. Should something befall him, what would become of her? A flash of lightning illuminated the sky, followed by a rumbling thunder that heightened her anxiety. Approaching the cave entrance, she peered into the abyss outside, torn between the desire to seek Fangqing and the fear that he might return just as she left, worrying for her absence. Just then, she caught sight of a figure approaching through the murky gloom, and as the silhouette drew nearer, she recognized Fangqing's gait without a doubt. With his return, Li Qiman felt a weight lift from her chest. Back in the cave, Fangqing leaned against the fire, trying to warm his nearly frozen body, appearing quite disheveled. Why were you gone for so long? Did you encounter trouble? Li Qiman inquired, her concern palpable. The fence was damaged. Fangqing fabricated an excellent excuse. Li Qiman pouted, indignantly chastising. It's all that wretched goat's fault for keeping you out in the rain for so long. It's nothing. I'm quite healthy, he replied with a grin. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Li Qiman, noticing her clothes were completely dry, a testament to her resourcefulness during his absence, validating his intentions. What are you staring at? Li Qiman, caught in his gaze, felt a mix of shyness and pride. Nothing at all, he stammered, quickly averting his eyes. In that moment, Li Qiman seemed to grasp the full extent of Fangqing's intentions for checking the water source and why he had been gone for such an extended period. It became evident that his actions were solely aimed at allowing her to dry her wet clothes and spare them both the discomfort of an awkward situation in the cave. Witnessing Fangqing's bedraggled state after the rain struck a chord in her heart, intertwining feelings of guilt, gratitude, and happiness within her. Chapter 50. The first haircut. The following morning, the two awoke early. Unlike the tempest outside, the cave was dry and warm, allowing them to enjoy a restful night. Li Qiman stretched her body and cast a glance at Fangqing beside her, her eyes filled with a hint of regret. Had it not been for his considerate care, her comfort the previous night would have been unimaginable. How do you feel? After being drenched in rain for so long, are you unwell? Li Qiman inquired with genuine concern. I'm perfectly fine, Fangqing replied briskly, rising and patting his chest to demonstrate his robustness, dismissing the rain as a trivial matter. Li Qiman chuckled softly, shaking her head. You are becoming more like a wild man. What's wrong with that? I have always been one, Fangqing retorted, self-deprecatingly. Look at my unkempt hair and scruffy beard. If someone new to the island saw me, they might think I'm a native. Having been on the island for over a month, Fangqing had neglected his appearance entirely, primarily due to the lack of even the most basic shaving tools. The desire to cut his hair or shave had become a distant luxury. His hair had grown long, his beard unkempt, and his skin had darkened under the sun. He truly resembled a local. In contrast, Li Qiman's situation was considerably better. Women typically do not grow facial hair, so she was free from that particular concern. However, the main issue stemmed from her long hair, which had suffered due to inadequate care and nutrition on the island, resulting in dryness and split ends. As for her skin, she had been unwell for a while, adhering to Fangqing's request to stay in the cave. And with her clothing protecting her, she remained relatively clean compared to him. Upon Fong Cheng's remarks, Li Qi-man became aware of her own hair's condition. Propping her chin on her hand, she scrutinized him closely. Feeling uneasy under her gaze, Fong Cheng covered his chest and asked anxiously, "Hey, what are you planning?" Li Qi-man scoffed lightly, mocking him. "Why are you covering your chest? Do you even have anything to hide?" I don't." "Then put your hand down." Li Qi-man rolled her eyes at him, intentionally glancing at her own ample bosom, teasing, "Am I going to attack your chest? Fine, I'll put it down." Fong Cheng's face flushed, and he obediently lowered his hand, asking nervously, "Can you clarify what you intend to do?" Li Qi-man regarded him with an inscrutable smile. Speaking to herself, letting you roam around with a head of straw is indeed my oversight. It seems I must take care of you properly." Fong Cheng's eyes widened in surprise. "You want to give me a haircut?" "Indeed," Li Qi-man confirmed, crossing her arms and nodding gently. "Wait, may I ask how you plan to cut my hair? Where are the scissors?" "Why would we need scissors? We have a blade," she replied. "You mean you're going to use that?" Fong Cheng felt a shiver run down his spine. The blade in question was fashioned from the metal casing of her phone. After smashing it and removing the lithium battery, he had repurposed the metal shell into a makeshift knife, sharpening one edge for utility. This knife had played a vital role in their survival, used for gutting the food Fong Cheng brought back. Little did he expect that this bloodstained blade would one day be used on his own head, as Li Qi-man intended to use it for his haircut. "Perhaps we should reconsider," he said, subtly attempting to back away. Li Qi-man, having seen through his intentions, adopted a stern expression. "Fong Cheng, sit still." Oh, as anticipated, the moment Li Qi-man adopted a cold demeanor, Fong Cheng instinctively complied, abandoning any thoughts of escape. A triumphant smile crept onto Li Qi-man's face as she retrieved the blade from the corner where they stored their tools, deliberately sharpening it before his eyes. Fong Cheng, feeling increasingly anxious, urged, "Can you hurry?" Li Qi-man replied unhurriedly, "If I don't sharpen the blade well, cutting your hair will be quite painful. Then go ahead and sharpen it." Fong Cheng rolled his eyes. It seemed he could not evade his fate today. Resigned, he spread his hands in surrender, allowing Li Qi-man to proceed. After a while of sharpening, Li Qi-man tested the blade on a strand of her own hair, ensuring it was sufficiently sharp to cut through. Only then did she begin to trim Fong Cheng's hair. His disheveled locks indeed resembled straw, coarse, oily, and exuding a foul odor. Several times, Li Qi-man nearly recoiled from the stench, realizing this was her first experience cutting a man's hair, especially one as unkempt as Fong Cheng. However, recalling all he had done for her, she felt that her efforts were inconsequential in comparison. Initially reluctant, Li Qi-man soon convinced herself to embrace the task. She had suggested giving Fong Cheng a haircut, and she desired to contribute in some way. As strands of hair fell to the ground, Fong Cheng transitioned from nervousness to enjoyment. Pleasantly surprised by her skill, she handled his hair with surprising finesse. Unfortunately, without a mirror, he had no idea what style was emerging on his head. He mused that even if he ended up with a buzz cut, it would be a story worth telling for a lifetime. After all, Li Qi-man herself was cutting his hair. This was a privilege that wouldn't come again. Ouch! Just as everything seemed to be going smoothly, Fong Cheng yelped as she inadvertently tugged a patch of hair. Li Qi-man quickly withdrew her hand, inspecting the blade and quipping, "Is your head made of boar bristles? The blade is already dull after just one cut." Fong Cheng chuckled. Perhaps I was the Pigsy of my previous life, master of the river of heaven. He had never heard anyone compare themselves to Zhu Beiji before, and Li Qi-man burst into hearty laughter. What of Pigsy? If I were him, I'd settle down in Gao Lao village and marry the Miss Gao, becoming the son-in-law, spending my days with my wife and occasionally tending to the fields. How carefree that would be. Fong Cheng's words carried a hidden meaning. Li Qi-man understood the implications of Gao Lao village and the Miss Gao, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Lecherous pig. What is so lecherous about it? Li Qi-man sharpened the blade with a sharp sound, commanding, "Lower your head. If you move around, I want to be responsible if I cut your ears." Chapter 51. The unceasing rain at last. Li Qi-man delicately ran her fingers through Fong Cheng's hair, taming it to a semblance of order. With merely a small blade, she had spent nearly half an hour meticulously trimming the hair atop his head, and to her astonishment, the results exceeded her expectations. Indeed, he no longer resembled a wild man. After surveying her handiwork from various angles, Li Qi-man was evidently pleased. Fong Cheng, having shed his long locks, appeared considerably more spirited. Fong Cheng mused that, irrespective of how he looked, he could not see the outcome himself. If Li Qi-man deemed it satisfactory, that was sufficient for him. After all, he had endured days with a mane resembling straw and could hardly be bothered by a slightly less appealing appearance. To enable Fong Cheng to behold his new look, Li Qi-man fetched the iron can she had used for cooking and collected some rainwater from outside, allowing him to view his reflection. My heavens! Fong Cheng gasped. nearly incredulous at the sight of his once unruly hair transformed into a cropped style. He had never anticipated Li Qingman possessed such remarkable skill. His expectations had been far surpassed. Apart from a somewhat rough and chaotic finish, he had to admit it was indeed quite impressive. "Now, how shall you thank me?" Li Qingman inquired, unable to conceal her delight at Fang Cheng's astonished expression. "I shall fetch you a large crab," he exclaimed, eager to dash out of the cave. "Come back here," Li Qingman called out. "Huh," he responded, obediently halting. "What on earth do you think you're doing in this downpour?" She chided, feigning anger. I was going to find food," Fang Cheng replied, somewhat taken aback, for it seemed Li Qingman was actually concerned for him. "Don't go. Wait until the rain stops," she insisted firmly. "All right," Fang Cheng conceded, returning to the cave to await the cessation of the rain. However, as the morning wore on, the rain showed no signs of abating. In fact, it appeared to intensify. The expressions of both individuals in the cave grew increasingly grim. The deluge had persisted since the previous night, and if it continued at this rate, it could last for several days. Could this be the onset of a tropical storm? Li Qingman wondered anxiously as she gazed outside the cave. Quite possibly. Our island is situated in the tropics, so encountering tropical storms is not uncommon. Fang Cheng nodded in agreement. Li Qingman reluctantly remarked, "It seems we shall be confined to this cave for many days." Fang Cheng offered comfort. "At least we have fire, can drink boiled water, and eat cooked food. This dry and warm cave is far better than the first time we faced such circumstances." Li Qingman chuckled despite their predicament, observing, "I've noticed your survival skills have improved remarkably, and you've become quite adept at offering solace." Pleased by her praise, Fang Cheng felt a swell of pride. In an attempt to exude greater masculine charm before her, he assumed a serious demeanor and declared, "Life is always full of wonder. Never surrender, no matter the circumstances." Li Qingman feigned disdain, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh. "All right, my esteemed Chef Fang, I shall require a bowl of your chicken soup each day." Though they jested, Fang Cheng remained preoccupied with a pressing concern: food. The duration of the rain remained uncertain, and amidst such ferocious winds and torrential downpour, the sea was tumultuous, and the tidal flats were submerged. Searching for fish and shrimp on the flats was nearly impossible, and approaching the shoreline bore significant risks. Currently, their food sources on the island derived from two primary avenues: the beach and the forest. Given the present circumstances, the possibility of obtaining food from the sea had been severed, prompting Fang Cheng to devise a plan to gather more provisions from the woods. In addition to food, there was another crucial matter to address: the procurement of firewood. The rain-soaked timber in the forest needed to be transported back to the cave, placed near the fire to dry, thus rendering it suitable for burning. "Perhaps I should venture out for a brief while," Fang Cheng thought anxiously as he observed the relentless downpour. If they continued to wait, nightfall would soon descend. And with both having gone without food for most of the day, he needed to find sustenance. "I shall accompany you," Li Qingman insisted, unable to quell her concern for Fang Cheng braving the rain alone. However, he firmly refused her company, insisting she remain in the cave. He worried her health might be compromised by exposure to the storm, which could potentially lead to another illness, an outcome both dreaded. Moreover, there were vital responsibilities within the cave, particularly ensuring the fire remained lit. After much persuasion, Li Qingman finally acquiesced to stay behind. Fang Cheng armed himself with his handcrafted wooden spear and ventured into the tempest, making his way towards the heart of the island's forest. The ocean had encroached upon the beach, reducing the island's landmass significantly. As he turned back to glance at the diminutive cave, Fang Cheng felt a surge of concern. Should the water level continue to rise, it was possible the cave would be inundated, erasing their last refuge. Feeling powerless in the face of nature, Fang Cheng could only pray that the rain would not linger. Upon reaching the forest, his first objective was to locate coconuts. Coconuts were invaluable. They provided sustenance and hydration, were easy to store, and could be life-saving in dire situations. Therefore, Fang Cheng endeavored to gather as many coconuts as possible to transport back to the cave. The forest floor was a mire, complicating his journey, yet it did not deter him from his quest. At each coconut tree, he meticulously scoured the ground within a 10-meter radius, ensuring no fallen coconuts escaped his notice. Thus, he braved the downpour repeatedly, shuttling between the cave and the forest until twilight approached. By then, he had amassed dozens of coconuts, which he piled in the corner of the cave, resembling a small hill. Gazing at the pile, Li Qingman felt a pang of emotion. Each coconut represented the toil Fang Cheng endured to bring them home. "With so many coconuts, we can weather the storm ahead. Do not venture out again," she urged, her heart aching for him. Fang Cheng, however, brushed off her concerns with a smile. "It's nothing. While there is still light, I can make one more trip to gather additional food. It's always wise to be prepared. Chapter 52. Direct confrontation after numerous attempts to persuade him. Li Qiman ultimately found herself at an impasse. With no other option, she reluctantly acquiesced to Fang Cheng's request, allowing him one last venture into the woods before darkness enveloped the land. The inclement weather had cast a thick blanket of clouds across the sky, making twilight fall earlier than usual. As the light began to wane, Fang Cheng's primary concern was to gather as much food as possible for their cave, thus braving the risks of this final excursion. The forest was alive with the sound of dripping water, and the muddy ground made movement arduous. Leaves and branches clung wetly to his skin, creating a most uncomfortable sensation. While scavenging for coconuts, he remained vigilant, wary of the potential presence of venomous snakes lurking in the shadows. Tension gripped him as he tightly clutched his spear, prepared to react at the first sign of danger. As he traversed the forest, an unsettling noise behind him sent a shiver down his spine, a distinct feeling that someone was trailing him. Could it be Li Qiman? This was the first thought that crossed his mind, for despite her explicit instruction not to follow, she may have stealthily done so. To confirm his suspicion, he abruptly turned around, hoping to catch her off guard. However, he was met only with emptiness, just trees and underbrush, with nothing else in sight. This was not right. It couldn't be Qiman, he muttered to himself, sensing an unsettling truth. If it truly were her, there would be no need for concealment. Yet, on this island, only he and Li Qiman existed. If someone was indeed following him, who else could it possibly be? A chill crept up his spine as the thought struck him. Was there another presence on the island besides the two of them? They had coexisted here for over a month without encountering any signs of other human life. If others were present, how could that be explained? Determined to ascertain the nature of the disturbance behind him, Fang Cheng continued forward, feigning nonchalance. This time, he strained to listen intently to the sounds that trailed him. Not long after, he distinctly heard the snap of a branch underfoot. That sound struck him like thunder, sending a jolt of fear through him. And he was now certain that something was indeed following him. Who is it? He bellowed, gripping his makeshift spear, eager to unveil the identity of this lurking presence. The light was fading fast, the rain pouring down heavily, and the surrounding environment was becoming increasingly hostile. When he finally caught sight of the creature behind him, he exhaled in relief. Through the curtain of rain stood a shadow resembling a goat, and in that instant, he understood. It was the very ram that had been trailing him. Well, look who has taken to following me, Fang Cheng thought, bemused by the absurdity of the situation. Ever since their initial encounter, a sense of rivalry had emerged between him and this ram. He often contemplated how best to consume the goat, whether to grill its meat or prepare it in a broth, and now it seemed the tables had turned, and he was being stalked by the very creature he had considered for dinner. Fang Cheng halted, curious to see what the ram would do next. To his astonishment, instead of fleeing, the ram approached him with purposeful strides. The distance between them closed to around 5 meters, a proximity that allowed them to scrutinize one another closely. The ram was massive, larger than an adult dog, and its impressive horns instilled a sense of trepidation. Should he be caught by them, the consequences could be dire. Tightly gripping his spear, Fang Cheng could no longer discern whether the moisture on his palms was from perspiration or rain, bracing himself for a potential attack from the ram. The creature lifted its head to regard him, pawing the ground impatiently, then lowered its head to display its formidable horns, a clear display of dominance. The intrusion of this newcomer had disrupted its territory, and it was determined to teach Fang Cheng a lesson about who truly ruled the island. From the ram's demeanor, it was evident that a confrontation between the former and current sovereigns of the island was unavoidable. Fang Cheng had never imagined he would find himself in such a tense standoff with the goat. His primary hope was that it would retreat as it had done previously. He had no desire to engage in combat under such circumstances. Yet, it appeared his wish would go unfulfilled. The ram was clearly not merely posturing. It intended to drive the intruder away. Suddenly, the ram let out a loud bleat and charged at him, its horns aimed directly at Fang Cheng. With no escape route available, he steeled himself and let out a fierce roar to bolster his courage. Come on. The situation was dire. There was no turning back. He would have to face the ram head-on. The ram charged swiftly, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Fang Cheng raised his spear, aiming for the space between the ram's horns where its head was exposed, just as the long horns were about to collide with him. He summoned all his strength and thrust the spear forward with all his might. The strike was swift, and since the spear was longer than the horns, it struck the ram's head first. Got it, he thought, elated. But before he could even smile, he felt a tremendous force reverberate through the spear, knocking him backward. He had believed this blow would seal the ram's fate, but he had underestimated the creature's resilience. The ram's thick, slick coat, combined with the rain, had rendered his wooden spear ineffective, merely bouncing off its surface. Instead of dispatching the ram, Fang Cheng found himself crashing to the ground. As he lay there, He momentarily disregarded the pain, consumed by a singular thought. He was in dire peril. Fortunately, although his attack failed to kill the ram, it had caused some injury. The wounded ram seemed to recognize Fang Cheng's potential threat and, understanding that continuing the fight might not yield a favorable outcome, chose to retreat after issuing a few warning bleats. It's leaving. Fang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the ram depart, grateful to have escaped unscathed. Chapter 53. Unfortunate injury. The rain continued to pour relentlessly. Puddles formed throughout the forest, and Fang Cheng lay on the ground. Having landed squarely in a muddy pit, his body splattered with muck from the recent fall. Reflecting on his encounter with the formidable ram, he could not help but marvel at the insignificance of human strength in the face of nature. That ram had effortlessly sent him flying. Fortunately, Fang Cheng had taken a long spear with him when he set out today, sparing him from being gored by the ram's horns. Given the force that the ram had exhibited, a collision would have likely resulted in a grievous injury. As he glanced at the spear lying beside him, a wave of thoughts washed over him. Perhaps this was the reason humanity ultimately evolved into its current form. Our ability to create and wield tools, compensating for our physical limitations, thus achieving many seemingly impossible feats. Throughout the eons of evolution on Earth, humanity had triumphed in the end. Now, as darkness enveloped the sky, his quest for coconuts had to be abandoned for the time being, leaving Fang Cheng feeling quite frustrated. Had it not been for that ram, he could have gathered several more coconuts to take back. Just as he prepared to rise, a sharp pain shot through his wrist, causing him to cry out in agony. Could it be broken? A chill ran down his spine at the thought, filling him with dread. If it were truly broken, survival on this desolate island would be a daunting prospect. Recalling the moment of his fall, he remembered bracing himself with his right hand before his body came crashing down, likely the cause of his injury. In the heightened tension of fearing the ram's advance, he had not noticed the pain in his wrist. Now relaxed, he felt a painful swelling in the joint. Anxiously, he attempted to lift his hand and noticed that his wrist had swollen considerably, the flesh bulging like a doughy bun. Seeing such an injury filled Fang Cheng with unease, yet he bravely tried to rotate his wrist. The sensation was excruciating, but there was still feeling in his wrist and movement in his fingers, indicating that it was not broken, a silver lining amidst this misfortune. Had it been broken, the lack of medical resources on the island would have rendered the situation dire. Thankfully, it was merely swollen. Suppressing his pain with a bitter smile, Fang Cheng struggled to rise from the puddle, retrieving the fallen spear and making his way back to the cave in a rather disheveled state. Inside the cave, Li Qingman sat by the fire, roasting coconuts, the air filled with their delectable aroma. During the day, she had occupied herself with weaving palm fronds and polishing basalt to pass the time, and had even devised a plan to roast coconuts, discovering that the meat became more fragrant when cooked over the flames. As darkness fell and Fang Cheng had yet to return, a sense of worry began to creep into Li Qingman's heart. She had previously advised him against venturing out one last time, but he had stubbornly insisted on going. What a headstrong temperament, she murmured to herself, noting how his impulsive nature bore an uncanny resemblance to her father's. Just then, she heard a commotion at the cave entrance and hurried to investigate. Upon seeing a figure, unclothed and disheveled, she breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed Fang Cheng returning. Why did you take so long? Are you all right? I'm fine, he replied, using his left hand to grasp the stone wall as he clambered into the cave. Li Qingman observed him closely, noting the pained expression on his face and how he seemed to be concealing his right hand behind his back. What happened to your right hand? Fang Cheng, caught off guard, stammered, "And nothing. Why are you hiding it? Show me." "No need. Are you injured?" "No. It's just that the rain is heavy at the entrance. Let's hurry inside." Under Li Qingman's relentless questioning, Fang Cheng found himself defenseless, eager to retreat into the cave and conceal the condition of his wrist. However, he underestimated her determination. This issue would not easily be dismissed. "Fang Cheng, you're lying." "All right." Unable to withstand the intensity of her penetrating gaze, he finally conceded, revealing the truth about his injury. Upon seeing his swollen wrist, Li Qingman's eyes filled with tears, her hand covering her mouth in disbelief. His wrist had swollen to an unrecognizable shape, the skin bruised, with visible purple veins. Only Fang Cheng could fathom the extent of the pain. "I told you not to go out, yet you insisted." Her words carried a hint of reproach, but more so, they revealed her concern. Tears began to spill down her cheeks as she lamented the severity of his injury. Surely, it must be excruciating. "It's all right. It doesn't hurt anymore." Seeing her tears, Fang Cheng felt flustered. It was a strange mix of happiness and guilt to witness her distress. "How could it not hurt, looking at your injury?" "It's much better now." "What truly happened? How did you sustain such an injury?" "Not much. I just encountered that ram we saw earlier." Fangcheng felt a bit embarrassed admitting that he had been toppled by a ram, but recounted the incident nonetheless. Li Qingman was taken aback. She had previously heard Fangcheng warn about the ram, but she had dismissed it, having always viewed sheep as gentle creatures. The realization that this ram could have sent Fangcheng flying was shocking. "Do you have any other injuries?" she insisted, pulling him to inspect him thoroughly. "No. Just my wrist from the fall." With a serious expression, Li Qingman declared, "You cannot go out alone again. Wherever you go, I will accompany you. If we encounter that ram again, at least you'll have support." Fangcheng shook his head. "That would be more dangerous. The ram is formidable." "Do you think I'm a burden?" Li Qingman raised an eyebrow. "No, that is not what I meant. I'm worried for your safety," he quickly clarified. A sweet sensation filled Li Qingman's heart as she smirked. "Well, at least you know how to speak nicely." Chapter 54. The Birth of Weapons returning to the cave. It was warm and dry inside, a stark contrast to the relentless downpour outside. Fangcheng quietly settled into the corner where he usually slept. His gaze fixed on Li Qingman's silhouette before the fire. His mind replayed the earlier harrowing scene, had it not been for that spear. He might never have had the chance to return to the cave and see Li Qingman again. "How is your hand now?" Li Qingman gently approached Fangcheng, concern lacing her voice as she offered him half a coconut shell filled with the flesh she had painstakingly carved out. The white, tender coconut meat, still steaming from the fire, emanated a fragrant aroma that made one's mouth water. "It's much better. The swelling has gone down considerably," Fangcheng replied. Although his wrists still throbbed with pain, hunger had long since taken precedence. His eyes gleamed at the sight of food as he eagerly accepted the coconut shell and began stuffing the coconut meat into his mouth with his left hand. "Take your time. It's very hot," she cautioned. "It's not hot. It's delicious, truly wonderful." Fangcheng dismissed her concern, relishing every bite. "Would you like some as well?" He glanced up at her, noticing her solitary enjoyment. "No, I've already eaten before you returned." Li Qingman shook her head. "Then I shall consume it all." "Go ahead. Enjoy it," she replied, watching him devour the food with a mixture of amusement and concern, rather than the food itself. Her worries lay with Fangcheng's injury. As he ate, Fangcheng praised Li Qingman's ingenuity in preparing the coconut meat this way, noting that it was far tastier than eating it directly and that the method she employed made it incredibly satisfying to consume, allowing for one bite after another without pause. "By the way, how did you manage to carve all this coconut meat?" he inquired, his curiosity piqued, knowing how challenging it was to extract coconut flesh. Previously, he and Li Qingman had simply smashed the shell and gnawed at the remnants. With a proud smile, Li Qingman replied, "Do you remember the basalt you brought back? The one you used?" he asked. "Indeed. While you were away during the day, I spent time in the cave honing a piece of stone, sharpening one end to serve as a chisel. It worked remarkably well." She then produced a rectangular piece of basalt, showcasing it with satisfaction, recognizing it as the stone he had selected just yesterday with the intention of crafting a chisel. Fangcheng marveled at how quickly Li Qingman had honed it into a rudimentary tool. The chisel, about 3 fingers wide and approximately 25 centimeters long, was flat and robust, perfectly suited for its purpose. Thanks to her skillful craftsmanship, the narrow end had been sharpened, making it a functional stone tool, merely in need of further smoothing. "Did you truly make this?" Fangcheng exclaimed, astonished into silence. The basalt was incredibly hard, a difficult material to work with, and he could hardly believe Li Qingman had shaped it into such a beautiful chisel. Li Qingman, clearly reveling in his admiration, responded with a mix of pride and playfulness. "What do you think?" "Quite impressive. Isn't it?" "Impressive? It is nothing short of perfection." Fangcheng generously offered his praise, realizing at that moment that in certain aspects, he might even fall short of Li Qingman's capabilities. Perhaps this was why fate had sent him to this deserted island with her by his side. No one is flawless, and each of them possesses unique strengths. To survive on this island, they must work together and learn to cooperate. "I never expected you to craft such an excellent tool," he exclaimed. "You'd be surprised at what I can do," Li Qingman replied with a hint of pride, rising to select a particularly sturdy coconut from the pile. Fangcheng thought to himself how considerate she was, knowing he hadn't eaten enough and bringing him another coconut. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, she excitedly added, "And I discovered that this chisel is incredibly handy. It makes opening coconuts a breeze." As she secured the coconut, she positioned the chisel against the shell and struck the top with another stone. With a satisfying crack, the coconut easily split open, the sharp chisel effortlessly piercing through. "How about that? Isn't it impressive?" Li Qingman laughed joyfully at her success in opening the coconut. With the chisel in hand, even without Fangcheng's strength, she could easily crack open the coconut. And the fact that she had crafted the tool herself filled her with an indescribable sense of accomplishment. Seeing the coconut opened with such ease left Fangcheng equally astonished. He nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Wow, This is incredibly useful. Then why don't you hurry up and praise me? Li Qiman teased, her playful demeanor evoking an endearing charm that was hard to resist. Impressive, truly impressive. Fang Cheng clapped enthusiastically. Is that all? Ah, is it not enough? She pouted, playfully huffing, forget it. You are as dense as a block of wood. Fang Cheng felt baffled. Indeed. The intricacies of a woman's heart were as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. Despite spending so much time together, he still had fully grasped Li Qiman's character. The coconut she had cracked open was soon prepared and presented to Fang Cheng. While he sensed her disappointment at his lack of heartfelt praise, Li Qiman understood that he needed her care due to his injury. Eat up, she urged. Thank you. This chisel still lacks sharpness. I'll refine it further tomorrow, and it should become even more effective, Li Qiman remarked casually, but Fang Cheng took her words to heart. If it could be sharpened further, it would easily serve to open coconuts and carve out meat. But what if it could also be utilized against wild beasts? Like the large ram they had encountered in the woods today? Are you pondering something? Noticing Fang Cheng's furrowed brow and silence, Li Qiman realized he was deep in thought. He mused, if this chisel can serve as a tool, could it not also be fashioned into a weapon? Transforming it into a weapon? That should be feasible, provided it is sharpened sufficiently, she replied. Exactly. What we lack now is a sharp weapon capable of piercing the ram's hide. Only by taking down that ram can we safely navigate this island. Fang Cheng's concerns were not merely alarmist. He had nearly fallen victim to the ram's horns today. Should Li Qiman encounter that beast alone? The outcome would undoubtedly be dire. For Fang Cheng, any threat to himself or Li Qiman on this island could not be allowed to persist unchallenged. Chapter 55. Snuggling to sleep. To be honest, are you thinking about that ram? Contemplating a feast of lamb? Li Qiman settled beside Fang Cheng, offering him a rare, charming smile. As their relationship deepened, she increasingly shed her aloof demeanor in his presence, her smiles growing more frequent with each passing day. Fang Cheng protested, heavens bear witness. My concern for that ram is solely out of worry for your safety. Li Qiman propped her chin on her hand, her finger playfully tapping her cheek as she smiled sweetly. What danger could I possibly face? I cannot be by your side at all times. If you encounter that ram alone one day, wouldn't that be perilous? Oh, so you truly do worry about me. Of course, Fang Cheng blurted without hesitation. Perfectly aligning with Li Qiman's intent, she craved his acknowledgement of her safety. Noticing her suppressed laughter, Fang Cheng realized he had unwittingly walked into her trap, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. I meant it, he mumbled, lowering his gaze. Of course, I know, she beamed. Fang Cheng then added, but, I must admit, I do have a bit of a craving for lamb. Li Qiman feigned annoyance. Could you not have kept that last part to yourself? As the long night stretched on, they exchanged playful banter, the hours slipping away until the early hours of the morning. Li Qiman, having dozed off with her head resting on Fang Cheng's shoulder, shared an intimacy that he had never dared to dream of before. Gazing at the peacefully sleeping Li Qiman, her exquisite beauty captivated him. An impulsive thought crossed his mind. He longed to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead while she slumbered. Yet, apprehension gripped him. He feared that any movement might awaken her, leading to an awkward moment if she caught him in the act. Ultimately, the urge overcame his hesitation, and driven by instinct, Fang Cheng turned his head, nervously kissing her forehead before quickly returning to an upright position, feigning innocence. In truth, Li Qiman remained blissfully unaware, breathing steadily against his shoulder. However, Fang Cheng felt a profound heat rise to his cheeks, his face burning like that of a blushing monkey. As the night deepened, fatigue began to overwhelm him. After a few yawns, he unknowingly succumbed to slumber. Upon waking the next day, he found Li Qiman preparing a coconut breakfast by the fire. She had risen early and, seeing him still asleep, decided against waking him. Aware of his injuries, she understood he needed rest even more than she did. It was her turn to care for him. How delightful the aroma is. Upon hearing his voice, Li Qiman turned and smiled. You're awake. Fang Cheng stretched lazily, grinning. To awaken and find a lovely maiden preparing breakfast for me. I must be dreaming. I believe you are indeed dreaming. Who is your lovely maiden? Li Qiman teased, scrunching her nose. If it weren't for your injured wrist, I wouldn't bother with you. Their playful exchange continued as they finished breakfast. According to their plans, they were supposed to excavate a cave on the southern slope after their meal, but the incessant rain thwarted their plans. Such dreary weather was bound to induce a sense of restlessness. Instead of exploring the island, they were confined to their small cave, having been cooped up for 2 days, their joints nearly rusting. Cursed rainy days. Li Qiman couldn't help but complain. Actually, we have plenty to occupy ourselves with, such as crafting stone tools, Fang Cheng suggested. Seeing his eagerness, Li Qiman chuckled. You've been thinking about this since last night, haven't you? Hiki. Caught in his eagerness, Fang Chung could only sheepishly grin. Admit it, you're still fixated on that ram, she quipped, shooting him a playful glare. Slaughtering that ram means we get to feast. Fang Chung confessed candidly. Li Chi-man couldn't help but laugh. You could have just admitted it sooner. It's clear you simply want to eat meat. Thus, they began to craft stone tools within the cave. Outside, the rain continued to fall, while the rhythmic sounds of their work echoed in the cave, allowing them to focus amidst the gloomy weather. Li Chi-man diligently worked on a stone chisel, the overall shape-taking form, though the edges still required refinement. Fang Chung, intent on creating a sharp spearhead, found that the basalt he had brought back lacked suitable shapes. To acquire slender, sharp stone fragments, he had to break larger pieces of basalt, painstakingly selecting usable samples. Breaking stones was no easy task, with only his left hand available. Fang Chung exerted considerable effort to shatter several large pieces of basalt. At last, he discovered a few stones of appropriate length and shape for crafting spearheads. However, when it came time to polish them, he faced a string of failures. The stones were either too thin or too brittle, shattering with just a few strokes. Frustration mounted as he watched his hard-earned samples crumble, leaving him exasperated. Why don't you let me take over? Li Chi-man offered, noticing his growing frustration. All right. Perhaps this task isn't suited for me. With a sigh of defeat, Fang Chung acknowledged that Li Chi-man was likely more adept at delicate refinement. She smiled gently. Sit back and rest. We can resume once your injury heals. Fang Chung rubbed his nose, a sheepish smile on his face. I feel guilty just sitting here while you work. Perhaps I should venture outside. You still wish to go out? Li Chi-man replied, a hint of displeasure in her tone. Having ruined all the basalt inside the cave, I thought I might gather more stones from the cliff, Fang Chung said, trying to charm her into agreeing. Li Chi-man regarded him with a penetrating gaze, her expression a mix of emotions. After a moment, she finally relented. Fine, if you must go, then go. You agree? Fang Chung exclaimed with delight, surprised by her unexpected concession. Li Chi-man shook her head in resignation. Even if I say no, would you listen? Chapter 56. The corpses washed ashore emerging from the cave. The relentless downpour outside showed no sign of abating. Gazing at the churning, murky waves along the coastline, Fang Chung could not help but shake his head. This was certainly not good news. While the heavy rain provided ample drinking water, it also restricted the methods by which he and his companion could procure food. With the absence of fish, shellfish, and sea snails from the beach, their diet was sorely lacking in protein. Fish and shellfish are rich in protein, a vital nutrient for the human body, and relying solely on coconuts would not sustain them for long, despite most of the beach being submerged. Fang Chung felt compelled to test his luck as he passed the stretch of white sand. If fortune favored him, discovering a few large crabs would be a most exhilarating turn of events. Upon reaching the beach, he dared not venture too far out, for the waves were formidable. A moment's inattention could see him swept away into the sea. Cautiously, he walked along the shore, but alas, he found nothing. Under such torrential rain, the fish and crustaceans had long retreated to their shelters, unwilling to expose themselves in such adverse conditions. Fang Chung felt an urge to curse, but suppressed it, reminding himself that maintaining a positive mindset was crucial for survival. Determined to test his fortune once more, he traversed the beach again, his spear poking the sand in search of any hidden treasures. Yet, luck did not smile upon him. The absence of bounty remained unchanged. After walking back and forth 3 times, he finally came to the realization that seeking food on the beach in such weather was an unrealistic endeavor. Reluctantly, he abandoned his search and turned toward the hillside on the southern side of the island. Just as Fang Chung was about to depart, a massive wave surged forth. Even though he stood well back from the shoreline, he could not evade it in time. The wave towered at least 2 meters high as it crashed onto the island, propelling him forcefully into the thicket of coconut trees behind him. In that fleeting moment, he felt utterly helpless, his body being swept forward by the tumultuous sea. And in his panic, he gulped down several mouthfuls of bitter, briny water. Fortunately, no subsequent wave followed, and this solitary surge had pushed him from the edge of the beach into the safety of the coconut grove. Regaining his footing, Fang Chung could not help but exclaim in relief. Had anything worse occurred during this outing, he would have been at a loss on how to explain it to Li Chi-man. After checking himself for injuries, he was relieved to find none. Though the incident had certainly rattled him, he dared not return to the beach. The next wave might very well drag him into the depths to feed the sharks. Believing the worst was behind him, he was startled to notice some white objects nearby. They resembled remnants of shipwrecks scattered amidst the trees, likely washed ashore by the previous massive wave. The sight of these wrecks sent a jolt of anxiety through Fang Chung. If debris had been cast upon the island, it indicated that vessels had met with disaster in the surrounding waters. This realization ignited a flicker of hope within him. Perhaps survivors had been washed ashore as well. If that were the case, The island could soon be bustling with fellow survivors, transforming their lonely refuge into a lively community. With this thought propelling him forward, Fangcheng set out to scour the island meticulously, leaving no potential spot untouched where the waves could have deposited survivors. His instincts proved correct. The presence of shipwrecks indeed suggested that vessels had encountered peril nearby. Within a mere 200 meters, he spotted two figures lying at the junction of the beach and the woods. It was unmistakable. These were two people. In that instant, Fangcheng was overcome with excitement. Aside from Li Qingman, these were the first humans he had encountered on the island. He immediately shouted to the two figures, but they remained motionless, offering no response. A sinking feeling gripped his heart. Surely, they could not be dead. That would be the worst outcome. He fervently hoped they had merely fainted and could be revived. As he raced toward them, a wave of despair washed over him. He collapsed to the ground upon realizing the grim truth. The two were lifeless. Their faces devoid of warmth, their bodies stiff and cold. Hey, you two. I finally find you, and you're both dead? Come on, hold on a little longer. Fangcheng covered his face with his hands, grief-stricken for the two unfortunate souls. Had they washed ashore earlier, perhaps they would still be alive. Amidst his sorrow, a stark reality confronted him. These two were no longer merely individuals but corpses. In the tropical climate, if he did not address their remains swiftly, they would soon decay and emit an unbearable stench. The putrefaction of their bodies could threaten the entire beach and possibly lead to the outbreak of disease. Fangcheng knew he had to make a decision quickly. How should he dispose of the bodies? Throwing them back into the sea seemed impractical. After all, they had struggled to reach the island, and sending them back felt rather ungracious. Moreover, the two were tall and robust, each easily exceeding 6 feet and weighing roughly 170 to 180 pounds. Carrying a living person is one challenge, but a deceased body is much heavier in its own right. For those who have not experienced it, trying to carry a hefty sandbag of that weight would reveal the stark difference. Given their size, returning them to the ocean was not feasible. Fangcheng lacked the strength to maneuver them, and the waves could just as easily wash them back ashore. If he could not cast them into the sea, perhaps he should bury them? No, the thought of burial sent chills down his spine. He and Li Qingman would be sunbathing under the moonlight on that very beach. How could they enjoy their moments if they knew two corpses were buried beneath their feet? With throwing them back into the sea ruled out and burial deemed unacceptable, incineration was the only remaining option. Fortunately, Fangcheng had a fire source. Cremating the bodies was not beyond his capabilities, although the pouring rain made it impossible to ignite a flame. Sitting on the ground, he stared at the two corpses, shaking his head in despair. Brothers, you have truly presented me with a conundrum. Chapter 57. A startling discovery. The rain continued to pour as Fangcheng crouched before two lifeless bodies on the beach. Gazing upon these unfortunate souls who had succumbed to drowning, he could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. It prompted him to reflect on his own fortune, realizing that he and Li Qingman had merely been luckier than these two, who faced a similar fate. After much deliberation on how to handle the bodies, Fangcheng made a resolute decision to cremate them, deeming it the most respectful course of action. However, with the relentless rain still falling, he had no choice but to leave the bodies temporarily on the shore. In an effort to ascertain whether there were any other survivors washed ashore, Fangcheng continued his trek around the island, hoping to discover someone else alive. He combed the coastline, but aside from the two bodies, no other survivors emerged from the tumultuous sea. Shaking his head in dismay, he pondered the number of victims from the shipwreck, suspecting that many had already perished in the depths of the ocean. Standing before the two corpses, he noticed something peculiar. Both were clad in identical black suits, their attire strikingly uniform. Earlier, he had been preoccupied with the possibility of other survivors, but now, upon closer inspection, he found this detail troubling. The two men were tall and imposing, their suits lending them the appearance of bodyguards. To uncover their identities, Fangcheng felt compelled to search their pockets for any clues. "My apologies, gentlemen," he murmured, offering a slight bow as he began his search. In the first man's pocket, he discovered a mobile phone, likely rendered useless after prolonged exposure to seawater. Nevertheless, he carefully refrained from turning it on, opting instead to dry it out in the cave before attempting to revive it. Beyond the phone, there were no other possessions on the first body, prompting him to examine the second. As he turned the second man, who lay on his side, he immediately spotted a walkie-talkie tucked behind him. This discovery seemed to confirm Fangcheng's suspicions. These men, dressed in matching attire and equipped with a communication device, were likely bodyguards. Upon further inspection, Fangcheng's hand brushed against something hard, sending a jolt of apprehension through him. He gingerly retrieved a sleek black handgun from the man's pocket. A gun. The sight of the weapon sent a chill coursing through Fangcheng. These were no ordinary bodyguards. Their possession of a firearm raised questions about their true identities. In astonishment, He opened the magazine, gasping as he found it loaded with a single bullet. As the rain fell around him, Fangcheng contemplated the implications of his discovery. Returning to the cave, he found Li Qiman diligently crafting stone tools by the fire, using the inclement weather to occupy her time. "Everything all right?" she inquired. "Yes," he replied, setting aside the stone he had been carrying. "I thought you went to gather stones," she noted, glancing around. "I found something else," he said, stepping closer and revealing the gleaming black handgun. Li Qingman's heart raced at the sight of the firearm, disbelief etched across her face. "How did you come by a gun?" she asked, her voice tinged with alarm. "While searching the beach, I encountered 2 bodies and retrieved it from one of them," he explained. "You mean there are victims washed ashore?" Li Qingman's excitement surged. The possibility of survivors meant that ships might traverse the nearby waters, offering a glimmer of hope for their rescue. Yet Fangcheng's expression remained somber. If their island lay on a shipping route, they would not have waited over a month without sighting a single vessel. It was likely that the ill-fated ship had met its demise elsewhere, with debris and victims swept ashore by the storm. "Let us not get our hopes up. They may have simply been cast adrift here like us," he cautioned, dousing her enthusiasm with a dose of reality. Disappointment washed over Li Qingman as she pouted. "What now?" Fangcheng handed her the handgun. "You should keep this," he advised. Startled, she recoiled, fear evident in her voice. "Why would you give this to me?" "It still has a bullet in it," he reminded her. "That makes me even less inclined to take it," she replied. "I've thought it through. It's safer in your hands. We cannot predict the dangers we may face on this island, and having this gun will ensure your safety," he insisted. Touched by Fangcheng's trust, Li Qiman felt a surge of emotion. Being trapped on a deserted island, with the solitary firearm and 1 bullet entrusted to her, spoke volumes of her importance to him. "And what about you?" she asked, her gaze softening. Fangcheng puffed out his chest playfully. "Do not forget, I am Tarzan. I can navigate any peril." "Tarzan? More like a wild monkey," she teased, stifling a laugh. After much persuasion, Li Qingman reluctantly agreed to safeguard the gun, but they devised a plan to conceal it. They dug a small hole in a corner of the woodpile, burying the weapon beneath the timber to ensure its security. Once they had secured the gun, Fangcheng's thoughts drifted back to the 2 corpses on the beach, leaving him restless and uneasy. He felt compelled to return for another look. Li Qingman, eager to join him, wore down his initial hesitance, and he ultimately consented to her accompanying him. As they exited the cave, they noted that the rain had begun to relent, suggesting that the deluge might finally be coming to an end. Approaching the beach, the 2 figures in black became visible from a distance. Yet, as they drew nearer, Li Qingman's expression shifted to one of tension. Concerned, Fangcheng said, "Perhaps you should remain here." Her competitive spirit flared at his suggestion. No longer hesitant, she retorted. "Why not? They're just corpses. What is there to fear?" Chapter 58. A woman drifts ashore as the 2 emerged from the cave onto the beach. The incessant downpour that had persisted for several days finally ceased. The weather on the island transformed instantly. Just moments ago, the sky was cloaked in dark clouds, but now it was radiant with sunshine. The clouds dispersed, sunlight poured down, and the air was laden with a dampness that was quite uncomfortable, exacerbated by the scorching sun, rendering the beach oppressively hot and humid. Such is the nature of tropical weather. Having lived on the island for an extended time, both had grown somewhat accustomed to it. In a fit of defiance against Fangcheng, Li Qingman steeled herself and approached the 2 lifeless bodies. Just a fleeting glance was enough to induce a wave of nausea within her. It was her first time witnessing corpses at such proximity. The bodies, having been soaked in seawater for an extended duration, bore waxen, swollen faces, their features grotesquely inflated, and the ghastly pallor of death sent shivers down her spine. "Perhaps you should step back," Fangcheng suggested, concerned for Li Qingman's well-being. "I'm fine." Li Qingman, a fiercely resilient individual, had boasted earlier and now felt compelled to maintain her bravado, even as fear clawed at her insides. Fangcheng crouched down, intent on searching the 2 bodies once more, as the heavy rain might have concealed crucial details. Upon turning one of the bodies, a faint, repugnant odor wafted out, reminiscent of a decaying rat, yet far more foul, eliciting a visceral reaction from Li Qiman, who instinctively covered her mouth and nose. Fangcheng, enduring the stench, resumed his search of their pockets, but alas, discovered nothing further. Rising to his feet, he remarked, "This is not looking good." "What do you mean?" Li Qiman inquired, anxiety etched on her face. "The bodies are beginning to decompose," Fangcheng replied, shaking his head in resignation. "In this humid environment, they will start to smell foul within mere hours. We must dispose of them swiftly, or it will become a significant problem." "How do we dispose of them?" "By cremation." At noon, the sun blazed overhead, its fierce rays scorching their skin. Fangcheng understood the urgency. They needed to incinerate the bodies before the stench spread, which would render the entire beach unbearable. Stay here while I gather wood from the forest. No, Li Qingman exclaimed, her anxiety peaking at the thought of him leaving. What's wrong? Is there an issue? Fang Cheng turned back, puzzled. Casting a wary glance at the lifeless forms, Li Qingman took a step closer to Fang Cheng, feigning calmness as she said, Your hand is injured. You can't handle heavy lifting alone. I must accompany you. Fang Cheng smiled faintly, recognizing her fear of the corpses but choosing not to call her out on it. Very well, you can join me in searching for wood. The island boasted a significant advantage. Being situated in the tropics, it was rich in vegetation, providing ample materials for kindling at any time. After nearly 2 hours of scouring the forest, they finally gathered a sufficient amount of wood, mainly broken branches and vines uprooted by the storm. However, the materials were damp and required sun exposure on the beach to ignite. Fortunately, after 2 hours of sunbathing, the beach had dried out, and they spread the wet wood to soak up the sunlight. If all went well, they would be able to use it for cremation by evening. Once their task was complete, they sought refuge in a shaded area to rest. Having exerted themselves in the forest, Li Qingman was drenched in sweat, and she unbuttoned one button at her chest to cool off. Fang Cheng, initially turning his head casually, inadvertently caught a glimpse of her alluring figure, prompting him to hastily avert his gaze, pretending he had seen nothing. A fleeting smile flickered across Li Qingman's lips as she noted Fang Cheng's bashfulness. She had thought their relationship had grown intimate, yet he still reacted like a shy boy, flustered by such moments. This time, however, she chose not to chastise him as she had in the past. Instead, she found amusement in his shyness, her fingers inching towards the second button of her shirt. Oh no, what does she mean by this? Has she realized I was peeking? Though Fang Cheng's gaze remained fixed ahead, he could still perceive Li Qingman's movements. The moment he noticed her reach for the second button, a rush of blood surged through him, igniting a tempest within his veins. What young man could withstand such a scene? In less than a heartbeat, his cheeks flushed crimson, as if they were searing hot. Fang Cheng, Li Qingman called softly, her voice laced with a seductive undertone that nearly rendered him weak in the knees, leaving him trembling and unsure of how to respond. What to do? What to do? What to do? Fang Cheng anxiously pondered, and just then, something dark appeared to be swept ashore by the waves ahead. The sudden shadow piqued Fang Cheng's interest, and he stood alert, eager to discern its nature, which increasingly resembled a human form. Look over there, something is coming ashore, he exclaimed, relief washing over him as he pointed towards the beach. Following his gesture, they both beheld a dark figure being thrust onto the sand. Li Qingman pouted, feeling slightly disappointed. She had been enjoying teasing Fang Cheng when he seized the opportunity to divert the attention. That seems to be a person, Fang Cheng declared. What on earth is happening today? Li Qingman murmured, astonished that 3 individuals had unexpectedly washed up on this desolate island. In a rush to ascertain the identity of the shadowy figure, the two sprinted towards the beach. Not far ahead, they discovered a person clad in black, face down on the sand. Fang Cheng hurriedly approached, flipping the individual over. It was a woman. As he observed her disheveled hair, pale complexion, and icy body, a sense of dread enveloped him. An ominous premonition gripped his heart. Could this be yet another lifeless body? Perhaps there is still hope. Li Qingman scrutinized the woman closely and discerned that her cheeks differed from those of the 2 corpses they had seen earlier, while the latter were swollen and lifeless. This woman's pallor, though alarming, had not yet reached that extent. Fang Cheng checked for her breath and felt for a pulse at her neck. Suddenly, he detected a faint thrum beneath his fingertips. She is alive. The realization that she still breathed sent waves of elation through both Fang Cheng and Li Qingman, igniting a fervent hope within them. Chapter 59. She has disappeared, yet she lives. Fang Cheng erupted into joyous laughter, feeling an immense relief. Li Qingman joined in, her heart swelling with gratitude upon discovering a survivor after having found the bodies of 2 victims. Having spent nearly 2 months on this desolate island, their only means of conversation had been with one another. Rescuing this woman meant they would gain another companion in their solitude. Though she was breathing, she had lost consciousness. Fang Cheng examined her body and found no visible wounds or signs of bruising. It appeared she had not been harmed before her fall into the water. The reasons for her fainting could be numerous: exhaustion, loss of body heat, or inhalation of seawater. With Li Qingman's assistance, Fang Cheng laid the woman across his knees, repeatedly pressing her back in an effort to expel the seawater from her stomach. After about 5 minutes, a loud gasp escaped her lips as she expelled a pool of yellowish liquid. Yet, even after this, the woman did not awaken. She remained in a state of unconsciousness. Gazing at her pitiful state, Li Qingman was reminded of her own past, recalling the day she too had lost consciousness, saved from the depths of the ocean by Fang Cheng. Now, weakened and in need of water, she felt a deep sense of concern for this woman. Stay here with her. I shall fetch water from the cave, Fang Cheng said hurriedly, aware of the urgency of time, before dashing towards the cave. On the beach, only Li Qingman and the unfamiliar woman remained. The sun had dipped toward the horizon, and darkness would soon envelop the land. Li Qingman carefully unbuttoned the woman's clothing, hoping to assist her breathing and hasten her recovery. Before long, Fangqing returned, appearing weary yet triumphant. He brought with him a bottle of water and a coconut. "The water is here. Quickly, help her drink," he urged, handing the bottle to Li Qingman. She accepted the water, propping the woman against her shoulder, gently prying open her lips, and slowly pouring the liquid into her mouth. Due to the woman's unconscious state, it was no easy task to get her to swallow, requiring Fangqing's assistance in maneuvering her chin to facilitate the process. They worked diligently until the sun sank below the horizon, the last rays of twilight fading away, and most of the water from the bottle had been administered. Now all they could do was wait for the woman to regain consciousness. "Is that for eating?" Li Qingman inquired, having noticed the coconut Fangqing had brought, initially believing it was meant for the woman. To her surprise, he set it aside without a second thought. "It contains fire starter," he explained. "Fire starter?" Li Qingman responded incredulously. Fangqing cracked open the coconut, revealing it had been emptied and filled with charcoal dust, along with numerous glowing embers. Li Qingman gasped in astonishment, unable to restrain her admiration. What an ingenious idea! Using a coconut shell to transport fire starter. Fangqing, rubbing his nose in pride, continued, "Those two bodies need to be dealt with. Otherwise, by tomorrow, this beach will be unbearable." Li Qingman understood the gravity of the situation. It was not just the stench that was intolerable, but the potential for disease and plague that could arise from decaying corpses. With that, Fangqing instructed Li Qingman to watch over the fire starter and the woman while he attended to the two bodies. Approaching them, he noted that after a day of sun exposure, the skin had turned dark, resembling dried leather, and a strong odor of decay wafted through the air. To be honest, handling these bodies was a rather daunting task. The nauseating stench alone was enough to make one retch. Fangqing glanced at Li Qingman, grateful she hadn't accompanied him, knowing the sight and smell would haunt her. What remained was straightforward. Gather the driftwood drying on the beach, stack it together, drag the two bodies onto the wood pile, and cover them with the remaining dry leaves and grass. Once he completed the grim task, the beach was enveloped in darkness. Fangqing grimaced as he caught a whiff of his own hand, the repugnant odor nearly overwhelming him, an unpleasant souvenir from handling the bodies. "Qingman, I'm ready," he called out, waving her over. All preparations were complete, and it was time to ignite the fire. "Wait for me. I'll be right there," she responded, still tending to the unconscious woman. As she approached Fangqing, the wretched smell assaulted her senses, and she instinctively wrinkled her nose, quickly covering it with her hand. "That's the scent of decay," Fangqing said, shrugging. "Don't delay, let us light the fire." Li Qingman could no longer endure the stench. Fangqing took the coconut shell, opened it to reveal the flickering embers within, and poured them onto the prepared pile of dry grass. He blew gently, and white smoke began to rise. With another breath, a flicker of red flame ignited, swiftly consuming the dry grass. With careful precision, Fangqing soon had the entire pile ablaze, flames shooting up into the sky, bright enough to illuminate half the beach. The acrid smell of burning hair filled the air, pungent and sharp, leaving both Fangqing and Li Qingman in silence, fully aware of the source of the odor. "And the woman?" he asked, glancing back to the beach. "She is still lying there," Li Qingman replied, her voice steady. However, as Fangqing turned to look, he was met with an empty stretch of sand. The woman was nowhere to be seen, not even a trace of her left behind. "She's gone," he exclaimed, alarmed, his voice rising in confusion. Li Qingman turned in disbelief, a chill creeping over her as she realized the woman had indeed vanished. Just moments ago, she had left her on the beach, and now she had disappeared without a trace. What is happening?" she stammered, her voice trembling as the unsettling reality set in. A living person had simply vanished into thin air, an occurrence too chilling to comprehend. Chapter 60. Searching in the forest, the sudden turn of events left Fangqing and Li Qingman momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, a living person lay on the beach. Yet now there was not a single trace of her. Li Qingman's lips trembled as she spoke nervously. "I distinctly placed her on the beach. This is impossible. She should still be unconscious. Perhaps she has awakened," Fangqing mused. He was a staunch atheist, molded by a lifetime of education that precluded any belief in the supernatural. Nevertheless, a nagging unease lingered in his mind, for this island seemed to defy all logic. Even the stars above transformed in their celestial dance. The true location of this island was shrouded in mystery. "Regardless of the circumstances, we must find her," Fangqing declared. The fire continued to blaze fiercely, casting a glow that illuminated much of the beach. There was no time to dwell on the two bodies destined to become ashes. Finding a living person took precedence. If she has awakened, she must be quite weak and won't have ventured far. Let us each search along the beach and its surroundings, he suggested. We should stick together. Li Qingman timidly glanced at the two corpses in the fire, while Fang Cheng felt no fear. It was unrealistic to expect her to feel the same. Most women naturally possess less courage than men, and the sight of burning bodies, combined with the woman's sudden disappearance, sent a chill down her spine. Observing her fear, Fang Cheng felt a pang of guilt for having overlooked her feelings and readily agreed to search together. He retrieved a burning log from the fire to use as a torch and approached the spot where the woman had lain. In the flickering light, he discerned a trail of footprints leading southward. Footprints. This means she is not a ghost, Fang Cheng thought to himself. The two followed the trail, but despite their efforts, they only found the prints without any sign of the woman. Eventually, they reached the end of the beach, where the footprints abruptly ceased, leaving no clue to her whereabouts. Wasn't she supposed to be unconscious? Even if she woke up, how could she have moved so quickly? Li Qingman's eyes were filled with confusion. A person recently roused from unconsciousness could hardly outpace two healthy individuals. Fang Cheng crouched to examine the footprints and observed that they were deeply imprinted in the sand, with the grains scattered chaotically. It seemed the woman had run, explaining why they couldn't catch up. Perhaps she had already awakened and was merely feigning unconsciousness, waiting for the right moment to escape, Fang Cheng speculated. His words struck a chord with Li Qingman, offering clarity. This explanation made sense. However, it raised another question. Why had the woman chosen to flee? Do we appear menacing? Fang Cheng pondered, baffled. Typically, when a survivor is washed ashore on a small island and encounters other humans, they should feel relief. Yet, the situation was peculiar. The survivor seemed to view him and Li Qingman as threats, first pretending to be unconscious, then seizing the opportunity to escape. Perhaps it has something to do with those two men in suits? Li Qingman suggested. This prompted a realization in Fang Cheng, who slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Yes. That woman is likely acquainted with those two men. They might share a special connection. Could they be her bodyguards?" Fang Cheng ventured. "Have you ever seen bodyguards carrying firearms?" Li Qingman countered. Fang Cheng shook his head. Typically, bodyguards do not bear arms. He recalled that the handgun he had discovered had only one bullet left in the magazine, indicating it had been fired. Who would fire a weapon? A detective, an agent, a spy, or perhaps an assassin? The identities of those two men became an enigma. Regardless, our priority is to locate that woman, Li Qingman insisted. But it's pitch dark everywhere. Where shall we search? Fang Cheng lamented, as the torch he had brought extinguished, plunging them into darkness. Li Qingman closed her eyes, attempting to immerse herself in the woman's mindset. If she were in that position, which direction would she flee? Clearly, the forest would be the optimal refuge. However, even if they knew she had sought shelter there, the vastness of the woods, devoid of any light source, rendered their search almost impossible. Fang Cheng seemed on the verge of conceding defeat, wavering in his resolve. Perhaps we should let her hide in the forest for now. We'll return at dawn. After all, this island is not vast, surrounded by water. She can't escape. No. This island is fraught with peril. If she remains alone in the woods and encounters danger, we may only find her lifeless body the next day, Li Qingman retorted, her concern evident. A divergence emerged in their views regarding the fleeing woman. Fang Cheng hesitated to continue searching, mainly due to the perilous darkness of the forest. If the woman wished to hide, finding her would be nearly impossible, and he worried for both their safety. Li Qingman, however, could not bear the thought of a living survivor meeting a tragic end. It was understandable. The monotony of island life made the prospect of a new companion appealing. A balm for their spirits. Whether we search or not, I will follow your lead, she said, her usual bravado replaced by a willingness to defer to Fang Cheng's judgment. Let us continue searching, he decided after a moment of contemplation. In this regard, he and Li Qingman shared a common sentiment. They did not wish to see this survivor become yet another victim. The island indeed craved a new ally. United in purpose, they ventured into the forest, with Fang Cheng leading the way and Li Qingman closely trailing behind. To locate the woman, they proceeded slowly, focusing their attention on the underbrush and the towering trees, meticulously searching every potential hiding spot. Just as they were advancing, a rustling sound erupted from the nearby thicket. Someone's there, Fang Cheng whispered, casting a glance at Li Qingman. The noise had likely been caused by the woman, prompting him to signal for her to remain still as he stealthily approached the source of the disturbance. Chapter 61. The abduction. In an effort to avoid making noise that might alert the enemy, Fang Cheng treaded lightly, stealthily approaching the thicket. To successfully capture the fleeing woman, he suddenly parted the tall weeds, hoping to catch her off guard. Empty. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, Fang Cheng gasped in astonishment. The thicket was completely devoid of the woman he sought. leaving him with nothing but a grandiose sense of failure. It appeared that the earlier commotion was likely caused by some nocturnal creature on the island, leading Fang Cheng to mistakenly believe it was the woman making the noise. Just as he was about to retreat, a shadow suddenly darted out from behind a nearby tree. The figure moved with such swiftness that there was no time for reaction, and it seized Li Qingman in its grasp. "Hey, stop!" Fang Cheng exclaimed in horror, rushing to save her. Yet, with nearly 10 meters separating them, even the swiftest run would be too late. Earlier, they had only focused on the sounds from the bushes, failing to notice the potential threat lurking in the trees beside them, thus allowing this woman to ambush Li Qingman right under their noses. "We are the ones who rescued you from the sea," Fang Cheng shouted at the woman, desperate to convey that he and Li Qingman were not her enemies. Yet the woman seemed entirely oblivious to his words, wielding a broken branch against Li Qingman's neck, her emotions frenzied as she shouted incessantly. "Let her go?" The two were locked in their own outcries, unable to communicate at all. Meanwhile, Li Qingman, caught between them, remained remarkably composed. Suddenly, she grasped the woman's arm that was constricting her neck, bending her knees to execute a shoulder throw, sending the woman crashing to the ground. The woman was taken aback by Li Qingman's unexpected prowess, unable to resist before she found herself sprawled on the ground. Fang Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief at this scene. He had heard rumors of Li Qingman's judo skills back at the company, but had never fully believed them until he witnessed this astonishing display firsthand. Relieved that Li Qingman was no longer in danger, he silently thanked his stars that he had never provoked her, lest he become the recipient of such a throw himself. Seeing that Fang Cheng was still frozen in place, Li Qingman shouted, "What are you waiting for? Come here." "Oh, right." Fang Cheng snapped back to reality, hastening over in a few strides to take hold of the subdued woman, pressing her firmly to the ground. As she struggled beneath him, her agitation escalated. "Hey, can you let me speak? We mean you no harm." Fang Cheng pressed down on her, wearing an expression of deep exasperation, unable to comprehend why he appeared to be such a villain in her eyes. From the woman's accent, Li Qingman discerned a clue and gestured for Fang Cheng to refrain from wasting breath. It seemed she was speaking Korean. Korean? Fang Cheng was taken aback. The woman, with her dark hair and eyes, had led him to assume she was Chinese. Now it dawned on him why their communication had been so utterly mismatched. They were not even speaking the same language. "Korean?" Li Qingman inquired of the woman on the ground. "Yes," the woman nodded, her expression shifting from panic to calm as she acknowledged her understanding. Fang Cheng recognized Li Qingman's intelligence. Although neither of them spoke Korean, they could communicate in English, thus facilitating their dialogue. "Can you speak English?" Li Qingman pressed further. "Yes," the woman affirmed with a nod. Fang Cheng shouted at her, "Listen closely. We are the ones who saved you." However, his tone and facial expression were somewhat aggressive, causing the woman to flinch. Li Qingman signaled for Fang Cheng to step aside, indicating she would handle the conversation herself. "Is that wise? What if there's danger?" Fang Cheng hesitated. "You saw what just happened. She can't harm me." Li Qingman replied with a confident glance. "She is too weak to pose any threat." Reluctantly, Fang Cheng nodded. "All right, I'll step back. Just shout if anything happens." Once he had retreated, Li Qingman pulled the woman up. While her actions seemed friendly, her demeanor was cold and menacing, as the woman had previously threatened her life with a branch. "Why did you do that?" Li Qingman inquired sharply. "I apologize. I had no choice," the woman stammered. "Why?" Li Qingman demanded, her gaze icy as she bore into the woman, who averted her eyes in discomfort. "I was afraid. I saw you kill the two people who washed ashore and you were about to burn their bodies." The woman trembled as she spoke. "You only witnessed part of the truth. We were indeed burning their bodies, but that was necessary to prevent decay and odor. As for your claim that we killed them, that is utterly baseless." Li Qingman glared at the woman, questioning, "Did you witness us commit murder?" And no. The woman was utterly overwhelmed by Li Qingman's commanding presence. Her head bowed, unable to meet Li Qingman's gaze. I'm sorry. I didn't see it happen. I only imagined it after seeing you burn the bodies," she confessed. Li Qingman maintained her frosty demeanor. "So you thought fleeing was the solution?" The woman nodded timidly. "Yes, I feared you would treat me as you did them." "You're mistaken. We saved you and provided you with fresh water," Li Qingman clarified. Thank you for saving me," the Korean woman continued to apologize. "Please forgive my earlier foolish actions." "Very well, since you seek forgiveness, I have a few questions for you. Please answer them truthfully." Li Qingman's icy facade softened slightly as she aimed to gain insight into the woman. The Korean woman nodded. "Ask away. I will tell you everything I know." Chapter 62. The surge in the forest at night is hardly a suitable place to linger, as the mosquitoes alone are enough to drive one to distraction. Fang Cheng and Li Qingman led the Korean woman back to the beach, where the sea breeze offered a far more comfortable respite than the woods. The campfire on the beach still flickered, Its light dimmer than before, yet it still illuminated the surrounding area. The two bodies in the fire had been nearly consumed by the flames, in an effort to ensure their complete incineration. Fangcheng busied himself gathering wood to feed the fire, leaving Li Qingman to interrogate the Korean woman. He figured he would only complicate matters if he joined her. And his priority was to remain vigilant of the beach, ready to respond should Li Qingman find herself in danger. "What is your name?" Li Qingman assumed a commanding demeanor reminiscent of her days managing the company, her tone replete with authority. "Song Jishi, 33 years old, Korean, and I am a doctor." The woman responded, offering additional information without waiting for Li Qingman to inquire further. Upon hearing the word doctor, Li Qingman's heart soared with elation. She and Fangcheng had been striving to survive on this island, gradually resolving issues of water, fire, and shelter through their own efforts. However, one challenge remained insurmountable: the threat of illness. Previously, Li Qingman had endured an illness that she had narrowly survived thanks to Fangcheng's meticulous care and her own resilience. If Song Jishi spoke the truth and truly was a doctor, it would significantly diminish the likelihood of the three of them succumbing to sickness on the island. "Are you truly a doctor?" Li Qingman could scarcely contain her joy. What she and Fangcheng needed most at that moment was indeed a physician. Song Jishi nodded eagerly, responding, "I am a surgeon." With the revelation of Song Jishi's profession, Li Qingman's attitude noticeably softened. She was now intent on uncovering the depths of Song Jishi's background, planning to incorporate her into their survival team once she confirmed that the woman posed no threat to her or Fangcheng. To ease the previous tension, Li Qingman initiated a more casual conversation. "You're 33 years old." "Yes, do I seem old?" Song Jishi replied, a hint of shyness evident, as if her confidence waned in Li Qingman's presence. Li Qingman smiled. "Not at all. I am merely surprised. You claim to be 33, yet you appear much younger." "Really? Thank you for the compliment." Song Jishi finally met Li Qingman's gaze, her confidence bolstered. Li Qingman had not taken a close look at Song Jishi's appearance until now, illuminated by the firelight. Indeed, Song Jishi did seem quite youthful. Perhaps her meticulous self-care accounted for it. Although she claimed to be 33, she appeared no older than 28 or 29. Her features were delicately sculpted, particularly her prominent nose, which added depth to her face. However, given Korea's reputation for producing artificially enhanced beauty, only Song Jishi could attest to whether her visage had been altered. Though Song Jishi was attractive, she paled in comparison to Li Qingman, whose features seemed chiseled from marble. Beyond physical beauty, their presences were incomparable. Li Qingman had grown up in a family of immense wealth, exuding a poise and grace that few could emulate. "Do you know them?" Li Qingman suddenly posed a pointed question as Song Jishi began to relax. The question caught Song Jishi off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless. "They? Don't be nervous." "You know whom I am referring to," Li Qingman replied calmly, her gaze fixed intently on Song Jishi's face, keenly observing every subtle change in her expression. Indeed. Under the pressure of Li Qingman's inquiry, Song Jishi grew tense once more. "Be candid. Your reaction has already betrayed you. Tell me, do you know those two bodies?" After a brief exchange, Song Jishi realized that Li Qingman was no ordinary individual. Her piercing gaze seemed capable of seeing through any facade, rendering any lies futile. Thus, she begrudgingly admitted, "Yes, I do know them." "Who are they, and what is your connection to them?" They. Song Jishi hesitated, uncertain whether she should divulge the truth. "Stay here alone." Li Qingman, lacking the patience to linger any longer, stood to leave and called out to Fangcheng. "Let us go. Leave her here." "Wait, please," Song Jishi exclaimed, rushing to grasp Li Qingman's hand. "Have you come to your senses?" Li Qingman asked coldly. "I swear. I will reveal everything I know." Song Jishi lowered her head, confessing, "They are assassins sent to kill me." "Assassins?" Li Qingman felt a pang of shock. Previously, she and Fangcheng had speculated that the two men might be agents or killers, but to hear it confirmed was unexpected. Simultaneously, it became clear that Song Jishi's status was not simple. Otherwise, why would assassins be after her? "Why are they trying to kill you?" "Because a month ago, I was forced to perform a surgery." Song Jishi's statement left Li Qingman bewildered. A surgery? Assassins? How could they possibly be connected? The night on the island was tranquil, the fine sand of the beach comfortable beneath them. The firelight illuminated the faces of the two women as Fangcheng searched for wood nearby. After a moment of silence, Song Jishi began recounting her story to Li Qingman. "I am Korea's top surgeon, working at the most prestigious hospital, with a thriving career and a family. Everything was perfect until a month ago when I suddenly received an anonymous letter." "What did the letter say?" "Nothing at all, just two photographs of my daughter." At the mention of her daughter, tears streamed down Song Jishi's face, a poignant display of a mother's genuine concern for her child. Chapter 63. A tragic fade upon seeing Song Zishi's eyes swollen from tears. Li Qingman surmised the reason for her distress. Has your daughter been kidnapped? Yes. Who are they? Initially, I was unaware, but eventually, they discovered my phone number and address, threatening me that if I wished to save my daughter, I must comply with their demands. What do they want you to do? Song Zishi closed her eyes, her expression wrought with anguish. After a long pause, she slowly opened her eyes and replied, a surgery. A surgery? Li Qingman's brows furrowed slightly, perplexed. This shouldn't be the case. If a patient required surgery, they could simply go to a hospital without the need for such elaborate measures, including kidnapping and coercion, to force Song Zishi into performing the operation. Pondering the situation, Li Qingman found many aspects unfathomable and gazed at Song Zishi, awaiting her explanation. Why did they target you? Because I am one of the most renowned surgeons in Korea, and my surgical subject is quite unique. By unique, do you mean the medical condition or the individual's identity? Song Zishi nodded, stating, both. He suffers from a rare kidney disease, and his condition is deteriorating. The only way for him to survive is through a kidney transplant. Furthermore, he is a well-known figure in Korea, and any information regarding his illness must remain confidential. Li Qingman was uncertain whether Song Zishi's claim of his notoriety was an exaggeration, but the term well-known figure certainly did not refer to an ordinary celebrity. Otherwise, there would be no need to keep his condition concealed. Although Song Zishi did not explicitly state it, Li Qingman deduced that the identity of the prominent individual necessitating the surgery must be significant. A kidney transplant is not excessively complex, is it? Why resort to kidnapping your daughter? The surgery itself is not difficult. The challenge lies in obtaining the kidney. As she spoke, Song Zishi's features contorted, and her expression reflected profound torment as she cradled her face in her hands, unable to confront the reality. Suddenly, Li Qingman felt a chilling realization wash over her. Gazing at Song Zishi with shock, she questioned, so you? Yes. I was compelled to perform an illegal organ transplant. Song Zishi confessed through tears, lamenting that the prominent individual's kidneys were both failing, and to survive, he required 2 kidney transplants. The innocent child who was subjected to the operating table was merely 18 years old. Kneeling before Li Qingman, Song Zishi recounted the events of the surgery while confessing her transgressions. Not far away, Fangqing heard Song Zishi's weeping and observed her kneeling before Li Qingman, feeling perplexed by the actions of this Korean woman. However, noticing that Li Qingman was not in immediate danger, he refrained from intervening, leaving the resolution of the matter to her. After hearing Song Zishi's confession, Li Qingman felt an overwhelming heaviness in her heart, an indescribable sensation. She, a healer devoted to saving lives, had been forced, under the threat of power, to commit acts that contradicted the very essence of her vocation, staining her once pure hands with blood. I am acutely aware of my heinous crimes, but had I not acted thus, my family and my child would perish. I cannot hold you accountable. I cannot fathom what choices I would make were I in your position. Li Qingman's eyes were reddened, and in that moment, she empathized with the helplessness that enveloped Song Zishi. What of your child and family? Are they safe now? I do not know. Since that day, I have had no opportunity to contact them. And the surgery? How is that prominent individual faring? The surgery was successful. He has escaped danger and can now live like a normal person. Li Qingman inquired, if the surgery was successful, why would there be assassins sent after you? Song Zishi replied, precisely because the surgery succeeded, I am to be erased from this world. This matter is an absolute secret for that prominent individual. If it were to leak, he would face dire consequences, thus he desires my demise. That powerful figure, wishing to avoid a scandalous downfall, intended for the surgeon aware of the situation to vanish from existence. To resolve this inconvenience, they dispatched assassins to eliminate Song Zishi on the yacht. However, just as everything seemed to reach its conclusion, the yacht encountered an unexpected and ferocious storm, succumbing to the monstrous waves and ultimately disappearing into the vast ocean. I do not know what transpired after the yacht sank, but upon awakening, I found myself among you. Are you saying the yacht sank in the storm, and then you arrived here? Li Qingman expressed her astonishment. It sounded like an implausible tale, utterly unbelievable. The yacht, as described by Song Zishi, likely only navigated the nearby seas, at most reaching international waters. How could it possibly end up on this small island after braving a storm? It should be noted that this place is tropical, while Korea lies in a temperate zone. The two regions are separated by vast distances. It is true. I assure you that everything I have said is genuine. Song Zishi appeared agitated, uncertain how to convince Li Qingman of her veracity. Yet everything she recounted had undeniably transpired in her life. Please, calm down and rest for a moment. Li Qingman sought to soothe the visibly distressed Song Zishi, encouraging her to sit on the beach before approaching Fangqing. Fangqing smiled at Li Qingman and spoke. What did you find out? What has that Korean woman divulged? I saw her crying and bowing before you. She is a pitiful soul. Li Qingman's gaze bore the weight of sorrow as she shared Song Jiqi's plight with Fang Cheng. Truly, the innocent suffer due to the possession of virtue. After hearing Song Jiqi's tragic tale, Fang Cheng sighed deeply. Acknowledging that ordinary individuals possess no means to resist against the might of power, one's fate is eternally controlled by others, with life or death dictated by forces beyond one's control. Bearing such a heavy sin, she must be in genuine torment. As she wept and confessed to me, her reactions were undoubtedly heartfelt. So, you believe her claims to be true? Li Qingman nodded. My intuition tells me she speaks honestly. I choose to trust her. Fang Cheng remarked, since you have faith in her, I have nothing further to say. The next course of action is entirely up to you. Gratitude filled Li Qingman's eyes as she regarded Fang Cheng, whose support fortified her resolve and deepened her conviction in her judgment. I shall speak with her. We will take her back to the cave shortly. Allow me to go. I have a few questions I wish to pose. Chapter 64 New Companion Greetings. I am Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng casually introduced himself as he took a seat beside Song Jiqi. I am Song Jiqi. Upon noticing Fang Cheng's bare torso, Song Jiqi felt a twinge of unease, as though a wild man had settled beside her. I have heard from Qingman about the tribulations you have faced. I sincerely express my condolences and hope that you can soon emerge from those unfortunate memories. Fang Cheng attempted to provide comfort. Thank you, Mr. Fang. Song Jiqi nodded in response. Fang Cheng continued, I have a few questions I wish to clarify with you, and I implore you to answer me truthfully. I will share everything I know, Song Jiqi promised. Qingman mentioned that you were pursued by assassins on a yacht, and then encountered a storm, awakening to find yourself on this island. Indeed, I know it sounds unbelievable. Even I cannot comprehend why I find myself on a tropical island, Song Jiqi said, her hands gripping her hair. I swear every word I speak is the truth. I cannot explain what has occurred. Please, you must believe me. I believe you. Fang Cheng replied calmly. What? Song Jiqi, who was fervently trying to convince Fang Cheng of her plight, was taken aback. She assumed that persuading someone of such a bizarre occurrence would be exceedingly difficult, yet Fang Cheng accepted her truth with such tranquility. So, Mr. Fang, does this mean you are willing to believe me? Song Jiqi gazed at him in astonishment and joy. Of course, I believe you, Fang Cheng affirmed, gesturing towards the sky, indicating for Song Jiqi to look up. Do you notice anything peculiar about the night sky here? Mr. Fang, I do not quite understand these matters. Take your time to observe. Can you discern any issues? Fang Cheng guided her gently. After a few moments of contemplation, Song Jiqi rubbed her neck and exclaimed, My heavens! The stars here are utterly different from those outside. Upon careful observation, Song Jiqi finally recognized the island's mysterious nature. Gazing up at the night sky revealed a stark contrast to the familiar constellations she once knew. The stars she could name had vanished, replaced by a myriad of twinkling lights. Mr. Fang, what is the meaning of this? I am uncertain about the specifics, but the island possesses more than just this mystery. Fang Cheng patiently explained. Although the island's vegetation, environment, and climate belong to the tropics, Qingman and I have lived here for 2 months, and nothing has changed, including the sun's daily trajectory. This is utterly incredible. Song Jiqi shook her head in disbelief. That is why I am inclined to trust your words. This island is filled with numerous enigmas, rendering any event plausible. Thank you. Thank you for your trust, Fang Cheng sighed deeply. As of now, we have yet to discover any means of leaving this island or reaching out for help. It is an isolated paradise. Arriving here signifies bidding farewell to all that came before, releasing past memories, and beginning anew. Indeed, Fang Cheng's words bore profound significance. Letting go of the past, for Song Jiqi, meant relinquishing those dark memories and embracing island life with a refreshed mindset. Song Jiqi seemed to grasp Fang Cheng's meaning. Her eyes filled with gratitude as she repeatedly nodded in appreciation. Mr. Fang, you mentioned that you and Miss Qingman have survived here for 2 months? Yes. Song Jiqi covered her mouth in astonishment, exclaiming, This is truly unimaginable. How did you and Miss Qingman manage that? To be honest, it has been challenging. Fortunately, Qingman and I drifted to this island together. Had I been alone, I would have likely succumbed long ago, Fang Cheng stated earnestly. In such an environment, the first thing to collapse is one's mindset. Boundless solitude can destroy you. Song Jiqi remained silent, listening intently. If you wish to survive here alone, trust me, it will be arduous. Therefore, join Qingman and me. It will simplify matters greatly. Do you genuinely wish to accept me? Song Jiqi looked at Fang Cheng, her expression filled with trepidation. Certainly, if you agree, you shall be our companion, and together we shall endure on this island. Mr. Fang, thank you. Song Jiqi bowed repeatedly to express her gratitude for being welcomed into their fellowship. Fong Cheng's demeanor suddenly turned serious as he spoke in a low tone, however. I must lay my cards on the table. If you intend to bring us any harm, I assure you, I will not let it slide easily. Song Jiqi quickly replied, Mr. Fong, your willingness to shelter me is already a second chance at life for me. How could I ever harbor ill will towards you? That is for the best. We must unite our efforts to survive on this island. I hope you understand this from the very beginning. Yes, I shall remember. As they conversed, a voice emerged from behind them. It was Li Qingman, who, growing impatient, approached the two. What have you two been discussing for so long? Nothing of great importance. We have concluded our discussion, Fong Ching replied, rising from the sand and brushing off the grains from his attire. Song Jiqi remarked, Miss Qingman, Mr. Fong has shared invaluable insights on surviving on this island. I feel enlightened and hope to lend my modest assistance to both of you. Li Qingman took Song Jiqi's hand and said earnestly, It is best that you think this way. Adjusting your mindset is crucial for survival on this island. I believe you will manage. Now, it is quite late. Let me take you back to our cave for the night. A cave? Song Jiqi inquired with curiosity. Yes, that is where Fong Ching and I reside. You will be our first guest from the cave, Li Qingman replied enthusiastically, recounting the cave's origin. That day, Fong Ching and I found ourselves on this island in dire circumstances, and shortly after, we encountered a tropical storm. In search of refuge, we discovered the cave, which subsequently became our home. Song Jiqi expressed her eagerness. I truly wish to see what your cave is like. What are we waiting for? Let us go? Li Qingman smiled. As the fire on the beach gradually extinguished, only a scattering of glowing embers remained, along with the ashes of two charred corpses. For Fong Cheng and Li Qingman, the arrival of Song Jiqi marked the addition of a third member to their survival team, a highly skilled surgeon. A result they had long hoped for. Chapter 65. A thick skin traversing the rocky tidal flats, the trio arrived at the cave nestled within the cliffs. With the assistance of Fong Ching and Li Qingman, they helped Song Jiqi ascend into the cave. Wow! She exclaimed in disbelief upon witnessing the environment within. Utterly astonished that such a cozy place could exist on a desolate island. The surprised expression on Song Jiqi's face elicited a sense of pride in both Fong Cheng and Li Qingman, for although it was merely a cave, it was a testament to their considerable efforts to make it comfortable. The cave was modest in size, and as Li Qingman offered a brief introduction to Song Jiqi, the most unexpected aspect for her was that, contrary to her assumptions of darkness and dampness, the interior was warm and dry. It feels incredibly comfortable, almost like returning home. Song Jiqi exclaimed repeatedly. That is because we have a fire. In the center of the cave stood a stone hearth, and Fong Ching approached it, skillfully brushing aside the ashes to reveal glowing embers, igniting a fire with dry coconut husks. With the fire's glow illuminating the cave, everything became visible. In one corner lay a substantial pile of firewood, designated for fuel. On the opposite side, there were heaps of coconuts, gathered by Fong Ching as provisions against impending storms. Besides the wood and coconuts, rainwater was collected in plastic bottles and buckets, which would prove invaluable during times of freshwater scarcity. After surveying the surroundings, Song Jiqi's gaze quickly fell upon two mattresses woven from palm leaves, each perfectly sized for an individual, instantly piquing her interest. Is this a mattress? She asked, her voice filled with delight. Fong Ching, beaming with pride, turned to Li Qingman and replied, These are mattresses crafted by Qingman using palm leaves. We sleep on them at night. Goodness, how did you manage that? Song Jiqi marveled, regarding Li Qingman as a role model for her remarkable skill in weaving palm leaves. Feeling slightly bashful under Song Jiqi's gaze, Li Qingman responded modestly, It's not difficult. It's a method I developed myself. If you wish to learn, I can teach you tomorrow. With your deft hands, you should pick it up quickly. Song Jiqi nodded eagerly. Absolutely. I must seek your guidance tomorrow. The rapport between the two women blossomed swiftly, as their mutual familiarity surpassed that of their male counterpart. While the women engaged in conversation, Fong Cheng, having little else to occupy his time, began to sharpen a spearhead, hoping to use it to hunt a large ram. The sound of scraping soon captured Song Jiqi's attention, and she became curious as she observed Fong Cheng filing away at a stone. Mr. Fong, what are you doing? She inquired. Weapons, Fong Cheng replied nonchalantly. Weapons? Song Jiqi's mouth fell open in astonishment. Indeed, a sharp spearhead to hunt the island's creatures, he explained, demonstrating the motion of throwing a spear. His bare form added an amusing element to his actions, eliciting laughter from both women. Mr. Fong, you truly have a sense of humor, Song Jiqi complimented, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Li Qingman chimed in. Teasingly, yes, just a monkey. What monkey? Have you forgotten I am the old pig? I'm destined to marry the young lady of the Gao family at Gao's village. Fong Cheng retorted, exchanging playful banter with Li Qingman. Their shared jokes eliciting a blush from her as she reproached him for his audacity. How shameless. She muttered in Chinese, leaving Song Jishi, who could not comprehend their conversation, to surmise from their expressions that they were engaged in flirtation. May I inquire about your professions, Mr. Fong and Miss Ji-man? Song Jishi asked, eager to avoid any misunderstandings. I mean, no offense. I simply find your command of English quite impressive, especially Miss Qingman's spoken fluency, which rivals that of the Americans I have encountered. Qingman grew up in the United States, so her accent is distinctly American. I see. And what about you, Mr. Fong? Me? I'm just an ordinary graduate from a prestigious university, currently working at a typical fund company as a rather unremarkable fund manager, he replied modestly. Li Qingman interjected, ordinary? I believe you are not being humble. You are clearly boasting. Fong Chung chuckled. Please, give me some face in front of others. Li Qingman crossed her arms, tilted her chin defiantly, and retorted, then you must plead. Really? Fong Cheng's eyes widened in surprise at Li Qingman's unexpected pride. A glance at Song Jishi revealed her confusion, prompting Fong Chung to breathe a sigh of relief that their conversation in Chinese spared her from the embarrassment of understanding. Will you beg? Li Qingman mischievously pressed. A true man stands tall and resolute, never begging, Fong Cheng rehearsed in his mind, preparing to resist her playful demands. Standing up, he suddenly donned a comically obsequious smile. Pleading, I beg of you, dear Qingman, please grant me some grace. Song Jishi erupted in laughter at the absurdity of the situation, thoroughly entertained. Very well, you performed adequately. Is there a reward? Fong Chung inquired with a mischievous grin. Li Qingman's cheeks flushed, fully aware of his meaning, and she scolded, there are others present. How can you be so brazen? Though Song Jishi did not grasp the specifics of their dialogue, she was nonetheless enchanted by the playful atmosphere, joining in their laughter. Mr. Fong, you and Miss Qingman's relationship is truly enviable. You are quite the couple, she remarked. Ah, if only you knew how it was before. She was my superior. And every day she. Fong Qing began to vent, but was abruptly halted by the intense gaze of Li Qingman, her expression a mix of amusement and warnings, sending a shiver down his spine. What is it, Mr. Fong? Song Jishi inquired. Oh, nothing. She simply had high expectations of me, urging me to become a better version of myself, and I cherish every word of her concern. In hindsight, perhaps this is what love truly is. Chapter 66. A sudden confession. As dawn broke, the gentle light penetrated the cave, dispelling the darkness that had lingered throughout the night. In the center of the cave, the firewood had nearly burned out, leaving only a wisp of blue smoke and a few smoldering embers. Fong Qing opened his eyes, and almost simultaneously, Li Qingman awoke as well. They exchanged a smile, a silent greeting of good morning, before stretching lazily. She is still asleep. Fong Qing glanced at Song Jishi, who was curled up beside Li Qingman, her gentle breaths barely audible. Li Qingman remarked, perhaps she is sleeping soundly due to yesterday's exhaustion. Let her rest a little longer. Observing the forlorn woman, both Fong Qing and Li Qingman shook their heads in unison. Given Song Jishi's circumstances, it was likely that her greatest concern was for her family and children at this moment. Alas, fate had cruelly separated her from them, leaving her uncertain if she would ever see them again in this lifetime. If we could leave this place, I should be able to help her find her family and children, Li Qingman said softly. It seems unlikely. Despite Fong Cheng's reluctance to consider the worst-case scenario, analyzing what had transpired with Song Jishi led him to believe that the powerful figure behind their plight had likely already harmed her family. Though reality can be harsh, it is indeed the nature of life. Wary of waking Song Jishi, their voices were hushed, and they conversed in Chinese, ensuring that their words would not reach her ears. By the way, Fong Chung, there is something I forgot to ask you. What is it? Are you hiding something from me? Fong Chung was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a question from Li Qingman. Reflecting on his time on the island, he realized he had concealed nothing from her aside from the peculiarities surrounding this place. Could it be that this was what she referred to? Li Qingman possessed perceptive eyes that could read the unspoken. His hesitation only served to strengthen her conviction. You are indeed keeping something from me. This island has its secrets. Doesn't it? Qingman, I did not intend to conceal the truth from you, Fong Qing replied, lowering his head, his words laced with regret. Li Qingman offered a bittersweet smile and shook her head. No, you need not apologize. You owe me nothing. Rather, it is I who am indebted to you. You must know of this island's anomalies, yet you fear that revealing the truth will shatter my will to survive, which is why you hesitate to share it with me. Fong Qing remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. In truth, when Song Jishi recounted her experiences of arriving on this island yesterday, Fong Chung had sensed something amiss. Reflecting on the strange occurrences over the past few days, he was certain that the island harbored secrets, yet he had not confided in her. Perhaps if you had said nothing, I would have remained oblivious, still hoping someone would discover us and rescue us from this place. Fong Qing spread his hands, his expression one of helplessness. But now you know, escaping this mysterious island is utterly impossible. We are even uncertain if it exists in this world. So what? Let impossibility remain impossible. Qingman. Li Qingman's emotions, building to a critical point, finally erupted. Fangcheng, I love you. I have fallen deeply for you. What does it matter if we can return? If we are destined to remain on this island, let us spend our lives together here. In that instant, Fangcheng felt as if he were suffocating. His heart raced, and his mind blanked. This was a scene he had never dared to envision, Li Qingman confessing her love for him. As a man, he was taken aback that she had expressed her feelings first. Unbeknownst to him, the icy demeanor of Li Qingman masked a fervent heart, shaped by her cultural upbringing. When she had decided on someone, her approach would become remarkably proactive. Overcome with emotion, even if Fangcheng were a fool, he understood what he must do in that moment. He stepped forward and embraced Li Qingman tightly. She struggled slightly but then surrendered to his embrace, feeling the rapid beat of his heart against her. No matter the outcome, I vow to protect you for a lifetime. Fangcheng whispered his promise into her ear, filling the cave with their sweet atmosphere as they nestled closely together. Just as their moment of tenderness unfolded, they heard a rustling from Song Zhishi's side, prompting Fangcheng and Li Qingman to hastily separate, their faces flushed, avoiding each other's gaze. Song Zhishi stirred, stretched, and, surprised, greeted the two by the cave's entrance. You're awake so early? Li Qingman's cheeks still bore a hint of crimson as she awkwardly replied, yes. It's rare to have such fine weather, and we have many tasks ahead, so we must rise early. Wonderful. If there is anything I can assist with, please let me know. Song Zhishi eagerly offered her help. Li Qingman smiled and handed Song Zhishi some black powder, saying, all right then, let's start with brushing our teeth. Song Zhishi looked at the black powder in her palm, puzzled. Brush my teeth with this? What is this black powder? She leaned closer to sniff it, soon realizing it was charcoal. This is charcoal, Song Zhishi exclaimed, surprised. Charcoal possesses excellent cleaning properties, and in the wilderness, where maintaining oral hygiene is challenging, using charcoal to clean teeth is an excellent alternative. Indeed. How did you come up with this method? You should ask Fangcheng. He is the survival expert. Li Qingman pointed at him. Fangcheng, with a sense of pride, replied, I learned this from survival videos. Where there is fire, there is charcoal. Crushing this wood into charcoal creates the finest teeth cleaning agent. Give it a try? All right. Song Zhishi immediately dipped her finger into the charcoal powder and scrubbed her teeth thoroughly. Rinsing with water Li Qingman provided afterward. She felt a refreshing cleanliness in her mouth. How does it feel? Li Qingman asked, smiling. This is incredible. I've brushed my teeth with charcoal and the results are fantastic. Song Zhishi beamed, the worry that had lingered in her brow dissipating somewhat. With their morning ablutions completed, the trio was ready to embark on a busy day ahead. As the core of their survival team, Fangcheng would dictate the tasks for each member. At present, the most pressing matter was undoubtedly establishing a new living space. The small cave was becoming increasingly inadequate to cater to everyone's needs, and with Song Zhishi's addition, the already cramped space was now even more crowded. It was imperative to excavate a cave on the southern hillside without delay. Chapter 67. The Master of Chicken Soup. In the ensuing days, excavating a cave undoubtedly emerged as the foremost task for the survival team. However, at this moment, there was another pressing matter that required Fangcheng's immediate attention, retrieving fresh water from the source and, in the process, procuring breakfast. The rain had persisted for quite some time, so the conditions at the water source should be favorable. I shall go and investigate. Allow me to accompany you. I can be of assistance, Song Zhishi eagerly volunteered, hoping to contribute in any way she could. Upon witnessing her enthusiasm, Fangcheng exchanged a glance with Li Qingman. Their mutual understanding was profound enough for them to grasp each other's thoughts. In truth, Fangcheng had also intended to bring Song Zhishi along. Firstly, to familiarize her with the daily routines on the island and help her adapt swiftly. Secondly, he felt uneasy about leaving her alone with Li Qingman, fearing that she might pose a threat to her. After all, one must always be cautious, especially since they had only known each other for a day, and Song Zhishi had previously taken Li Qingman hostage. Thus, it was not yet the time to fully lower his guard around her. Li Qingman, comprehending Fangcheng's intent, had no objections. She nodded slightly, allowing him to make the decision. Very well, you may accompany me. Thank you, Mr. Fang. Since we are now a team, you need to call me Mr. Fang. Simply refer to me as Fangcheng. And as for you, Miss Qingman sounds rather awkward. If we are friends, just call me Qingman. Song Zhishi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, deeply touched by Fangcheng and Li Qingman's gestures. Had it not been for Li Qingman's presence, this emotional woman would have likely succumbed to tears once more. As they departed, Fangcheng made sure to bring along the spear he had crafted. After a night of refinement, the spearhead had taken shape, resembling a long, sharp stone cone. He had first carved a cross-shaped notch at one end of the spear, inserted the spearhead, and finally secured it tightly with cord made from palm leaves, resulting in a rudimentary yet effective spear. We're off. Be cautious in the woods, Li Qingman advised, remaining in the cave to continue weaving palm leaves and polishing stone tools while tending to the fire, awaiting their return. Exiting the cave, Fang Cheng led Song Zishi across the rocky tidal flats and past the white sandy beach, heading towards the water source. What is that? Suddenly, Song Zishi pointed excitedly at a series of stones arranged on the distant beach. That's a distress signal I set up, Fang Cheng replied, recognizing it as his own creation from when he had first arrived on the island, intended to encourage Li Qingman to muster the courage to survive. Though he had known it would ultimately prove futile, he had expended considerable effort arranging the SOS signal. Song Zishi's excitement surged. If someone sees this signal, we can be rescued. In her mind, escaping the island was her foremost desire. Survival was merely a last resort. Fang Cheng doused her enthusiasm with a dose of reality. Regrettably, that distress signal has been there for 2 months, and it has proven ineffective. You have already grasped the island's mysteries. No one knows where we are, and it is unlikely anyone will come to our aid. Song Zishi's smile vanished, her gaze downcast, reflecting profound dejection. This revelation likely meant she would never see her family again. Hey, noticing her disheartened state, Fang Cheng quickly called out to her. Yes, I'm here, she replied, snapping back to awareness. Don't lose focus. Think of positive things. We are in survival mode. Don't let despair control you, all right? Fang Cheng, drawing from his own experiences, understood the vital importance of maintaining a positive mindset for survival. As the core of the team, it was his responsibility to help Song Zishi move past her gloomy memories, essential for the team's continued survival. I'm sorry for being a burden, Song Zishi murmured, lowering her head as she approached Fang Cheng. Remember, we are a team. You can always talk to me or Qingman about any issues. Do not carry everything alone. Fang Cheng advised earnestly. I will, she nodded. After traversing the white sandy beach, the duo entered the woods, walking towards the center of the island for about 10 minutes. When Fang Cheng suddenly heard a gentle trickling sound ahead. Listen, it's the sound of water. This discovery filled Fang Cheng with elation. After 2 months on the island, it was the first time he had heard water flowing from the crevices of the rocks, indicating that the water source was now abundant. He rushed forward, unable to contain his excitement. Song Zishi followed closely behind, running to keep pace with him. After navigating through a thicket, they arrived at the water source. It was Song Zishi's first sighting of the island's fresh water. Before her stood a cliff, towering over them, with water cascading from the stone crevices. The crystalline liquid flowed down, producing a sound akin to the rhythm of life, utterly enchanting and refreshing. Song Zishi approached the base of the cliff, cupping her hands to drink. The water was icy and sweet, washing away her fatigue as if it had vanished into thin air. Incredible. I can't believe there's fresh water on this island. Indeed, we are fortunate. Although fate has confined us here, it has not completely forsaken us. It has left us a glimmer of hope, she said, glancing at Fang Cheng with a warm smile. Your outlook is truly commendable. It's necessary to adopt an optimistic perspective to survive. Fang Cheng shrugged, adding, life can be splendid. Whether amidst the concrete jungle of a metropolis or on this enigmatic island, we should strive to enjoy it. You truly have a way with words. Song Zishi remarked with a gentle smile. Fang Cheng chuckled self-deprecatingly, perhaps just a little. Qingman has said the same about me. We often refer to it as making chicken soup, a term we use for sharing uplifting words of encouragement. Making chicken soup? Song Zishi attempted to mimic Fang Cheng's pronunciation, clumsily articulating the phrase in her broken Chinese. Upon hearing her comical accent, Fang Cheng couldn't help but burst into laughter. I apologize. It was my poor explanation, Song Zishi blushed, her fair cheeks turning pink. Fang Cheng quickly waved his hands in apology, saying, I'm sorry. You pronounced it quite well. It's my fault. I owe you an apology. After a short while, Song Zishi regained her composure and softly said, Fang Cheng, could you teach me some simple Chinese? Perhaps that would help bridge the gap between us. Of course, if you wish to learn, I will ensure that you do so. Until you master it. Fang Cheng readily agreed. Chapter 68. The whisper of waves. Perhaps it was due to the incessant rain that had poured for several days prior. But the fresh water source had become abundantly plentiful. Regardless of the circumstances, this was undoubtedly a fortuitous development. Such a precious resource as water would never be deemed excessive. Moreover, with the addition of Song Zishi to the island, the consumption of water would increase. And the previously sufficient supply for Fang Cheng and Li Qingman would now barely suffice for 3 individuals. Fang Cheng adeptly gathered the filled plastic bottles and replaced them with new, empty ones. With the increased water supply, There was no longer a need to use shoelaces for drainage. It was now a simple matter of securing the bottles and aligning their openings with the flow of water. Did you construct the wooden fence outside the water source? Song Jishi inquired, her curiosity piqued by the enclosure. Fangcheng explained, there are numerous other animals on this island that come to drink here. To prevent competition for this vital resource, we had to erect a fence to keep them at bay. What about those animals? She asked. Nature operates on the principle of survival of the fittest, Fangcheng replied. Though it sounded somewhat harsh, it was the unvarnished truth. This competition was a matter of life and death. Noticing the look of compassion on Song Jishi's face, he gestured toward the small puddle forming at their feet, saying, previously, the water supply was scarce, but now that it is abundant, you can see this puddle here. Those animals will not perish from thirst. Understanding that his words were meant to comfort her, Song Jishi nodded in gratitude. After collecting the water, the two left the woods and began their return to the cave. Along the way, Song Jishi appeared to be in good spirits, engaging Fangcheng with numerous questions about the Chinese language. As her teacher, he dutifully answered her inquiries, having initially boasted that he would teach her to speak Chinese. Their conversation was filled with laughter, creating an atmosphere of ease. Whenever Song Jishi pronounced a Chinese word with a peculiar accent, Fangcheng could not help but chuckle, which only made her blush with shyness. In a playful attempt to retaliate, she asked, "Can you speak Korean?" Fangcheng smiled lightly and nodded. "I have a basic understanding." "Oh, Appa, Kaljima, don't go," Song Jishi exclaimed, her face filled with surprise at his ability to speak Korean, and he had indeed pronounced it quite well. "And what else?" "Saling Hyo, I love you." Taken aback by his sudden declaration, Song Jishi felt her cheeks flush with warmth, too bashful to meet his gaze. Realizing he had perhaps gone too far, Fangcheng acknowledged that he was merely echoing phrases he had picked up from Korean dramas and hastily clarified, "I apologize. I don't really understand Korean. I only learned those phrases from watching dramas, so please don't take them too seriously." After a moment, Song Jishi regained her composure, her smile dispelling the earlier awkwardness. "I'm truly surprised. Your linguistic talent is remarkable. To learn so well just by watching television is impressive." Fangcheng chuckled. "I'm not as talented as you suggest. It's merely a matter of exposure. You have no idea how popular your dramas and idol groups are among the young girls in my country, each one vying to marry their favorite appa. It's quite the frenzy." Song Jishi covered her mouth, laughing. "I was the same way when I was younger, obsessively infatuated with those idol groups. However, as I grew older and faced the demands of family and work, I found I had little time or energy to chase after stars." "What about Chi-Man? Does she follow idols?" "She grew up in America, immersed in Western culture, so she likely has little interest in the Korean wave." Fangcheng recalled that, since he had known Li Qingman, he had never heard her express any fervor for any celebrity. Given the prominence of the Li family, they placed great importance on education, and there were far more significant pursuits than idol worship. Song Jishi continued to ask questions about Li Qingman, seemingly eager to deepen their understanding of one another and hoping to forge a closer friendship without ulterior motives. Yet, Fangcheng remained vigilant regarding Li Qingman's background, offering only vague responses and withholding any truly useful information. Regardless of his level of trust in Song Jishi, he would not divulge such matters to anyone other than himself, as it was his duty to protect Li Qingman from unnecessary troubles stemming from her lineage. Upon returning to the cave, they found Li Qingman sitting at the entrance, lost in thought. "Qingman, we're back," Song Jishi called out, using the Chinese she had just learned from Fangcheng. Li Qingman looked up in surprise at the two of them, astonished that Song Jishi had managed to learn a phrase during their outing. "Jishi, you can speak Chinese now?" "Just a little. I asked Fangcheng to teach me," Song Jishi replied shyly with a smile. "I'm not very good at it yet, so please teach me more in the future." "Of course. I will gladly teach you as long as you wish to learn," Li Qingman responded cheerfully. Fangcheng brought the water back and reported on the status of the water source. Upon hearing that it had become plentiful, a natural joy spread across Li Qingman's face. With their survival team, now comprising 3 individuals, the increased consumption of water had become a potential concern, which was likely why she had been lost in thought earlier, contemplating how to resolve the issue of drinking water. However, with the news from Fangcheng that the water supply was now sufficient for their daily needs, her previous worries were alleviated. While the abundance of water was certainly a blessing, both Fangcheng and Li Qingman remained troubled by the thought that this increase might be a temporary effect of the recent heavy rains. With surface water flowing from a precipice, they pondered how long this supply would last and what they would do if it diminished. Song Jishi, perceptive and astute, understood that Fangcheng and Li Qingman were anxious about the situation. "I'm sorry for causing you trouble with my presence." "No, you need not apologize," Li Qingman reassured her, taking Song Jishi's hand and offering her encouragement. "Remember, we are a team, and we will face our challenges together. There is no need for apologies. Fangcheng added, do not worry too much. There is a saying in China, heaven will not close off all paths for a person. As long as we are alive, we will surely find a way. Chapter 69. The marvelous uses of wood ash after relishing the freshly boiled water in the cave. The 3 members of the survival team felt invigorated, embracing the beauty of this new day. Li Qingman chuckled lightly, proclaiming, this is the most refreshing drink I have had since arriving on the island. I no longer worry about depleting our water supply. Indeed, previously, they could collect only a single bottle of fresh water in a day, but now, within just an hour, they could fill a plastic bottle to the brim, quenching their thirst to their heart's content. Fangcheng grinned widely, unabashedly revealing his joy, for nothing brought greater happiness on this desolate island than an abundance of fresh water. Throughout the morning, Fangcheng made several trips to the water source, filling every plastic bottle in the cave to the brim. This had become a habit for him over the past 2 months. Whenever the opportunity arose, he would fill every possible container with water, having experienced the harrowing ordeal of thirst that tested the limits of life itself. Thus, he cherished fresh water more than anyone else. As the 3 reveled in their good fortune, a sudden thought flashed in Li Qingman's mind, causing her to blush before she could even voice it. Noticing her peculiar expression, Song Jishi inquired, Qi-man, what is on your mind? Nothing at all, Li Qi-man replied, shaking her head, her gaze shifting to Fangcheng, feeling somewhat hesitant to discuss the matter with him present. Understanding her unspoken wish to confide in Song Zishi about a private women's topic, Fangcheng took up the woven basket crafted by Li Qingman and his self-made spear, leaving the cave to search for food by the sea. Once Fangcheng had departed and was assuredly far away, the 2 women resumed their conversation. What were you thinking just now? Song Jishi asked, feeling a bit shy. Li Qingman admitted, due to the scarcity of fresh water, I have not had a proper bath in ages. Oh, I see. You were thinking about bathing at the water source. Song Jishi quickly grasped Li Qingman's intent. Li Qingman nodded eagerly. You and Fangcheng have visited the water source. What is its condition? Is there enough water for bathing? Water flows continuously from the crevices of the rocks, so there should be no issue washing ourselves. Song Jishi replied with a shy smile, adding, when I saw the water flowing, I too longed to bathe there. It has been far too long since I last cleaned myself, and I feel as if my skin has developed an unpleasant odor. Then let us go. Li Qingman proposed excitedly. Now, Song Jishi exclaimed in surprise. Of course now. Fangcheng has gone to the beach and will not notice our absence for a while. This was indeed Li Qingman's true intention behind sending Fangcheng away. She wished to bathe at the water source but felt embarrassed to mention it with him nearby. Song Jishi, sharing her desire for a thorough cleansing, readily agreed, and the 2 resolved to complete their task before Fangcheng returned. As they prepared to depart, Song Jishi picked up a half coconut shell from the ground, filling it with some wood ash to take along. Jishi, are you bringing that? Li Qingman asked curiously. Song Jishi explained, wood ash primarily consists of potassium carbonate, which becomes alkaline when dissolved in water. It can be used to remove grease from our bodies, serving as a makeshift soap. Li Qingman was overjoyed. She had initially only intended to wash with fresh water, but was thrilled to learn that wood ash could serve as soap, allowing for a more thorough cleansing. Upon reaching the cave entrance, they spotted Fangcheng in the distance, standing in the water, repeatedly thrusting his spear into the surface, seemingly trying to catch fish. Concerned about being seen by him, the 2 women hurriedly left the rocky shore and made their way into the woods toward the water source. Song Jishi held the coconut shell filled with wood ash, while Li Qingman grasped a half-finished stone axe for protection against potential dangers. Their journey through the daytime woods was smooth and relatively safe, and they soon arrived at the water source. Fresh, cool water gushed from the rocky crevices. And upon witnessing this scene, Li Qingman could hardly believe her eyes. Was this the same water source she and Fangcheng had discovered before? She remembered it only yielding a meager trickle, but now a small pool had formed on the ground from the flowing water. The sight filled her with excitement, and she could hardly wait to indulge in a refreshing bath. I hope there is no one around, Song Jishi remarked, glancing around nervously, hesitant to disrobe. Do not worry. Aside from Fangcheng, there are no other men on this island. Let us seize the moment. Well, then okay. Deep within the woods, the gentle water flowed, and the 2 women reveled in their first comfortable freshwater shower since arriving on the island. Thanks to the powerful cleansing properties of the wood ash, they not only washed their hair but also thoroughly cleansed their bodies. As they used wood ash, there was no concern about polluting the water source. The flowing water would soon restore the area to its original state. Meanwhile, on the beach, Fangcheng was attempting to spear fish. In truth, foraging along the tidal flats was more fruitful, but he was eager to test his weapon. The spear had been crafted to confront the formidable ram, which had yet to appear, and Fangcheng was not inclined to seek out trouble with it. so he resorted to practicing with the small fish swimming along the shore. However, after attempting to spear fish, Fangcheng quickly realized the difficulty involved. He had underestimated the skill required, although he could see the fish swimming at his feet. Every thrust of the spear yielded nothing. After repeated failures, Fangcheng's confidence waned, and he retreated to the sand, sitting down in frustration and resignation. He tried to console himself, recognizing that spear fishing was not a skill everyone could master. Perhaps he should leave it to the adept and focus on foraging along the tidal flats instead. Upon reaching the tidal flats, Fangcheng found that the circle of stones he had previously built had been washed away by the relentless waves. The sea was merciless, indifferent to the effort expended, and it would destroy whatever it pleased without hesitation. Determined to reclaim his dignity after the beach setback, he began to thoroughly search the muddy pools in the tidal flats. Wherever he passed, not a single blade of grass remained. As it turned out, for a novice like Fangcheng, choosing to fish in the tidal flats was far wiser than at the beach. In about half an hour, his basket was filled with several large crabs and a number of seashells. Seeing this bountiful catch, Fangcheng finally smiled and decided to return to the cave, eager to prepare a delightful seafood feast. Chapter 70. It seems to have become fairer upon returning to the cave with a basket full of provisions. One would expect to find Li Qiman and Song Jishi waiting, yet to his dismay, the cave lay empty, and the two women were nowhere to be seen. This scene sent a jolt of anxiety through Fangcheng, as he regretted leaving Song Jishi behind with Li Qiman. With Li Qiman missing, it was entirely possible that something untoward had occurred due to Song Jishi's presence. Overwhelmed with remorse, he struck his own head in frustration, cursing himself for his momentary lapse that had led to such a grave error. Just as worry for Li Qingman's safety gnawed at him, and he prepared to leave the cave in search of her, laughter echoed from behind. He turned to see Li Qiman and Song Jishi approaching, engaged in lively conversation, their laughter ringing out as they made their way toward the cave. So it was not as he feared. Fangcheng stood there, momentarily stunned, almost failing to grasp the situation. It turned out that Li Qiman had not vanished, nor had Song Jishi abducted her. His own anxiety had merely clouded his judgment, leading to a misunderstanding. In the blink of an eye, the two women arrived at the cave entrance. Upon spotting Fangcheng standing there, both Li Qiman and Song Jishi exchanged mischievous glances, a hint of delight dancing across their faces. "Why are you standing here?" Li Qiman asked, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she regarded the bewildered Fangcheng. Faced with the radiant beauty of the two women, freshly bathed and glowing like blossoms, Fangcheng found himself at a loss for where to direct his gaze. Looking at Li Qiman felt inappropriate. Glancing at Song Jishi seemed even more so. What was happening to him today? He mused, perplexed at his sudden lack of composure. Had the two women become even more enchanting? Summoning his courage, he dared to look openly at them, only to find himself puzzled. There seemed to be no change. They were still the same, yet wait, their skin appeared remarkably fairer. A second glance at Song Jishi revealed the same transformation. What sort of magic had these two women employed to achieve such immediate radiance, as if they had been touched by a beauty filter? Hey, if you keep staring, your eyes might just pop out. Li Qiman thought to herself, reveling in her own triumph. She had never anticipated that a simple bath would leave Fangcheng so utterly mesmerized. It must be said, Li Qingman's allure was truly irresistible. A mere smile in Fangcheng's direction left his mind a complete blank. Earlier by the water source, she had thoroughly cleansed herself with plant ash. Emerging from the bath feeling refreshingly invigorated, the most comfortable her skin had felt since arriving on the island 2 months ago. "Do you see anything different?" she teased. You took a bath?" Fangcheng stammered, still in a daze. Exchanging knowing glances, Li Qiman and Song Jishi could no longer suppress their laughter. "Yes, we did," Li Qiman exclaimed, raising an eyebrow with a hint of pride. Fangcheng rubbed his nose, overwhelmed by a suffocating sensation. A bath was one thing, but Li Qiman seemed intent on teasing him, which left him blushing profusely, utterly embarrassed. "What do you think?" she inquired. "Is it good? Is it nice?" Yes. It's good. Bathing is good." He tripped over his words, unsure of how to respond. Li Qiman, her expression radiant with happiness, added, "If only there were always this much water over by the cliff, we could bathe every day." Fangcheng, puzzled, asked, "Can you really achieve such a fair complexion just from water?" "Of course not. It was thanks to Jishi's idea," Li Qiman replied. Song Jishi, smiling modestly, chimed in. "I was inspired by you all using charcoal powder to clean your teeth, which led me to think of using plant ash for body cleansing. You understand, right, Fangcheng? It's just that we lacked sufficient fresh water before, which limited our ability to bathe." Waving his hand dismissively, Fangcheng remarked, "I won't take any credit for that. If anything, the water at the cliff has increased since you arrived on the island." Once inside the cave, Fong Chung laid out the morning's harvest from the shore, showcasing crabs, sea snails, and shells, which made Li Qingman and Song Zhishi's mouths water in anticipation. "My heavens, you brought back so much food," Song Zhishi exclaimed, astonished. "After several days of heavy rain, we couldn't venture to the tidal flats, allowing the marine life to thrive. Now, it's a bountiful harvest," Fong Chung joked. Li Qingman skillfully set a tin can over the fire, pouring in fresh water, and once it boiled, she added the food Fong Chung had gathered. Having gained considerable experience in cooking seafood, she knew small crabs would cook quickly, while larger ones required more time. Shellfish could be consumed once opened, but snails needed the longest cooking time to ensure safety from parasites, even if it made the meat tough. It was a sumptuous feast, and the three of them enjoyed the meal immensely. For Song Zhishi, it was a moment of bliss. Her experience on the island had been far more comfortable than what Fong Chung and Li Qingman had endured upon their arrival. To this day, she had never truly experienced extreme thirst or hunger. After relishing the delectable feast, the trio lingered in the cave to pass the time. Fong Chung sat at the cave's entrance, gazing vacantly at the horizon where the sea met the sky, lost in thought. Aware of her newness to the island and the abundance of care she had received from Fong Chung and Li Qingman, Song Zhishi sought to contribute more. Not long after the meal, she approached Li Qingman to learn how to weave palm leaves. In the tropical heat, the midday sun blazed fiercely, making it unwise to venture outdoors, lest they risk sunburn. Thus, their afternoon nap became a natural course of action. The cave was enveloped in a languid, leisurely atmosphere. If it weren't for their survival on a deserted island, one might mistake it for a vacation on a tropical isle. Before long, Li Qingman had succumbed to sleep, and Fong Chung leaned against a rock at the cave's entrance, while only Song Zhishi remained focused, diligently practicing the art of palm leaf weaving, the rustle of leaves occasionally breaking the tranquil silence. As midday passed, the sun drifted westward, its rays no longer as harsh as before. The inhabitants of the cave awoke, momentarily regaining clarity after their brief respite. Fong Chung had been preoccupied with the day's paramount task, to excavate a cave on the southern hillside. After a satisfying meal and rest, with the sun's intensity waning, everything was set to proceed methodically. Excavating the cave was a formidable undertaking, clearly beyond Fong Cheng's solitary capabilities, prompting Li Qingman and Song Zhishi to join him. Upon reaching the cliff on the southern slope, Fong Cheng began to explain the situation to Song Zhishi, detailing his vision for the transformation of the area. As he spoke, anticipation sparkled in her eyes. If they could indeed construct what Fong Chung envisioned, it would become an unparalleled seaside villa. "My goodness, what a splendid idea," she exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "This is undoubtedly the most picturesque spot on the island. Just imagining a villa nestled against the mountain sends thrills through me." Song Zhishi gazed at Fong Chung with admiration, generously showering him with compliments. "Rome wasn't built in a day, nor will our seaside villa be," Fong Chung replied, handing a stone hoe to Song Zhishi with a broad smile. "So let us get started." Chapter 71. The foolish old man moves mountains beneath the scorching sun. The trio began to toil with their respective tools to excavate the earth. Li Qingman and Song Zhishi primarily focused on the removal and clearing of smaller stones and soil, while Fong Chung tackled the larger boulders hidden within the ground. Among the two women, Song Zhishi, whose physical strength was comparatively weaker, soon found herself panting, her face flushed, and her breathing erratic, clearly struggling. "Perhaps you should take a break over there," Li Qingman suggested, her concern for Song Zhishi evident. After all, Song Zhishi had only just been washed ashore the day before, having endured a harrowing experience, and it was only natural that her body had yet to fully recover. Wiping the beads of sweat from her brow, Song Zhishi bit her lip, stubbornly insisting, "I'm fine. I can still hold on." She did not wish to sit idly by while observing Fong Chung and Li Qingman labor. Such a sight filled her with guilt. "Zhishi, do take a moment to rest and drink some water," Fong Chung chimed in, gradually lowering his guard as he witnessed her earnestness in work, beginning to view her as a genuine member of their team. With both Li Qingman and Fong Chung urging her, Song Zhishi reluctantly retreated to the shade of a nearby tree to rest. In contrast to the frail Song Zhishi, Li Qingman possessed considerably more stamina, likely owing to her consistent dedication to exercise. Indeed, years of training had bestowed upon her a physique that would evoke envy in any woman. While she may not possess the brute strength of Fong Chung, she could still contribute significantly if Fong Chung represented a full measure of labor. Then Li Qingman was certainly half of that. As for Song Zhishi, to be frank, Fong Chung had never anticipated she could contribute much strength. For such physical labor was not her forte. As a physician, her primary role was to safeguard the health of her comrades and treat their ailments. The trio labored tirelessly, and before they realized it, the sun had descended to the horizon, indicating that twilight was soon approaching. Fong Chung, hands on his hips, exhaled a long breath of exhaustion as he gazed at the small pit they had carved into the cliffside. Suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of futility akin to that of the foolish old man moving mountains. Reflecting on how the foolish old man had set out to shift the Taihang and Wanwu mountains, he felt disheartened at the thought of merely digging a hole, and he wondered how long it would take to reach their goal with each swing of the shovel. Li Qi-man, well acquainted with Fangqing by now, discerned the source of his distress and reassured him. "It's all right, take your time." "Indeed," he replied, comforted by her simple words, perhaps indicative of their unspoken understanding. Fangqing chuckled, recalling that he had once told Song Jishi, "Rome wasn't built in a day," and he realized that his previous impatience was unwarranted. "How about we call it a day? I'll prepare a delightful meal for you both when we return to the cave," Li Qi-man said with a charming smile. "Why wait? Let us hurry home for the meal prepared by my wife." Fangqing responded, his spirits lifted. "Who as your wife? You're asking for it." Despite his earlier despondency, Fangqing quickly regained his cheerfulness under Li Qi-man's encouragement. With a renewed smile of confidence, he gathered the tools they had used and slung them over his shoulder, striding purposefully back toward the cave. Li Qi-man and Song Jishi followed closely behind, basking in the fading light of the sunset as the three descended from the hillside to the sandy shore, traversing the white sands until they reached the rocky beach, returning to their cozy cave that felt like home. Upon entering the cave, Fangqing, utterly exhausted, leaned against a stone at the entrance, and soon fell into a deep slumber, his loud snores echoing in the quiet space. "Is it all right for him to be like this?" Song Jishi inquired, gesturing towards Fangqing, seeking Li Qi-man's counsel on what to do. Observing Fangqing's fatigued state, Li Qi-man felt a surge of tenderness and shook her head at Song Jishi, signaling her to let Fangqing rest undisturbed until mealtime. Understanding Li Qi-man's intentions, Song Jishi nodded and offered her a compassionate smile. Perhaps this was the essence of their bond, an enviable love. Noticing Li Qi-man busy cracking coconuts, Song Jishi eagerly volunteered. "Why don't I prepare dinner today? Are you sure you can manage?" Li Qi-man hesitated, unsure. "You've hardly had a moment's respite. I know you're weary." "Let me take care of this while you rest properly," Song Jishi insisted. A warm feeling enveloped Li Qi-man at Song Jishi's thoughtfulness, and she realized just how fatigued she truly was. "The stone chisel is here. I'll leave the rest to you." "Yes, you should get some good rest," Song Jishi replied. Taking the stone chisel, Song Jishi mimicked Li Qi-man's earlier technique to open the coconuts, initially expecting it to be a daunting task. However, with the aid of the sharp tool, it proved far simpler than anticipated. After successfully cracking open 3 coconuts, she turned to boast to Li Qi-man, only to find her fast asleep on the palm mat. Sighing softly, Song Jishi glanced at her 2 exhausted companions, feeling a pang of guilt. If only she could contribute more, perhaps they wouldn't be so worn out. Yet, dwelling on such thoughts was futile. Focusing on preparing a delicious dinner was of utmost importance. Approximately an hour later, the cave was filled with the enticing aroma of coconut meat. Following Li Qi-man's instructions, Song Jishi combined coconut meat with crab and shellfish to create a delightful coconut seafood rice dish. Before waking Fangqing and Li Qi-man, she decided to taste her creation first. Perhaps due to her hunger, the coconut seafood rice tasted far more exquisite than she had imagined. Once she was certain her dish was delectable, she gently roused the slumbering Fangqing and Li Qi-man. "What is that delightful smell?" Fangqing mumbled, still dazed from sleep, nearly drooling. With a beaming smile, Song Jishi handed him a coconut shell filled with the rice, saying, "I apologize for my lack of culinary skills. Please bear with me." "What about me?" Li Qi-man, unable to resist the tantalizing aroma, eagerly anticipated a generous bite. "Patience, it will be ready shortly," Song Jishi reassured, handing another coconut shell to Li Qi-man, adding, "It might be a bit hot, so be careful." As they gazed at the pristine white coconut meat mingling with crab and shellfish, the enticing scent stimulated their appetites. Unable to resist, they each took a bite. The moment it touched their tongues, it melted in their mouths. The harmonious blend of the coconut's fragrance intertwined with the crab's sweetness captivated both Fangqing and Li Qi-man, who devoured the dish with great enthusiasm, finishing every last morsel in no time. "Slow down, there is plenty more," Song Jishi chuckled, her heart swelling with joy at the enthusiastic reception of her meal. With his mouth full, Fangqing mumbled, "Jishi, you are truly a culinary genius." Surprised, Song Jishi laughed. "You even know about Daijang Jiam?" Fangqing replied with a grin. "My mother was already following that drama while I was still in the womb." Chapter 72. Sunburnt last night. Everyone slept soundly, and both Fangqing and Li Qi-man enjoyed ample rest, which greatly benefited their physical well-being. However, upon opening their eyes, they discovered that Song Jishi was absent from the cave. "Where has she gone?" Li Qi-man inquired, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Fangqing yawned and shook his head. She must have woken up early. Just as he finished speaking, they heard someone entering the cave, and upon turning around, they saw Song Jishi returning with water. You want to fetch water? Li Qingman asked in surprise, not expecting her to venture out alone so early. Song Jishi nodded slightly and replied, I noticed you both looked exhausted, so I thought I would let you rest longer. I will take care of fetching water from now on, given the unusual circumstances today. She insisted, let me handle it. Fong Qing scratched his head in embarrassment, as he had always been responsible for collecting water. And now Song Jishi had taken over that task. His reluctance to let a woman fetch water stemmed from a deep-seated concern for her safety in the woods, where dangers lurked in the form of snakes, poisonous insects, wild animals, and a particularly aggressive ram, all of which could lead to dire consequences. Previously, Li Qingman had taken on the responsibility of boiling water, but now that duty had also been claimed by Song Jishi. As she had expressed, she felt a need to contribute more to the team. As a seasoned company president, Li Qingman understood the importance of allowing each team member to play their part. She refrained from competing with Song Jishi for these tasks, recognizing that the latter was grappling with guilt and insecurity, and needed small responsibilities to bolster her confidence within the group. The time from their awakening until sipping the boiled water was perhaps the most leisurely moment on the island. The trio could set aside their worries and simply sit in tranquility, savoring the delightful taste of the hot water. Sitting at the cave's entrance, the briny sea breeze tousled the hair of the two ladies. The sky was adorned with fluffy white clouds, and Fong Chung gazed into the distance, observing the sea transform from light blue to green, then to deep blue, until the horizon blurred into one seamless expanse. If only we had some tea. It would be perfect, Fong Chung mused, setting down his tin can with a wistful sigh. What a fanciful thought. Do you think we are on vacation? Li Qingman retorted, playfully challenging him. This banter had become a daily routine. Li Qingman would invariably pick apart Fong Cheng's remarks, while he relished the playful exchanges. Jishi, do people in Korea drink tea? Fong Chung inquired. Some do. Young people generally don't care for it much, but older folks enjoy traditional Korean tea, which differs from the tea in your country, Song Jishi explained. Li Qingman seized the opportunity to tease Fong Cheng, gleefully declaring, Did you hear that? Older people enjoy tea. Fong Cheng laughed nonchalantly. In the past, children called me brother. Later, they referred to me as uncle. And now, since working under you, they have started calling me granduncle. What do you mean? Are you implying I am harsh on you? Li Qingman crossed her arms, feigning indignation. All right, I was wrong, Fong Cheng quickly admitted, lowering his head with sincerity before she could finish her sentence. Li Qingman was merely putting on an act to intimidate him. Upon witnessing his earnest apology, her anger dissipated, and she smiled, satisfied. Given your eagerness to apologize, I shall let you off this time. After a brief respite, it was time to embark on the day's labor, beginning with the search for food to prepare for lunch and dinner. As they prepared to leave the cave, a fleeting expression of pain crossed Song Jishi's face, which Li Qingman perceptively noticed. Jishi, what is it? Are you unwell? Nothing, let us go to the beach to find food, Song Jishi replied. Fong Qing insisted. If you are unwell, you should rest here. Li Qingman and I can handle the food gathering. I merely have a sunburn. It's nothing serious, she reassured them. Upon her explanation, Fong Chung and Li Qingman noticed that her arms and the back of her neck were sunburned, with some areas blistered. Oh my goodness, you're severely sunburned, Li Qingman exclaimed, her heart aching at the sight of her reddened skin. Song Jishi's fair and delicate complexion had suffered under the sun's harsh rays after a long afternoon of labor. This morning, she woke to a fiery, painful sensation at the back of her neck, an unbearable feeling that wouldn't dissipate quickly, yet she had persisted in fetching water from the woods. In contrast, Li Qingman and Fong Chung, who had been working alongside Song Jishi, fared much better, having acclimatized to the sun's intensity over the 2 months they had spent on the island. Their skin had darkened significantly. Li Qingman had fared slightly better, as she had spent more time in the cave, shielded from the sun's exposure, while Fong Chung had ventured to the beach and woods to gather food and wood, resulting in his skin being notably tanned, giving him the appearance of a native islander. It's all right, it's just a sunburn. I can still join you in the water, Song Jishi insisted, determined to accompany them in the quest for food. Fong Qing suddenly adopted a serious tone, stating, No, you are injured. You must stay here. Remember, we are a team, and teamwork relies on division of labor. Right now, Li Qingman and I are responsible for food gathering, and your priority is to recuperate. Fong Chung is right. You should listen to him, Li Qingman added, voicing her agreement. All right, I will wait here for your return. Song Jishi relented, albeit reluctantly, understanding that Fong Chung was the core of their trio and that she needed to heed his advice. Once they exited the cave, Fong Chung decided not to head to the beach today, instead directing Li Qingman towards the mudflats. Following their unpleasant experience with spear fishing the previous day, Fangqing had completely abandoned that notion. Expending the same effort in the mudflats would yield far greater rewards, an obvious choice. What do you think we will find today? Fangqing asked eagerly. Who knows? Perhaps we will catch a big fish, Li Qingman replied with a smile. Chapter 73. The peril beneath the water. Shall we venture to the beach ahead? A sudden spark of curiosity ignited within Fangqing today, compelling him to explore the distant shores. Must we go further? Li Qingman glanced at their current position. They had reached the end of the rocky tidal flats, and beyond lay a steep, rocky coastline. Typically, passage through the rocky terrain was impossible, but today, the retreating tide had unveiled the submerged stones, creating a natural pathway that fueled Fangqing's adventurous spirit. We've grown weary of crabs and sea snails. Let us try our luck. Perhaps we might discover something new today. Fangqing exclaimed enthusiastically. Very well, I shall follow your lead. Li Qingman felt indifferent about their destination, as long as she was with Fangqing. Any place on this island would suffice. Seizing the opportunity presented by the receding tide, the two embarked across the exposed rocks. The rocks appeared dark and slick, having been immersed in water for years. Just as Fangqing intended to caution Li Qingman to watch her step, he turned to find her slipping, losing her balance and tumbling backward. In an instant, he reached out, catching her descent, but in doing so, he lost his footing as well, and together they fell into the water. Fortunately, it was merely a shallow pool, and they quickly regained their footing. Are you all right? Fangqing asked, his voice tinged with concern. I'm fine, thanks to you, Li Qingman replied gratefully, her gaze fixed on him. What about you? Are you hurt? I'm unscathed. Fangqing's attention inadvertently drifted to Li Qingman's chest. Her shirt, now soaked, clung to her skin, revealing the subtle contours beneath. Though they were now a couple, being so openly scrutinized by Fangqing made Li Qingman feel a twinge of embarrassment. Ahem. To redirect his gaze, she cleared her throat softly. Fangqing, startled, quickly averted his eyes, unsure of where to look. Is it appealing? Appealing? Oh no. I saw nothing, he stammered. Li Qingman playfully flicked his forehead, her eyes sparkling with mischief. If you dare to look again, I shan't let you off lightly. After their brief interlude, the two continued onward, traversing the slippery rocky path until they finally arrived at a new beach. Before them lay a cove, the island's shape ingrained in Fangqing's memory, resembling a great turtle. With their current location situated near its front left flipper, the cove was modest in size, approximately half the length of a football field, with sandy shores extending into the sea, enclosing the middle area like a bottle with a wide opening at the top. As the tide had receded, the water level in the cove was considerably low, isolating it from the ocean, transforming it into a secluded lake. With the water level diminished, numerous rocks emerged, and a casual glance revealed a multitude of fish swimming within the cove. Overcome with excitement, Fangqing shouted joyfully, startling the seabirds nesting in the mangroves, which took flight in a flurry. This excursion was indeed worthwhile, Fangqing exclaimed, unable to contain his exhilaration as he rushed into the water, eager to forage for food. Don't rush in so hastily. Let's assess the situation first, Li Qingman advised, her demeanor cautious, ever wary of potential dangers lurking within the shallow waters. There's no danger. Trust me. Fangqing's focus was entirely consumed by the fist-sized sea snails below, his exuberance reminiscent of a child discovering a treasure trove, eager to collect every last one. Just the sight of those sizable sea snails made his mouth water. Their taste promised to be exquisite. Yet, danger often lurks in the shadows, especially when one is careless, ready to strike at the most unsuspecting moment. While Fangqing was engrossed in gathering sea snails, he was suddenly startled by Li Qingman's frantic cries. Hurry, come back. What? Quickly, there is something in the water heading your way. Recognizing the urgency in her voice, Fangqing understood the gravity of the situation. There was no time to discern the source of the peril. His only option was to exit the water as swiftly as possible, abandoning the sea snails. He dashed towards Li Qingman, the water only knee-deep but challenging to navigate, forcing him to lift his legs high to run faster, splashing water everywhere. As he sprinted, Li Qingman stood on the shore, calling out desperately. Just 2 meters away from her, Fangqing leaped from the water, landing on the shore. At that moment, as he left the water's surface, a white figure swiftly approached from below, ceasing its pursuit only as he emerged. Goodness! Fangqing landed heavily on the shore, momentarily oblivious to the pain coursing through his body as he turned to glance back. There, in the shallow water, a white shark was gliding, sending a chill down his spine. The shark was about 1 meter long, likely a juvenile, trapped in the cove due to the tide's retreat. Yet, even a juvenile shark incited fear, its aggressive form and gaping maw sending shivers down one's spine. No sane person would wish to provoke such a creature. Li Chi-man, terrified, clung to Fong Cheng, burying her face against him, tears streaming down her cheeks. In that instant, her heart raced. Had he been a second slower, he could have lost his legs to the predator. I warned you not to rush. You insisted on diving in. What would I have done if you had been bitten? Li Chi-man sobbed, her eyes red and swollen. Even though Fong Cheng was now safe, the thought of what could have happened haunted her. Fong Cheng, filled with guilt, embraced Li Chi-man, wiping away her tears and soothing her distress. Without her timely warning, the consequences might have been dire. It seems I've grown complacent during our tranquil days here, forgetting that this island is fraught with danger. This place is too perilous. We should return. No, let us wait a little longer. Chapter 74, Battling the Shark. Li Chi-man gazed at Fong Cheng in bewilderment. In such a perilous situation, having narrowly escaped the jaws of a shark, why would he choose to linger? Although Fong Cheng was equally shaken by the recent encounter, his thoughts were not on retreat but on vanquishing the shark. Having nearly lost his life to it, he could not simply let it go. What are you planning to do? Li Chi-man sensed an ominous turn. Having spent considerable time on the island without tasting shark meat, she suggested, perhaps we could take it as an opportunity to change our diet. Are you jesting? Li Chi-man exclaimed in astonishment. Fong Cheng grasped the spear firmly, a mischievous grin on his face as he replied, I am not joking. 2 months ago, I had already set my sights on these sharks. Today, it has unwittingly swum into my line of attack. It is simply its misfortune. Witnessing Fong Cheng's fervor, Li Chi-man felt an indescribable sensation. On one hand, she feared for his safety, yet she understood that this fiery resolve stemmed from a deep-seated anger. If he did not eliminate the shark, he would not rest easy. Are you truly going to proceed with this? Li Chi-man still sought to dissuade him. After all, their adversary was a shark. Do not worry, I will be fine, Fong Cheng assured her, whispering in her ear as he embraced her. I have not lost my senses. This shark could provide sustenance for 3 days for the 3 of us. As we excavate the cave, our physical exertion is immense. Without timely replenishment of high-protein food, our bodies will falter. Very well, I shall trust your judgment, but do exercise caution. Ultimately, Li Chi-man acquiesced to Fong Cheng's decision. For his reasoning illuminated that he was not simply blinded by fury, he was considering the welfare of the entire survival team. The shark did not retreat but lingered in the shallows, seemingly unwilling to abandon its potential prey. Had it been a mature shark, Fong Cheng might have opted for flight, employing the strategy of retreat. However, confronting a juvenile shark, approximately 1 meter long, he felt a surge of confidence. It lacked the ability to breach the surface, ensuring his safety as long as he remained on land. Still not fleeing? Soon, you will wish you had. Fong Cheng approached the water's edge, intent on employing the spear fishing technique to dispatch the shark. Standing on the shore, he aimed carefully, aware of his mediocre spearfishing skills and unwilling to act recklessly. He sought a single, decisive strike. After waiting for about a minute, he believed he had found the opportune moment. As the shark swam before him, he hurled the spear forward. The spear plunged into the water like a bolt of lightning, creating a flurry of white bubbles, yet it failed to pierce the shark, causing it to bolt away, retreating into the bay. Observing his bare spear, Fong Cheng shook his head in resignation. It appeared that spearing a shark was far more challenging than he had anticipated. The shark's reflexes were swift, making it difficult to strike. Yet, this was not the crux of the issue. Now the shark had taken refuge in the bay and would not resurface anytime soon. Fong Cheng could not simply remain on the shore. He needed to devise a way to coax the shark back out. If he were to enter the water, it would pose an extreme danger. Fong Cheng, is your leg bleeding? Li Chi-man, who had been fixated on him, finally spoke, pointing to a crimson streak on his calf. Fong Cheng glanced down, surprised to find that he was indeed bleeding. His knee had been scraped, and blood was slowly seeping from the wound. Could it have been from our fall earlier? Most likely. I did not notice at the time. Suddenly, it dawned on Fong Cheng why the shark had attacked him. It was likely related to the blood. Sharks become frenzied at the scent of blood, and this particular shark had caught a whiff of his and launched an attack. In a flash of inspiration, Fong Cheng conceived a bold plan. If fresh blood had drawn the shark once, it could certainly attract it again. To lure the creature back, he resolved to use his own blood. However, this plan met with vehement opposition from Li Chi-man. No, I absolutely cannot allow you to do this. It is far too dangerous. She fervently shook her head. Rest assured, I will not enter the water, Fong Cheng reassured her with a smile. In truth, he too harbored a fear of sharks. Should he fall into the water and encounter one, it would be akin to courting death. He had no intention of putting himself at risk. He merely intended to reopen the wound on his knee, allowing more blood to flow, which he would then release into the water. The blood would soon blend with the seawater, and for a shark capable of detecting prey from kilometers away, this blood would be sufficient to coax it back into the open. As anticipated, it was not long before the shark reappeared, swiftly gliding towards the shallow waters. This time, Fang Qing abandoned the plan of using the spear. Instead, he sought a large stone, which weighed at least 30 to 40 pounds. When hurled into the water, such a stone would have the impact of a bomb. Even if it did not kill the shark outright, it would surely daze it. Come forth, greedy creature. Fang Qing focused intently, lifting the heavy stone, whispering fervent hopes that the shark would swim closer. Initially, the shark seemed hesitant, lingering at a distance. However, ultimately, it succumbed to the allure of the blood and swam decisively into the shallow area where Fang Qing had spilled his own blood. As the shark approached, Fang Qing suddenly hurled the stone into the water. With a resounding splash, it created a tremendous wave, although the stone did not strike the shark. The resultant surge was enough to disorient it. The juvenile shark paid dearly for its bloodthirst and avarice. Unlike ordinary fish, sharks lack swim bladders and rely on muscular movement to dive and surface. A dazed shark would sink directly. Fortunately, this was a shallow area, allowing Fang Qing to bend down and drag the shark from the water. Once on land, even the mightiest shark was rendered manageable. Seizing the opportunity while the shark was still recovering, Fang Qing thrust the spear towards its head, only to find that the shark's skin was surprisingly slick, causing him to miss on the first attempt. Once again, the dreaded bone crusher of the island was unleashed. Fang Qing retrieved the large stone and pounded the shark's head repeatedly, ensuring it would not awaken before he ceased his assault. My heavens, you actually caught a shark. Li Qingman's face was a canvas of disbelief. Not only Li Qingman, but even Fang Qing himself could hardly fathom the reality. Indeed, this was utterly insane. He had actually captured a shark. Chapter 75, An Unusual Flavor. The shark, measuring nearly a meter in length, lay on the ground, presenting a substantial size. Until this moment, Fang Qing had never caught such a large fish. Its head was utterly crushed, rendering it lifeless, with bright red blood pooling around it, creating a somewhat gruesome scene. How are we going to get this big fish back? Li Qingman asked, pinching her nose. I'll carry it, Fang Qing declared without hesitation, hoisting the shark onto his shoulder. To be fair, the shark must weigh at least several dozen pounds. As it rested on his shoulder, Fang Qing felt an overwhelming heaviness and involuntarily grimaced. Why don't we lift it together? Li Qingman suggested. No need. It's easier if I do it alone. Though it was heavy, it was not beyond his capacity. Fang Qing took a deep breath, his feet moving swiftly as he made his way towards the cave. Li Qingman, wielding a spear in one hand, used her other hand to help support the shark on Fang Qing's shoulder, hoping to alleviate some of the weight. They cautiously navigated the slippery rocky shore and successfully returned to the cave. Inside, Song Jishi was busy weaving palm leaves using the method taught by Li Qingman. Upon seeing Fang Qing return with the shark, she nearly fell over in shock. Did you bring back something to eat? Fang Qing exclaimed, his excitement akin to that of a victorious soldier as he unceremoniously dropped the shark to the ground, a broad smile on his face. Song Jishi's eyes widened in disbelief. I can't be seeing this right. This is a shark? Yes, indeed, Li Qingman confirmed. My goodness, how did you manage to catch a shark? Song Jishi asked, her hands on her head, utterly unable to fathom how Fang Qing and Li Qingman had accomplished such a feat, gazing at the shark's mangled head. With dark red blood oozing out, Song Jishi felt a shiver run down her spine. Sharks are inherently intimidating creatures, and this one, with its head so brutally damaged, was particularly unsettling. With this hefty catch, we can enjoy several hearty meals, Li Qingman remarked. But how do we cook such a large shark? Song Jishi pondered, feeling overwhelmed. The shark's size was daunting, and their small tin can was clearly insufficient. If they were to cut it up to cook, it would be inefficient. In the tropics, food decays at an astonishing rate. If they didn't cook the shark quickly, it could spoil within 2 or 3 hours. Let us roast it, Fang Qing suggested. Since boiling was unfeasible, they would resort to an open flame. Barbecuing is the most primal and straightforward method, and grilled meat carries a tantalizing charred aroma. It generally ensures success in food preparation. The only challenge lay in how to set this hefty shark over the fire, a task only Fang Qing could manage. The cave was stocked with plenty of wood, the perfect material for their needs. Fang Qing gathered several sturdy logs and constructed 2 tripods beside the fire. Then, armed with a small ancestral knife, he gutted the shark, removing its innards. With the entrails gone, the shark felt significantly lighter. Next, he speared it through the mouth with the long spear, allowing it to slide down and be suspended over the fire to begin roasting. With everything in place, all that remained was to occasionally turn the shark to prevent it from burning. Before long, the outer layer of meat was perfectly cooked, filling the cave with a mouth-watering aroma that heightened the appetites of the 3, each eager to taste the shark meat. Let me give you a taste test first, Fang Qing said with a grin, tearing off the charred skin to reveal the tender, white meat inside. The sight of the inviting flesh made their mouths water. This was undoubtedly the most anticipated meal since arriving on the island. Without a second thought, Fangqing tore off a generous piece and stuffed it into his mouth. In that instant, a long-forgotten flavor of meat flooded his senses, and to eat heartily on this deserted island felt like pure bliss. It's delicious, absolutely delicious. Fangqing struggled to find the words to describe the taste of the shark meat. Although it was somewhat peculiar, it was undeniably delightful. His brain and stomach affirming that this was a heavenly experience. One could only imagine the joy of someone who hadn't savored meat in 2 months indulging in it so freely. Seeing Fangqing nearly moved to tears with excitement, Li Qingman joined in, tearing off a piece of shark meat and placing it in her mouth. The moment it touched her tongue, an unusual flavor spread across her palate, causing her to furrow her brow. Why did it taste so strange, almost reminiscent of a urine-like scent? Li Qingman felt a twinge of despair. But when she glanced at Fangqing, he was devouring the meat with such enthusiasm that he didn't seem to notice anything amiss. Could it be that the piece she had taken was spoiled? To confirm her suspicion, Li Qingman tore off another piece and took a bite, only to find that the strange flavor persisted. "Qingman, that's just how shark meat is," Song Jishi interjected, seemingly recognizing Li Qingman's confusion. "Really?" Li Qingman asked in surprise. "Yes," Song Jishi explained. "Sharks metabolize proteins differently than humans. Their urea isn't expelled immediately, but remains in their bodies, causing their blood's osmotic pressure to be higher than that of seawater, allowing them to absorb fresh water directly from the ocean. Additionally, they urinate through their skin, meaning their flesh is saturated with urea, which gives it that ammonia-like taste, essentially a urine flavor." "Ugh," Li Qingman grimaced, now understanding the source of the peculiar taste in the shark meat. Song Jishi also took a piece of shark meat, smiling as she said, "However, in this environment, we have no choice. Moreover, shark meat is rich in protein and amino acids, both of which are essential for our bodies." "All right, you're the doctor. I'll trust your judgment." Though Li Qingman's brow remained furrowed, she recognized that on the island, one cannot afford to be picky. This was a shark that Fangqing had caught at great risk, and she had to partake in it. Observing Fangqing devour the meat with such relish, Li Qingman momentarily questioned whether they were consuming the same thing. "Fangqing," she inquired, "have you noticed any peculiar flavors?" Fangqing shook his head vigorously, mouth full of fish meat. "Nope. What's the matter? This shark meat is unbelievably delicious. I can't stop." "Fine then. Enjoy it and eat your fill." Chapter 76. Soul searching. A small shark, weighing several dozens of pounds, was expertly gutted, its head and tail removed. The edible meat, excluding the bones, constituted approximately 60 to 70% of its mass. Although shark meat is not particularly palatable, being somewhat tough and sour with a lingering scent reminiscent of ammonia, it was undeniably the most satisfying meal that Fangqing had savored since his arrival on the island. He could indulge without restraint, eating as much as he desired. In no time, half of the shark was consumed, the majority of it devoured by Fangqing. While Li Qingman and Song Jishi, with lesser appetites and deterred by the unappealing taste, ate considerably less. "Let us open a few coconuts," Fangqing exclaimed, patting his belly, the aroma of shark lingering in his mouth. Li Qingman chuckled beside him. "What? Have you developed a taste for it?" Fangqing laughed heartily. "After enduring raw meat and blood, I hardly care for a little unpleasantness. As long as there is food, I could feast every day." As they bantered, Song Jishi had already cracked open 2 coconuts and handed them to Fangqing and Li Qingman. "Drink up," she urged. "Thank you." Li Qingman replied with a grateful smile as she accepted the coconut. Fangqing, with a contented sigh, remarked, "A full belly and a refreshing drink. This is what life is all about." Li Qingman retorted, "Didn't you say that a cup of tea would make it perfect?" Fangqing sighed in disappointment. "I wish, but where could I possibly find tea leaves?" The leisurely moments after their meal passed swiftly. They took refuge in the cave to escape the midday heat, and soon it was time for their daily excavation efforts. Improving their living quarters was the most pressing matter for the trio. The sooner they could dig out a new cave, the sooner they could move into a spacious and pleasant new home. Unlike yesterday, Fangqing decided that Song Jishi should stay behind to tend to the fire and prepare dinner, while he and Li Qingman ventured south up the slope. "I noticed Jishi seems eager to join us. Is it really all right to leave her behind?" Li Qingman inquired. "It's unavoidable. Someone must remain to guard the camp. Besides, she was sunburned, so this provides her with a chance to rest," Fangqing replied. "What do you think of Song Jishi?" Li Qingman suddenly asked, her gaze playfully fixed on him. "What do you mean by that?" Fangqing felt a pang of anxiety. He was uncertain of her intentions. Women's hearts are often as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean. What if he misstepped in his response? With a charming smile, Li Qingman reassured him. Don't be nervous. I merely want to know your thoughts on her character. Relieved by her clarification, Fong Chung replied, she is a wonderful person with a great attitude. She quickly integrated into our group and willingly contributes whenever she can. Do you find her beautiful? No lying. Just as Fong Chung thought he had evaded a perilous question, Li Chi-man struck with a query that could seal his fate. He glanced at her. Her innocent demeanor and sweet smile made him uneasy. The more she appeared harmless, the more dangerous the situation felt. Simply put, Song Zishi was indeed quite attractive. Even at 33, a mother of one, she retained a slender figure and an alluring charm. However, if he were to respond candidly, he feared he might be courting disaster. She is pretty, but not as beautiful as you, and her grace pales in comparison. If she is a rare gem, you are a diamond of unparalleled brilliance. Flattering words. I adore hearing that, Li Chi-man beamed, planting a gentle kiss on his cheek. Fong Chung felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back. Thankfully, he had navigated the treacherous waters of the conversation without uttering any insincere remarks. Instead, showering Li Chi-man with praise that left her elated. The two continued their playful banter, traversing the white sandy beach and weaving through the trees until they reached the precipice of a cliff. A pit about half a meter deep had already been excavated, with rocks and soil strewn about haphazardly. The project appeared chaotic primarily due to the lack of manpower, forcing them to prioritize the excavation over the disposal of the earth. Fortunately, they now possessed stone tools, which greatly improved their efficiency compared to the initial days of using mere branches. Yet, even with these enhancements, the stone tools were prone to damage. Fong Chung's stone pick fractured upon striking a large rock. Seriously? It broke already. Fong Chung rolled his eyes in exasperation, casting aside the damaged tool and sitting on a nearby stone. Li Chi-man approached, offering comfort. Why don't you take a break and drink some water? I can't, at this pace. It may take months to excavate a new cave. Fong Chung's expression reflected his anxiety. So what if it takes months? Even if it takes a year or two? We have no choice but to remain on this island. We can treat it as a way to pass the time. Li Chi-man grasped his hand, wanting to provide reassurance. As she held his hand, she felt the thick calluses, reminders of the hard work Fong Chung put in to ensure their survival. With Li Chi-man's comforting presence, Fong Chung's mood lightened considerably. It used to be me comforting you, and now it's you comforting me. Li Chi-man replied gently, when you feel downcast and discouraged, I wish to be by your side. Meanwhile, in the cave, Song Zishi continued weaving a palm mattress, employing the techniques taught by Li Chi-man. The mattress was already halfway complete. Outside, the sun dipped low in the sky, casting golden rays across the island, the sea shimmering like gold. Captivated by the beauty beyond the cave, Song Zishi paused in her work, yearning to step outside, though Fong Chung had advised her to rest and stay inside. She believed a brief visit to the beach would pose no harm, especially since it was not the peak of midday and the sun was not too harsh. Thus, she ventured outside, basket in hand, hoping to gather provisions for their evening meal. As she stepped onto the soft, warm sand, feeling the gentle sea breeze against her skin, Song Zishi felt invigorated. The beach was undoubtedly a paradise compared to the confines of the cave. In that moment, she longed to sit on the shore, watching the crimson hues of the sunset, observing flocks of seabirds, and gazing at the sun as it slowly sank below the horizon. However, aside from savoring the beauty surrounding her, there was another, more pressing task at hand. Knowing that Li Chi-man was not particularly fond of the taste of shark meat, she decided to take a chance on the beach, hoping to find alternative food sources. Chapter 77. The crystals on the beach. Everything appears deceptively simple until one attempts to execute it, as exemplified by the arduous task of foraging for food on the beach. After several fruitless excursions along the shoreline, Song Zishi's basket contained little more than a few pitiful hermit crabs, leaving her disheartened. Oh well, I suppose I shall let you go, she sighed, shaking her head in resignation at the meager catch, barely enough to satisfy a single tooth gap, before tossing them back into the sea, dejectedly departing from the beach. Her plans for gathering marine delicacies ended in disappointment. Just as she anticipated a day devoid of fortune, luck seemed to smile upon Song Zishi. Upon reaching the area between the wet and dry sand, she suddenly noticed a glimmering substance nestled within the intricate patterns of sand beneath her feet. This discovery filled her with elation, prompting her to crouch down for a closer inspection of the crystals. These small clusters, roughly the size of a thumbnail, appeared slightly damp and radiated a lustrous white hue. Could this possibly be sea salt? The sight of such crystals instantly conjured thoughts of sea salt in Song Zishi's mind. She eagerly dipped her finger into the substance and tasted it. The moment it touched her tongue, a rush of briny flavor ignited her taste buds, evoking an indescribable delight that even drew a soft hum from her nostrils. This is salt, real salt. Upon realizing the nature of the crystalline substance, her joy knew no bounds. The significance of salt to humanity is well established. Historically, It was a resource controlled exclusively by the authorities, with the illicit trade of salt punishable by death. Composed primarily of sodium chloride, salt also contains trace amounts of potassium, magnesium, iodine, and calcium. Prolonged deprivation of salt can inflict severe harm on the body. More importantly, salt bestows a new essence upon food, transforming the most mundane ingredients into exquisite culinary delights. This revelation nearly drove Song Jishi to ecstasy. In her fervor to collect more sea salt, she meticulously scoured every trace of sand. However, crystalline formations like the one she had discovered were few and far between. As the sun dipped below the horizon, she returned to the cave with only a modest supply of sea salt, a bittersweet outcome. Yet, even a small amount of salt could dramatically alter the nature of food. Imagine cooking without any seasonings, merely boiling meat in water. Most would find the taste unbearable. With salt, however, everything changes. Song Jishi rubbed the salt onto some shark meat and tasted it herself. The once fishy flavor of the shark was now considerably more palatable. Indeed, it was even delightful. This is fantastic. Fang Qing and Li Qiman will be utterly amazed. A look of anticipation graced her face as she eagerly awaited their return, yearning for them to experience the transformed shark meat. At that moment, the sound of their voices echoed from outside the cave, bringing with them laughter as Fang Qing and Li Qiman entered. "You must be hungry. Would you like to eat something first?" Song Jishi greeted them joyfully. Fang Qing chuckled. "Wow. Today's treatment is indeed different. Keeping Jishi here was undoubtedly a wise choice." Li Qiman licked her lips and remarked, "I'm so thirsty. Let's drink some water first. I have fresh water prepared. Quickly, drink up." Song Jishi handed them 2 plastic bottles filled with the cooled boiled water she had saved. Upon receiving the bottle, Li Qiman, parched to the point of discomfort, gulped it down in one go. The sensation of quenching her thirst was indescribably refreshing. "By the way, how is the water source? Is there still enough flow?" Fang Qing inquired. "We went twice during the day, and the water supply remains abundant, just like yesterday," Song Jishi replied. Upon hearing this, Li Qiman immediately entertained the idea of visiting the water source again, smiling at Song Jishi. "Then does that mean we can bathe again?" After enjoying the soothing experience of bathing the previous day, she was captivated by the thought. If conditions permitted, she would bathe daily. After a laborious day, drenched in sweat, the prospect of a bath was sheer bliss. Song Jishi flushed, suddenly aware of Fang Qing's presence. She had not expected Li Qiman to bring up bathing so openly. "But isn't it dangerous to venture into the woods at night?" she stammered shyly. "What are you afraid of? We have Fang Qing with us." Li Qiman replied cheerfully. Gazing at Fang Qing. "Me?" Fang Qing pointed to himself in surprise. "Yes, you." Song Jishi echoed, equally incredulous. "Of course, who else could it be?" Li Qiman winked at Fang Qing, playfully asserting, "It's your duty to protect me and Jishi while we bathe, my knight." The notion of safeguarding 2 lovely ladies while they bathed seemed like a delightful task. Fang Qing hesitated, contemplating whether to agree, when Li Qiman cheerfully declared, "If you remain silent, it means you consent." Having discussed the bathing arrangements, Song Jishi could hardly wait for the 2 to taste the shark meat. Upon seeing it, Li Qiman frowned slightly, recalling the urea content in shark meat, which made her hesitant. "Just try a bit. You might find it tastes different," Song Jishi implored, encouraging Li Qiman to sample it. Li Qiman tore off a piece and placed it in her mouth. The moment it touched her palate, a subtle saltiness transformed the shark meat into something quite delectable, and the previously off-putting taste had noticeably diminished. "My heavens, how did you do this?" Li Qiman exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she looked at Song Jishi. Seeing her reaction, Fang Qing quickly took a bite as well. This single taste opened the door to a new culinary realm for him. How could the shark meat suddenly be so delicious after just one meal? Song Jishi beamed with delight, proudly declaring, "It's all thanks to salt." "Salt? Where did you find salt?" Fang Qing and Li Qiman chorused. With excitement, Song Jishi explained, "I went to the beach at dusk, initially intending to find food, but instead discovered crystalline sea salt. It's incredible! With salt, the shark meat is at least 10 times tastier, and we shall never have to endure a life without salt again." Fang Qing exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Song Jishi shook her head. "However, the crystallized salt on the beach is quite rare and not easily found. Relying solely on this method to amass enough salt is unrealistic." "Not to worry," Fang Qing replied breezily. "We can always evaporate salt ourselves." Chapter 78. A favorable task or a burdensome one when it comes to solar salt production. Fang Qing merely talks a good game. If it were truly that simple, he and Li Qiman would have figured it out within the 2 months they had spent on the island, rather than waiting for Song Jishi to discover the sea salt before recalling the matter. To begin with, solar salt production requires a sufficiently large salt field, where seawater can be channeled into salt flats. The seawater within the salt flats must be isolated from the external seawater, relying solely on the scorching sun for evaporation, leaving coarse salt behind. Setting aside whether there are suitable locations on this island to establish such salt flats, the island's unpredictable weather ensures that the process is far from straightforward. Just when one might think the salt is drying perfectly, a sudden downpour could render the effort futile, leaving one bereft of tears to cry. The atmosphere in the cave was grave, with the three of them wearing somber expressions. Salt is indeed a precious commodity, yet it is not easily obtained. Recently, I have felt exceedingly weak and devoid of strength. Could it be related to salt consumption? Li Qingman gazed at Song Jishi, the team's doctor, knowing she was the right person to consult regarding health matters. Of course, relying solely on those sea snails and shells will not adequately replenish the salt lost from the body. On this island, one sweats profusely each day, and sweat carries away essential salt. Insufficient salt can disrupt cellular osmotic pressure and lead to deficiencies in trace elements, resulting in fatigue and dizziness, Song Jishi explained. Fang Qing remarked, "We were too careless before, thinking that consuming seafood would suffice to replenish our salt levels. It seems we must give the matter of salt more thoughtful consideration." Song Jishi was the first to break the heavy atmosphere, smiling, "No worries. We will surely devise a solution in due time. At worst, I could take a stroll on the beach every day. Perhaps I will gather enough sea salt for our needs." Li Qingman smiled at Song Jishi, saying, "Next time you go to the beach, count me in. Besides taking a walk, we can search for sea salt together." The two women laughed, while Fang Chung remained furrowed in thought, troubled by the salt dilemma. As the team's leader, he needed to devise a method for salt production swiftly to resolve their salt supply issue. However, putting aside the salt concerns, the dinner they had was truly delightful, nearly overwhelming Fang Chung. This brought to mind his middle school years, when he was going through a growth spurt. At that time, he was particularly active and had an astonishing appetite, capable of consuming meals meant for three. Yet, even shortly after eating, he would find himself hungry again, often waking up at night due to hunger. Originally, they had planned to have shark meat for 2 to 3 days, but to his surprise, Fang Qing polished off the second meal entirely. This was perhaps for the best, as it spared him the headache of figuring out how to preserve the shark meat. Given the island's climate, even if it were smoked, it likely wouldn't last until the next day. Still pondering over the salt issue? Li Qingman noticed Fang Chung's troubled brow and poked him playfully. "Huh." Fang Chung snapped back to reality. Li Qingman shot him a teasing glance and chided. "When are you planning to accompany me and Jishi to the woods?" "No? Of course. Otherwise, when do you intend to go?" Fang Qing glanced at Song Jishi, who appeared a bit shy. After all, she was not in a relationship with Fang Qing like Li Qingman was, and being older than him, she felt a tad uneasy. Song Jishi tugged at Li Qingman's hand and whispered, "Are we really going?" "Absolutely. It was agreed upon. With Fang Chung accompanying us, there will be no danger," Li Qingman assured her. "But Fang Chung, rest assured, he is not that kind of person. Besides, if he dares to peek, I shall deal with him accordingly." Under Li Qingman's insistence, Song Jishi reluctantly agreed to join for bathing, and naturally, Fang Chung was roped in as well. Before stepping out, Li Qingman and Song Jishi filled a coconut shell with some plant ash, which they intended to use to wash off their sweat. Fang Chung found a piece of wood to fashion a torch. The light was dim, but it was better than nothing, providing some illumination in the woods. Fang Chung walked ahead, clearing the path for the two women. After a short distance, he heard the gentle sound of running water, indicating a nearby source. "All right, this is far enough," Li Qingman announced. "Jishi and I will take a bath now, but you must not peek." "Of course," Fang Qing replied, his face flushing as he thought, "I am a respectable gentleman. I would never stoop to such behavior. Even if I were to look, it would be in broad daylight. Who would engage in such sneakiness? Why don't you take the torch?" "What are you thinking?" Li Qingman remarked with a peculiar smile. "I'm not thinking anything," Fang Chung asserted, patting his chest in sincerity. "I merely worry you two won't see without it," with a playful glint in her eyes. Li Qingman leaned closer to Fang Chung, whispering, "Is that so? But with that, you would be able to see everything clearly, wouldn't you?" Fang Qing's face reddened instantly. He hadn't intended to entertain such thoughts. He shook his head vehemently, denying, "I swear, absolutely not." "All right. I was just teasing you. Look at how flustered you are," Li Qingman said, putting a finger to Fang Chung's lips, winking. "Jishi and I are going to bathe now. Wait here for a bit. Go ahead, call me if anything happens." "Sure." Once Li Qingman and Song Jishi departed, Fang Qing couldn't help but reflect that one should never be deceived by appearances. Li Qingman, who seemed proud and aloof, exuded an enchanting charm when she chose to be playful. Such a woman could be as harsh as ice or as fiery as flame. How could any man resist? Fang Chung stood about 10 meters from the water source. Though he could not see, he could distinctly hear the sounds of splashing water. Before long, the playful sounds of Li Qiman and Song Jiqi bathing reached his ears. Perhaps it was due to having eaten too much today. But thoughts he had never entertained before suddenly invaded his mind, leaving him flustered with vivid imagery. What might Li Qiman and Song Jiqi look like while bathing? Smack! Feng Qing gave himself a resounding slap, inwardly cursing his own inappropriate thoughts. How could he entertain such notions? He attempted to cast those images from his mind. Yet, Feng Qing underestimated the body's natural physiological responses. He was not a eunuch, and with two beautiful women bathing behind him, the sounds of their laughter and splashes were impossible to ignore. Thus, in the woods, the sounds of slapping echoed. Smack, smack, smack. Feng Qing. Li Qiman seemed to hear the continuous slapping noise and grew concerned about his well-being. Are you all right? I'm fine. Just swatting at mosquitoes. The mosquitoes here are quite vicious. Smack, smack. Chapter 79. The frightening forest. What was initially perceived as a delightful experience, accompanying two beautiful women for a bath, quickly revealed itself to be a torturous ordeal for Feng Qing. To distract himself from the alluring presence of the two women, he sought other activities to occupy his mind. How much longer? Feng Qing inquired, directing his question towards Li Qiman and Song Jiqi. Just a few minutes. Please wait, Li Qiman replied. I'll take a stroll nearby. If anything comes up, just call me. In an attempt to clear his mind, Feng Qing decided to venture further away, hoping to escape the sounds of their playful banter. Yet, he dared not stray too far, aware that he needed to be close at hand should any danger arise. Holding a torch, he meandered into the woods. Suddenly, a rustling sound startled him. He shone his torch in the direction of the noise and spotted a lizard, roughly the size of his arm, darting into the underbrush. The presence of the torch provided some reassurance. Most creatures feared fire. Nevertheless, he remained cautious, understanding that injuries in such a place were no trifling matter. After walking a few more steps, he found himself enveloped in silence, the sounds of the women's laughter fading into the distance. This allowed him a moment to catch his breath. What is this fruit? He wondered aloud, noticing a vine on a nearby tree adorned with numerous bright red berries. At first glance, they resembled cherry tomatoes but were even smaller, their glossy surfaces glimmering under the light. Beneath the translucent skin lay succulent flesh, exuding a tantalizing aroma. Upon seeing the fruit, Feng Qing found himself salivating. Despite knowing the risks of consuming wild berries, the enticing sight made it difficult to resist the urge to taste one. Just one shouldn't hurt, he rationalized, convincing himself that if it were poisonous, the consequences would be minimal. If it turned out to be delicious, he could gather some to share with the others. Though he was merely indulging his own cravings, he plucked a berry, rubbed it between his fingers, and popped it into his mouth. To his surprise, the initial taste was delightful, imbued with a sweet, fragrant essence, complemented by a hint of tartness. The combination was exhilarating, and he was drawn to the flavor, eagerly reaching for a second berry. Unbeknownst to him, he became ensnared in a frenzy of consumption, devouring dozens of berries in a short span. For someone stranded on a deserted island for 2 months, devoid of any sweetness, this sugary treat was utterly irresistible. The human affinity for sweet flavors, an evolutionary trait, is rooted in the promise of energy and the joy that sweetness brings. As he gorged himself, a sudden scream shattered the stillness of the night, piercing through the air. The shrill sound resonated in his ears. Straining to identify the source, he discerned that it was Li Qiman's voice. Panic surged within him as he regretted distancing himself from them, realizing he should not have wandered so far. He sprinted back towards the water source. Qiman, Jiqi, are you all right? He shouted as he ran, desperately hoping for their response. However, the forest remained eerily silent, devoid of any sound. When he finally arrived at the water source, he was met with emptiness. Li Qiman and Song Jiqi were nowhere to be found. Only the gentle trickle of spring water flowed from the rocks. Qiman, Jiqi, where have you gone? I'm here, where are you? Panic engulfed him. A single thought echoed in his mind. It was over. His negligence had led to the disappearance of both women. Overcome with self-reproach, he struck himself in frustration, realizing the gravity of leaving them unattended in such a perilous environment. Wait, where are the coconut shells? And the footprints? He crouched beside the pool, seeking any trace of them. To his dismay, the area was pristine. The water was crystal clear, with no signs of disturbance. This was highly unusual, considering that Li Qiman and Song Jiqi had been there moments before, engaging in playful splashes. He recalled that they had brought a coconut shell with them. Yet it was nowhere to be seen, nor were any of their garments. This was even more perplexing. Surely, they would have left their clothes behind while bathing. Is this really the water source? A cold sweat broke out on his back. Why were there no remnants of Li Qiman and Song Jiqi? Had he mistakenly ventured to another location? But that made no sense. There was only one water source on the island, and this place matched its description perfectly. As these thoughts raced through his mind, a chilling sensation crept over him, as if unseen eyes were watching. He turned abruptly, catching a fleeting glimpse of a white figure darting through the trees. Damn! The sight sent a jolt of fear coursing through him, his legs trembling, hair standing on end, and a wave of electricity coursing through his body. If he had been mistaken, that figure had been a woman clad in a flowing white robe, her black hair cascading around her. Though he couldn't discern her face, her silhouette bore a striking resemblance to Li Qingman. This realization was even more terrifying. The apparition could have been Li Qingman herself, sending a chill down his spine. What does this mean? What is happening? Fang Cheng questioned himself repeatedly, grappling with the unsettling thought that perhaps a malevolent spirit had taken Li Qingman, assuming her likeness. Fang Cheng, just as he was engulfed in dread. A voice called out to him from behind. Jiqi? He turned suddenly, feeling an ominous presence. Song Jiqi stood behind him, clad in white, her hair disheveled, and her face pale and ghostly, devoid of color. Chapter 80. Playing tricks on the female ghost. Alas. Upon turning around, Fang Cheng was nearly paralyzed with fear at the sight of Song Jiqi's ghastly, pale visage. What was even more terrifying was that Song Jiqi had the audacity to smile at Fang Cheng, her lips stretching grotesquely to reveal a set of menacing fangs. Fang Cheng, don't come any closer. The sudden turn of events nearly sent Fang Cheng's spirit into oblivion. What was the matter with this small island? And why was there a female ghost? Before he could comprehend the situation, the fleeting shadow from earlier reappeared, flanking him with Song Jiqi, leaving him trapped in between. It was over. There was no hope left for him today. Fang Cheng felt like a cornered prey, ensnared between two female apparitions. As they drew nearer, he realized that the other ghost was indeed Li Qingman. However, this spectral Li Qingman was devoid of color, her gaze vacant and lifeless, resembling a mere shell of flesh. Qingman, what has happened to you? Witnessing Li Qingman's transformation filled Fang Cheng with both fear and anguish. He was bewildered by the bizarre turn of events. The two female ghosts quickly ensnared him, leaving him with no avenue for escape. Just as Fang Cheng felt his demise was imminent, a surge of inexplicable strength coursed through him, propelling him to break free from their grasp. Fang Cheng, where are you going? Just as he was about to dash away, he heard Li Qingman's voice behind him, filled with concern. Perplexed, Fang Cheng wondered how Li Qingman's voice could still reach him when she had just morphed into a ghost. Turning back, he saw Li Qingman and Song Jiqi had reverted to their original forms, their expressions taut with worry and their eyes brimming with compassion. What on earth is happening? Fang Cheng was utterly baffled. In a moment of hesitation, Li Qingman and Song Jiqi caught up to him, taking his hands and inquiring with relentless concern. Fang Cheng, what's wrong? Have you been possessed or seen a ghost? Fang Cheng thought to himself, see a ghost? Weren't you both just female ghosts a moment ago? What is going on here? Heaven help me, don't toy with my life. Gradually, a sense of unease crept over him. He realized that although these two resembled Li Qingman and Song Jiqi, their demeanor was entirely different. As they moved closer, even leaning in, Fang Cheng was overwhelmed by fear and instinctively retreated. Qingman, Jiqi? Sensing their unusual behavior, he glanced up again and gasped in horror. The two had transformed back into ghastly visages, and to his terror, they were now leering at him with sinister smiles. Song Jiqi even extended her tongue, seductively licking her lips. The two female ghosts were luring him with their tantalizing allure, and if this continued, he would surely be drained of all vitality. Hey, don't touch me. Let go. This is not right. Fang Cheng shouted desperately, yet his plea seemed to fall on deaf ears. With no other recourse, he resorted to a bold and reckless idea. If they wished to play the part of seducers, he would show them who could be more shameless. In a swift motion, he stripped off the last remnants of his clothing. Ah! As anticipated, the two female ghosts shrieked and covered their faces at the sight of his form. Ha ha ha! Is this what you call seduction? You think I fear you? Fang Cheng laughed triumphantly, realizing this audacious tactic was indeed effective. Seizing the moment while the ghosts were distracted, he turned and sprinted towards the forest. The two ghosts pursued him relentlessly, yet Fang Cheng, fueled by an inexplicable vigor, showed no signs of fatigue as he dashed through the night, soon disappearing from view. Emerging from the woods onto the beach, Li Qingman and Song Jiqi pursued him. But no matter how hard they tried, they could not catch up, watching helplessly as he seemed to vanish into the distance. Worry etched on her face, Li Qingman sighed. What has happened to him? Song Jiqi replied. Given his recent behavior, he may be experiencing hallucinations. Hallucinations? Li Qingman furrowed her brow, puzzled by the notion that such a phenomenon could arise without cause. How could this happen? Typically, extreme mental stress or the inadvertent consumption of certain substances can lead to hallucinations. We have eaten the same food, so how could Fang Cheng suddenly change like this? Li Qingman pondered, wondering if perhaps his stress levels were overwhelming. If hallucinations arise from stress, they are usually intermittent and not as severe as this, Song Jishi remarked. It's quite possible he inadvertently ingested a hallucinogenic substance. Based on Song Jishi's analysis, it seemed most likely that Fong Cheng's current state was a result of consuming some sort of fruit that induced hallucinations. Li Qi-man, deeply concerned for Fong Cheng's safety, anxiously inquired, will he return to normal? Once the neurotoxin is metabolized by his body, he should return to his usual self. That's a relief. Hearing that Fong Cheng might recover, Li Qi-man felt a weight lift from her heart, fearing for Fong Cheng's safety. The two women opted not to return to the cave but continued along the shoreline in search of him. Qi-man, over here. Fong Cheng is here. Not long after they set off in the direction he had fled, Song Zishi spotted Fong Cheng lying on the ground. Upon hearing Song Zishi's call, Li Qi-man hurried over, only to find him sprawled on the ground, appearing as if he were intoxicated, unconscious. What happened to him? Don't worry, I've checked his heartbeat and pulse, and everything is normal. He has merely fainted. Song Zishi cradled Fong Cheng in her lap, urging Li Qi-man to pinch his nose while she pried open his mouth, reaching in to extract remnants of food. To Li Qi-man, this was a rather grotesque display, but for the physician Song Zishi, it was a routine examination. Only by understanding what Fong Cheng had consumed could they ascertain the cause of his hallucinations. Extracting some sticky, soft substance from his mouth, which appeared to be fruit pulp, Song Zishi held it to her nose and detected a faintly sweet and sour aroma. Did you find anything? Li Qi-man asked anxiously. I discovered some suspected fruit pulp in his mouth. It seems he must have eaten this fruit, leading to his hallucinations, Song Zishi deduced. Li Qingman's gaze fell upon Fong Cheng's vulnerable area, and her face flushed crimson as she pointed in astonishment. What is that? Song Zishi shook her head. It remains unclear if it is related to the fruit he consumed. Chapter 81. Seeking the root of the matter as the morning sun streamed into the cave entrance. Fong Cheng slowly awakened. What has happened to me? Supporting his forehead, he felt a throbbing pain in his head, as if it were about to split open. What transpired last night? Why can I remember nothing at all? Why did I suddenly lose consciousness, and how did I end up in this cave? All of this is truly perplexing. You're awake? The voice of Song Zishi drifted into his ears. Fong Cheng turned his head to see Song Zishi, clad in a white t-shirt and jeans, sitting behind him. Their eyes met, and a gentle smile graced her lips. It was precisely this smile that triggered a flicker of memory from the previous night. He vaguely recalled being pursued by two female spirits, who eerily resembled Li Qi-man and Song Zishi. Are you feeling better? Song Zishi inquired, her hand extending towards his forehead. Don't come any closer, Fong Cheng exclaimed, startled, as he abruptly leaped up and fled towards the cave entrance. This commotion roused Li Qi-man, who had been sleeping soundly. Rubbing her bleary eyes, she scolded, Fong Cheng, why are you making such a racket so early in the morning? Qing-man, is that you? Of course. If I weren't Li Qing-man, who else could I be? After being reprimanded by Li Qing-man, Fong Cheng's mind cleared significantly. Indeed, that familiar scolding voice could belong to no one but Li Qing-man. As he regained his composure and gazed at the smiling Song Zishi and the grumpy Li Qing-man, confusion washed over him. What on earth is going on? Hadn't Li Qi-man and Song Zishi transformed into female spirits last night? How had they returned to their original forms? Qi-man, Zishi, you too? What about us? Are you wondering why we aren't female spirits? Li Qi-man's face flushed with annoyance. Hiki. Fong Cheng chuckled awkwardly. Li Qi-man retorted. You have the nerve to ask. I have no idea what madness you were up to last night, pointing at me and Zishi and calling us female spirits. Shouting Danti, come closer, and get away from me. How could you say such things? Fong Cheng's face turned crimson as he averted his gaze, resembling a student being scolded by a strict teacher. The most infuriating part is, at this point, Li Qing-man abruptly fell silent, her mind flashing back to the image of Fong Cheng suddenly removing his pants the previous night, leaving her feeling utterly embarrassed and at a loss for words. Fong Cheng, with wide eyes, inquired curiously, what is it? Pervert. Li Qing-man spat, turning her head away. What did I do to deserve that label? Fong Cheng spread his hands defensively, exclaiming his innocence. Song Zishi, blushing, added, last night, for some unknown reason, you suddenly took off your pants and directed your attention towards me and Qi-man. All right, I understand, Fong Cheng interjected, overwhelmed with shame, raising his hand to halt Song Zishi from continuing. He could already guess what had transpired next. This damned rascal, just wait until I get my hands on him. As Fong Cheng found a stone in the cave, poised to enact revenge on his unfortunate younger brother who had caused such chaos the previous night, Song Zishi gasped and covered her mouth in shock. Li Qing-man, arms crossed, observed Fong Cheng's performance with a cold gaze. Fong Cheng's fierce demeanor suddenly froze mid-air, his hand lingering, as he hesitated to strike. Why hadn't Li Qingman called for a stop? Did she truly want him to become a eunuch? When he turned to look, he met Li Qingman's mocking gaze, which filled him with embarrassment. Why aren't you striking? Is your hand cramping? Then let me help you. Li Qingman stepped forward. No, I'll handle it myself. Fang Cheng realized that Li Qingman was not inclined to let him off easily, and he had now found himself in a predicament. Fortunately, Song Zishi intervened, pulling Li Qingman aside, saying, "Let it go." Fang Cheng lost consciousness, which is why he acted that way. Let's not dwell on it any further. Li Qingman shot Fang Cheng an icy glare, stating, "Since Zishi is showing you mercy, I'll spare you this time. But next time, you will regret it. Thank you, my dear, for your leniency." As soon as Li Qingman showed any sign of softening, Fang Cheng's demeanor shifted to a cheeky grin. "Shameless. Who's your dear?" Li Qingman's cheeks flushed as she stealthily glanced at Song Zishi, relieved that she didn't understand Chinese. Otherwise, she would surely have laughed at Fang Cheng's earlier words. Through the recounting by Song Zishi and Li Qingman, the events of the previous night were largely reconstructed. They had been bathing at the water source when they suddenly heard Fang Cheng's loud cries from afar. Concerned, they quickly dressed and went to investigate, only to find Fang Cheng running around the woods as if possessed, shouting their names while pointing at them, calling them female spirits. "What exactly did you see back then?" Li Qingman pressed inquisitively. Nothing at all." Fang Cheng shook his head vigorously. He dared not reveal the ghastly visage of Li Qingman and Song Zishi with disheveled hair and ghostly faces. That would be tantamount to courting disaster. Song Zishi once more came to Fang Cheng's rescue, smiling gently. "Perhaps you should share what you ate last night. I was waiting for you both to finish bathing, and, feeling bored, I wandered a few steps ahead. I found some vines on a large tree, and they bore numerous red fruits that looked quite tempting." Fang Cheng recounted as he tried to remember the events of the previous night. "So you ate them?" Li Qingman was furious, incredulous that anyone could be so foolish as to consume unknown fruits in the wild. I had a few," Fang Cheng admitted sheepishly. "How many exactly?" Song Zishi inquired. "Several dozen, I suppose." "My heavens, you ate that many?" Song Zishi's mouth fell open in shock. Fang Cheng continued, "They were quite sweet, with a hint of tartness, almost as if they possessed some kind of magical allure that made them impossible to resist. Before I knew it, I had consumed quite a bit, and I must admit, they tasted quite delightful." Li Qingman rolled her eyes, exasperated. Even in such a state, he was still fixated on how delicious they were, truly a glutton with no equal. "From your reaction, it seems you consumed a significant amount of those red fruits, which likely caused your brain to hallucinate," Song Zishi deduced. "Those fruits probably contain a substance that stimulates the brain." Chapter 82. The hallucinogenic fruit. The cause of Fang Cheng's hallucinations has been identified. It was due to the consumption of those red fruits. The next step is to locate the type of fruit that Fang Cheng ate yesterday, to uncover the nature of this fruit that induces hallucinations. After a brief grooming, the three decided to venture into the woods while the morning sun was still gentle, in search of the fruit that Fang Cheng had consumed the previous day. Following Fang Cheng's description, they understood that he had discovered the fruit not far from the water source. Thus, the trio divided their search outward from the water source. "Come quickly." Suddenly, an excited call from Song Zishi resonated through the woods. The other two hurried from different directions, eager to see what the fruit looked like. "Look at that tree. It bears many red fruits," Song Zishi exclaimed, pointing at a large tree entwined with vines, laden with bright red fruits. These must be the very ones Fang Cheng had eaten the night before. Li Qingman looked at Fang Cheng with anticipation and asked, "Is it really this fruit?" Fang Cheng scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face, as he replied, "I can't quite recall what happened yesterday, but it seems like this might be it." As they spoke, Song Zishi approached the tree, reaching up to pluck a red fruit from the vine and putting it into her mouth. "Hey, don't eat that," both Li Qingman and Fang Cheng exclaimed in unison, startled by her boldness. "It's fine. I'm just tasting one," Song Zishi smiled. "What if it's poisonous?" Li Qingman questioned. "It shouldn't be toxic. Since Fang Cheng ate it and showed no signs of poisoning, we can reasonably conclude that this fruit is safe," Song Zishi reassured them. Fang Cheng grinned. "So I guess I'm quite the valuable test subject." Li Qingman shot him a disapproving look, then curiously turned to Song Zishi, asking, "So, what does it taste like?" "It's sweet with a hint of tartness, quite delightful. Would you like to try one?" Song Zishi offered, handing a fruit to Li Qingman. Gazing at the alluring red fruit, its translucent skin enveloping glistening flesh, Li Qingman couldn't resist. As she bit into it, the luscious juice burst forth, the sweetness almost bringing her to tears of joy. "Wow, this is absolutely delicious," she exclaimed, covering her mouth in disbelief. One was not enough. She immediately sought another. Song Zishi took hold of Li Qingman's hand, shaking her head. "Wait a moment. Let us observe how your body reacts first." "But I really can't resist." I want another one, Li Qiman pouted, playfully tugging at Song Jiqi's hand. All right, just one more, Song Jiqi relented. Unable to withstand Li Qiman's pleas. However, one was hardly sufficient. The flavor was so captivating that, while Song Jiqi was tea-looking, Li Qiman surreptitiously plucked several more. Qingman, do you know why humans are drawn to sweet foods? Song Jiqi's voice drifted to Li Qingman's ear. Because sweets bring happiness, Li Qingman thought. Panicking slightly as she feared being caught for her secret gathering, though she maintained a facade of nonchalance. Indeed, this is an instinct developed throughout human evolution. Sweetness often signals nourishment and energy, making it an irresistible attraction, Song Jiqi explained. Li Qingman chuckled shyly. All right, I understand. Now is not the time to indulge further. We wouldn't want you to end up like Fang Cheng did yesterday, Song Jiqi cautioned. In truth, Song Jiqi had already formed a general assessment of the fruit. It was unlikely to be toxic, as no adverse reactions had manifested in any of them after consuming it. The only uncertainty was the extent of its hallucinogenic properties. Fang Cheng had consumed dozens of them to experience such vivid hallucinations, while Song Jiqi had only eaten one and Li Qiman around 10. It remained to be seen how they would respond. Observing Fang Cheng salivating, Song Jiqi chuckled. I know you want some too, but you'll have to be patient today. Don't worry, I'll keep a close eye on you too. Fang Cheng patted his chest, reassuring himself, thinking, they're just two women. I've faced sharks alone. If I can't keep an eye on them, then what kind of man am I? The trio returned to the cave after fetching water from the source, settling in to await the effects of the fruit. Minutes turned into an hour, yet everything seemed unchanged. Fang Cheng glanced at Song Jiqi, noting her normal complexion, and asked, how do you feel? Not much different, actually, Song Jiqi replied, appearing as composed as ever. Suddenly, Li Qiman interjected, I feel like I'm floating. Both turned to her, startled to see her face glowing with an unusual flush, reminiscent of a sunrise. Qiman, do you feel unwell? Song Jiqi inquired with concern. No. I feel like I'm soaring in the sky. I've never felt this good before, Li Qiman responded, her gaze dreamy and her smile wide. Fang Cheng's heart sank. Li Qingman's state seemed alarming. He looked to Song Jiqi for guidance, asking, is she in any danger? Song Jiqi shook her head. She is likely just experiencing hallucinations. As long as we keep her in the cave, there should be no danger. Currently, Li Qiman resembled someone intoxicated, her face flushed, eyes glazed, speaking nonsensical thoughts. It appeared the fruit had indeed produced its hallucinogenic effect, with just around 10 fruits inducing mild hallucinations. Song Jiqi mused. It seems my hypothesis was correct. This fruit contains some hallucinogenic component. Excessive consumption could lead to vivid hallucinations. Fang Cheng found it astonishing that such a remarkable fruit existed on this island, akin to potent spirits. What a pity that something so delightful is also hallucinogenic. A couple would be harmless, allowing you to savor the sweetness, he pondered. Song Jiqi smiled at him. Since you discovered this fruit, why don't you give it a name? Fang Cheng scratched the back of his head, thinking he had no expertise in naming, but finally said, let us call it the hallucinogenic fruit. Chapter 83, The Rescue Arrives. Li Qiman, in her current state, appeared to be intoxicated, likely floating in a dreamlike haze surrounded by clouds. Observing her condition, Fang Cheng felt a wave of concern and inquired of Song Jiqi. How long will it take for her to regain consciousness? Song Jiqi shook her head, replying, it's difficult to determine precisely. We must first observe her. Additionally, it varies with individual constitution. Some recover more swiftly than others with the same intake. Then let her rest in the cave. I shall handle the excavation myself. Fang Cheng decided. The island's daily routine was steadfastly dedicated to digging. As long as new caves remained unexcavated, Fang Cheng would not rest a moment. However, today he intended to leave Li Qiman behind. She was in no fit state to work, and it would be best for her to remain in the cave. Perhaps we should call it a day. Song Jiqi's expression reflected her concern. She understood the toll that excavation work could take. If it were solely Fang Cheng laboring, he would surely exhaust himself. Fang Cheng smiled reassuringly. It's nothing to worry about. I'm quite robust. After feasting on that shark yesterday, I feel invigorated. Perhaps you should wait until the sun is less harsh, Song Jiqi suggested. Not to worry. I can withstand the sun, he replied, gathering a stone pickaxe and a bottle of water before departing the cave. He took a moment to remind Song Jiqi to keep a close watch on Li Qiman. As Fang Cheng walked to the cave entrance, his figure gradually receded, rounding the white sand beach and disappearing into the woods. A peculiar sensation stirred within Song Jiqi, reminiscent of her husband. This was not a joyful memory. A surgical incident had ensnared her in the whirlpool of power, rendering her a victim of the elite. Tragically, her family, her husband and daughter, had been kidnapped, and she had not seen them since her maritime misfortune. She wondered if they were safe at that moment. Unbeknownst to her, Tears began to cascade down Song Jishi's cheeks. Once she started crying, she could not stop. The tears flowed freely as she crouched down, covering her face in anguish. Jishi, what is wrong? Li Qingman, swaying unsteadily, approached Song Jishi and, seeing her in such distress, felt a pang of sorrow. It's nothing. Song Jishi hastily wiped her tears, attempting to feign nonchalance, but the redness around her eyes betrayed her. Is that scoundrel Fang Qing bullying you? I shall go teach him a lesson. Li Qingman exclaimed. Song Jishi grasped Li Qingman's arm, shaking her head. Qingman, it's not because of Fang Qing. Oh. At the sight of Song Jishi's profoundly sorrowful gaze, Li Qingman's heart felt as though it had been pierced by a knife. The effects of the alcohol began to wane, and the illusions induced by the drink slowly faded, allowing her to regain clarity. She understood the source of Song Jishi's sorrow. Qingman, I often envy you and Fang Qing. You share a deep love, supporting and accommodating one another, and most importantly, you are together. Yes, indeed. Faced with Song Jishi's heartfelt words, Li Qingman found herself at a loss for a response. In truth, my relationship with Fang Qing is a matter of serendipity. Had it not been for that plane crash, had I not washed ashore on this deserted island, we likely would have remained two parallel lines that never intersect. You only fell in love after arriving on the island? Song Jishi expressed her surprise. Yes, I had always assumed you were already a couple before coming to the island. Li Qingman chuckled. Before arriving, I was his superior. Now I am his girlfriend. Fate is indeed wondrous, much like your own arrival on this island, becoming a part of our lives. When our yacht sank, I thought I would perish, but when I awoke, I found myself here. I too, several times believed I was doomed, only to be saved by Fang Qing. Song Jishi shared. Are your illusions fading? Much improved, though now it feels as if I can hear the roaring wind, as if I am floating in the sky. Song Jishi touched Li Qingman's forehead, reassured by her normal temperature, a sign of good health. Jishi, thank you. In terms of roles, you are the patient and I the doctor, and age-wise, I am your junior. It is my duty to care for you. With that, Song Jishi fetched a bottle of cool water. Drink plenty, it will expedite your metabolism. Li Qingman accepted Song Jishi's care gratefully, slowly beginning to embrace her in a deeper sense. Booming sounds echoed in the distance. Perhaps the illusions have not entirely dissipated. I still hear the loud wind. Li Qingman remarked languidly. Song Jishi's expression shifted to one of alarm. No, it's not an illusion. That is, the sound of an airplane. Initially, Li Qingman believed it to be her lingering hallucination, but upon seeing Song Jishi's focused demeanor, she listened intently and discerned the unmistakable sound of a helicopter's rotor blades. A helicopter had arrived near the island. This revelation sent the two women in the cave into a frenzy of excitement, embracing each other in tears of joy. This is wonderful. We may be rescued. They will take us away from here. Now is not the time for tears. We must quickly seek help and let them know there are people on the island. Yes, we must get outside the cave. In that moment, Li Qingman was not swept away by joy. She understood that such opportunities are fleeting. The helicopter might simply be passing overhead, and if they did not act swiftly, their chance at salvation would vanish. Smoke. Smoke will draw their attention. Li Qingman exclaimed with sudden inspiration. I will go to the cave for fire and wood. Song Jishi turned and dashed back toward the cave. Meanwhile, Li Qingman continued to call for help from the beach, silently urging, hurry. You must be quick. If you do not return soon, the helicopter will leave, and everything will be lost. Chapter 84. The Descent of Assassins, as was his routine. Fang Qing arrived at the precipice halfway up the mountain, prepared to commence his drilling task for the day. It wasn't long before he heard a thunderous sound emerging from the horizon, growing increasingly louder as it approached. From his vantage point, he had an excellent view and soon spotted a small white dot against the azure sky, drawing nearer until it hovered above the island. Observing this dot, Fang Qing felt a surge of excitement. He could now distinctly see that it was a helicopter. Hey, over here. There are people here, like all those in dire straits. Fang Qing waved frantically at the helicopter, yearning to capture the attention of those aboard. Regrettably, his efforts proved fruitless, as the occupants of the aircraft failed to notice his presence. Standing on the hillside, he could clearly discern movements on the white sandy beach below, where Li Qingman and Song Jishi were also waving at the helicopter, just as he was. They must see us. This singular thought consumed Fang Qing's mind. Whether it was himself or Li Qingman, as long as someone caught the helicopter's eye, there would be hope for their escape from the island. Fortunately, fate seemed to favor him this time. After hovering for a brief moment, the helicopter appeared to have spotted Li Qingman on the beach and veered in her direction. What a magnificent moment! After countless days and nights, this was the scene Fang Qing had longed to witness, and now his dream was finally materializing. He could leave this island alongside Li Qingman and Song Jishi. But wait, were there words on the helicopter? Fang Qing was on the verge of tears from joy. Yet as the helicopter drew closer to the beach, he noticed inscriptions in Korean on its fuselage. This revelation raised his suspicions. Had it been English, it would not have seemed so peculiar, but the presence of Korean piqued his interest. Given that this island was located in the tropics, thousands of miles from Korea, this was indeed unusual. Could these individuals have ties to Song Jishi? As this thought crossed his mind, the elation of imminent rescue dissipated, replaced by a deep-seated anxiety. If these people were indeed seeking Song Jishi, then these cold-blooded assassins would not only eliminate her, but would likely also dispose of him and Li Qingman. This was dire. Observing the helicopter as it descended towards the beach, Fang Chung felt a chill of dread for Li Qingman and Song Jishi, prompting him to dash recklessly towards the shoreline. Hurry, hurry. We must be swift. Li Qingman's gaze flitted between the helicopter and Song Jishi, praying fervently for the latter to bring fire before the helicopter departed. Just then, it seemed the helicopter had noticed her, adjusting its course towards the beach. Yes. Wonderful. They must have seen me. Li Qingman was nearly beside herself with excitement. The closer the helicopter neared the shore, the faster her heart raced. In her mind, she began envisioning the words she would exchange with the occupants upon their arrival. This was exhilarating, almost beyond her control. However, in the next instant, her smile froze. She spotted a man beside the helicopter door, clad in sunglasses and a black suit, shockingly wielding a gun. The man bore the features of an East Asian, his attire reminiscent of the two assassins they had seen previously, immediately connecting her thoughts to the possibility that these individuals were linked to Song Jishi. Oh no. Li Qingman's complexion drained of color. These people were not here to rescue, but to kill. It seemed that escape was no longer an option. After evading plane crashes, typhoons, and countless dangers, she had not anticipated falling victim to human malice. Bang! The gunshot jolted Li Qingman, a bullet striking the sand at her feet and sending dust flying. She realized these individuals were indeed ruthless assassins, sent to eliminate Song Jishi and anyone associated with her. The helicopter drew nearer, the armed man revealing his intentions as he aimed at Li Qingman from the doorway. This was an unprecedented experience. Never before had Li Qingman found herself at the mercy of a gun. Her life hung in the balance, and at that moment, her composure threatened to shatter. Yet, she understood that if she succumbed to panic, her fate would be sealed. To survive, she had to maintain her calm, summoning her strength. Li Qingman fought to keep her legs from giving way, turning to flee into the nearby woods. To evade gunfire, she zigzagged, bullets kicking up sand around her. If she were struck, this deadly game would end. This was far more intense than any game, as her life was truly at stake. Fortunately, the distance from the beach to the woods was not great, and Li Qingman quickly found refuge among the trees, gasping for breath against a coconut palm, allowing her body to recuperate. In her moment of desperation, her thoughts turned to Song Jishi. She had returned to the cave for fire. If she came back now, it would surely spell danger. To intercept Song Jishi before she returned, Li Qingman took a brief rest and then maneuvered through the woods towards the cave. Though the path was rugged and circuitous, it was the safest option available. The coconut grove offered the best concealment, as the helicopter could not fly overhead. For now, Li Qingman was safe. However, this security was fleeting, as the helicopter soon landed on the beach. Two suit-clad assassins disembarked, weapons drawn, and began pursuing her into the woods. After a frantic sprint, Li Qingman emerged from the trees onto the rocky shore, just as Song Jishi exited the cave, holding a coconut shell. They're coming. Li Qingman shouted urgently. What? Those who seek to kill you. Clatter. The coconut shell slipped from Song Jishi's grasp, scattering its contents onto the ground. The glimmer of hope for rescue shattered in an instant. She had not anticipated that the supposed help would turn out to be assassins. A cruel twist of fate that felt akin to plummeting from heaven into hell. There was no time to waste. Run. Li Qingman grasped Song Jishi's hand, pulling her towards the rocky coastline. The assassins would soon be upon them. They were racing against time, needing to reach safety before the killers closed in. Chapter 85. Escape from the fire line. The sandy beach on the other side was no longer an option for escape. They had to flee towards the rocky shore in the opposite direction. Fortunately, yesterday, Li Qingman and Fang Chung had already explored the other end of the rocky beach, making them relatively familiar with the route and how to navigate it. However, today's circumstances were markedly different. When Li Qingman and Song Jishi arrived at the end of the tidal flat, they discovered that the rocks, which had been exposed at low tide yesterday, were now submerged beneath the water, rendering the path that could have been traversed inaccessible. What to do now? Panic filled Song Jishi's eyes. She knew these assassins well and understood their ruthlessness. If they were caught, both she and Li Qingman would surely be shot. There was no other option. They would have to wade through. With no time to hesitate, any delay could lead to dire consequences. They had no choice but to take the risk of entering the water. Before them lay murky waters, obscured and unfathomable. Truth be told, Li Qiman felt uncertain as she contemplated the potential outcome of her first step, but the urgency of the situation compelled her to proceed. Recalling their previous passage over the rocks, Li Qiman endeavored to select a spot that might be shallower. The initial step was crucial. It was imperative to ensure her foot would touch the rocks below. If she failed to find solid ground, the situation could turn perilous. In a moment of tense anticipation, her foot finally met the rock beneath the surface, prompting a sigh of relief. The next task was to guide Song Jishi down, hand in hand. They carefully navigated the stones. The waves crashed powerfully, sometimes towering above them, and a particularly large wave nearly swept them away. As they pressed on, the water deepened, first reaching their waists and then gradually rising to their chests. This was a disconcerting sensation, as the unseen depths beneath them made every step feel fraught with difficulty. Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced the air. Song Jishi had slipped and fallen into the water. Fortunately, Li Qiman reacted quickly, grasping her just as she plunged beneath the surface, preventing her from being swept away by the tide. Emerging from the water, Song Jishi's expression was one of sheer terror, having likely inhaled some seawater, leading to a fit of violent coughing. However, there was no time for her to recover, despite her panic. They had to focus on finding a safe hiding place to escape the imminent threat. "Are you all right? Let us keep moving," Li Qiman urged, the gravity of their situation leaving no room for concern beyond those terse words. To prevent another mishap, she tightened her grip on Song Jishi's hand and cautiously tested each step with her foot. Before long, they reached the steep cliff on the western coast of the island. The island's terrain was strikingly defined. The south was a gentle slope, the north a rocky tidal flat, and the west a sheer cliff, with jagged stones jutting out like a multitude of blades along the shoreline. This was the most perilous coast of the island, characterized by the most tumultuous waves. The scene before them was one of chaos, with rocks scattered and waves crashing violently, sending up clouds of spray. In their minds, reaching the treacherous western coast would surely lead them to a safe refuge. The assassins would not venture here. Yet, upon arriving, they encountered the greatest challenge yet. The path ahead had vanished. They could no longer traverse the rocks. They would have to swim. "Stay close to me," Li Qiman called back to Song Jishi, offering her a reassuring glance. "All right," Song Jishi nodded, understanding that there was no alternative but to press forward. Thus, the two began to wade through the water. Li Qiman chose the route closest to the bay, reasoning that in the worst-case scenario, they might be swept into the bay rather than the open sea. Meanwhile, on the other side, two assassins clad in black suits leapt from a helicopter, sunglasses shielding their eyes as they conversed in Korean. The woman just ran into the woods. "Is she the Magungwa we're looking for? I didn't see clearly, but the GPS indicates she is on this island. It's highly likely she is hiding here. Regardless of whether she is Magungwa, we must find her." One of the men, appearing to be the leader, made a throat-cutting gesture, indicating their deadly intent. Undoubtedly, they were here to kill, and Li Qiman had become the target on their hunting list. The two assassins followed the footprints of her escape into the woods. For these seasoned killers, tracking was no challenge. They could easily deduce the direction of their prey based on the footprints left behind. She headed north towards the island. "As long as she remains on this island, she cannot escape our grasp. Be cautious. This is an unfamiliar island. The woods may harbor hidden dangers." The lead assassin removed his sunglasses, revealing a typical Korean visage, square-faced with high cheekbones and narrow, fierce eyes. "We have guns. We're not in danger," the other assassin boasted, brandishing his firearm with pride. Just as they spoke, a rustling sound from above caught their attention. Looking up, they were startled to see a vibrant green venomous snake poised on a branch, flicking its tongue at them. In an instant, the snake lunged, aiming for the overconfident assassin. The suddenness of the attack left him paralyzed, unable to react. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire rang out as the snake was severed in two, its head exploding. At that perilous moment, the lead assassin had shot the snake, saving his subordinate's life. "Be more careful. Next time we might not be so fortunate," he admonished, glaring at his shaken companion, who was already drenched in sweat. Meanwhile, on the southern side of the island, Fong Chung hurried towards the beach, wishing fervently for wings to fly as fast as possible. Just as he felt a surge of urgency, gunfire erupted from the woods. The sound revealed the assassin's location and alerted Fong Chung to the grave danger they posed. With firearms in their possession, a single misstep could cost him his life. Chapter 86. The first aid package. The current situation is one where the enemy is aware while I remain concealed. Fong Chung has a rough understanding of the positions of the two assassins, yet they remain oblivious to his presence. Even so, confronting these two killers is an endeavor fraught with peril. Armed only with a stone hoe and lacking even a piece of clothing, Fong Chung is faced with adversaries wielding firearms, who can support one another. It is folly to expect a man from a primitive society to eliminate two armed assassins. It would be akin to delivering oneself to death. The sound of gunfire swiftly calms Fong Cheng's racing mind. Engaging the assassins head-on is undoubtedly the most foolish option available. He must devise a more strategic approach to neutralize these two individuals. The helicopter. Soon, Fong Cheng's attention is drawn to the helicopter parked on the beach. The primary mode of transportation for the assassins. They likely intend to escape the island via this very aircraft, thus Fong Cheng's immediate task is to incapacitate it. Judging by the recent gunfire, the assassins have already ventured into the woods, heading northward, and are unlikely to return to the southern beach anytime soon. This presents an opportunity for Fong Cheng to sever their escape route before they can return. Without hesitation, he stealthily approaches the edge of the forest, concealing himself behind a coconut tree to observe the situation. The helicopter's rotor blades have ceased spinning, and the cabin door stands ajar. Peering inside, he spots a pilot reclining in the cockpit, seemingly dozing off, an ideal chance for Fong Cheng. Taking advantage of the pilot's unawareness, Fong Cheng stealthily maneuvers to the side of the helicopter, inching closer from the blind spot. He overhears the pilot humming a tune. With swift agility, Fong Cheng leaps into the cabin, startling the pilot, who turns to find a naked man standing behind him. To his astonishment, the pilot gasps in disbelief and curses in Korean, utterly unprepared for the sight of a bearskin native aboard the aircraft. In a moment of crisis, Fong Cheng, undeterred, thrusts the stone hoe towards the pilot's face. With the pilot wearing a helmet, it is the only vulnerable part exposed. A sickening crack echoes as the pilot's nasal bone shatters, blood gushing forth as he clutches his face in pain, howling in agony. "Get down," Fong Cheng commands. Recalling the wise words of the great comrade Lei, when dealing with enemies, one must be as relentless as autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. Fong Cheng has etched this lesson deeply into his heart and executes it with fervor. Despite the pilot merely suffering a broken nose and bleeding profusely, there is no telling what weapon he might produce in defense, potentially leading to Fong Cheng's demise. Mercy towards enemies is a trope reserved for foolish dramas and novels. To ensure the pilot is neutralized, Fong Cheng vigorously strikes with the stone hoe, soon rendering the helmet in tatters and kicking the pilot onto the beach. Following up with a relentless assault. The title of Skull Terminator is not unwarranted. Without the protection of the helmet, the pilot's fate would likely mirror that of the previous venomous snakes, eels, and sharks. The sound of blows reverberates as Fong Cheng continues his assault until the pilot lies motionless, devoid of any resistance. "Now, tell me, who are you?" Fong Cheng inquires, lifting the helmet from the pilot's battered head, revealing a visage transformed into a grotesque mask. "Do you speak English?" The pilot stammers, his words barely coherent. "Forget it. You are of no use to me," Fong Cheng exclaims, shaking the man vigorously, growing increasingly frustrated. The inability to communicate due to the language barrier hampers Fong Cheng's quest for vital information regarding the assassins' origins, their orders, and their relentless pursuit of Song Jishi. The pilot continues to wail, and while Fong Cheng has no intention of killing him, he cannot simply release him either. To avoid detection by the two assassins, he drags the pilot into the woods. Once concealed, Fong Cheng strips the pilot of his clothing, leaving only a modest pair of underpants, and binds him securely with vines, discarding him into a pit. To further obscure him, he covers the pit with palm fronds, ensuring no chance of discovery. Having dealt with the pilot, Fong Cheng dons the clothes he had just removed, feeling somewhat odd after not wearing any for over 2 months. However, the necessity of blending in with the assassins outweighs his discomfort, as it may afford him precious time in their presence. Clothed, Fong Cheng returns to the helicopter, and the sight of it ignites a flicker of hope for survival. If he can pilot this helicopter, he could escape the island with Li Qiman and Song Jishi. In an instant, a remarkable idea strikes him. He must locate Li Qiman and Song Jishi before the assassins do, and then escape in the helicopter right under their noses, leaving those unfortunate souls behind on the island. The immediate challenge before Fong Cheng is determining the whereabouts of Li Qiman and Song Jishi. Have they already fallen into the hands of the assassins? Until he sees them with his own eyes, everything remains speculation. Thus, he must embark on a search for the two. Before setting out, Fong Cheng scours the cockpit, leaving no nook or cranny unchecked. As facing two armed assassins is no trivial matter, he must find a usable weapon. The cabin echoes with the sounds of his frantic search, resembling a rampaging bull. But alas, no weapons are found. Just as despair begins to set in, he inadvertently discovers a tin box beneath the seat, adorned with a red cross. His heart races. This box likely contains medical supplies, and if so, it would not be a total loss. Although medical supplies may not directly combat enemies, they hold immeasurable value for a survival team. With excitement coursing through him, Fong Cheng opens the tin box, and indeed, inside lie adrenaline syringes, antiseptic, bandages, tweezers, and sutures, all essential items for first aid. Chapter 87. Surviving in the crevice. Suddenly presented with a first aid kit, Fong Qing was elated. Had it not been for his concern for Li Qingman and Song Jishi's safety, he would have burst into laughter. For the survival trio, the contents of the box were nothing short of life-saving, especially with a top-notch surgeon like Song Jishi among them. There could hardly be anything better. In his excitement, Fong Qing took the metal box off the plane, dug a hole in the sand, and hurriedly buried it before setting off to search for Li Qingman and Song Jishi. The two assassins had been tracking Li Qingman's footprints, but the contrasting terrain of the forest and the beach soon led them astray. Unfortunately, the island was not large, and the woods could not ensnare them. The sun on the island rose and fell vertically, meaning that even in the forest, as long as they could see the sun, they could easily discern their direction. Despite losing track of Li Qingman, the assassins continued advancing towards the northern part of the island. After about 10 minutes, they stumbled upon a water source near the cliff. "Hey, there's water," the henchman exclaimed, delighting in their discovery just as they were parched. "It's fresh water." He eagerly took a sip, the crisp taste invigorating him. "Hurry and drink. We need to find that woman." The leader wore a stern expression, lacking the mood for levity until their mission was accomplished. "Look at this." The henchman pointed out a circle of wooden fencing surrounding the water source, clearly a man-made structure. The leader frowned. "That's not surprising. Perhaps the woman set it up." "Could a woman construct such a fence? Look how deeply these logs are embedded in the ground. It would require considerable strength," the henchman countered. "Are you suggesting there are others on this island besides her?" "Very likely. We only saw that woman earlier. There may be others lurking in the shadows. Regardless of where they hide, if they dare to show themselves, we will not let a single one escape." The assassin leader's gaze hardened, his eyes betraying a murderous intent that sent a shiver down the henchman's spine. With the water source found, they easily located the cave where Fong Qing and the others typically resided. The two assassins were astonished to discover such a place on the small island. Their fingers were poised on their triggers as they entered the cave one after the other. "Boss, there's no one here, but the fire hasn't gone out. The occupants must be hiding," the henchman reported after a meticulous search, finding no signs of life, yet all evidence indicated someone had been living there. The leader's expression remained taut as he smirked slightly. "3 mattresses, meaning 3 people reside here. The woman we encountered isn't Mu Jin. She must be another stranded soul. Alongside her and Mu Jin, that leaves one more person, most likely a male. Look at the piles of wood and coconuts, along with these spears and stone axes. These are clearly weapons used by men. Regardless of who he is, we must eliminate them all to report back to the boss." The leader's eyes glinted with resolve. He would not allow any slip-ups during this pursuit. As they spoke, the sky darkened abruptly, sunlight vanishing in an instant. The island's weather could shift without warning. Moments ago, it had been clear blue skies, but now ominous clouds loomed, fierce winds howled, and the sea churned with frothy waves, heralding an impending downpour. "What now, boss?" the henchman asked. "We stay here." The leader furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the turbulent sea outside the cave. Though the island appeared small, once they set foot upon it, they realized it differed significantly from their expectations. Unfamiliar with the terrain, locating the 3 hidden individuals would be arduous. And with a storm approaching, searching would become even more challenging. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to remain in the cave, lying in wait for their quarry. This cave was clearly the camp of the others. It provided fresh water, food, fire, and shelter from the storm. There could be no better refuge on the island. As long as they stayed put, the leader believed that the others would eventually reveal themselves. "Boss, how about a coconut?" the henchman suggested, rummaging through a corner to produce 2 coconuts. Spotting a scattered stone chisel on the ground, he cracked open the coconuts, a smirk playing on his lips as he remarked, "These primitive tools are surprisingly effective." On the west coast, the most perilous area of the island, 2 women were desperately climbing a steep cliff, trying to evade the assassins. Li Qingman and Song Jishi had no choice but to flee the cave, seeking refuge in this treacherous coastal region. As they struggled over the rocky terrain, the sky suddenly darkened, clouds gathered ominously, and the sea surged violently, heralding an unexpected storm. To avoid being engulfed by the rising tide, Li Qingman and Song Jishi had to scale the steep cliff. Each step they took was fraught with peril. A single misstep could send them plummeting into the abyss below. Li Qingman, possessing superior stamina and agility, found a protruding rock to ascend to a larger stone where they could both stand. "Jishi, give me your hand." "Okay." With Li Qingman's assistance, they successfully reached the large stone together. The surface was relatively flat, about a meter square, leaving them no choice but to huddle closely together. Before them, the waves crashed ferociously, and the wind roared as the relentless sea lapped at their feet. There was no time for rest. They had to continue climbing or risk being consumed by the merciless ocean. Are you ready? Li Qiman held Song Jishi's hand, providing her with unwavering support. Despite the dire circumstances, Li Qingman's gaze remained resolute. With no hint of surrender, she knew she must survive. Yes, a faint, determined smile emerged on Song Jishi's pale face. Within a minute, after merely catching their breath, they resumed their arduous ascent in search of survival. Chapter 88. What are you still hiding? Suddenly, a torrential downpour enveloped the island, shrouding it in a veil of mist. Fang Cheng departed from the beach, retreating into the woods, seeking refuge among the trees in the rain to evade the gaze of the two assassins. His foremost objective was to locate Li Qiman and Song Jishi. In such dire circumstances, where could they have gone? As he navigated through the forest, he pondered deeply. One thing was certain: Li Qiman and Song Jishi had not yet fallen into the hands of the assassins. If they had, they would either have been executed on the spot or taken back to the aircraft. Thus far, he had not seen the assassins return to the plane. Unbeknownst to him, Fang Cheng arrived at the water source, noticing the damaged fence, an evident act of the assassins. The destruction of the fence indicated that the two killers were lurking nearby, prompting Fang Cheng to proceed with heightened caution. Leaving the water source, his next destination was naturally the cave. Recognizing the necessity to investigate, he began to move towards the cave, shielded by the curtain of rain. Each step taken by Fang Cheng amidst the downpour was meticulous. Upon reaching the rocky shore, he stealthily approached the entrance of the cave, pressing against the stone wall. Just as he was about to listen intently for any sounds from within, a coconut shell was abruptly thrown out of the cave. This noise practically confirmed that the assassins were inside. If it were Li Qiman and Song Jishi, they would have collected the coconut shell rather than discard it carelessly. Eavesdropping outside, he discerned two men conversing in rapid Korean, but regrettably, Fang Cheng did not comprehend the language, rendering his efforts futile. Despite the certainty that the assassins were inside, he felt compelled to ascertain the specifics. For it was highly probable that Li Qiman and Song Jishi were also in their grasp, a fact that needed confirmation. Furthermore, his greatest concern lay in the corner where a gun and a mobile phone, previously salvaged, were stashed, belonging to the assassin's accomplices. These items must remain undiscovered. Crouching down, Fang Cheng cautiously peered into the cave from a less conspicuous angle. His gaze slowly traversed the interior, revealing a roaring fire where the two ruffians had thrown in a pile of wood they had gathered over several days. Furthermore, the coconuts in the corner had been thoroughly ravaged, and even the plastic water bottles had not escaped their destruction. In addition to this, the deranged duo had obliterated mattresses, baskets, tin cans, and stone tools, leaving the cave in utter disarray, akin to a village invaded by marauders. Witnessing the scene ignited a fierce rage within Fang Cheng. He yearned to storm in and confront the two miscreants. However, the guns in their possession tempered his fury. A wise man knows when to yield. This grievance would be remembered, and retribution would eventually be exacted. The only silver lining was that the two had not discovered the hidden gun, allowing Fang Cheng to breathe a sigh of relief. Amidst the tempest, he wondered about the situation at the aircraft. "Boss, should I go take a look?" one of the men suggested. "Go ahead, but be careful." As Fang Cheng lay prone, he observed one of the assassins exiting the cave, uncertain of his intentions. To avoid detection, he swiftly concealed himself behind a nearby rock. He watched as the man leapt from the cave and headed towards the beach, likely making his way to the helicopter. What should I do? Fang Cheng thought, realizing that if this individual discovered the pilot's absence, it would undoubtedly raise alarms for the assassins, complicating any plans to seize the aircraft. Should he rush to intercept this man? Fang Cheng shook his head. He was unarmed and lacked the confidence to take down a seasoned assassin, especially one armed with a gun. The disparity in combat capability was insurmountable. He could easily end up as their next victim. His life was one thing, but the safety of Li Qiman and Song Jishi was paramount. If they were to fall into the hands of these two miscreants, given their recent actions, one could only dread what might befall them. Fang Cheng weighed his options. The situation at the helicopter could not be helped now. The immediate priority was to locate Li Qiman and Song Jishi and ensure their safety before contemplating his next move. In such a deluge, where could Li Qiman and Song Jishi have sought refuge? They were not in the cave, nor on the beach. Based on his understanding of Li Qiman, it was highly likely that she would head towards the western side of the island, especially since they had visited that bay the previous day. The possibility of this being true was growing stronger. It was a gamble he had to take. The rain continued to pour, and he had to find Li Qiman and Song Jishi without delay. In this critical moment, Fang Cheng could only rely on the unspoken bond he shared with Li Qiman. Initially, he had intended to follow the coastline to the western shore, but much of it had been engulfed by the sea, rendering that path impossible. The only route left was through the center of the island, leading him to the western coast. Concerned for the safety of Li Qiman and Song Jishi, Fang Cheng hesitated not a moment longer, plunging into the woods and hastening towards the western coast. On the western coast, within a recessed crevice of rock, Li Qingman and Song Jishi were nearly face to face, squeezed tightly together. There was no other option. This narrow gap could barely accommodate the two of them. In a mere half-hour, the tide had risen several meters, and through sheer determination, they had managed to climb to a temporarily safe haven before the water could engulf them. Outside, the tumultuous waves crashed against the shore, shaking the very ground beneath them. In that instant, one could not help but feel insignificantly small before the might of nature. Humanity's strength seemed utterly feeble. Li Qingman and Song Jishi were in close proximity, and this was the closest they had ever been since their acquaintance. The intimacy of their closeness shattered their psychological barriers, leaving no room for pretense or disguise. Who were those people? Li Qingman's tone was unwavering, for she sensed that Song Jishi was withholding something from her, even if she had performed surgery for that powerful individual and was now marked for death. Song Jishi had already gone missing amidst the storm. Logically, her disappearance should have satisfied their pursuers' objectives. Yet the assassins had still tracked them down, which was utterly inconceivable. Without some hidden truth, this could not be explained. What else are you hiding from me and Fang Cheng? I'm sorry. Chapter 89. Hope and despair. Song Jishi's expression twisted in anguish, unable to meet Li Qingman's gaze. Look at me. Li Qingman pressed her forehead against Song Jishi's, their noses nearly touching. This was a powerful display of body language. Li Qingman was exerting pressure on Song Jishi, attempting to dismantle her psychological defenses. You must have hidden something from us. Tell me. Qingman, I'm sorry. Song Jishi shut her eyes, still unable to meet Li Qingman's stare, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. What I seek is not an apology. Have we fled this far only to hear you say I'm sorry? I was wrong. I should not have concealed anything from you. Then speak. What is the truth of the matter? Li Qingman, in a state of agitation, declared, I consider you my dearest friend. We have shared life and death together. I need you to open your heart to me. Song Jishi shook her head, weeping aloud. I'm sorry, Qingman. I assure you, I harbor no intentions of harming you or Fang Cheng. Such assurances felt feeble and unconvincing. They were not the responses Li Qingman sought. As Song Jishi continued to cry, Li Qingman gradually calmed down. Perhaps there were indeed unspeakable burdens weighing on her. And perhaps it would be wise to choose trust over relentless interrogation. Reflecting on Song Jishi's contributions since joining their survival team, it was evident she had earnestly integrated into the group, undertaking tasks within her abilities. It was clear that she approached survival with sincerity, and such a person should not be subjected to excessive scrutiny. After a brief silence, Song Jishi sighed softly and confessed, those are unpleasant memories. What is your true identity? Are you genuinely a surgeon? I am a doctor, the most renowned surgeon in Korea. However, I carry another identity. I fear that once you and Fang Cheng learn of it, you may no longer accept me. We are the best of friends, regardless of your past. Let us start anew on this island. I will not press you further. Should you wish to share, do so when you are ready. As Song Jishi raised her head and met Li Qingman's gaze, she saw encouragement and trust reflected in her eyes. Actually, my other identity. Just as Song Jishi was about to reveal her true self, a voice from above the cliff called out, Qingman, Jishi, where are you? The rain fell heavily, quickly drowning out the sound. Unless one strained to listen, Fang Cheng's voice was nearly inaudible. The voice drew nearer, as if approaching the two women. It's Fang Cheng. We must let him know we are here. Upon hearing his voice, both Li Qingman and Song Jishi felt a surge of excitement. The matter of Song Jishi's identity could wait. They needed to contact Fang Cheng immediately. They shouted from the crevice, hoping to be heard above the roaring rain. But the downpour was relentless, and their voices were swallowed by the cacophony. Fang Cheng's voice grew fainter, drifting away as if receding into the distance above them. Wait here. I will go outside. Realizing they could not afford to wait any longer lest they miss Fang Cheng, Li Qingman decided to take a gamble. She urged Song Jishi to remain in the crevice while she attempted to climb out, clinging to the jagged rocks to precariously stand, yelling for help towards the cliff. Fang Cheng, I'm here. Fang Cheng. Li Qingman shouted his name repeatedly, yet received no response, only the sound of Fang Cheng's voice fading away. In that moment, a profound sense of despair enveloped her. Tears streamed down her face as she clung to the rock face, indifferent to the tumultuous sea below or the sheer cliffs surrounding her. The feeling of hope being so close, yet slipping away, was enough to shatter her spirit. In the crevice, Song Jishi wept uncontrollably, her cries echoing the depth of her pain. Witnessing Li Qingman's despair, she too felt an overwhelming sorrow. It was her presence that had led Li Qingman and Fang Cheng into peril, leaving Song Jishi filled with unexpressible regret and guilt. Amidst the torrential rain, the two women wept in silence, as if the heavens themselves had collapsed. leaving no glimmer of hope in sight. "Chi-Man, is that you?" Just when everything seemed to point toward a grim conclusion, a familiar voice rang from the cliff's edge. Upon hearing it, Li Qingman's tears flowed even more freely. The floodgates of her heart opened wide. "Fang Qing, it's me. I'm here." In that moment, Li Qingman summoned every ounce of strength within her, calling out to the cliff above, "Don't be afraid. I'm coming to save you." Upon receiving Li Qingman's response from below, Fang Qing was overwhelmed with joy. He could no longer contain himself and quickly scrambled down the cliff, spotting Li Qingman clinging to the rock face. "Give me your hand." Fang Qing reached out with all his might, pulling Li Qingman up the cliff. The instant their hands clasped, Li Qingman felt an unparalleled sense of security. She wished to hold Fang Qing's hand forever, never letting go. Upon reaching the top of the cliff, Li Qingman barely had time to catch her breath before urgently exclaiming, "Song Jishi is still down there. You stay here. I will go rescue her." Having finally brought Li Qingman to safety, Fang Qing was unwilling to let her risk danger again, insisting she remain at the top while he descended once more. Fang Qing's strength exceeded Li Qingman's, and his agility allowed him to navigate the climb with greater ease, reaching the very crevice where they had sought shelter. There he found Song Jishi, her eyes red from crying. "Don't cry. I'm here to rescue you," he called out, extending his hand. "Fang Qing," Song Jishi exclaimed in Chinese, bursting forth from the crevice to embrace him, sobbing uncontrollably on his shoulder. Fang Qing found himself momentarily at a loss, puzzled by her intense reaction. Realizing she must have been terrified during their previous escape, Song Jishi clung to him tightly, nearly melding into his body, her sobs unceasing. With no choice, Fang Qing gently patted her back, attempting to soothe her overwhelming emotions. After a while, Song Jishi finally ceased her cries, gazing up at Fang Qing with a pitiful expression. In a hoarse voice, she murmured, "I'm sorry." Fang Qing paused, momentarily perplexed by her sudden apology, and replied, "As long as you're all right. That is all that matters. Let us get you to safety." Chapter 90. A perilous situation. The sea continues to rise, and the surging waves are soon to engulf the two individuals beneath them. "Fang Qing, hurry. A huge wave is coming," Li Qingman yelled from atop the cliff, pointing towards the horizon where a monstrous wave, towering dozens of meters high, roared towards the shore. Witnessing such a spectacle, Fang Qing felt a chilling dread. Should the wave crash against the cliff, it would undoubtedly obliterate them. The wave approached with astonishing speed, leaving little time for them to react. If Fang Qing were alone, he might have had a chance to scramble back to the cliff summit. However, with Song Jishi by his side, who lacked his agility, it was utterly impossible for both to ascend in under a minute. As the colossal wave drew closer, the deafening roar filled his ears, creating an oppressive sensation akin to a mountain pressing down on him, nearly suffocating. There is no time left. We must find shelter. In this dire moment, Fang Qing was compelled to make a decision, to avoid being reduced to mere pulp by the oncoming wave. He and Song Jishi had no choice but to retreat into the narrow crevice once more. The fissure was already cramped, and maneuvering into it was no simple task. Fang Qing strained to assist Song Jishi, urging her to climb back into the tight space. Li Qingman, peering over the edge of the cliff, watched their precarious situation unfold, helplessness overwhelming her as tears brimmed in her eyes. "Hurry, faster. The wave is coming." At last, when Song Jishi managed to slip into the crevice, the monstrous wave crashed above Fang Qing, obscuring the scant light and plunging him into darkness. Before everything turned black, he glimpsed Song Jishi within the crevice, her face a portrait of despair as she wept silently. Fang Qing, her hand extended from the crevice, yearning to clasp his. She feared that after the wave, she might never see his sunny smile again. With a thunderous roar, the towering wave crashed against the shore. In that instant, the earth trembled, and the sound was reminiscent of thousands of galloping horses, a terrifying force that instilled a sense of hopelessness. The waves rolled and the coast quaked, almost sending Li Qingman tumbling from her perch atop the cliff. "Fang Qing, why did this happen?" Li Qingman was already in tears, unable to fathom that Fang Qing could be lost to her forever. Inside the crevice, Song Jishi, stunned by the overwhelming noise, felt her ears ringing. Cold seawater flooded the fissure, forcing her to close her eyes and hold her breath, waiting for the water to recede. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, and just as she thought she could hold her breath no longer, the water finally retreated, granting her a precious gasp of air. Fang Qing, upon opening her eyes, she found him before her, and in that moment, joy overwhelmed her, tears streaming down her face. "Thank goodness, you're alive. I thought I would never see you again." Fang Qing wore a grin of relief, responding, "I'm not so easy to dispatch." In truth, at the moment the wave crashed down, he had not given up on survival. He had squeezed into the crevice with remarkable speed, narrowly escaping death's grasp. The space was exceedingly confined, and previously, Song Jishi and Li Qiman had nearly been face to face within it. Now, Fang Qing and Song Jishi found themselves in a similar predicament, their bodies pressed closely together. Soaked through, the proximity inevitably created an atmosphere tinged with tension, and Song Jishi felt a faint blush creep across her cheeks. For Fang Qing, this situation was a test. During the life-and-death moment when the wave approached, his mind had been devoid of any frivolous thoughts. Yet now, with the wave receded and Song Jishi, a woman of striking grace, so near, he could feel their hearts racing in unison, igniting a restless fervor within him. We must leave quickly. Qiman is waiting for us. Fang Cheng turned his head away, unable to meet Song Jishi's gaze, fearful of making a misstep in such a delicate situation. The best course of action was to depart post-haste. Song Jishi's eyes revealed a swirl of complex emotions, but she acquiesced, following him as they exited the crevice. Qiman. We're here. Fang Qing? Is that you? Thank goodness. You're alive. Li Qiman, who had been weeping atop the cliff, initially thought she was hallucinating due to her distress, but upon glancing down again, she saw Fang Qing and Song Jishi scaling the cliffside, instantly transforming her sorrow into joy. What a thrilling day this has been. The peaks and valleys of life can be so extreme. Every time she thought it was all over, Fang Qing would emerge from dire straits, rekindling her hope. As the next massive wave approached, Fang Qing urged Song Jishi to climb higher. Watching his figure ascend, Song Jishi felt a momentary daze, the memory of their closeness and the crevice still causing her cheeks to flush. What was happening to her? Why was she thinking such thoughts? Shaking her head, she attempted to dispel the vivid images from her mind. After a challenging ascent, they finally reached the cliff summit. Before Fang Qing could steady himself, Li Qiman rushed into his arms, releasing a flood of emotions as she sobbed like a child. I thought I had lost you. Thank heaven you were back. Every step of this journey has been fraught with peril, yet I have endured. The heavens won't rid me so easily. Fang Qing comforted Li Qiman, holding her close. Watching the intimacy between the two, Song Jishi felt a pang of envy, wishing for their happiness to endure. After a long while, with Fang Qing's soothing words, Li Qiman's tears finally subsided. On the cliff, the trio gathered their composure. Now faced with the daunting task of confronting the two assassins. What happened to your clothes? Li Qiman's attention was drawn to Fang Qing's attire. Having grown accustomed to seeing him bare, it felt peculiar to see him dressed. I took this from the helicopter pilot. There were 3 of us on the island, 2 assassins and 1 pilot. I dealt with the pilot, and now he rests in a shallow grave. Is he dead? No. Just severely injured. And the assassins? Those scoundrels discovered the cave and obliterated everything inside. Anger surged within Fang Qing at the thought of the destruction wrought by the assassins. His eyes ablaze with fury. Upon hearing that the cave had been destroyed, both Li Qiman and Song Jishi's expressions fell. The news akin to the devastation of their own home. Chapter 91. Divergent opinions after venting his frustrations at the 2 despicable assassins. It was time to address the pressing matter at hand. The assassins were still on the island, and that posed a primary concern. Time was slipping away as Fang Qing articulated his thoughts. That helicopter represents our opportunity to escape this island. You intend to seize their helicopter? Song Jishi expressed her astonishment, fully aware that they were dealing with 2 highly trained killers. The prospect of wresting the helicopter from their grasp seemed nearly insurmountable. Li Qiman shared her apprehension, cautioning, they are armed. Although both women voiced their disbelief to varying degrees, Fang Qing had anticipated such reactions. Proposing such a plan would undoubtedly sound implausible. Even he acknowledged the madness of the scheme. Let us not forget, we have firearms as well. Song Jishi was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Li Qiman, seemingly seeking clarification on Fang Qing's intentions. Upon hearing Fang Qing's words, Li Qiman suddenly recalled the pistol she had stumbled upon earlier, the one retrieved from the bodies of the assassins they had encountered on the beach, which had since been concealed in a corner of their cave, nearly forgotten over time. We do have a gun. But didn't you just say those assassins are waiting for us in the cave? Li Qiman's brow furrowed with concern. While possessing a firearm might offer some means of defense against the 2 killers, the real challenge lay in retrieving it from the cave. We must first lure them away from the cave, then seize the opportunity to retrieve the gun, Fang Qing proposed. Isn't that exceedingly dangerous? Li Qiman countered hesitantly. Fang Qing continued, I will divert their attention, and you can then retrieve the gun. It is indeed perilous, but it may be our only chance to leave this island. Song Jishi shook her head, urging, confronting them is far too risky. I would rather remain on the island than see you both take such a chance. In that moment, the trio found themselves divided in opinion. Fang Qing viewed this as an excellent opportunity for escape that should not be squandered, while Li Qiman and Song Jishi considered the potential disastrous consequences. Fang Qing, I realize you may not heed my words, but I feel compelled to express them. Song Jishi said earnestly, her gaze fixed on him. They are professional killers. I know their ruthlessness. Their hands are stained with blood, and should we fall into their grasp, they would show no mercy. I understand the peril. Then let us not go. Let us find a safe place to hide until they leave, Song Jishi implored, her eyes glistening. Coming to this island, I have been fortunate to meet you, and Chi Man, you have saved me and treated me like family. I have lost everything, and now I fear losing it all again. Let us stay together and live on this island, shall we? Song Jishi's heartfelt plea left Fong Cheng in a state of indecision. Over the 2 months spent on the island, he had grown accustomed to this life. What had begun as a struggle for survival had transformed into a more bearable existence, revealing the island's unexpected beauty. Casting a glance at Li Chi Man, Fong Cheng's emotions became even more complex. If there were any reason compelling him to remain, it was her. On this island, he could be with Li Chi Man as a couple, living as spouses. However, returning to civilization would impose a stark disparity between them, potentially severing their bond. Like a double-edged sword, the very reason that made him want to stay also urged him to leave, his love for Li Chi Man. He could not allow her to be trapped on this island forever. He must seize this chance to take her away. Fong Cheng, let us not depart. Let us remain here. Li Chi Man sensed his turmoil, fearing the loss of him. Fong Cheng shook his head, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Chi Man, you do not belong here. I will ensure your escape. Despite both women's reluctance to abandon the island, the final decision rested with Fong Cheng. Ultimately, he resolved to forego thoughts of what awaited them in the city and focus solely on the immediate task, seizing the helicopter and departing. Having made his choice, it was time to devise a concrete plan. In a moment, Chi Man and I will retrieve the gun from the cave. And what about me? Song Jishi inquired anxiously. This is the safest place on the island. The assassins are unlikely to come here. Find a concealed spot to hide, and once we secure the weapon, we will return to you, Fong Cheng instructed. Li Chi Man grasped Song Jishi's hand reassuringly. Do not worry. Stay here and await our return. Very well. I shall wait for you. With that, Song Jishi embraced Li Chi Man, then Fong Cheng, before they parted ways. Fong Cheng and Li Chi Man soon vanished into the woods, while Song Jishi found a secluded spot along the cliffside. The relentless downpour showed no signs of abating, complicating the journey for Fong Cheng and Li Chi Man as they traversed the jungle. Yet, the rain served a dual purpose, cloaking their movements. The diminished visibility of less than 10 meters shielded them from the assassin's gaze. After half an hour of cautious navigation, they reached the northern coast from the western shoreline. Here, the atmosphere shifted palpably as the likelihood of encountering the assassins loomed larger. With each step forward, they meticulously surveyed their surroundings to ensure they remained undetected. The distance from the tidal flats to the cave was less than 100 meters, yet it became the most perilous segment of their journey. At last, they arrived at the cave's entrance. Fong Cheng boldly peered inside. Noting only one individual remained, the assassin's leader was conspicuously absent, leaving behind only a subordinate. What now? Li Chi Man whispered, her voice barely audible. I will draw him out, and you take the opportunity to retrieve the pistol from the corner. Then make your way to the cliff to find Jishi. Fong Cheng outlined their plan. How will you manage? Li Chi Man asked, concern etched across her face. Fong Cheng flashed a confident smile. I will be fine. Once I handle that fellow, I will seek you both. Chapter 92. The gun seizure operation. According to Fong Cheng's initial plan, there should have been 2 assassins in the cave. However, only one was present, which was indeed a favorable turn of events. It meant that there was only one adversary to contend with, significantly reducing Fong Cheng's escape pressure. Nonetheless, caution was still warranted regarding the whereabouts of the other assassin, whose sudden appearance could not be ruled out. Therefore, it was imperative that this operation was executed swiftly. Are you ready? Fong Cheng asked as he made his final confirmation with Li Chi Man. Yes. As the moment approached, Li Chi Man endeavored to maintain her composure, reminding herself to stay focused and to retreat immediately after retrieving the handgun. Everything was set in place. She concealed herself behind a rock outside the cave. Waiting for the opportune moment, Fong Cheng picked up a stone and suddenly leaped to the cave entrance, hurling it towards the assassin within while uttering a provocative remark. With a resounding thud, the stone struck the assassin's head, causing a gash to open on his forehead, blood gushing forth instantly. Damn it! The assassin clutched his head, glaring furiously at Fong Cheng, his eyes nearly ablaze with rage. He had not anticipated that their target would dare to confront him directly, let alone throw a stone. Fuck you, son of a bitch. Despite his lack of proficiency in Korean, Fong Cheng managed to hurl insults in English. Mere words were insufficient. He accompanied his taunts with exaggerated bodily movements, shaking his hips provocatively in a clear attempt to incite the assassin further. Come on, kiss my ass. Fong Cheng reveled in his mockery, not only gyrating but also playfully slapping his backside. This series of reckless actions did indeed infuriate the assassin, who drew his gun and aimed at Fang Cheng. In an instant, Fang Cheng turned and fled. The gunshot echoed, the bullet whizzing harmlessly past as Fang Cheng had already vanished from sight. Enraged, the assassin charged out, vowing to eliminate him. Fang Cheng, with nimble agility, sprinted towards the nearby forest. The assassin, unwilling to relent, fired 2 shots at Fang Cheng, but the heavy rain obscured his vision, causing him to miss. In his fury, he resolved to pursue him personally. Li Chi-man, hidden behind the rock, dared not breathe, her heart racing from the earlier commotion. As she saw Fang Cheng disappear into the woods, she could only pray for his safety. Time was of the essence, seizing the moment while the cave was unguarded. Li Chi-man hurried inside to unearth the handgun she had concealed earlier. Within moments, her fingers brushed against the cold metal, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Having successfully retrieved the firearm, she now needed to quickly rendezvous with Song Jishi at the west coast. Fearing the assassin's return to the cave, she hastily covered the earth back over the hole before departing without a backward glance. "Stop, you bastard, halt." The assassin pursued Fang Cheng relentlessly, closing the distance to under 20 meters in no time. As he neared, panic surged within Fang Cheng. The threat of gunfire loomed large, and he knew that drawing his own weapon could lead to his demise. With a resounding crack, the assassin fired. The bullet grazed past Fang Cheng's ear, a sensation that nearly caused his heart to leap from his chest. Damn it, he really shot. Once again, Fang Cheng narrowly escaped death. The woods lay ahead. He dove into them with unmatched speed. Once within the forest, Fang Cheng moved like a fish in water. His 2 months of training on the island had accustomed him to navigating through dense foliage, whereas the assassin appeared clumsy amidst the trees. Fang Cheng sprinted deeper into the woods, gradually pulling away from his pursuer, who could only glimpse his retreating figure. Bang! Bang! In a fit of rage, the assassin fired several more shots, but the dense underbrush rendered his attempts futile. With bullets striking tree trunks, splintering wood into the air, Fang Cheng knew that being hit would lead to severe injury. A single bullet could inflict catastrophic damage. The high-velocity projectile would tear through flesh and sinew, creating a permanent cavity within the body, an injury from which one could never fully recover. The relentless gunfire was undeniably terrifying. Each shot sent a jolt of fear through Fang Cheng. The 2 men raced through the underbrush, and suddenly, Fang Cheng vanished from sight. "Come out, you bastard, show yourself. I will kill you." The assassin, frantic from losing track of Fang Cheng, began searching the thicket, leaving no tree unexamined. Their enmity had been sealed. He would not rest until Fang Cheng was dead. Behind a great tree, Fang Cheng held his breath, gripping the bloodied pickaxe, poised to launch a surprise attack. Just as the assassin approached another tree, Fang Cheng seized the fleeting opportunity, swinging his weapon in a bid to strike the assassin's skull. However, in the next moment, he was left dumbfounded. Before he could bring the pickaxe down, the cold muzzle of a gun pressed against his forehead. The assassin had anticipated Fang Cheng's move, luring him out from his hiding spot. It was over. Fang Cheng's arm remained suspended in midair, a curse escaping his lips as he realized the assassin's cunning. "Goodbye, fool." The assassin laughed triumphantly, having chased Fang Cheng from the cave to this very spot, finally cornering the pest he so despised. In a bid for revenge against Fang Cheng's earlier mockery, the assassin even attempted to retaliate in broken Chinese. With the gun at his temple, there was nothing left to do but close his eyes and await his fate. Click. Just as the assassin pulled the trigger, the gun emitted a hollow click, signaling an empty chamber. Damn it, no bullets. Both Fang Cheng and the assassin reacted simultaneously. It turned out that during the frantic chase, the assassin had exhausted his ammunition. Once again, Fang Cheng had narrowly escaped death. Chapter 93. Counterattack out of ammunition. Both Fang Cheng and the assassin were momentarily taken aback. The perilous situation had suddenly shifted with this unforeseen turn of events. With no bullets left, what audacity remained? Before the assassin could react, Fang Cheng seized the initiative, raising a stone hoe above his head and bringing it down with tremendous force towards the assassin's skull. The strike was merciless, for Fang Cheng understood that in this precarious moment, it was a matter of either his survival or the assassin's demise. A dull thud echoed as half of the hoe embedded itself into the assassin's head. Darkness clouded the assassin's vision, and he staggered, on the brink of collapse, yet somehow managed to regain his footing. Remarkable resilience, Fang Cheng thought, astonished that this brute could still stand after such a blow. As Fang Cheng attempted to withdraw the hoe for another strike, the hulking figure of the assassin, akin to an enraged bear, lunged forward, seizing Fang Cheng by the collar and delivering a powerful punch to his face, causing blood to gush from his nose. The force of the blow nearly felled Fang Cheng, and before he could steady himself, the assassin charged again, grasping Fang Cheng by the throat and lifting him high before slamming him into a puddle. Dazed from the beating, Fang Cheng felt a relentless ringing in his head, and pain radiated down his spine as if it were broken. Useless Chinese trash, the assassin spat, flipping Fang Cheng a middle finger. In a shocking display, the assassin yanked the stone hoe from his skull, blood erupting like a fountain, quickly staining his face, which was rife with murderous intent. He approached Fang Cheng, raising the hoe high, aiming for the crown of his head. Die, pitiful insect. To hell with you. Facing imminent death, Fang Cheng found a strange calmness. With a handful of mud discreetly gathered, he flung it into the assassin's eyes just as the assassin prepared to strike. Caught off guard, the assassin lost his sight. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Cheng rolled backward, narrowly avoiding the descending hoe, and maneuvered behind the assassin, attempting to choke him into submission. Unfortunately, despite his tactical advantage, Fang Cheng's stature of merely 1.75 meters paled in comparison to the assassin's imposing 1.88 meters. The disparity in size and strength rendered them mismatched opponents. As they grappled, it felt akin to a high school student contending with an adult. Even with Fang Cheng's initial advantage, he found himself unable to sustain control for more than half a minute before the assassin broke free. Now, it was Fang Cheng who found himself ensnared, the assassin's grip tightening around his throat, restricting blood and oxygen flow, leaving his face a deep shade of purple. Before long, the pressure became unbearable, and he felt as if his head might burst. Yet, even in this dire predicament, Fang Cheng refused to yield, relentlessly tugging at the assassin's hair. Even if I die, I will take you with me. In a frantic struggle, Fang Cheng's fingers found the assassin's wound. This was his sole chance for survival. Without hesitation, he plunged his fingers deep into the injury. The effect was immediate. The assassin crumpled to his knees, howling in agony, and the grip around Fang Cheng's throat slackened. Determined to seize this moment, Fang Cheng was resolute that today would be a fight to the finish. He would not release his hold, regardless of how the assassin cried out in torment. Instead, he tightened his grip, tearing away a chunk of scalp, exposing raw, bleeding flesh beneath. The assassin's cries of pain were almost feral, driven to madness by the excruciating hurt. Fueled by rage, he charged at Fang Cheng, intent on claiming his life before his own demise. The rain poured heavily as they continued to wrestle in the mud. The stone hoe lay forgotten, their struggle devolving into a brutal melee. Just as the assassin was about to ensnare Fang Cheng's throat once more, Fang Cheng, like a slippery eel, twisted free from his grip, shedding his clothes and returning to a primal state of nakedness. Now, slick with mud, Fang Cheng became even more elusive. The assassin, caught off guard, lost his hold as Fang Cheng skillfully evaded capture. Seizing the chance, Fang Cheng dove, clasping the assassin's legs and toppling him to the ground. Amidst the chaos, he grasped a vine, wrapping it tightly around the assassin's neck. Chinese trash, I will finish you. With control firmly in his grasp, Fang Cheng tightened the vine to prevent the assassin from escaping. No matter how the assassin struggled, the constricting vine remained steadfast, his face transitioning from red to purple, and finally to black as blood continued to pour from his head wound. After several agonizing minutes, the assassin's movements ceased, confirming the assassin's lifelessness. Fang Cheng still did not relax his grip, checking for breath, finding none. Even then, he remained cautious, keeping the vine secured for an additional 10 minutes until he was certain the assassin could never rise again, before finally releasing his hold. In the forest, a brutal battle had just concluded. Fang Cheng emerged as the victor, yet he bore the marks of a fierce struggle. Exhausted, he lay in the mud, allowing the rain to wash over him, nearly depleted of all strength. After a while, he managed to gather enough energy to rise, only to find the assassin's lifeless body nearby, devoid of color, bearing the grotesque visage of death by strangulation. Later, I will deal with you, Fang Cheng spat, glancing at the despicable figure. He had lingered too long and could not afford to waste any more time. It was imperative that he reach Li Qingman, who should have acquired the gun by now and met with Song Jishi. To alleviate their concerns, he hastened to join them. Chapter 94, The Assassin Black Dragon Behind Her. The relentless crashing of waves against the cliffs echoed, each violent roar sending tremors through her very being. Concealed behind a large stone, Song Jishi crouched, the rock offering scant protection from the wind and rain. Its only purpose was to provide her with a hidden refuge, shielding her from immediate discovery. As time passed, a gnawing anxiety gripped her heart, compelling her to peek cautiously in the direction of any approaching figures, yearning for the sight of Li Qingman or Fang Cheng. However, contrary to her hopes, an hour had elapsed without a trace of either, stirring a growing fear within her. Had something gone awry? Could they have fallen prey to those two assassins? The more she pondered, the more frantic her heart became. Yet the remnants of her rationality urged her to remain calm and patient. Surely, Fong Qing and Li Qiman would return. Once more, she ventured a glance toward the approaching figures, and through the misty curtain of rain, she discerned a silhouette making its way toward the cliff. Fong Qing, I'm here. Recognizing the figure as male, Song Jishi felt a rush of excitement and waved eagerly, having waited long for Fong Qing's return. Yet, just as joy illuminated her face, another realization extinguished her smile, replacing it with profound terror. The figure, approaching steadily, was clad in a black suit and wielded a gun. Far from Fong Qing, it was the leader of the assassins. How could it be him? Hiding behind the stone, Song Jishi trembled in fear, her complexion turning ashen. At that moment, panic consumed her. Should she remain concealed behind the stone, or seize the chance to flee? Time was of the essence, and each second bore the weight of life and death. She understood that she could not remain idle. She must escape. For falling into the hands of the assassin was not an option. A figure sprang from behind the stone as Song Jishi bolted in the opposite direction. Alas, her every effort was destined for failure. The moment the assassin leader arrived at the west coast signified that escape was no longer an option for her. The assassin pursued her relentlessly, catching up within mere strides. Grabbing her hair, he forcefully hurled her to the ground. Song Jishi cried out in agony. But before she could gather her wits, a boot landed mercilessly on her face. Mu Jin, it appears you're still alive. How fortunate for me. The assassin leader smirked with delight, brutally trampling her face beneath his foot, akin to a cat toying with its prey before devouring it. From his words, it was evident that they were acquainted. He addressed her as Mu Jin, likely a code name. Black Dragon, kill me. Song Jishi shut her eyes. A visage of despair etched upon her features. From her utterance, it became apparent that the assassin leader was known as Black Dragon. Their exchange of code names hinted at a past that involved more than mere acquaintance. They likely had once collaborated. Kill you? You wish to join your husband and daughter, do you? Ha ha ha. I shan't grant you such a swift demise. What? What have you done to them? Black Dragon grinned maliciously, revealing a row of white teeth, and cruelly declared, You've betrayed the organization, committed unforgivable sins, so your loved ones shall suffer in your stead. What do you mean? How can you treat her this way? She is but a child. Suddenly, Song Jishi, driven by a mother's wrath, surged forward, desperate to confront Black Dragon. The fury of a mother was unleashed. Even at the cost of her own life, she sought vengeance for her daughter. Vile woman, seeking death? Black Dragon, agitated by her frantic attempts to claw and bite at him, delivered a punishing blow to her abdomen, the excruciating pain rendering her incapacitated, akin to a marionette with severed strings, collapsing to the ground. Not satisfied with one strike, Black Dragon pressed her head against the ground, smashing it repeatedly until blood streamed forth from her forehead. Filthy woman, I suggest you cooperate. Otherwise, I might just send you to meet your pitiful daughter. Gripping her hair, he savagely forced her forehead to the ground, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Your daughter was quite adorable. I still remember the look in her eyes just before her demise. Enough. Please, stop. Song Jishi cried, covering her ears in torment. You have no idea. She pleaded for me to spare her, calling me Uncle Black Dragon's laughter was devoid of remorse, chilling her to the bone. Enough. Just kill me. Tears streamed down Song Jishi's face, the news of her daughter's fate shattering her heart. In that moment, she succumbed to despair, unable to bear the loss of her husband and child. As a mother, her world had crumbled, and all she yearned for was death. I told you, it's not so simple to die. Black Dragon flipped her over, pinning her to the ground, an inscrutable expression on his face. What do you want from me? Song Jishi panicked, fearing what vile act this beast would perpetrate next. She dreaded being violated before her end. Black Dragon grasped her chin, a wicked smile gracing his lips. Indeed, you are a beauty. Even as a mother, your skin and figure remain tantalizing. Since you are destined to die, why not let me enjoy you first? Song Jishi shook her head, wrenching free from his grasp, glaring fiercely at him. Black Dragon, you devil. You will rot in hell. Is that so? I can hardly wait to descend into hell. With that, Black Dragon mounted her, beginning to tear at her clothing. Stop. Don't touch me, you beast. Scum. Song Jishi was paralyzed with fear, her face pallid as she fought desperately against the impending violation, refusing to yield to his depravity. Yet Black Dragon seemed to have no genuine intent to assault her. After terrifying her nearly to the brink of collapse, he halted, coldly stating, I can grant you a swift end, sparing you from further torment, but that hinges on your willingness to cooperate. With tears in her eyes, Song Jishi implored, What do you truly want from me? Chapter 95. Where is the potion? Where's the potion? Where is it? The Black Dragon ceased his assault on Song Jishi and finally revealed his true intention. In truth, eliminating Song Jishi had become a matter of little consequence. The scandal surrounding the high-profile operation had long since sunk into oblivion, much like the ill-fated yacht that had vanished in the storm. That event was now a thing of the past, incapable of stirring even the slightest ripple. The reason for the Black Dragon's presence on this island was solely related to another matter, the latest potion developed by the organization. The night before Song Jishi was to be executed, the organization's laboratory was burglarized, and the most crucial potion was stolen. This incident was likely connected to Song Jishi, which is why the Black Dragon would not overlook any leads. He was determined to retrieve the stolen potion. Isn't that so? The Black Dragon threatened. I don't care if I die, just kill me. Song Jishi roared back at him. The Black Dragon drew his gun, pressing it against Song Jishi's temple, coldly stating, I have 100 ways to make you talk. After obtaining the handgun from the cave, Li Qiman hurried to meet Song Jishi. Anxiety consumed her. She was worried for Fang Cheng's safety and fervently hoped that nothing would happen to Song Jishi. The rain poured heavily as Li Qiman dashed through the forest, finally arriving at the western coast. Before her lay a desolate hillside, with cliffs plunging dozens of meters down, and the waves roiling incessantly. She could not discern Song Jishi's location. In such circumstances, where could Song Jishi possibly hide? As Li Qiman pondered this, she suddenly spotted a large rock in the distance. A potential refuge. Perhaps Song Jishi was concealed behind it. Eager to confirm her suspicion, Li Qiman quickened her pace toward the boulder. As she drew closer, she was startled by the sound of a woman weeping from behind the rock. It was Song Jishi's voice, filled with despair. What had happened? Why was she crying so hopelessly? A wave of fear gripped Li Qiman, anxious that the assassins had found Song Jishi. She gripped her gun tightly, cautiously approaching the boulder. Although she had yet to see what transpired behind it, she could hear Song Jishi conversing with a man in Korean, words indistinct, yet the tone conveyed utter hopelessness. There was only one assassin present, based on what Li Qiman had overheard. If that were the case, she could likely handle the situation alone, especially equipped with a gun. A surprise attack could swiftly eliminate the adversary. To ascertain the number of foes, she needed to peek out from her hiding spot. Jishi. Upon taking a look, she saw Song Jishi pinned to the ground by the assassin, a gun pressed to her forehead. The good news was there was only one assailant. The bad news was that Song Jishi's life was precariously hanging by a thread. The assassin's back was turned to Li Qiman, and the torrential rain masked her footsteps, granting her a prime opportunity. In this critical moment, Li Qiman steadied her gun, aiming at the assassin's back. Having practiced shooting at a range in America, she felt confident in her marksmanship. However, this time, the target was not a mere bullseye but a living being. One shot could extinguish a life, and she hesitated. It was not an overflow of compassion that halted her, but the profound psychological barrier against taking another's life. Yet, she understood that Song Jishi's life depended on her. She was the only one who could save her. The target was a ruthless enemy, and she needed to muster the courage to overcome her inner turmoil. In less than 10 seconds, Li Qiman underwent a complex emotional transformation. Just as she resolved to pull the trigger, she noticed Song Jishi frantically signaling her. Jishi? Li Qiman was confused, unable to comprehend why Song Jishi urged her not to shoot. Sensing Song Jishi's determination, she ultimately refrained from firing. Earlier, Song Jishi had spotted Li Qiman hiding behind the rock and was deeply moved. Yet, her greater concern was for Li Qiman's safety. Knowing that Li Qiman's gun contained only one bullet, she realized that if she did not succeed in a single shot, even a wounded Black Dragon could easily eliminate her. Since her own life had become inconsequential, she did not wish to endanger Li Qiman. Cautiously, she subtly gestured for Li Qiman to leave and seek out Fang Cheng. Are you ready? Where is the potion? Will you speak? The Black Dragon's patience waned. If Song Jishi remained tight-lipped, he would have no choice but to forego the search for the potion, eliminate her, and leave the island. Before encountering Li Qiman, Song Jishi had been resigned to death, considering it preferable to join her daughter and husband. However, seeing Li Qiman do everything possible to save her rekindled her will to survive. I know where the potion is, Song Jishi declared. Oh, finally willing to speak? A satisfied smile crept onto the Black Dragon's face. I have conditions. Speak. If I tell you where the potion is, you must promise to let me go. The Black Dragon chuckled darkly, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Song Jishi, attempting to discern whether she was lying. Her heart raced, but she maintained an air of composure, striving not to reveal any signs of weakness. Very well. If you divulge the whereabouts of the potion, I shall grant you mercy. After all, we have shared a history. The Black Dragon's expression was inscrutable. Who could tell if his promise was genuine? Perhaps he had no intention of sparing Song Jishi, merely seeking to extract the potion's location. The potion is no longer with me, it is with Fang Cheng. Song Jishi boldly proclaimed Fang Cheng's name in Chinese, intending for Li Qiman, hidden behind the rock, to hear. Fang Cheng? The Black Dragon furrowed his brow. The man on the island? The potion is in his possession? Oh, so the potion is with him. Then what need do I have for you? You liar. Song Jishi's eyes widened in disbelief. Farewell, darling. The black dragon smirked cunningly, raising his gun to Song Jishi's temple, preparing to execute the traitor. Chapter 96. An early ambush. No, you cannot kill me. The specter of death loomed overhead. As the black dragon's finger rested on the trigger, poised to unleash fatality upon Song Jishi. In that harrowing moment, her singular thought was to survive. She could not perish here. This man had slain her family, and she must endure to avenge her husband and daughter. She resolved to employ every means at her disposal to cling to life. The black dragon's finger hesitated, his gaze fixed upon the disheveled woman before him. Ah, why? Even if you discover the antidote from him, it would be futile, for I still possess the buffer agent. Without it, the antidote is of no use. In her desperate bid for survival, Song Jishi concocted a lie, striving to mask any hint of deception from her countenance. Knowing only by doing so could she convince the cunning black dragon. How can I trust you? The malevolence in the black dragon's eyes flickered, skepticism evident in his expression. You may doubt me, but then you should kill me. Song Jishi wagered everything. In this dire circumstance, it was her only gamble. Humph. The black dragon scoffed, retracting the gun from her head. I shall grant you this one chance. Once I procure the antidote, I will kill you without hesitation. He seized Song Jishi by the arm, dragging her upward, regarding her as a fish caught in a net, believing he could end her life at his whim. Since she had mentioned the existence of a buffer agent, he resolved to first reclaim the antidote from that man, and then interrogate her about the buffer's whereabouts. On the hillside, Li Qi-man ran tirelessly. She had gleaned Song Jishi's intent from her words. She was urging her to find Fong Cheng. With such confidence from Song Jishi, Li Qi-man no longer hesitated. Locating Fong Cheng became her utmost priority. As she neared the thicket, she spotted a bare-chested man in the distance, Fong Cheng, the very person she sought. In that instant, a weight lifted from her heart, and she called out to him. At that same moment, Fong Cheng noticed the running Li Qi-man, and they finally reunited amidst the trees. Without uttering a word, Li Qi-man enveloped Fong Cheng in a tight embrace. Having witnessed him distract the assassin moments earlier, she had been filled with worry for his safety, fearing he might meet with misfortune. Now reunited, she could not bear to let him go, wishing to hold him forever. You are injured. Seeing Fong Cheng's bruised face brought a pang of sorrow to Li Qi-man. It's nothing, just a surface wound, Fong Cheng replied with a grin. That fellow suffered worse than I. What of him? He has already met his end. But our Chinese Yama does not accept this Korean wretch. He will likely wander as a restless spirit. Li Qi-man tightened her grip on Fong Cheng, reproaching him softly. At a time like this, you still find humor? Fong Cheng playfully pinched her nose, chuckling. I only wish to lighten your mood. Seeing as you were on the verge of tears. How rude. I'm not crying. Li Qi-man retorted, flustered. Let us not dwell on that. Did you retrieve the gun? Fong Cheng understood that this was not the moment for flirtation. More pressing matters awaited. Li Qi-man nodded, promptly handing the gun to Fong Cheng. Taking the weapon, Fong Cheng grasped Li Qi-man's hand, intent on heading toward the west coast. Fong Cheng, we mustn't go there. Li Qi-man intervened. What is it? Isn't Jishi waiting for us? Fong Cheng questioned. Li Qi-man shook her head. I overheard Jishi. She was captured by the assassin. What? Fong Cheng's expression turned to one of alarm. No wonder the assassin had been absent. He had gone to the west coast and captured Song Jishi. This revelation placed Fong Cheng and Li Qi-man in a precarious position. Song Jishi's life rested in the hands of the assassin, and danger loomed at every turn. They had to devise a plan to rescue her. We have a gun. I will save her, Fong Cheng declared, intending for Li Qi-man to take cover while he ventured forth alone. However, Li Qi-man vehemently opposed this notion, shaking her head. No. That cannot be. Jishi sent me to find you, and it was not to put you in danger alone. To recover a life from the hands of the assassin's underlings would be a stroke of luck for Fong Cheng. Such fortune could not be expected twice, especially when facing the assassin himself, far more formidable than his underlings. Charging in recklessly would be tantamount to courting death. We must find a way to deal with the assassin's leader, Li Qi-man insisted. Neither side knows the other's location. The best strategy is to remain hidden and wait for the opportune moment to strike. Jishi will be fine. We must have faith in her, Li Qi-man asserted. Since she sent me to find you, she must have a plan to keep the assassin at bay. Let us focus on how to rescue her. Where will that assassin take her next? Fong Cheng pondered, contemplating the limited options on the island. He needed to anticipate the assassin's next move. Li Qi-man interjected. I heard Jishi mention your name. It is likely the assassin will come looking for you. Fong Cheng's spirits lifted. That is excellent news. We can lie in wait for him to come to us. Where shall we wait? At the helicopter. He will undoubtedly go there. Fong Cheng's mind immediately recalled the helicopter. The most conspicuous location on the island, and the assassin's primary means of transportation. Given the earlier incident with the pilot, the assassin would surely exercise heightened caution and return to the helicopter. Li Qingman and Fang Cheng shared the same thought. The helicopter was the most probable place to intercept the assassin. They hurried toward the beach, eager to set a trap and await the assassin's arrival. Emerging from the woods onto the white sandy beach, they found the helicopter abandoned. It was clear that Fang Cheng and Li Qingman had arrived before the Black Dragon. What now? Li Qingman awaited Fang Cheng's decision. The cabin is too cramped. If we both hide inside, we will easily be discovered. Fang Cheng assessed the helicopter's interior. Alone. He could hide effectively, but with Li Qingman, they risked exposure. His plan was to remain concealed in the cabin, prepared to strike when the assassin appeared with Song Jishi. Chapter 97 The Final Showdown. Where are you taking me? Song Jishi found herself at the mercy of the Black Dragon, a gun pressed against the nape of her neck. Utterly devoid of any means of escape, she remained oblivious to the destination that awaited her. Enough with the chatter. The Black Dragon's expression was one of palpable irritation. His mood unfit for conversation with Song Jishi. He intended to transport her to a cave, having already discerned that it served as the encampment for several individuals on the island. He believed that simply waiting there would compel them to come to him. As they traversed a path through the woods, an unexpected figure sprawled on the ground came into view, and the Black Dragon's face transformed in an instant, propelling him to rush towards it, dragging Song Jishi along. Scorpion. The figure before them was none other than his subordinate, Scorpion. Anger surged within the Black Dragon, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. The muddy pool beneath had been stained crimson, and a significant portion of Scorpion's scalp had been torn away, his body already stiffening. Numerous small insects had gathered around the fresh corpse, drawn by the scent of death. Witnessing this scene, Song Jishi felt a sense of reassurance. Scorpion's demise indicated that Fang Cheng was at least safe for the moment. She could only wonder if Li Qingman had managed to meet up with him. What are you laughing at? The Black Dragon, upon turning back, caught sight of the smile that had not yet faded from the corners of Song Jishi's lips. In a fit of rage, he struck her across the face, seeking an outlet for his fury over the loss of his subordinate. The force of the slap left a crimson imprint on her cheek, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Good riddance. Song Jishi retorted with a cold smirk. You are courting death. The Black Dragon's fury escalated as he seized her by the throat. Then just kill me if you don't want the buffer. You. The Black Dragon's rage was palpable, his veins bulging. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Why pursue me so relentlessly if your only intention was to kill me? Your true aim is the potion? Am I wrong? Her words struck a nerve, revealing the purpose of his quest. The Black Dragon clenched his teeth in frustration. Realizing he could not act against Song Jishi because he needed the buffer she possessed to accompany the potion, rendering him cautious in his approach. Once I obtain the potion, I will eventually dispose of you. He released his grip on her neck. That remains to be seen, once you actually manage to acquire it. Song Jishi maintained her defiance, refusing to submit. She understood the Black Dragon's suspicious nature. If she did not project a sense of strength, it would surely raise his doubts. Who is that man named Fang Cheng? What is his background? The demise of Scorpion had rendered the Black Dragon wary of Fang Cheng's presence. He had initially thought the island was inhabited solely by ineffectual individuals, but Fang Cheng's ability to abduct the pilot and eliminate Scorpion had proven otherwise. I don't know. Song Jishi turned away, refusing to divulge any information. Ha ha ha. Do you think I cannot deal with him? I advise you not to hold out too much hope for him. I have plenty of ways to eliminate him. The Black Dragon's smile twisted into a sinister grin. He could see that whenever Fang Cheng was mentioned, a different light shone in Song Jishi's eyes, inciting his ire. He could not fathom why an inconsequential individual commanded such trust from her. He yearned to capture Fang Cheng and, before her very eyes, rip out his throat, demonstrating the true meaning of despair. With the pilot missing and Scorpion slain, the Black Dragon pondered Fang Cheng's next move. It was abundantly clear that the helicopter would be the most conspicuous target. Originally intending to take Song Jishi to the cave, he now changed his course, determined to confront Fang Cheng directly. On the beach, Fang Cheng was still strategizing with Li Qingman on how to counter the Black Dragon. Fang Cheng proposed that he remain behind to confront the Black Dragon alone, while Li Qingman withdrew to safety until the battle concluded. I can't just leave you to face him alone, Li Qingman insisted, shaking her head. Bullets are blind. I cannot allow you to be harmed. Fang Cheng's tone turned serious. I cannot abandon you to danger. Li Qingman remained resolute. This time, you must heed my words. Fang Cheng understood that they could no longer delay. The moment for action had arrived. As they spoke, Fang Cheng concealed himself inside the helicopter's cabin, his gaze scanning the distance where he spotted an approaching figure through the trees. There was no doubt. It could only be the assassin. There's no time. He's coming. Fang Cheng's demeanor shifted, his voice no longer playful as he addressed Li Qingman. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Qiman understood that Fang Qing was about to face a lethal adversary. She could not remain there to distract him any longer. Be careful. Though concern for his safety weighed heavily on her heart, she resolved to retreat into the nearby woods, her thoughts consumed by a singular prayer, that nothing would happen to Fang Qing if misfortune were to befall him. She vowed to survive and avenge him by any means necessary. Shortly after Li Qiman concealed herself among the trees, the black dragon indeed appeared, dragging Song Zishi onto the beach. Fang Qing quickly crouched down, pressing his head low to avoid detection, as he watched the black dragon escorting Song Zishi towards the helicopter. Anxiety coursed through him, his palms sweating as he tightly gripped his gun. He knew he would only have one shot to eliminate the black dragon. In the woods, Li Qiman hid behind a large tree, silently observing the unfolding events, her tension surpassing even Fang Qing's, her heart racing as if it might stop at any moment. Tell me, where is that man named Fang Qing? The black dragon hurled Song Zishi onto the sand, kicking her in impatience. Song Zishi curled up in pain but remained silent, only managing a cold smirk. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Don't think I won't kill you. The black dragon pressed his gun to her head. Then go ahead and do it. Song Zishi leaned in closer, challenging him. The black dragon lowered his weapon. Furious, yet constrained. Until he confirmed the existence of the buffer, he had to swallow his anger. You can live a while longer, once I capture Fang Qing. Your days will be numbered. Suddenly, the black dragon began to tear at Song Zishi's clothing. What are you doing, you beast? Let me go. Panic washed over Song Zishi as she cried out. The black dragon's expression twisted into a lewd grin, convinced that Fang Qing would be watching from the shadows. Believing he could not remain indifferent while she was violated,